to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, it's on Marcus's soundboard. I'm going to try to replicate it for you guys at 6:00, almost 6:01. Warriors! Warriors! Ooh, there it is, Marcus. That's all I got to say. Good morning.
Warriors come out to play.
Man, oh man, that was Warrior basketball, playoff basketball right back in the Houston Rockets' face, who scored 85 points last night. 85. That's not a lot of points, my friends, in an NBA game. And Warriors only scored 95. But in case you don't know, the Golden State Warriors got the win, capping an Easter weekend, a little Easter egg on the Rockets' face, a little Easter chocolate for the Warriors basket, and a great finish to erase a painful Giants loss a few hours earlier. So, good morning, brother. How's your weekend, man?
Murph, it was fantastic. A lot of Giants baseball, little River Cats baseball sprinkled in as I took a trip up to Sacramento to go see the fam for Easter weekend. So overall, across the board, I would say it was a good weekend. And Murph not only celebrated Easter yesterday, but it seemed like the Houston Rockets wanted that smoke. And on a 420 Sunday, there they were tapping out of the hot box in game one.
They definitely, tapping out of the hot box.
Oh, yeah, 808 KNBR.
I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I guess so. But, man, if 85 points is tapping out of the hot box, then that's what they did.
That's it. The Warriors defensively put them in a hot box.
Man, oh, man. So we made our predictions on Friday, and I was like, it's going to be gnarly. It's going to be gnarly. I wanted to take the Rockets in 7 of them, and I was like, how do you pick again? I wound up jock blogging about this Friday afternoon. I'm like, who wants to be the guy who publicly picks against Steph Curry and playoff Jimmy?
Not I.
And so it's like, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy who says Steph Curry and playoff Jimmy are going to lose. Because Steph Curry and playoff Jimmy, Marcus, they might be just getting started. They might be just getting started.
You're talking about Batman and Robin.
You might want to settle in, buddy. You might want to settle in, grab a beer, because we might be watching some basketball this spring.
Get comfy.
Dude.
Get comfy. I mean, Jimmy Butler's on our TV right now. Again, yesterday after the game, compared himself and Steph Curry to Batman and Robin and said the reason why we're going to win a championship is because of Steph Curry.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Not no what ifs or ands or buts about it, Murph. He said the reason why.
Yeah. Listen, Steph, 37 years old. That's the thing. Yeah, you can say Steph scored 31 last night. You can say he hit, as my buddy was saying, like horse shots in an NBA road playoff game, you know? But the fact that he's doing it at age 37 can't be overstated enough, can't be repeated enough. I mean, he's not slowing down one iota. And now you add, listen, he always had Clay all alongside him. And gosh darn it, they won 4 freaking championships, all right? But Clay did not have the same gas tank level of efficiency the last year or two in Golden State. And they bring in Jimmy Butler, who's 35, but is in incredible physical condition and brings a totally different dimension to the court than Clay did, right? Totally different player. Not a three-point shooter at all, though he did make one yesterday and turned to Reggie Miller and said, you like that?
Dude, how about, just pulls up in Amen Thompson's face like, I'll hit this over one of the best defenders in the league.
By the way, Amen Thompson, who's and I'm just speculating, body language, not ready.
No.
Not ready.
I mean, everybody's a Steph Curry stopper until you have to try to stop Steph Curry in the playoffs.
Warriors said regular season what? Wait, regular season, huh?
Who?
What? Who? I mean, we forget. We get so lulled because we have to sit through the freaking regular season from Halloween, from before Halloween through Easter. We're like, oh, yeah, the regular season. You forget. Everything you saw in 82 games, throw it out. Throw it out.
Oh, the difference in playoff basketball is probably night and day different than any other sport during the regular season compared to the postseason.
Yeah.
Like the level of defense, which we saw last night from the Warriors and from the Rockets, a 95-85 game. You see that level of defense, that intensity rise in the playoffs, where in the regular season, it really just seems like they're going through the motions.
Without question. Everything grinds down to a half court. Everything comes down to a possession by possession. There's very little freelance, very little run and gun, very little any of that stuff. And when it comes down to a half-court basketball game, you start to realize Rockets are not a half-court basketball team. they can't get it done. And especially when Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet go, wait for it, I got it for you, combined 7 for 34.
Ouch.
Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green were terrible last night. Şengün was good, but that's it. He can't do it by himself.
No.
And the Warriors are going to go ahead and get into a scoring contest or a half-court scoring contest. I got news for you. The Warriors are going to win that because you got Steph going for 31. You got Jimmy going for 25. Wait, here's Jimmy's line here, buddy. 25 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals. It's one of those elite lines that's only happened a handful of times in Warrior playoff history. I saw the list, like Durant did it twice. Steph done it twice. Now Jimmy's done it once.
Yeah. Well, Murph, the list I saw was he's the 4th Warrior ever to record 25 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals in a playoff game. Rick Barry did it twice, Steph Curry did it twice, and Tim Hardaway did it once.
Oh, it was Hardaway.
Yes.
Good man. So now he's done it once.
Yeah, so
and guess what? He might do it
he's
again.
1 for 1, Murph.
Yes.
He's 1 for 1. And what do you want? Those buckets down the stretch? I mean, the last minute of the game, 3 huge buckets. The step back mid-range over Şengün was absolutely beautiful. Shout out Pods in the middle of all that, taking Dylan Brooks straight to the basket. He did a great job down the stretch
14
also.
14 for Pods last night.
Highest plus minus of the game, plus 17. But yeah, down the stretch, it was Jimmy Butler putting the dagger in game 1.
And the real dagger actually came out of all places, Moses Moody.
How about
it was
Moody
84
with
to
the huge
80. The Rockets, of course, they're going to show some pride. They're not a bad team. They're the 2 seed after all. By the way, the underdog 2 seed. Who Vegas looking pretty smart here. Although Houston was a 1.5 point favorite in that game last night, oddly enough. But 84-8, they're down 23. They close it to 4, and Moses Moody hits the corner 3. And then the next possession, I forget who missed the shot, but Brandon Podziemski came flying in for the offensive rebound, which is crazy because the Rockets killed them on the offensive board last night.
Dominated.
But tipped it out to, I think, Jimmy Butler for a lay-in. Yeah. And now you're up. Now you've gone from 4-point game to a 9-point game, and it's over. And then you wind up calling it in. Then you wind up telling Bruce Frazier, why don't you just pack your bags, go to Houston, play him late night. By the way, 8:35 tip in Houston, man. That's a grumpy late night if you're a Houston Rockets fan. No Easter basket for you, my friend. We got Bruce Frazier calling as he wheels back to the hotel for a couple of nights off now. They don't play again until Wednesday. So Bruce Frazier, he might have called from the hot tub in his room, jacuzzi in his room, because he got a couple nights to mess around. Called Adam Silver. Adam Silver said, wait a minute, you guys are in the playoffs? You usually win. He said, that's right, skinny boy, and we did. Golden State Warriors 95, Houston Rockets 85.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir!
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Still
there it
hits
is.
the ears in a certain way.
There
we have
it is.
we have Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Lindy Waters III in that.
It's a vibe, Murph.
All gonzo.
It's a vibe. We can't change it now.
All gonzo.
Can't change it now.
Wow, very impressive by the Warriors to get that thing done last night. Steal home court advantage already. Like we said, Game 2 is not until Wednesday. But man, oh man, does Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler look poised to go on a run? Was that your feeling? Like, okay, this is the beginning of something?
Yeah, I mean, especially like you look outside of the Batman and Robin combination of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, but it's the Warriors' defense in general.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think a lot of people overlook. Like the Warriors defensively, since Jimmy Butler has arrived, have been the number 1 defensive rated team in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's how you win championships. Like even going back over the Dubs dynasty, we focus so much on the Splash Brothers and all the three-pointers. Go check out the defensive ratings in those seasons. Andre Iguodala and company will tell you defense wins championships.
Yeah, and they had all that poise and experience to play that kind of great team defense. All right, so good that we didn't have to mention Ryan Walker at all. Oh, wait, I just did.
Oh, man.
In the first 10 minutes. And that was like, listen, one game in April, relievers, closers blow saves. You know what I mean? This is what happens. But that was, I don't want to say it was significant, but you're going to get Verlander that win. You're going to finish a 6-4 roadie, which is I mean, dude, if they had put the cherry on a 6-4 roadie and won 2 series out of 3, and come home 15-7, you'd be like, whoa, man. And it was not a big ask. We were asking him to protect a 3-run lead in the ninth inning.
And it all started with a free 90. I know Walker got squeezed, slider, top of the zone. Should have been a strike. It wasn't. And then it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, so thank God the Warriors left us with a much better taste in our mouth. Giants back at it tonight, by the way. If you need to bounce right back, they got the Milwaukee Brewers in town tonight.
Oh, I need it.
They're doing their thing.
I need a taste of the ballpark, Murphy. It's been so long since I've been at Oracle Park.
Well, they've played how many games now? They're 14-8, 22. They've only played 6 at home.
Yeah, and they went on a 10-game road trip. I need the Giants back at Oracle Park.
16 of the first 22 on the road.
I'll be out there tonight.
So they're back, baby. They're back. With Brandon Crawford Day on Saturday. Bruce Bochy back in town this week, too. But obviously, it's a Warriors Monday, a victory Warriors Monday. We'll talk all about it. And man, oh man, are we going to readjust from Warriors in 6 to Warriors in 4?
Ooh.
I don't know. Let's talk about 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. That's probably an oversight. I'm sure Houston will do something on Wednesday. And the Warriors may feel there may be a natural inclination that they've done their job by getting 1 of 2 in Houston. You know, usually that's what happens.
Yeah, but Murph, Warriors in 4. It's a great tease. It's a great tease.
Okay, we'll be here all morning talking about it. It is awesome. It's great to be back. It's great to see the Warriors doing their thing, and this could be the beginning of a long run, y'all. So stay tuned to Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. All right, bright and early, here to help you is our friend Steve Moskowitz on the line live on a Monday morning. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to us about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check?
Call us. There's so many people who've been waiting and waiting and waiting for their ERC check. There's 3 different ways to hurry up the IRS. And a lot of people are worried that President Trump, in his promise to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending, if he's going to cut ERC, who knows? But the bottom line is we don't want your listeners to take that chance. We want to go ahead, do everything for them, and get them that money. Or if you got a letter that said you don't qualify, the IRS is being sued, alleging that they are disqualifying all kinds of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not. So we have to appeal those, or if you're being audited. So that's the big 3. 1, you didn't get your check, you're just waiting. 2, you were denied. 3, you're being audited. Any of those, we have a lot of experience. We want to help you. The only thing you have to do to get your free consultation and call us up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry's three, good! And gets his first three here of the evening. Curry, three. Oh, man. Oh, he hit that from way outside. Biggest lead for Golden State. Curry dialing long distance. Curry's got it. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot. It's a Curry three. Ring it up. Curry with a triple. The Golden State Warriors are going to win it by 10 in Game 1 over the Houston Rockets.
Oh, look at young Tony dialing it up there. Yeah, Batman was there again, man. Jimmy Butler's still working it. Are you going to work it all the way into June? Question mark? I don't know. All I know is that if there was a Batman in the building, it was Steph Curry last night. Again, Jimmy, too good for Robin. I don't know. Batman 1.5 or something. I don't know what you're going to call him, but man, oh man.
But is there more of an iconic superhero? And I say that in air quotes because I still don't think Batman's a superhero. But is there more of an iconic superhero sidekick than Robin?
No, I can't. Not top of my head.
Not off the top of my head.
Baby Godzilla. Didn't Godzilla have a little? Remember, didn't the son of Godzilla?
He just went Baby Godzilla.
There was. Remember, didn't Godzilla have a son? Didn't he? Yeah, that little tiny.
I think you might be correct, but I'd probably put Robin ahead of Baby Godzilla on the sidekick list.
Yeah, Batman and Robin. We'll work it, man, for sure. So, young Tone. Good morning to you, brother, behind the glass. That's young Tony, right the way. You can see him on the rectangle there.
Young Tony's kind of like our Robin.
On you, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a good analogy. He kind of looks like a Robin.
I know. He does kind of got a look of a Robin.
Yeah. Why don't you throw on the mask and the tights, buddy, see how it works out.
I've always been a Robin guy.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't hate that.
Ooh, that's a little, there's a little something you might want to explore at some point in time. What's going on with that?
Want to be slapped around by Batman a little bit,
What's going on with your Robin fetish?
No, it's not like fetish. I'm just saying, like, I've always enjoyed him as a character.
Oh, you like those green tights, huh?
There's something going on there. There's something going on there.
I'm a Batman guy through and through. I've told you, Dark Knight. I actually just rewatched a little bit of it this weekend.
Hey, as Jerry would say, as we know, because we're going to keep some Seinfeld, not that there's anything wrong with it. You liking Robin. You know what I mean?
I'd say I need Tony at like one of his raves dressed up as Robin, like with a mask and everything. Or maybe Halloween. You can save it for that also,
Incredible,
Tony.
man. Well, listen, speaking of Seinfeld, so John, Joe, Curly, and I are the Seinfeld heads on this show. I know Marcus is sort of like a... What are you, like a middle school diploma on Seinfeld?
I don't know. Maybe even an elementary school diploma.
Okay, lesser than that. And Tone, where are you?
Like I get like the references to like the Yankee episodes and stuff like that. Like I've seen a lot of clips, but not a lot of full episodes.
Okay, yeah, you, Tone?
When I was a kid, my dad would be watching it, but I would never like actually sit down and tune in.
So Curly's dialed, right?
Curly's
and
locked
literally one of my biggest takeaways from the game last night, or pretty much everybody's biggest takeaway from the game last night, is the Rockets scored 85 points.
85.
And anytime I hear 85, I go to one place and one place only. You got the whole... So George is dating a gal who she needs him to be smart. She makes him take an IQ test before she dates him. And he wants this gal, so he has to take an IQ test. But he's very, very, very nervous about it. And Elaine says to him, oh, I can take that for you. He goes, can you? So George's girlfriend locks him in a room and says, take the IQ test. He then has Elaine come by the window and he funnels it to her out the window. She takes the test and hands it back. But Elaine doesn't do well on the test. So that next scene, Jerry and Elaine are in the apartment. They see George on the street. They're like, hey, here it is. Here.
Hey, Georgie!
Coming up.
How'd you do on the IQ test? 85! What? 85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
85?
Well.
It's even better than I remember.
Well.
I always remember what always made me laugh, just the disembodied voice of George on the street. 85!
85!
That's the Rockets. I was
That's
like,
it.
85? Dude, how do you score 85 points in a game?
That's Adam Silver when you give him a call in the first segment. How many points did the Rockets score?
85, Jerry.
Oh, it works good with the crowd laugh, too.
Yeah, you're right. It does. Very good.
They only scored 85 points.
I was trying to find out, and none of the beat writers had it in the stories I read, and I didn't see it in any notes either, but I was upset. I'm like, the old beat writer in me is like, God, how long has it been since the Warriors held a team to 85 points? It has to be. So I texted Raymond Ritter, but even Raymond, the hardworking Raymond, is probably trying to get a little bit of sleep right now, or knowing Raymond, he might be on the treadmill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he runs in all the cities. He might be running throughout Houston right now.
Running wild.
He'll get back to us at some point today. But then in the middle of all, you saw it.
Yeah, I did a little digging, did a little research, Murph. This was the fewest points allowed by a Warriors defense in a playoff game since Game 4 of the 2018 NBA Finals, when the Warriors swept the Cleveland Cavaliers, only allowing Cleveland to score 85 points that game.
Man. First of all, shout out the Cavs scoring 85 in a closeout game in 2018.
To get swept.
Second of all, so that's 7 years ago, and that's a great stat. Thank you for that. And then the other thing is, I'm going to make Raymond do even more work and say, literally, like, how many times have the Warriors held a team to 85 or fewer, particularly in the three-point era? Now, I mean, we go back to the 75 Warriors. They were playing low-scoring games because there was no three, right? But, dude, that was significant. And they played a significant chunk of zone defense last night. And it just bears out. I mean, stuff that, it's funny. After games are played, you start looking back at your analyses and you're like, yeah, well, that's right. I forgot the Rockets are a terrible half-court team. You know what I mean? It's like, I just was so surprised. And we'll see what happens in game 2. I mean, that's the one thing is these things are individual entities. They really are. That's why Draymond said after they lost game 1 to Boston in 2022, no, we're fine. Mm-hmm. We're like, you're fine. You just freaking lost at home in game 1.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, we're like, no, it's not fine. Well, it is. I mean, they really are individual entities, but you can glean some things from them, and that is, but the Rockets did play good defense last night. Yeah. I was going to say that what the Rockets did on April 6th showed me that that's an up-and-coming, remember we kept saying young, long, physical, and chirpy. And I guess if you are the Rockets, you probably view holding the Warriors in 95 as a success.
I think if you would have told the Rockets going into this game that you would hold Steph, Jimmy, and the Warriors to 95 points, they would think that they would win this game. Like we talked about, like how many times this has happened where the Warriors have had their opponents around 85 points. I'm curious how many playoff games they've won not scoring 100 points.
Another good stat.
Mm-hmm.
Good one.
95 on the night, and they still get the win by double digits.
Raymond work today.
I know.
All right, so yeah, that's a really good stat. All right, guest list on a Monday, April 21, 2025, 4/21/25. Young Tone. By the way, how was your weekend, bud?
It was amazing. Can't complain, yeah.
Amazing. What made it amazing?
The Rollers had my brother and I over for Easter Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Had some nice company. His whole family out there.
Shout out to the Rollers.
Wait, who are the Rollers?
Some friends of ours.
Yeah.
They listen to the show.
I was
big fan.
Shout out to the Rollers.
I was hanging out with some Rollers on Sunday too. We were just rolling something up, Tony.
It was 420.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. See,
I was not making a joke of that. That's legit their family name.
Shout out to all my Rollers out there.
What were the Rollers serving?
Keep rolling. What?
Ham, chicken salad. They had it all.
Now, let me ask you this. Like, the timing of an Easter meal is always kind of like, some people go, we're going brunch. Some people do like the quote-unquote dinner at 3 o'clock.
Oh,
what'd you guys do?
It was like 1:30. We got a little late start on the day. Yeah.
Sort of like a lunchy,
like a late lunch.
Yeah.
We were fashionably late. I'm not going to lie.
Did you wind up eating dinner after that?
We did, yeah. Too much food, man. This weekend, way too much. I'm going to starve myself all day today.
Yeah.
Way too much food.
Because you're so fat.
Yeah, Tony, you need it.
You had the same kind of thing Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. Wanted to get the meal done before the Warriors game started yesterday. Smoked up a ham on the smoker, double smoked ham. Threw on some steaks on the grill. Also smoked up some mac and cheese. I ate a lot of good food.
Well
yesterday.
done, buddy. Well done.
Mm-hmm.
In godless Mill Valley, no such Easter meal. A youth baseball playoff game. A youth baseball, not a playoff game. Just a youth baseball game. Had a hot dog. Does that count?
That counts.
Good hot dog at the Snack Shack.
You can never beat a good hot dog.
It was really good. What do you got here today, buddy?
Murph, big JC guy. Hums and Bums at 6:50 this morning to recap everything that happened over the weekend. Mike Krukow at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We're thinking Warriors, obviously. A lot of Warriors discussion all day. Cooler content, 8:30. Speaking of the Warriors, Sam Gordon live from H-Town at 8:50. And then another guy, boots on the ground in Houston, John Dickinson at 9:30.
Sounds great. But by the way, I made a conscious decision to not put on JD's postgame.
I was thinking about it.
Because I told you guys, it completely rattled my sleep, and I slept fitfully all night because I had JD I just pictured JD's bean and his headset and his expression and his takes. Yeah. I went, no. Listen, I'll take him at 9:30. Just not last night. Night Dave said he went almost till damn near midnight last night.
Did he? Shout out JD.
Shout out JD as the new Marty Lurie, huh?
Which is crazy because he was in Houston. That means he was on live until 1, 2 in the morning in Houston time.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop.
All right, the
John
sounds
Dickinson
after the game. Some really good interviews. Steph did a really good interview on TNT after the game. Jimmy with Allie LaForce, some good stuff too. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Scott? Sorry. 85 points to the number 2 seed you guys gave up. If you had to explain that to a complete idiot, how would you break that down, essentially, that what you guys did?
Are you talking about yourself? Or?
Yes, I am.
They're not a typical modern NBA team. And, I think, in terms of spreading you out, playing fast, shooting a million threes, they're kind of old school. In many ways, they're in the image of their coach. Ime he was a grinder as a player. He was, tough and physical, and that's what Houston is.
Yeah, good stuff. Scott Osler and Steve Kerr after the game saying, Houston is a muck it up, get in the mud. We're not going to loft our threes and score 130 points. We're going to play 95 to 85 playoff basketball. The only problem for the Rockets is they were the team with 85, or as Elaine scored on the IQ test for George when he had to have her take it, 85.
85! What? 85, Jerry!
Yeah, it's the Jerry. 85 Jerry. We'll get into all that, some great post-game sound. Good morning, everybody. Murph and Marcus and young Tony and John Joe Curley is here. Hums and Bums coming up in just a minute. And, of course, the Warriors stealing home court already. We called it in 95-85. And Tim Kawakami, who was in Houston, will join Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. Marcus, I know you have business over there.
That's right, because the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org.
Our great fan in the 623, who at one point wanted to set up young Tony with his daughter, said he did listen to JD postgame, and he says it was an hour after the game, but it was all about Kuminga. He said he was a little shocked to hear that was the takeaway on the JD.
All about Kuminga.
Postgame. I mean, I don't know how much you want to talk about Kuminga, but you won't see him no more.
Well,
Kuminga.
I can tell you what I did with Jonathan Kuminga on Sunday.
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
Except for Steve Kerr, did not play any
Smoke
Kuminga.
a doobie and don't play
Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, I don't know how.
But I mean, it wasn't that surprising, was it? I mean, we broke it down a lot on Thursday and Friday, talking about whether or not he would get minutes. I think if the Warriors did not blow a 23-point lead, or technically 20 because the Rockets cut it down to 3, I think we would have saw Jonathan Kuminga and Pat Spence close out the game yesterday. But meaningful minutes down the stretch, you can't trust Jonathan Kuminga.
You're saying now he's on Pat Spencer territory.
I think so, yeah. I think he's a blowout back of the game kind of guy.
Again, I don't know how much time we want to spend on it, because they're trying to win a championship now, and they just won game 1 of 16. You got to win a championship. 15 down, 1 down, 15 to go.
Yeah, good math.
There's an extra layer now since Moses Malone, young Tone, said faux. Famously in 1983, they asked Moses Malone, "What's your prediction for the playoffs?" And he said faux. That was the quote. Legendary quote in Philadelphia, because there was only 3 rounds of playoffs back then, not 4. They did not go 4-4-4. They went 4-5-4, I believe. But anyway, that's the famous quote.
Also, now you got to put in a 1 before the 4s, because the Warriors won the play-in game.
1
so
faux. Yeah, incredible, man. That's right. I mean, think about this. This started with a play-in game, guys. It started with a play-in game. And think about this. That was a 7 seed out there last night doing this, okay?
Yes, and we talked about this ad nauseum leading up to the postseason, whether or not it would be a better matchup playing the Rockets or playing the Lakers. And hell, don't look now, but the Lakers lost this weekend too. So who knows how that series would have played out, or how it could play out if both teams do end up advancing. But that's why I said going into the series, I wanted the Houston Rockets, because I just don't think they can score with the Warriors. And last night we saw that, only scoring 85 points, not really hitting any shots from three-point range. But that's also credit to the Warriors defense, which has been one of the best defenses in the NBA since acquiring Jimmy
Absolutely.
Butler.
And yeah, I was fearful of the Rockets, and we'll see what happens in game 2. I still took the Warriors in 6. It might be shorter than that, guys. It might be, but we shall see. But last night after the game, Jimmy Butler goes on with Allie LaForce on TNT, and he keeps propping up Steph.
He does. Like I always say, Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind a door. And does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
Ooh, that makes 2 Warriors now. Going back to Draymond Green at the All-Star break. that have guaranteed a championship. Well, guarantee is a strong word. Predicted a championship.
There weren't many ifs in those statements, Murph.
He said
if we win a championship. No. When?
Yeah, I mean, right now, there was that belief around the March run they made with Butler that, man, oh, man, we had all those different guests on. Are the Warriors a title contender? Yes. Then the way they finished the last week of the season, the loss to Houston, the loss to the Clippers, there was a third one. They lost 3 at home. It was
Spurs.
Thank you. Yeah, the Spurs.
That was the worst one. That was the one that put them in the play-in bracket.
That team from last night is the same team that lost to the Spurs. Pretty funny. But they kind of skidded down the stretch. But again, you forget. Now, Steph mentioned last night on TNT, and he also mentioned it to the writers after the game. He said, we got 4 days off. Do not underestimate, man, the rest factor. And when they did play Houston on April 6th, with the game where Amen Thompson held Steph to 3, that was the third game in 4 days for the Warriors. And one of the things you have to factor in here is this playoff schedule sets up well for an old team. No back-to-backs ever. And the first 3 games, Hal, have 2 days rest off. So they can get ahead. They can jump out to a 2-1 lead. Heck, they can jump out to a 3-0 lead with rest. 2 days rest here, today and tomorrow. They play Wednesday. Then they fly. They're off Thursday and Friday before they play Game 3 on Saturday at Chase Center. And then I think it goes into every other day. Now, every other day will be a little bit more of a grind, but at that point, they might be wrapping up the series.
Yeah. But I think that's a big reason why we saw Jimmy Butler play 42 minutes yesterday and Steph Curry play 40. Now, as I alluded to earlier, it would have been nice to play Pat Spence and Jonathan Kuminga down the stretch if they don't blow that double-digit lead. But it also goes without saying that we know that Steph Curry, with the amount of mileage that he puts on his legs every single game, with the amount of holding that there is out on the field yesterday, or should I say the court, with Jalen Green yesterday trying to make Steph Curry his little personal cuddle buddy yesterday, like this guy's being dragged and grabbed left and right. So we know how valuable these off days are for a Warriors team. And coming off that performance last night of scoring 95 points, we talked about the defensive effort, but I asked a question before the break. How many games have they won scoring less than 100 points?
Yeah.
Now, I don't have the playoffs numbers quite yet, but if you want to go back to that last regular season matchup where Steph Curry only had 3 points that game, that was a loss to the Houston Rockets where they scored 96 and the Houston Rockets scored 106. And then even deeper into the season, there were 7 regular season games this year for the Golden State Warriors where they scored less than 100 points. They lost 6 of those games, Murph.
Wow.
Lost 6 of 7 games where they didn't score 100 points this season.
Wow, okay. Some good digging there, man. So it was an unusual game for sure. Kerr referenced the year 1997. I was going more like 1994, the Knicks Van Gundy years.
Oh, geez. Don't ask young Tony about 1997 basketball. He wasn't alive.
No, dude. Don't ask him about Jerry Seinfeld in 85.
85, Jerry.
Jimmy joking with Allie LaForce about age. Yeah, the Warriors are supposed to be the old team and the Rockets the young team.
We're still young. I mean, I think Steph is 37. I'm 35. Dre is like 35. But we got some young guns that also get it done as well. Stayed in it, gave up a little run, but in the end we won.
Yeah, and then cut the next one, too, about the rest. It's a big deal that they won that game against Memphis to get the 4 days off here.
Just rest, honestly. Getting some rest, clear minds, knowing that we got one job to do. Come in here, compete, and try to steal one on the road.
Yeah, and Steph, I told you, made multiple references to the rest, too. I think, where is it right here? It's Steph, I had it here. I've lost it. Anyway, don't worry about it. But anyway, the point is, they don't have to tell you for us to tell you guys. The rest was gigantic, and they are an older team. When I did Jock Blog about this on Friday, I was saying, God, the Rockets are so young. Outside of Van Vliet and Steven Adams and Dillon Brooks, all of their primary guys are 21, 22, or 23. So if you look at it objectively, the NBA is littered with stories of teams like the Rockets who have to get knocked down a couple times before they advance. Like maybe the Rockets 27, 28, Yeah,
maybe. I mean, and that could be accelerated too. I mentioned on Friday, I'm not too intimidated by this Rockets team with a lack of a superstar. Now, that's not taking shots at Şengün, who was an all-star this year and got his buckets last night, but he needs help. We see in this league, you need 2 superstars. That's why we were begging for a Jimmy Butler or even a Kevin Durant trade earlier this season. But I do think they're a Kevin Durant away from being a true competitor. I mentioned there's rumors and reports that he might be an option for them this summer. If they get a guy like KD on the roster, yes, then the Rockets will seriously be a problem. But right now, to your point, they're one of the youngest teams in the NBA. Even with some of these old guys on the roster, still, the average age is right around 24 years old. It's a young team that just really doesn't have that veteran superstar experience.
Dude, now that we've experienced Jimmy, it's like, I don't want to say light years, Joe Lacob, but just how much better is he for this team than Kevin Durant?
Which is wild
Unbelievable.
to say, yeah.
Now that we know what Jimmy can, because Jimmy does everything. I mean, listen, Durant's one of the greats of all time. Of course, he's a Hall of Famer. But man, Jimmy, the smarts, the poise, the calm, what he does that Steph doesn't do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Durant, I don't want to say is a duplicate of Steph, but you can just, they're both 3-point shooters.
Yeah, and like, you
Jimmy's
throw that
not.
together.
Jimmy's inside, in the post, on the elbow, coming to a jump stop, shooting bounce passes.
Yeah.
Changing the offense, opening up the playbook, all that stuff. Playing better defense. Although Durant's a good defender.
Yeah, but it's the extra dimensions of this Warriors offense now. And even when you throw Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant into the conversation, yeah, it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, 3-point shooting team of all time. But now they can play within the 3-point line. Now Jimmy Butler can grab the ball on the block or at the elbow and give you a completely different dimension to this offense.
And steals, defense, all that stuff that he does. So, man, oh, man, could not have started any better for the Warriors. Maybe they'll make the hum babies.
Ooh.
Who knows? We'll have to stay tuned. Your work week does not begin until you hear the hum babies and the bum babies. Your weekend doesn't end until you hear hums and bums, which is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ooh, grab a mug of Houston Rockets tea and win proudly, right? Maybe they'll show up in the Hum Babies. I don't know. I'll wait. But we turn every week. Hums, bums, it rotates. The Muse picks them. Marcus Boucher being the Muse. The Wada boy has the Hum Babies.
Do I amuse you?
There you go, buddy. You got it. Tell me who are my Hum Babies this weekend, buddy?
Well, Murph, I don't think it's a big surprise that we're starting off our Hum Baby list with a Golden State Warrior, and his name is Stephen Wardell Curry. And I was actually thinking about it right when we came back from break.
Or is his name Wardell Stephen Curry?
That's it, yeah, depending on what order or what country we're talking about Steph Curry. But Murph, I was thinking about it. In damn near, 20 years of hums and bums, Steph Curry might be the number one leader on the leaderboard of being a Hum Baby.
Well, I had to write that jock blog about a month ago saying, has he passed Joe Montana in Bay Area aura? Remember that East Coast road trip where he just people were crawling to touch the hem of his garment, man, and he scored all those points? So is he the all-time leader in Hum Babies? I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I think he might be. And Murph, you mentioned that road trip, a road trip where he was embracing the crowd out in Houston. Well, last night he was embracing the crowd. That included C.J. Stroud, a little back and forth with the Houston Texans franchise quarterback.
Yeah,
they were. Steph was kind of pointing him down, staring him down after hitting a few ridiculous circus shots to beat the shot clock, not once but twice. Steph Curry putting on quite a show, 37 years old, and number 30 goes for 31. Surprise, surprise. Steph Curry is your first Hum Baby.
Curry, three, good! And gets his first three here of the evening. Curry, three, oh, man. Oh, he hit that from way outside. Biggest lead for Golden State. Curry dialing long distance. Curry's got it. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot. It's a Curry three. Ring it up. Curry with a triple. The Golden State Warriors are going to win it by 10 in Game 1 over the Houston Rockets.
He does. Like I always say, Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind the door, and does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
I think the only real advantage is just you don't get rattled if there's runs. You understand it's a 48-minute game, and especially on the road, hostile environment, a team, playing relentless, physical, tough basketball. You just kind of got to stick with it. There's going to be runs. We were up 20 in the second half, and nobody was really happy on the bench because we understood, it's a long game. So when they made their run, the composure matters because then you can make plays on the stretch. Whether it goes your way or not, you kind of rely on that.
Protect Steph Curry at all costs, in the words of Jimmy Butler. Also said he's going to be the reason why the Warriors win another championship. And then, of course, you heard Steph Curry talking about the ups and downs, the roller coaster ride. Warriors were up by 23 at one point. Houston cut the lead down to 3, but it was that veteran experience and leadership down the stretch that won it for the Dubs.
Well, the all-time leader in Hum Babies, we're just saying it right now, Steph Curry has to be the guy. And those two unbelievably difficult. Those are just gut-wrenching for the opponent. You do everything to force the guy into a 1% shot. He makes them. He's unbelievable. My kid who just, and it led to a spirited discussion and argument about where he is. But my kid says if Steph wins it all for ring number 5, he said, I'm calling him the GOAT.
Ooh.
I said, well, let's pause here. Bill Russell won 11, but it did introduce the concept of, are we launching on another run where he's gonna climb a couple rungs on the ladder?
Well, here's my question when we're talking about climbing that ladder. If he does win his 5th championship, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, this is probably a future segment we should be doing. Game 2 on Wednesday. Would Steph Curry pass LeBron James in GOAT status, and would we start talking about this being the Steph Curry era because he would have 5 rings and LeBron would only have 4?
That's how,
There's the spicy take.
LeBron is, of course, the all-time leading scorer in NBA history.
Yeah, but when you're playing in a generation with a guy that won 5 in your same generation, is it really your generation?
So championship's the only thing that matters.
No, it's not the only thing, but I think it definitely spices up the conversation a little bit. And the head-to-head record of Steph taking out LeBron in the finals
I'll tell
also.
You what. It would be a juicy discussion.
I'm here for that conversation, Murph. I'm here for it.
You're also here listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Steph might say, I don't care. I just want the Hum Baby title.
That's
and
it.
He's got that.
Moving on from the all-time Hum Baby leader to maybe our 2025 Hum Baby Rookie of the Year, Jimmy Butler. He's Hum Baby number 2 because last night we got to see playoff Jimmy. Not play-in Jimmy, not game 82 of the regular season Jimmy. The same Jimmy we've been seeing for a few games now, but now we got to see it in the playoffs. And boy, oh boy, did he play his ass off down the stretch. Jimmy Butler ends the game with 25 points. And Murph, I got the stats for you. The collection, the entire box score for Jimmy Butler. He's only the 4th Warriors player in franchise history in a playoff game to have 25 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals, Murph. And he did it in his first game as a Warrior in the playoffs. So many more highlights and accolades to come for Jimmy Butler, who was a menace down the stretch. The step-back midi over Şengün, hanging on the rim at the end for the final dagger. Rookie of the Year, Hum Baby number 2, Jimmy Butler.
Van Vliet fighting through it, and Butler's got it. Thompson picks up Butler. It's a 3. Butler, book it! Jimmy Butler! That's right! He points at Reggie Miller and said, I'm doing my best impression of you. Rocket shooting 38%. Şengün will defend Butler. Shot clock is down to 2. Butler will can it!
Not one, but 2 closers on the same team. Your turn, my turn.
We're still young. I mean, I think Steph is 37, I'm 35, Dre is like 35. But we got some young guns that also get it done as well. Stayed in it, gave up a little run, but in the end we won.
Jimmy's nice. Don't get that twisted. He's carried teams to the finals, and the idea of what he brings to us is another guy that's just comfortable with the ball in his hands to create for himself and for others. No matter what the situation is, you saw plenty of times he kind of made something out of nothing. He is a legitimate ball handler where we can give it to him in space, on the post, at the elbow, wherever. And teams have to respect him. So if I can space and give him room and, just, again, keep the defense honest, that helps. And we've had a really good chemistry since he's been here.
Another closer down the stretch for the Dubs. That, of course, was Steph Curry giving some praise to Jimmy Butler. I love the back and forth. You just heard the sound of Jimmy Butler once again comparing them to Batman and Robin. But Murph, this is Spider-Man and Spider-Man. This is the Spider-Man meme where you're both pointing at each other like, you're Spider-Man. No, you're Spider-Man. These are 2 superheroes that the Warriors have on the roster.
Funny enough, Anthony Edwards did do the Spider-Man Saturday in L.A. Did you see that? He did that to whoever the defender was, Austin Reeves or whoever. But anyway, I'm starting to think, listen, playoff Jimmy now, we've all known it. We saw it in Miami. But to see it in your turf, on your turf, wearing the uniform of your team is a totally different deal. Like it's everything he's been advertised and then some. And to have his cool, calm head paired with Steph Curry's otherworldly talent, I'm telling you, boys, I think if there's a theme for today, man, it's that we might just be getting started here.
Yeah.
We might, as the great Nick Young might have said, we might be onto something.
We might be onto something
here. You
might be onto something.
Young Tone, you want to... Might be onto something here.
Might be onto something.
Yeah, that's hard. It's hard to find that on short notice. That was Nick Young, Swaggy P, trying Bob's Donuts for the first time.
We might be onto something.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
we might keep that around. We might be onto something.
We might be onto something with Batman and Robin, aka Spider-Man and Spider-Man, aka Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy, and the marvelous, effortless Steph Curry as your first two hum babies of the day. Now, Murph, I was going to go with a clean sweep with Warriors hum babies and show some love to the Warriors defense that allowed 85 points yesterday, the lowest total amount they have allowed in a playoff game since the 2018 NBA Finals Game 4, where they swept LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
And that was the Cavs just packing it in.
Yeah, that was LeBron walking off the court in shame. But, Murph, I did want to shine a little light on our San Francisco Gigantes this week and little Giants baseball. And I know they lost 2 out of 3. Stay tuned for the Bum Babies right on the other side of this transition. But I do want to give some shout outs to our guy Logan Webb, who had an absolutely of a beautiful outing on Friday, wasted opportunity, 12 strikeouts, and you lost to Tyler Anderson. Yeah, TA. Maybe that will show up on the Bum Baby list, but my third hum baby representing the San Francisco Giants this weekend has got to be Matt Chapman, Mr. Gold Glover himself, who got the party started on Saturday with a home run and then closed it out on Saturday night after Landon Roop had a good outing for the Giants on Saturday.
Landon Roop had an incredible outing.
Yeah, Mike Trout tagged him twice, but outside of that, I'd say it was a good outing.
Shots.
That's it. No big damage. Yeah. Really good outing from Landon Roop, and it was capped off by Matt Chapman on Saturday night with a beautiful play as he's backpedaling back to third, drops down to that wide spread out stance, dives to his left, grabs the ball, and then from his knees skips one hopper.
Slipped and fell. Well, that's the key.
Well, yeah, he slipped, he fell, and then still ended up with the ball and dove into the ball.
It wasn't a diving play. It was he slipped and fell, and this is a 1-run ball game. This is potential disaster, which we see a day later. But this was impossible because he fell from his knees. He somehow stays, and then how does he make this throw?
And then he makes the throw, one hopper. Wade scoops it, and just like that, it leads to a Giants win on Saturday. So that makes Matt Chapman hum baby number 3.
Here's the pitch. Chapman blasts one to deep left field. Going back on it, Ward at the wall. Gone! Matt Chapman back home where he grew up. A 2-run, a homer here in the first inning. And the Giants take a 2-0 lead. He throws, and Ohapi swings away. It's a chopper to third. Chapman falls down from his knees. He throws to first, and he got him. I don't know how Chapman did that. He fell down. Could have been a total disaster. And from his knees, off balance, he had enough arm strength to get Ohapi.
Wow, that could have been bad. But so there was a chunk of dirt out at third base, and I went to fix it, and Walker came set super quick. So I kind of was backpedaling, and it was 3-0. So I thought maybe there's a chance he wasn't going to swing 3-0. And then sure enough, it's hit right at me. And I'm still kind of backpedaling, and I go to push off, fall, land on my hand that didn't feel very good, that I have a big cut on, and then was able to make the play, get the out. I was really nervous there that I gave them an extra out, and we weren't going to have to keep playing baseball, but luckily Walker shut the door, and it's all good.
Matt Chapman talking about the play he made in the 9th inning after falling down. I mean, it's classic baseball. Anytime you're out of position, the ball's going to find you, but even out of position, Matt Chapman's still making plays at the third base
and
position.
And the bomb and all that. Freaking believable play with the game on the line. I mean, he did this last year in the New York game, This one wasn't like that, but it was not that far away. By the way, he leads Major League Baseball in walks.
Ooh,
yeah, he leads Major League Baseball, the entire freaking all of baseball.
Yeah, and he quietly heated up a little bit over this road trip.
Sure did. So, by the way, you look down and here's somebody 925 goes, I didn't hear anybody mention the Giants are in third place. I'm like, bro, that's pure haterade.
Yeah.
Pure haterade.
Looking for some of that hate,
the 14-8 Giants.
Well, I'm sure that person's going to look forward to some of your bum babies, Murph, because those are our 3 hum babies.
All right, pretty darn good there. You got 30, 10, and what's Chapman's number?
20.
Why am I blanking on that? How dumb am I? Come on.
20? I think he might just be 20.
He's number 26.
26, there it is. My apologies,
John Montefusco's number. My bad. Good ones, buddy. Good ones all. All right, let's go to the bum babies. Those are your winners. Let me give you the losers. And hey, if you are the 2 seed and you are at home on an Easter Sunday night, you can't blow home court in one night. Guess what? The Houston Rockets were at home as the 2 seed. And blew home court in one night. God, if you read all the stories from the Houston side, heads hanging low, whispers, excuses, rationalizations, explanations. The Rockets blow home court already. They only score 85 points, Young Tone. 85 points, Young Tone. 85 IQ. So here it is. We're just going to make the Rockets post-game depression bum baby number one. Here's Ime Udoka, Fred VanVleet, and Alperen Şengün trying to make sense of it.
Not our best, obviously. We only score 85. It's not a great offensive night, and the numbers show that, but I think 6 for 29 from 3, 11 for 20 from free throw line, and 17 turnovers that gave up 25 points. So not our best offensive night by any means, like I said. Hold somebody 95, you'd expect to win if you have a decent offensive night. And not only his shots, but like I said, turnovers playing in the crowd. The misses in the crowd are the same as turnovers, basically. So had our chances. Got to 4-point game with 2:34, I think, and gave up a 3 there, but guarded well enough to win.
We could make more shots, obviously, myself included. Didn't shoot the ball great tonight. Missed 9 free throws. So all of those things being said, 10-point game, we guarded them pretty well. Steph hit some crazy shots. Obviously, liked our fight intensity, but it's about execution.
I mean, it was just a tough game. It was a physical game, and it's happened. We miss sometimes. We make another day, so we're not thinking about the shots we miss. I think that was all good-looking shots. I mean, we still have time to make those. That
was Alperen Şengün. We're going to have to talk to our buddy Apo, who runs the parking lot. He's a Şengün guy. He's from Turkey.
Oh, he's the president of the Şengün fan club.
We're going to have him, have to cough up a little respect here for the Warriors.
And Apo will drop some S-talk about Draymond Green.
Oh, will
He's
he?
not a Draymond fan.
Well, guess what? He's down 0-1.
Yeah, he is.
Now, let me just ask you. I mean, can you see the Rockets bouncing back at all with any kind of different... listen, like I said, every game is its own entity. A few shots fall. Maybe Steph doesn't make those geometrically impossible threes. I don't know. Do you see, what are you expecting from these Rockets in Game 2?
Well, my original prediction was Warriors in 5, so I think Houston does have the ability to steal a game because I mentioned it earlier. The Warriors won yesterday, only scoring 95 points. They had 7 games this regular season where they scored less than 100 points, and they only won one of those matchups, so that's the key. If Houston can keep the Warriors under 100, they have a chance to win. The only question is, where are the Houston Rockets going to get buckets outside of Şengün?
Yeah, well, VanVleet and Jalen Green can't go 3 for 17 or whatever it was. Was it 3 for 17? I had them
combined.
7 for 34 from the field entirely. 9-1-6. So that's it. The Warriors advance already, huh? I didn't know the playoffs were only one game.
Wrap it up, baby. One and done.
And 707 says that 925 haterade, if you're going to say the Giants are in third place, you need to mention entire MLB.
Yeah,
actually, I looked at it. They are in 4th place in the entire Major League Baseball. The Padres, Dodgers, and Mets are the only teams in baseball with a record better than the Giants.
The NL West, a.k.a. the NL Best.
All right, we're going to switch off of the Warriors for bum baby number 2. Everybody knows where we're going. Come on, man. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I said this to my kids even before. I said, I'm not totally sure Ryan Walker's going to be the guy who's going to take me to game 162. We even asked Mike Krukow the other day, could Randy Rodriguez become a closer? And he said, oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, Ryan Walker's done well, and every closer's going to blow a game. As I was just saying to Mariano Rivera in Game 7 of the 0-1 World Series.
You just had to go with that example, didn't you?
But first of all, we got to get the hell out of Anaheim.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a few examples of blowing games out of Anaheim before, too.
So today's bum baby is not Felix Rodriguez, it's not Tim Worrell, and it's not Rob Nen.
There they are.
You can't blow you can blow a 1-run lead. You can't blow a 3-run lead. Come on, Jai. First real negative energy for the Giants. Ryan Walker, bum baby number 2, blows a 3-run lead in the 9th inning, including Marcus, a leadoff walk, and a hit batsman.
No free 90s.
Those are free 90s. And he's a bum baby.
Soler lines one out to left center field. That's going to be a base hit. O'Hoppe hits a liner past the dive of Chapman into left field. That's a base hit. Coming to third and stopping there, Trout. Neto behind in the count 1-2. Walker throws. Neto gets hit, and that will score a run. He got drilled. Adele pulls one, and it's fair inside the third base line. Ramos is going to dig it out. 2 runs have scored. Here comes Neto. The relay home, the tag, he's safe. And the Angels, for now, have walked it off.
Yeah, just a little off kind of from the very beginning, and he gets the punch out, and now you feel pretty good about him getting out of the inning. But I think with first runs he's given up all year, So you're going to have some bad days. Unfortunately, it happened today.
Bob Melvin making the excuse. We'll keep an eye on it, though. We'll keep an eye on it. Does he have, even setting aside the X's and O's of it and his stuff and his crazy slider, does he have sort of the presence? Do you think other teams fear Ryan Walker when he comes out there? Not fear, but say, man, damn, we got our work cut out for us.
Well, I think they definitely respect his stuff and his movement and his crossfire action. It's a hard angle to pick up, and that's why, to Bob Melvin's point, I do need to correct him. He did allow a run on opening day, but since then has not allowed a single run. So Ryan Walker, to me, has proven that he can close at the big league level. I'm not too concerned. One bad outing, and you got to cut down on those free 90s, Murph.
You're not overly concerned?
I'm not. Like I said, this was the first time he allowed runs since opening day, Murph. He's been pretty damn good this year.
I wouldn't say concerned, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
All right.
He hasn't been super sharp. But then again, as you point out, listen, everybody, it's his first blown save.
And the Giants have been one of the best bullpens across the board in Major League Baseball. Clemo Duvall's put together a few back-to-back good outings. Randy Rodriguez, who was a closer down with the Sacramento Rivercats before, does have that type of potential also. Tyler Rogers has been having a good season. So, yeah, the bullpen has been doing pretty damn good this year. They're going to blow a game or two.
408 on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line says, was this the Jorge Soler revenge game? LOL. Stop. And another 408er says, unwritten rule in baseball, your closer can't be named Walker.
Yeah, not a great pitcher name.
All right, guys. Well, that's Bum Baby number 2 for sure. Man, if they come home 15-7 with a 6-4 roadie, wow. But 5-5 on that trip is pretty darn good, man. New York, Philly, and Anaheim, that's pretty darn good. Come home and face Milwaukee tonight. By the way, get you guys a little preview of tonight's action here. Monday, 6:45, little Robbie Ray against a little Quinn Priester, a 24-year-old righty for the Brewers.
You want to talk about no free 90s. Robbie Ray needs to throw some strikes tonight.
All right. Finally, Bum Baby number 3 makes me very, very, very happy to report. I'm so happy to report this. I do, as I'm an older man, I shouldn't be this childish about this, but I am. I hate the Lakers. I hate them. I want them out. I want them out. And I love, listen, I got no beef with Luka Doncic per se, but now that he's wearing a Laker uniform, I got beef with him. And I love that their big display, their big debut, they lay an egg at home. And Minnesota stomps the Lakers and LeBron. Luka scores 37, but gets exploited on defense if you watch the tape. And LeBron looked, I don't know, do I want to say old? Ooh. He is old. 19 points and 5 rebounds, a quiet, sluggish game. And the Lakers' big Luka LeBron debut goes down in game 1 to Minnesota, and I love it. That makes me happy to report. The Lakers blowing game 1 at home. Bum baby.
Minnesota takes game 1. They say that a series doesn't begin until the home team loses a game. Well, it has officially started with the Timberwolves vanquishing the Lakers 117-95.
JJ, so much of your mantra this year has been effort defensively. Just wasn't there at the beginning of the second and the beginning of the third. Any thoughts on why that was?
No, it's not to say our guys weren't ready to withstand a playoff level basketball game. We were mentally ready. I thought our spirit was right. I thought even when they made runs, our huddles were great. The communication was great. I'm not sure physically we were ready, if that makes sense.
Well, obviously, we got to do a better job of controlling the controllables, and I don't think we did a good enough job after the first quarter. Once they blitzed us in that second quarter, 38-20. But giving up 21 threes, giving up 20-plus fast break points, second chance points, those are some of the things that we can control. Obviously the three-point shooting, we know they have a lot of lasers, they have a lot of guys that can shoot from the perimeter. So we got to do a better job of closing the bodies and getting out on shooters. So, we'll get back in the film room tomorrow, look at the things that we did well, some of the things that we didn't do so well, and continue the game plan for game 2. We have a couple of days to prepare for it.
Super happy to hear all this. I love it. Lakers lose game 1. By the way, keep your eye on it, because if the Warriors do indeed knock out the Rockets, they play the winner of the Minnesota-LA Lakers series.
Let's go, Ant-Man.
So there you go,
Let's
man.
Go.
So can't wait for that. By the way, they do not play tonight. Tonight is your Knicks game 2. You're up game 1-0 on the Pistons. That's at 4:30. And then Clippers-Nuggets is game 2 tonight.
Nuggets.
Denver got the first one in OT, slowed down that hot Clipper team.
Nuggets.
Without Mike Malone as coach,
That was a wild game, yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your bum babies. Obviously, the Rockets blowing home court right away. Ryan Walker blowing a 3-run lead in the 9th inning. and the Lakers losing home court already. I love it all. There you go. Hum Babies, Bum Babies in the books. Congratulations. We've all graduated from Hum Baby and Bum Baby school. And we move on to our Monday morning. And guess what? The Warriors are up 1-0. Let's talk all about it. Draymond Green explaining how they held him to 85, Jerry. Next on The Sports Leader.
85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I think the only real advantage is just you don't get rattled if there's runs. You understand it's a 48-minute game, and especially on the road, hostile environment, a team, playing relentless, physical, tough basketball. You just kind of got to stick with it. There's going to be runs. We were up 20 in the second half, and nobody was really happy on the bench because we understood, it's a long game. So when they made their run, the composure matters because then you can make plays on the stretch. Whether it goes your way or not, you kind of rely on that.
Steph Curry after the game on Inside the NBA TNT, just giving a calm, cool, collected Steph Curry type of interview. So, yeah. We were up 23, and then we were up 3, but you just stay cool, whereas the Rockets, after the game, are licking their wounds, trying to figure out what the hell happened, scoring only 85 points at home against a comprehensive Warrior defense that did rely on some zone and also just... Exactly. Your musical rejoin here, buddy?
Ooh, this right here in honor of yesterday's holidays. I'm talking 420, not Easter, but I guess you can celebrate both. This is Total Devastation, a local rap group from the Mission District out here in San Francisco. They were pretty popular during the 90s, but this is one of my favorite marijuana-influenced songs.
Oh, hey.
Many Clouds of Smoke by Total Devastation.
Kids, I hope you have a good day at school today. All right, everybody have a good day at school. It's a positive message.
Positive message.
For the kiddos.
Hey, it's legal, Murph. It's legal.
Is legal.
Shout out Total Devastation.
Total devastation of the Warrior defense on the Rockets is what we're talking about here. Draymond Green, after the game, explaining about how they held him to 85, Jerry.
85, Jerry.
85. Yeah, one more. Yeah, there we go. 85, Jerry. 85 points is meager in an NBA playoff game. And, of course, we said it was not since the 2018 closeout game in Cleveland that they scored 85. And back then, Cleveland was just tapping out, too. So this was even better to hold these guys to 85. And Draymond Green, after the game, the man, right? He might win Defensive Player of the Year.
Day.
Cut T, Tony, on how they did it.
I think overall we just flew around. We didn't give up any easy looks. We followed our defensive game plan. Just make them take tough shots and be a lot better off if we can get some rebounds. You hold them to 39% shooting. 34 of those baskets. They had 34 baskets. 10 of them was on second chance points, second opportunities, So, we got to do a better job there. But overall, I think we just did a good job of following the game plan, flying around, not giving up easy buckets, and then just reacting to their actions.
Pretty generic answer there from Draymond. He didn't want to give away the store. Yeah, no, we're just flying around.
Yeah, but he did address something that we have yet to address today. The fact that the Houston Rockets out-rebounded the Warriors 52-36.
Which makes it even that much more remarkable that the Warriors won the game by 10 points.
Well, especially the offensive rebounds, which is a big reason why the Houston Rockets were able to come back into this game in the third quarter with Steve Adams cleaning up the glass, Murph. The Houston Rockets had 22 offensive rebounds. The Warriors only had 6.
Cut D, Tony, Draymond addresses cut S, pardon me, about the offensive rebound. Marcus just talked about cut S from Draymond.
I said in the post-game interview, at times their best offense is the offensive rebound. They are elite at that. And so, it's something that we expected. I thought we did a decent job in the first half, held them to 7, but then second half it was way out of control. So we had to do a better job there, but, that is their style of play. They rough you up, they grab, they hold, they crash the boards. Very extremely physical team. You got to give them credit. They do a great job of it. We just got to make sure we're prepared for that coming into every game, but that's who they are. It is what it is. Every team's got an MO. That's theirs. You got to do what you got to do to try to beat it.
So if you're the Rockets, you're saying, yeah, the good part is we dominated the glass. We dominated the offensive glass. Maybe we just get Jalen Green and to not go 3 for 15 from the field and Fred VanVleet to not go 4 for 19 from the field.
Yeah, that's the key. They got to start making shots. It's as simple as that. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But yeah, Draymond's right. This is the style of play that the Houston Rockets want to play. I mentioned it earlier. If you would have told the Houston Rockets that the Warriors were only going to score 95 points, they probably would have thought they would have won game 1.
Yeah.
Because the last game of the regular season, it was 106-96, and the Rockets ended up winning that game, holding the Warriors to less than 100 points. But they just don't have that offensive firepower outside of Şengün.
I think they were 21st. I read the stat 21st in half-court offense, so it's bottom third of the league.
Yeah.
So,
So is it a good sign or a bad sign that you still lost by double digits, even in a game where you did dominate the offensive boards?
Yeah, it's a bad sign.
Yeah, exactly. It's a real bad sign. But we knew this going into the series, too. We talked to Ryan Hollins about it last Friday. That big man front court of Steve Adams and Şengün, and we saw a little bit of that yesterday. You throw in also Jabari Smith, who's around 6'9", 6'10". That's a big lineup, but we've been talking about the Warriors small ball lineups versus big lineups for over a decade now, and once again, their most successful lineup is Dre, Steph, Jimmy, Pods, and Moses Moody.
Yeah. Steven Adams, by the way, 20 minutes, 12 boards. But they still lost. Draymond says there was a moment Jerry Stackhouse had to calm him down. I want to hear about that. Cut you, Tony. Draymond.
Stackhouse, he just told me, keep doing what I'm doing. He said, you're doing a great job. We're not worried about what's going on out there, so don't get so caught up in your emotions during that time. Stay locked in, and so he was great for me.
Okay, so just had to calm him down.
Yeah, him and Dylan Brooks went back and forth a little bit, even a little bit of chippiness between Draymond and Şengün, but nothing measures up to the back and forth between Steph Curry and C.J. Stroud yesterday. That was the real smoke in the arena.
Yeah, well, no, they chopped it up after they were hanging out.
I'm riffing.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not being serious.
Oh, yeah, sorry. They were hanging out. Everybody wants a piece of Steph.
Yeah, of course.
They all want to be around him.
It's greatness.
Yeah,
You're there to witness greatness.
Yeah. And he did his thing. That was really the only celebrity sighting, wasn't it? Were there any other celebs?
I did not notice anybody else, really. Maybe I wasn't looking hard enough.
C.J. Stroud is their celeb fan.
Mm-hmm.
Kerr dropping the year 1997. Now, you were born in 92?
Correct.
He was born in 98?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
He was not alive in 97.
Sit down and learn, young Tone, what it was like in 1997. Cut why, Steve Kerr here.
They're not a typical modern NBA team, in terms of spreading you out, playing fast, shooting a million threes. They're kind of old school. In many ways, they're in the image of their coach. Ime was a grinder as a player. He was, tough and physical, and that's what Houston is. And in this series, you can see they know where their advantage lies, and it's playing Adams a lot, sometimes playing him with Şengün, having everybody crash. So it felt like 1997 out there to me. Completely different NBA game than what we're used to, and we've got to be ready for that. This is what this series is going to be.
Yeah, it's true. That's what it was like, Tone, in the 90s. Grab, hold, wrestle.
Yeah.
And then they had to make rule changes to make it a little more sleek. Yes.
Talking about the Jordan rules.
Mm-hmm.
Now Steph Curry's out here cuddling with Jalen Green on the court. He's trying to go jetpack mode, hopping on Steph Curry's back as he's giving him pigback rides. But Murph, I did want to close out this segment with a riff because you just mentioned Tony's age and the fact that he was not born until 1998. My pops, who I was hanging out with this weekend, always listens to the show. And he heard you at the end of the show on Friday saying, yeah, one of these days I'll get to meet your dad, meet your mom. Exactly. You said, yeah, people my own age. I said, no, Murph, they'll make you feel young. And then my dad drops this on me on the golf course on Saturday. He goes, you do realize that the age gap between you and Murph is essentially, the age gap between my dad and you is essentially the same age gap as me and young Tony.
This is getting This is getting way too
I was
trippy.
like, damn, I never thought about that way,
Well,
Pops.
I want to take it. I'm going to take solace. And don't you think that you're a different generation than young Tony?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to
generation.
when I meet the esteemed Mr. Boucher, I'll say, "What's it like being from your generation?" Mr. Boucher?
You can drop an okay boomer on him, Murph.
Oh man, you guys out there playing golf?
Yeah, dude.
Doing your thing,
dude. Yeah.
Marcus chipping in from 20 yards out.
Dude, I hit a 57-yard putt. Don't ask me how I did it.
57 yard?
57 feet.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you chipping in from 20 yards off the green. How's that?
Yeah, that's it. I'll take it, dude. I don't know how the hell I did it, but I sunk it.
You showed me the picture of those clubs. I last saw those clubs at my Nani's garage in 1980.
Dude, shout out the pings.
Dude, those were incredible
The power
relics.
of the pings.
You know what? But like you said, it ain't the wand. It's the magician.
It's the magician,
That's what he tells all the
baby.
ladies, too.
Yeah, baby.
Or
I'm
no,
out
he
here
says
performing magic.
Tells the ladies it is the wand and the magician.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Go for it. We better get out.
Yeah,
Let's
get the hell out of
out. Mike Krukow to talk about so much good in one terrible inning and a homestand that starts tonight. Next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It was great to have Mike on the broadcast from Anaheim. Although we left on Friday, we said, "Hey, Mike, when you see the Giants in Anaheim, does it still cause a reaction?" He said, "Yes." And then we had Sunday afternoon, and the reaction was back. But some good stuff too. Really, an impressive road trip overall to go 5-5 through all those towns. The unfortunate thing is it could have easily been 6-4. But we'll get into it after we tell you the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, Mike, first of all, good morning. Hope your Easter holiday was good with the family. And man, oh man, Mike, so close to an epic road trip. And that ninth inning. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, it is a good morning. It's disappointing because, you lost that ball game. I mean, it's a nice thing. You go into that road trip 10 days, going to the Yankee Stadium and in Philadelphia, and you wind up in Anaheim. And if somebody would have said, would you have taken 5-5? And, you probably would have said, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a speed bump. It was a complete test to see how you would do against, good teams in their home environment. And yet you go 5-5 and you're completely sick about it because you should have gone 6-4. I mean, it was just, one of those games that hurts a whole bunch, and it's going to test them. It's going to test them to see how they come back from this. When you have your your closer out there. I mean, he's your big guy. He's the guy that fights the fight. And when they tag 4 runs on him with a 3-run lead, and they walk it off, that's a very painful loss. You kind of forget all the good things that happened on the road trip because of it, but you really can. I mean, in this game, you've got a game the next day, which is what they do tonight against a very good Brewers team, and then it's on to Texas, and then it's on to San Diego. So, I mean, you really can't spend a whole lot of time dwelling on the negative. It hurt. You learned a few things about it. There were a lot of good things in the game, and that's what you really have to kind of focus on more so than the ninth inning.
Yeah, all well said and totally true. And 15-8 or 14-8, pardon me, is just a fantastic place to be 22 games into the season. But that said, if we want to just break down a little bit help us out a little bit on Ryan Walker. It is his first blown save of the season. He's been so good. I don't know, anything you see, if you're him, you got to bounce back. Is there anything stuff-wise? Does he need to add to his arsenal? Or how are you feeling about his stuff? How are you feeling about him walking a guy and hitting a guy? Maybe just break down his performance and what you see from him.
Well, first of all, I think it's always a challenge when you have pitch back-to-back days and you go night game, day game. I don't think there's a relief pitcher in the history of the game that likes that because you just don't have enough time to totally recover. And because of his style, he's unique. Big crossover step, big deception. And then from the big crossover step, he's throwing high 90s with a hard slider. 2-pitch guy. He doesn't have 2 pitches on the fastball or 2 grips on the fastball. It's all sinkers. And for him to be able to get high velocity with that sink from his motion, when you have a crossover step like that, you really take a lot of your hip strength out. Your hip speed determines your arm speed. Your arm speed determines the speed of the ball. All those things have to be in sync. So every once in a while, like an Adam Ottavino or a Ryan Walker, you'll see guys come in with these enormous crossover steps. They're great because of their deception. He's a low 3/4, even a high sidearm delivery. And you better be strong to be able to throw that way because you take a lot out of your body and you put a lot of stress on your back. And Ryan Walker is strong. Ottavino's done it for over 10 years. But every once in a while, you're going to struggle because of the high sidearm delivery. You get into a mode where you're slinging the ball and you're not cracking the whip directly towards your target. You're kind of cracking the whip in 4 or 5 different little, if you imagine a little 4-inch segment out in front of you. And in that 4-inch segment, you're cracking the whip in like 4 or 5 different spots. When you're on, you're cracking it in within 1 inch. So there's a variance that it really affects your command, and that was the case yesterday. We saw it early in his outing when he was throwing breaking balls that were literally 4 feet off the plate. And I don't know how that ball was even getting caught by Sam Huff. He was doing a great job. Not a comfortable guy to catch because you don't really know where the ball's going. He was ahead of Zach Zetto, the shortstop, and then he throws a 2-seam fastball, runs right in and hits him in the belly. Well, how does that happen? I mean, he was out of whack. So when you're out of whack, you're just trying to throw a strike, not a quality strike, not a corner strike, just a strike because you can't walk everybody. And that's kind of where he was yesterday. He was vulnerable. And you tip your hat to the Angels. They took advantage of it. So it was just sort of an unusual set of circumstances for Walker, who's normally very consistent to the corners. But it wasn't his day yesterday. So, I doubt he'll be available tonight. And then when he gets back out, he'll be working on some mechanics to get back in a good groove. But it was just an unfortunate day.
Ryan Walker, first blown save of the season in a series down in Anaheim that was looking like the Giants were going to take 2 of 3. But to be completely honest with you, Mike, I thought they could have won all 3 games going back to Friday night. And Logan Webb's performance, 6 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, no earned runs allowed, and no walks. Excuse me, a couple earned runs allowed, but no walks on the day. Just didn't get any run support from the offense as the Giants' offense seems to continue to struggle against left-handed pitching. But focusing on Logan Webb's performance, are you seeing anything different from him this year with his stuff that's leading to these higher strikeout totals?
Well, first of all, they thought they should have won that game too. They thought they should have swept the series, and that's not that's not unrealistic for them to think that way. They play great ball every day. I mean, going into yesterday's game, they ranked the top 5 in pitching and top 3 in defense. That's been their strength. And the bullpen has really been, an anchor for this team for the last couple of years. So they felt they should have won every game. You really, as a team, you really suffer when you have your ace go out there and pitch like Logan Webb pitched. I mean, he was brilliant. I mean, no walks, 12 strikeouts. You get a loss. That's the first time in 142 years and 1 month of history of the Giants that has happened. That's how good he was. And I don't see anything different. And when he's on, that's what he delivers. And he's really been on these last couple starts. He found his changeup in his third start of the year, or I guess the fourth start of the year. But what I've seen different in him this year is ability to be able to get hitters out when he doesn't have good stuff. His first 2 starts of the year, he didn't have the changeup, and he gave his team a chance to win. That's what pitchers do. That's what experienced aces do. They give you a chance to win every time they go out there, regardless of what type of stuff they have. But when they're on and when they've got all their weapons firing, I mean, they can do what he just did. I mean, 12 strikeouts. I mean, he did it in his previous outing as well. I mean, he's been really good. Well, his previous outing, I guess that was the one in New York when he was a mutter and he had to wade through all the distraction of the wetness. But the time before that, against the Reds in San Francisco, I mean, he dealt. And he got a loss there.
Yeah, he was like you said, it was a historic game because almost never in Giants history had somebody put up that line and gotten a loss. We could ask you about each of the starting pitchers because Landon Roop was a huge story on Saturday night. But maybe even bigger than that is Justin Verlander because, we've been kind of waiting, and there it was. There were a couple of things about that thing. Number one, he goes 6, which is really big. And number 2, he threw a 97-mile-an-hour strikeout pitch to Mike Trout. That was his fastest pitch by a full mile per hour since 2022 or 3, something like that. Huge day for Justin Verlander. I want to get your reaction to that. And obviously, the heartbreak is he's trying to chip away at these win total, and one gets snatched away. But I imagine a veteran like him has been through that before.
Many times. And the significance of the 97-mile-an-hour fastball was like pitch number 88. It was at the end of his day. And he threw it to, I think he threw it to Mike Trout.
It was to Trout.
And he was reaching back. I love the fact that he went into that game thinking, I need to join the party here. I'm not making my contribution. I'm not being me. And he winds up going 6 innings and gives up 2 hits. He was fantastic. I mean, I love guys that know how to pitch. And it takes a long time to learn how to do that. Well, he's in his 20th year. He's been a really good pitcher for a long time. And what's significant about that is a lot of guys who have the power arm, like he's had his whole life, they don't learn to pitch till late. I mean, I don't think Nolan Ryan learned how to pitch till he was 34 years old. It just, you can rely on 2 pitches when they're above average. And for Verlander, the high velocity fastball and the slider have always been his bread and butter, but his ability to command the corners with it, that puts you in rare earth. I mean, it really does. I mean, that's Roger Clemens and Kurt Schilling and that's rare. That's just rare. So here he is 20 years later, still a power arm, still throwing 97. I mean, that's remarkable. But his contribution was great. And the other thing, too, the effect it has on the organization when he does that. Yeah, look, he's concerned. He wants to get to 300, but that's not his number one priority. I mean, he's out there for his teammates, and that's very obvious. And if you get around the Giants clubhouse and see how he handles himself and how good of a teammate he is, I mean, his priorities are right. His priorities are about the club. And so the fact that he was able to join the party and make a big contribution yesterday really is significant as they go forward.
Mike, last question for me. I did want to circle back to Friday night because I mentioned the lack of run support for Logan Webb. It was back-to-back losses against lefties. It was Christopher Sanchez the day before in Philly and Tyler Anderson, 2 guys who have great changeups, but I believe the Giants actually have a losing record this year when facing off against left-handed pitchers, which is a bit surprising when you look at the amount of right-handed bats in the lineup. So what's been your breakdown on the Giants struggling this year so far against lefties?
I'm not really overly concerned about it yet. We're 22 games into it, and I do think the talent is there. These first 2 lefties, or I should say the last two lefties that they saw. That kid Sanchez in Philadelphia. That's one of the best changeups we've seen all year. And then you come in, you see, Tyler Anderson. I mean, he's always giving them troubles. He's got a great changeup. And then who do they get? They get Kyle Hendricks, and he's got a great changeup. So I mean, they figured him out. But I don't put a lot of concern into the fact that they're not hitting the lefties yet. It's an issue if it's like the first week going into spring train or into the All-Star break. It's an issue then. But they definitely have plenty of time to right their ship in that regard, so I'm not too concerned about it.
Yeah, they're hitting 207 against lefties, 22nd in the league. Actually, the Dodgers are even worse. They're hitting 196 against lefties, oddly enough. Finally, Mike, what a story. David Villar. He's not at the front of everybody's mind or on the tip of everybody's tongue, and he's one of these guys. The Giants handed him a starting job a couple years ago out of spring training. It didn't work out. Then they DFA'd him as it. He's gone. Nobody picked him up. He accepts the assignment to Sacramento, and he gets called back. Unfortunately, Casey Schmidt strained an oblique. Hate to see that, but he got a knock yesterday, David Villar. So I don't know, what a story for this guy, and I don't know, maybe he's going to get a chance to contribute.
Well, we've been waiting for a long time for this guy. I mean, you go back and he was the most valuable player in the league in AA. And the next year he goes to AAA, and he's the most valuable player in the league. Well, when that happens, I have high expectations. Then the first time I'm seeing him, he's inside out. He's got power the other way. I could see how this all happens. And he just never hit the comfort zone. And I think a lot of what it has held him back has been mental. I think he's put a lot of pressure on himself, and he just, he's never really been comfortable at this level. So being DFA'd and then, being able to accept and go back into the organization surprised me. I thought he'd take an offer someplace else and go someplace else, maybe even abroad. But, here he is again back. And, it would be a great story if he could stay, if he could be the guy that all of a sudden clicked and, hit, high 280 and he'd give you 20 home runs. He has the talent to do that, completely has the talent to do that. And he's not a bad first baseman. So I hope it happens for him because, he wears it hard. He loves the uniform. He wants to justify the expectation, and then hopefully this is the time that it happens for him.
Yeah, it'd be a great story for sure. You got a knock yesterday. Swing looked good. So, all right, Mike. Well, home they come. Long 3-city road trip. They're only one of the year, so that's in the books. Get that behind them. 4 with Milwaukee, and then 3 with Boches Rangers, Brandon Crawford week on Saturday. So things are still really good for this 14-8 Giants team. So great breakdown. Enjoy tonight's game, Robbie Ray against Quinn Priester, and we will talk to you Wednesday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And now back to the big hit. The Warriors strangle the Houston Rockets. Hold them to 85 points, which made me think of Elaine taking the IQ test for George and failing miserably, only getting 85. Although I'll take an 85 on my IQ test. 85 points, Jerry.
85, Jimmy.
So let's get into that. Talk about Steph Curry's greatness and talk about how you think that maybe, just maybe, we're just getting started with this Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry duo. The big hit next on the Sports Leader.
85, Jerry! 85,
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our big question of the day is, what was your biggest takeaway from the Warriors-Rockets game last night? Was it Curry still doing Curry things? Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy, has arrived? The defense stepping up? Or was it no Jonathan Kuminga? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Curry's three, good! And gets his first three here of the evening. Curry, three, oh, man. That from way outside. Biggest lead for Golden State. Curry dialing long distance. Curry's got it. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness. Are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot. It's a Curry three. Ring it up. Curry with a triple. The Golden State Warriors are going to win it by 10 in Game 1 over the Houston Rockets.
Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind the door, and does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
Ooh, Jimmy Butler giving premium quotes to Allie LaForce on TNT. That's five-star stuff. The guy isn't just a sound basketball player. He's going to put up 25, what is it? Wait, I got it right here. 25, 7, 6, and 5. He's also going to give you great interviews. And that Batman, he's working that Batman bit. It's just not bad for a rich guy with gadgets.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
We actually heard from listeners who said, yes, Steph Curry is a rich guy with gadgets. Insane handle, incredible poise, and the greatest wrist flick in three-point history.
I
right?
actually might think it might be an insult to compare Steph Curry to Batman because I think Steph Curry has more superpowers than Batman has.
Okay. 808 KNBR,
There's my
do you
take.
agree with Marcus
He's
there?
got super shooting, Murph.
The anti-Batman slander, though, is strong here.
Look, I call it how I see it. It's not just Batman. It's Tony Stark as well. Iron Man. It's another rich guy with gadgets. If you don't have superpowers, you're not a superhero.
Yeah, here's my problem with all this, though. Batman's cool.
He is cool.
So that's like more important than the superhero label.
He's a hero, Murph.
Well, I don't even
He's
care
a
about the
vigilante.
label. I just think he's cool. He's got a badass uni, and he takes care of business.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of cool gadgets,
And,
a cool car, a
I'll take
Batmobile.
yeah, there's the car.
The
It's all about the
Batmobile.
car. And
Yeah.
let's,
Yeah.
do we need to keep talking about Catwoman now?
I know
Do
where
we
you're
get to that
going.
point?
I know where
All
you're
right,
going.
yeah. All right. So, it's interesting that Tony aligned himself with Robin.
I know.
Young Tony
He
earlier
identifies
today.
as Robin.
There's a physical resemblance.
I can see it.
Yeah, there is a physical.
No, I'm a Batman guy. Let's get this very clear. I was just in relation to like Robin as a character. I don't hate the guy. He's a nice character.
He does have the boyish looks of a Robin.
Have you ever gone as Robin for Halloween?
Literally never Batman or Robin. Neither one of them.
He could go as Robin.
Definitely.
Pull it off. Yeah, big time.
You'd
Yeah,
be
yeah.
like the Al Pacino of Robins.
Here's my question. If who would be his Batman? Would it be Curly? Because they're
Ooh.
back together behind the glass so much.
See, that's a good call, but I don't know if John Joe Curley would be a good Batman.
He's
He'd
not-
be like the Ben Affleck of Batmans.
I don't know. Is Curly? He's got to get a little more.
Yeah.
I don't know. We need. Let's be honest. He's just too pasty.
Yeah,
right?
he's
just
too pasty, not buff enough. Maybe Kyle Haar can dress up as Batman.
Yeah. Good call.
But you don't
Good
want to
call.
hide the face of a Kyle Haar.
All right. We digress.
Yeah, we digress.
The Warriors won. They beat the Rockets 95-80. If I want to call it in, we'll call it in. It has to be called in because you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And man, oh man, I jock blogged Friday. I said Warriors in 6. I had thought Rockets in 7 last week because that April 6th game was in my head. Oh, yeah. How old am I? How much basketball have I watched in my life? How stupid am I for remembering the regular season means nothing? It means nothing. Please remind me 1 year from this time.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Murph, everything that happened from 0 to 82, throw it out the window.
Absolutely nothing.
Because that was an entirely different environment, an entirely different oxygen level, an entirely different stress level. And the Warriors looked way more comfortable than the Houston Rockets did in that environment last night, which is why Bruce Frazier casually called this one in from the jacuzzi in his hotel room in Houston because they got a couple nights off now. They don't have to play till Wednesday. Maybe thinking about playing some golf with you and your bro and your dad. Who knows? Maybe go getting some of that great Tex-Mex they got down there in Houston.
Yeah.
Or maybe just plotting to win game 2. But he calls Adam Silver. Silver says, wait, you're calling about the Warriors in the playoffs? Don't you guys usually win? He said, that's right, skinny boy, and we did. Golden State Warriors, Game 1, Western Conference playoffs, put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 95, Houston Rockets 85.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Steph Curry.
Only wanna be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. I tell you, we've had it how long in there, and every time it makes my head snap back.
Yeah, but I still want to dance with Steph Curry, Murph.
You want to feel the heat with Steph Curry.
What's somebody who loves me?
And I was so startled by the Rockets scoring 85 points. I was like, 85? And whenever I hear it, for my Seinfeld people out there, if you're just joining us, one of my favorite just little moments in time, George is dating a woman who makes him take an IQ test because she needs him to be a certain level of intelligence. George has no confidence in his intelligence. Elaine says, I'll take it for you. He goes, you can do that? So she locks George into a room, the girlfriend does, and says, you got to take this IQ test. First of all, what a Seinfeld plot. You know, the girlfriend makes George take an IQ test. Elaine, they hatch up a plan where Elaine comes outside the window of the apartment. He hands her the IQ test. She goes and takes it. She brings it back. George hands it in. Unfortunately, the result wasn't what George wanted. So George, Jerry, and Elaine are in the apartment. They see George on the street. They go, how did it go? 85! You can play the whole clip here just for my fun here. Here you go.
Hey, Georgie! Coming up. How'd you do on the IQ test? 85! What? 85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
85?
Well.
Elaine's like, those times when you've caught me in facts or stats that I got wrong, and I'm always like, no, I didn't know that. I remember there's been a couple times when you've busted me on stats I've gotten wrong, and I'm like, no, that's not right. And you're like, yes, it is, Mark.
Well.
That's
Murph.
Elaine going, 85? That can't be true.
85?
I mean,
Well.
What a stat. So I texted Raymond to try to get the thing, but Marcus saw on ESPN that this is the lowest point total a Warrior opponent's had in the postseason since the 2018 NBA Finals?
Yes, Game 4 of the 2018 Finals was the last time we saw a defensive effort like this where they held LeBron James and the Cavs to only 85 games as LeBron was swept and crying and sulking as he was walking off the court. But that was a game where the Cavs waved the white flag in the fourth quarter. This was just a dominant defensive effort yesterday by Jimmy Butler, by Draymond Green, and the entire Warriors roster as they held the Houston Rockets to only 85 points, Jerry. 85, Jimmy.
I mean, we can talk about Steph scoring 31 all day and Steph hitting a couple of those crazy, just ripping your heart out threes, going 5 for 9 from three-point land, 12 for 19, scoring 31 points. But it's all about the defense.
It's about the defense. And it's funny, of course, here in the Bay Area, Warriors fans will tell you, yeah, the Warriors have always played great defense. Go back to the years where they were winning championships. Everybody focuses on the Splash Brothers and Kevin Durant and how good of a three-point shooting team they are. No, Andre Iguodala will be the first guy to tell you it starts with defense.
Yeah.
Defense wins championship. And since the Warriors went out and traded for Jimmy Butler, they're the number one defensive rated team in the entire NBA.
Well, and it's why I go all the way back, and I know this angers Bob Fitzgerald, who was on the call last night, by the way, if you wanted to watch NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yes, sir!
Is that Mark Jackson is the guy who instituted the defensive culture here.
Absolutely.
He's the first guy, but I mean, I know he was disliked in the building, and they ran him out, and I always said he should have gotten a ring. Fitz got very, you weren't in the building. I get it. I wasn't. But just from the outside, he instituted a defensive culture.
Yeah, when you're talking about laying the groundwork for the dynasty of the Dubs, you have to give some credit to Mark Jackson.
Yeah, for sure. So, but still, Steph being Steph. And so they hold him to 3 on April 6th. They literally play 2 weeks later, 2 weeks to the day, and he scores 31. It's like, yeah, okay, bro, you're not holding me to 3 today, which is interesting because he missed his first 3 threes. And then what he started doing? Taking it to the rack.
Yeah.
I think his next 4 baskets were layups,
Yeah,
right?
I think he made 11 out of his next 12 or 13 shots.
And a lot of them were taken to the rack, and then it loosens up the three-point line. They were still tough on him. He made some tough ones.
He made
But
made
anyway,
some circus shots, beating the shot clock a couple times.
2 of those were just like Houston's like, what are you going to do? If you're Houston, you're like, yeah, you got to make that. And he does. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess tonight's not our night. Steph, after the game, after the game, put the headset on, went back out and talked to Shaq and Kenny and Chuck and Ernie on TNT, cut D Tony about, this is what we do. This is our comfort zone here.
I think the only real advantage is just you don't get rattled if there's runs. You understand it's a 48-minute game, and especially on the road, hostile environment, a team, playing relentless, physical, tough basketball. You just kind of got to stick with it. There's going to be runs. We were up 20 in the second half, and nobody was really happy on the bench because we understood, it's a long game. So when they made their run, the composure matters because then you can make plays on the stretch. Whether it goes your way or not, you kind of rely on that.
Yeah, there were just times last night I was watching the game, and I was just looking at the two teams, and I'm like, the Warriors are going to win this series. I was just like, I'm just looking at, they look so much more, I'm leaping to conclusions here, and this is not exactly high-level analysis, but Amen Thompson did not look comfortable to me. He did not. He looked not swaggy. They didn't chirp. The Rockets weren't swaggy yesterday.
No, they tried to get a little chippy. Dylan Brooks and Draymond went back and forth. Even Şengün on the block a couple times against Draymond. But outside of Şengün, they really didn't have any firepower. And then, it's nice to look at the fact that they did hold the Warriors to 95. As I mentioned earlier, they beat the Warriors earlier this season when the Warriors only scored 96 points in that final regular season matchup. But if you're not hitting buckets, how are the Houston Rockets going to score? And that was kind of my breakdown last week. I'm like, I just don't think this team has the offensive firepower. Yes, they have some great young defensive talent. They're going to beat the Warriors on the boards. That's the reason why they stuck around and cut it down to 3 points because of all those second chance opportunities from a Steve Adams. But they just don't have the guy that's going to match up night to night with Steph Curry or with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, for more Curry, he was really good after the game about adjusting his technique to Houston's defense.
Well, I knew I was going to score 3 points for sure, but I think the first 3 shots I missed, and then I understood they were going to really try to take away the 3. And I got to the basket 3 in a row to finish the first quarter. So we try to soften them up a little bit. They have athletes everywhere. They play a tough brand of defense, but if you just play smart and allow my endurance to take over, over the course of the game, I think I get freed up. And you just got to make shots. I made some tough ones, but I think you got to keep them honest.
I was like, he slipped in there, allow my endurance to take over. Bro, he's 37 and he's fitter than everyone on the court.
And he's running circles around these kids.
Dude, that's crazy.
And this is when he's being held and dragged. There's literally a screenshot going around of Jalen Green, looking like Steph Curry's giving him a piggyback ride.
Look like a Jetsons pack or something.
Yeah, exactly. He's jetpacking. He's trying to cuddle with Steph Curry.
But yes, so his mental toughness, his physical toughness, and his physical fitness.
Yeah.
This is why, guys, he's climbing that ladder. Who knows where this ride ends? Yeah. Who knows where this ride ends? Let's get more stuff after the game about Jimmy. God, Mike Dunleavy. God, Ann Killian suggested in the Chronicles, does he win Executive of the Year for this move?
I mean...
maybe just for dumping Schroeder.
yeah, exactly. Moving on from Schroeder. But the fact that he was able to go out and trade for Jimmy Butler and keep Pods and not give him in that trade package. Also,
we thought keeping Kuminga.
Keep Jonathan Kuminga, who you did not see on the court yesterday. That's a whole nother storyline that we can get into.
We're going to talk to JD at 9:30. I don't know how much time you want to spend on it. They seem to be doing fine without him.
Yeah, because here's the thing. They're playing better, not just with Jimmy, but without Kuminga. And even when we were talking about the honeymoon phase down the stretch of the regular season, they started to hit a couple hiccups when Jonathan Kuminga was in the lineup. And that's why we haven't seen him over the last 3 games. But it goes back to Mike Dunleavy and the credit that we're given to him for making this trade for Jimmy Butler because they were a sub-500 team before Jimmy came to town.
Yeah.
They were a team that was maybe just flirting with the 10 spot in the play-in bracket. Then we saw how much they climbed up the standings, and you look overall what he's done not only for this team offensively, we saw down the stretch with those 3 big buckets in the final minute and a half, but defensively. They're the number 1 defensive rated team in the NBA with Jimmy Butler. He's making an impact on both sides of the ball.
I mean, I'll tell you what, maybe Joe Lacob's the MVP for writing the check for 2 years for $114 million.
Yeah, that helps.
Because Jimmy is one of the most enjoyable players in the NBA. I love, because you know me, I'm the guy, my last high school season was without the three-point line. I'm that guy. So, I mean, the three-point revolution, while sometimes fun when Steph and Clay were reining them in for 4 championships, I kind of miss old school basketball. Jimmy's old school, man. Jimmy plays basketball. So I love the fact that he's happy, a happy Jimmy. And by the way, his role of just propping up Steph over and over and over again is very strategic, too. He's just making sure everybody knows this is Steph's team. I'm not going to be a locker room problem.
Yeah, but it's also nice to see that different brand of basketball. We're looking at the Houston Rockets, who shot 6 for 29 from three-point range in Game 1.
Yeah.
Maybe the Houston Rockets shouldn't be shooting that many three-pointers, but in today's day and age, everybody thinks they're Steph Curry.
Right.
Spoiler alert, you're not Steph Curry.
Warriors shot 32, made 12. Here's Steph on the man, Jimmy Butler. Cut F, Tony, here.
Jimmy's nice. Don't get that twisted. He's carried teams to the finals, and the idea of what he brings to us is another guy that's just comfortable with the ball in his hands to create for himself and for others. No matter what the situation is, you saw plenty of times he kind of made something out of nothing. He is a legitimate ball handler where we can give it to him in space, on the post, at the elbow, wherever. And teams have to respect him. So if I can space and give him room and, just, again, keep the defense honest, that helps. And we've had a really good chemistry since he's been here.
Yeah, and as he said later in the interview, he said, we're just starting, too.
Mm-hmm.
We're just starting to know each other. Again, guys, one of my takeaways when we opened the mics at 6 a.m. was, guys, are we starting something here? Are we starting something?
I mean, think about the final stretch of the regular season and how everything really started to gel together, especially with the small ball lineup with Pods and Moody that we've been seeing down the stretch. But you're right. Steph Curry had some great quotes with the Inside the NBA guys after the game. He goes, look, we still have our system, but now I get to play Peyton Manning. I get to go to the line of scrimmage, and I get to call audibles, and we're going to audible to the Jimmy Butler playbook. And when you need it, Jimmy can go out and get you a bucket.
Man, oh, man. So one more on the defense, which obviously is probably, like we said, 31's awesome, and Jimmy Butler's 25 is awesome. They score 56 of the 95 together. They continue to be this furious two-man show. But the defense. So cut H, Tony. Curry on what Jimmy does for the D.
Versatility. I mean, the competitiveness. I think me, Draymond, and Jimmy, I try to hold up my end of the bargain on the defensive end, but those two guys, obviously Draymond, Defensive Player of the Year in our book, they quarterback the defense. And then you got two guys in our starting unit who are young, but are super competitive. They put their nose on the ball. They understand how to, get in the fray a little bit. We just got to rebound a little bit better. Houston really tried to make that a point of emphasis, and they missed a lot of shots, so they were just crashing, left and right. So if we can do a little bit better job there and then get in transition, I think it'll be even better performance on that end of the floor.
Well, great stuff from Steph. It's funny though, getting transition. Kerr said after the game he doesn't want them in transition so much. He got very mad when Slater wrote about this that. When Draymond got a rebound, he tried to shoot it down the court, and Sengun picked it off and went in for a layup. He's like, no, boys. He wants them to just play that playoff basketball. It's not run and gun time.
Slow it down.
Yeah,
trust the system.
And then maybe just wait. As 415 says, guys, can we cap this big hit with getting our EDM on, our John Summit remix? Because in the end, couple of threes. It was the Rockets cut it to 4, 69-65, and then wait. Steph hit a three. Wait, Steph hits 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 a three. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. There it is. Can we cap it off? We're gonna do the young. Somebody else asked for 20-year-old Brian Murphy here.
Oh, see, that's a young Tony request.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Brian, hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the three others. No, never mind.
Boomer, more than three of us. Come on. That's
you and 3 million strong in Dub Nation.
Well, continue Big Hit 2.0. If you guys want to call in, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you that concerned about Kuminga? Does it even matter at this point? I mean, I guess it should. But how much time and oxygen and brain power do you want to spend on this Kuminga situation? I know JD talked about it late last night. If you're a Sunday night radio head.
Late night.
You could have gotten some of that. We can get into that. We can get into what the Rockets had to say. Man, oh man, could not have started much better. And like Nick Young said at Bob's Donuts, we might be onto something here. The Steph Jimmy playoff run. Holy moly. It looked like it was built to last.
Yeah.
808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
We might be on to something.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. What was your biggest takeaway from the game last night? Was it Curry? Was it playoff Jimmy? Was it the defense? Or was it no Jonathan Kuminga again? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Oh, El Cerrito Honda. Happily spinning my El Cerrito Honda around town these days. The 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Love it. Love the color, love the feel, love the drive. I told you we spun it down to Southern California for spring break. And my much better half, the lovely Candace, said, wow, this thing handles like a luxury car. I said, yeah, because El Cerrito Honda, that's what they do. Spring savings are on right now. So you're going to get a good deal. All right. And you're going to get a great selection, too. Let's make sure we all know what we're talking about here. El Cerrito Honda. I want to know the lot we're talking about. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue in, spoiler alert, El Cerrito, California. All right, El Cerrito Honda. You can start your shopping online. ElCerritoHonda.com and start looking for the Civic you want, the CR-V you want, the Accord you want, maybe the Prologue if you want to go electric. All right, all the hybrids too. Great selection, great service, friendly place. I recommend it. El Cerrito Honda. Take it from me. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Nah, I think, there were several moments, where they cut the lead to 3 one time. They cut it to 7 and, with a chance to, push it over, push it further down. But, did a great job in getting Jimmy the ball. It always just settles the offense down. Even that last one he hit over Sengun. That's what we want. And I think we gotta do an even better job of making sure we're getting him the ball. But overall, man, he's such a huge calming force for us. Just calm everything down, get us to our spots, and get us a good look.
Yeah, Draymond Green after the game last night talking about that lead going from 23-3 and just staying cool with Jimmy Butler. What an acquisition, man. We are on to the beginning of the Jimmy Butler era with Steph. Poor Klay Thompson got eliminated since we last talked to you. And now he's got to sit home and watch Jimmy and Steph, the new best friends.
Well, now he's got to sit there and answer questions about whether or not he regrets leaving the Warriors and joining Dallas.
Get that in cooler content.
Yeah.
By the way, that was Draymond Green, who was announced as a finalist for NBA Defensive Player of the Year. The NBA did announce there are 3 finalists. This is the trend now to build a little momentum, a little chatter as you go into the award season after the playoffs. They give them out during the playoffs. Draymond, Evan Mobley from Cleveland, and Dyson Daniels from Atlanta.
Okay.
Were the 3 finalists for DPOY, not Amen Thompson.
Not after last night's performance by Steph Curry.
Your 3 MVP finalists, I think you can guess 2 of them pretty easily.
Oh, SGA and the Joker.
And the third is Giannis.
Ooh, Giannis back in the mix, huh?
He's like, he must know, I'm finishing third. The most improved player, Cade Cunningham, Zubac, and Dyson Daniels again. Coach of the Year finalists are Kenny Atkinson, our buddy from Cleveland, J.B. Bickerstaff in Detroit, the fighting Detroit Pistons, and Ime Udoka, who probably is not feeling like he's worthy of NBA Coach of the Year.
Oh, not after his team scores 85 points.
After last night. So 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 85! Yeah. 85, buddy. 85. And 808 KBR is the phone number. 408 checks in. We haven't gone through all these texts on the Warriors. Probably see what you guys are saying out there. 408 says, I think the real bolt in the box was the Moody 3. I like that, by the way. Bolt in the box.
First of all, I've never heard that phrase.
Neither have I.
The bolt in the box.
Hey, what's your bolt in the box that got you going today? That was big, 84-80.
That was huge.
Yeah.
And it was in response to the Houston Rockets going down and hitting a 3 and cutting that lead down. Moses Moody, I think 5 of his 7 points in the fourth quarter, and then had some great defense down the stretch also.
Yeah, another 408 says, the Warriors in the playoffs figure teams out kind of like a Rubik's Cube. They might struggle a little in the beginning, but once they figure it out, it's game over. By the way, I just air Rubik's Cube.
You ever figure out one of those Rubik's Cubes?
Not me.
No, never.
I'm married to a woman who is one of those geniuses who does them real fast.
Young Tony, you ever do a Rubik's Cube?
I can do like one side.
Oh, so that doesn't count?
I know, I'm not all the way there yet.
Come on.
Hey, I'll take it apart.
Dude, I used to, when I was younger, I couldn't figure it out. And I got so frustrated, I just started peeling the stickers off and then putting them back on.
That's
so
one
I
way
figured
to do
it out. Yeah,
that's one way to do it.
That's it. Thinking outside the box.
So you can pull each piece out and then just put it all together and be like, yeah, Marcus, look.
That's it.
I can do the algorithm.
4D chess, baby.
How about the kids who do it in 10 seconds?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Or blindfolded.
Oh, the ones what do we got? We got an algorithm here? You know the cheat code? There's a password? What are we doing?
We're just the 3 of us. Just not that smart.
No, we're not.
That's
a
why
Rubik's
we're in
Cube show.
sports talk radio. Yeah. Not exactly. I don't think NASA is employing any of the 3 of us.
We struggle to figure out 10% of 900 million.
That's right. 4-5 says Şengün shot 6-11 from the field, and the rest of the Rockets shot 3-33. He got no help. So that's true.
That's kind of the dirty little secret of Jalen Green, who comes into this game as the lead scorer for the Houston Rockets. He has not had much success against the Warriors at all during the regular season, even his entire career.
He was unimpressive on a number of levels. He did not. Steph kind of locked him up. I kind of knocked Steph for his defense. Slater isolated a couple of plays on video in his athletic story where Steph just forces Jalen Green into a bad shot. So props to Steph, and come on, Jalen Green, you're not that good. 925 says Kuminga. Why don't you guys talk about Guy Santos and Quentin Post? Well, they were little. Post 12 minutes, Santos 7.
I love big Guy energy.
Okay. All right. Santos hit a 3. yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. We talked about this going into the series and about how in the playing game, Guy Santos got minutes over Jonathan Kuminga. I think he does more of what Steve Kerr is looking for, the stuff that doesn't show in the box scores, the hustle, the offensive rebounds, the little things that Kuminga does not do. I've got no problem with Guy Santos getting minutes.
Guys, here we go. 559 says, well, I might need do you have, what's your sexy music over there, buddy?
Ooh, you want something sexy?
559 says endurance. Steph talking about endurance says, who does Steph think he is? Sting? You guys know that? Sting? Young Tony, you know about that? Sting very famously...
I mean, context clues.
Yeah, teach us, Murph. Teach us.
Very famously described his relationship with his lovely long-term wife, Trudy, and how they like to hang out for hours.
Wow, I understand.
Yeah.
Sounds like Sting and Steph Curry have more endurance than the 60 seconds I last during What Did Young Tony Ask Today every Wednesday morning at 7:15.
Exactly. 916, as a diehard Rockets fan since 1992, major props to the Warriors' dominating performance in our house last night. Wow. That was gracious.
That was from a Houston Rockets fan?
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, it's 15, 16, 18, and 19.
Those exist?
The Warriors eliminated them in 4 tries. This could be the 5th straight. I saw a tweet going viral yesterday of a guy saying, I hate watching Steph Curry so much. I hate watching him play basketball. I can't wait till he retires.
Stop it.
You click on his bio, he was a Rockets fan.
Yeah.
That was getting a lot of traction because a lot of Warriors fans were feasting on it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's popped up to the top of the algorithm, you know?
Feed the trolls.
Yeah, they went there too, for sure.
Yeah, I don't like watching Steph Curry play basketball. You don't like watching basketball then.
He's a Rockets fan.
Yeah.
925 says Houston can't shoot. That's their flaw, and that's what makes them beatable. Mm-hmm. And he said when the Warriors get rest, they are a dangerous team for sure. 707. No, we can't read that one. 48 says, I just love the pace. Oh, this is Vinny from Gilroy. I just love the pace that Jimmy plays with. An opponent goes on a run, he can slow down, get to the line, and put a few points on the board when needed. Very, very true.
Yes. And Murph, I learned this Saturday that pace is very important in life.
Yes.
Especially on the golf course.
Tempo, buddy.
Yeah, there's some guys ahead of us like playing slow as hell.
Oh,
and I was concerned about my pace. We actually caught up to the guys ahead of us. My dad wasn't too happy about it.
Well, they should either let you play through or they pick up the pace.
Yeah, pacing, Murph.
Now
Life's all about pacing.
There was yet another viral video this week of a big fist fight in Canada. You guys, because then what you do when it gets aggressive is you hit into them. That's what you do.
That's the issue.
And that's now an act of war.
Oh, bro, my big brother, I was telling you, was channeling his inner Bryson DeChambeau. Like, my dad's like, oh, yeah, you're not going to hit those guys, blah, blah, blah. My brother squared one up like a 300-yard drive. It landed like 10 yards away from the guy. A little too close.
Did they turn around and look?
Yeah, they turned around and like kind of threw their hands up a little bit. We waved, apologized.
Okay.
But hurry up and get the hell off the course.
Okay, well, exactly. They should know. Now, the question is who was in front of them.
See, now we're getting into it.
See, if there's a whole hole in front of them, then that's their fault. But if the people in front of them are slow, there's nothing they can do.
I'm just looking for some pace, Murph.
Well, you're also maybe looking for some smoke.
Yeah.
Maybe some on-site.
That too. No, that's the last thing we need is us beefing at the golf course.
Well, I'm telling you, there's a whole... When you're eating your sandwich today for lunch, go online and type in golf course fights, bro. It's all about pace of play and hitting into guys. So you guys could have gotten some smoke.
Yeah, a lot of rules on the golf course. Just make sure you don't slow down the pace.
510 says, big issue for me is the Warriors not protecting the ball. Too many turnovers. The Warriors turned over that many. Only had 11 turnovers. I disagree with that one, too. 628, Kuminga piling up DNPs like Murph throughout his high school career. Well, that hurts now.
Oh, come on.
My senior year when my buddy took my starting spot. Yeah. 650 Joe says, I think it's time to admit that Kuminga is in the Luciano Brett Pill category.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
We've had a few people text in with great P1 knowledge asking if it's Kuminga and Camilo by the Bay now, Murph.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's tough.
209 says, you two are really feeling yourself today. This is just one game, not the series.
I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. The Rockets are looking bad. And
I've run into this problem having done sports talk radio
killing yourself.
for many, many, many years is that, yes, it's true. It is just one game, but we have 2 days to react.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of things you saw out there that looked sustainable for the Warriors. It looked like they're going to play great defense. It looked like the Jimmy Butler is going to provide them a calming presence. It looked like they are going to be able to stifle a Rockets team that is not a half-court offensive team. So I'm just saying there was a lot of things there to like. It's not like the Warriors got off on some 95% day from three-point land. So there was sustainable stuff there yesterday.
Yeah, and I think the Warriors can be better offensively. Like, we've been focusing a lot on Jimmy and focusing on Steph, and there were some key plays by Moses Moody down the stretch, and Podge taking Dylan Brooks to the basket in the final minute was also absolutely beautiful. But we talked about the fact that they only scored 95 points. And the Warriors did have 7 regular season games this year where they scored less than 100 points. They lost 6 of those matchups. Now, I do need to put a caveat in the 3 of those matchups were with Jimmy Butler, but you were still 1-2 in those games, including a loss to the Houston Rockets in your last regular season matchup where you only scored 96 points. So I think the Warriors can be better offensively, and so does Draymond Green. Here he was after the game talking about how they can improve after their Game 1 victory.
It's very satisfying to win any road game, any playoff game in general, but definitely a road playoff win. I think we can play a lot better. That's the encouraging part about it. I don't think we play very well at all, but still got to find a way to win, and we did that with our defense. Held them to 85 points. So playoffs, it don't matter how it looks. You just got to find a way and then get better and come back, with an improved team the next game.
And Raymond got back to me about the 85. So he's up in Houston now. He says tied for the 9th fewest points ever allowed in a playoff game since moving to the Bay Area in 1962.
Look at Raymond.
So that's a top 10 defensive performance yesterday. How about that?
And they're a top 10 defense? No, scratch that. They're the number 1 defense in the NBA since trading for Jimmy Butler.
And 85, there's only one way to go. It's a bad number if you're the Rockets. It's a bad number if you're Elaine taking George Costanza's IQ test.
85! What? 85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
Still making me laugh after all these years.
85.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. Thank you on the big hit for your text contributions on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Cooler at content next, and then Sam Gordon, the excellent Warriors beat writer at 8:50 from Houston, and then John Dickinson, the excellent KNBR voice from Houston at 9:30. So a lot of Game 1 chatter coming your way on the Sports Leader.
85!
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, cooler of content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Draft on Thursday, Matt Mayoko. Join the afternoon boys at 4:50 this afternoon. Guys, big week, man. We go Warriors game 2 Wednesday. We go NFL draft, Niners pick number 11 on Thursday, and then the Brandon Crawford day on Saturday.
Yeah, a lot going on this week, Murph.
I mean, not to mention the first few games, Giants-Brewers, to get us through here. And so that's all going on. But obviously, cooler content heavy on the basketball.
Yeah, although can I get into a riff because you did bring up the NFL draft, and we're currently staring at ESPN where they have an 80.5-hour countdown to the NFL draft.
Wait, what?
Do we need to start counting down 80.5 hours away? We're 80 hours away from
when
the
have
NFL
you ever
draft.
counted down 80 hours for anything?
Never. How long has this countdown been going on?
It's like torture, man.
What the hell?
I think it's on their network, so they want to promote it.
Yeah, but that's 80 hours.
Well, this is actually great because we are 80 hours and 24 minutes and 55 seconds away from joining myself, Adam Copeland, and Derek Papa down at Jackson, San Jose for the 49er KNBR watch party. Come on down.
That was well done. Well done. Why don't we do that? It's an 80-hour countdown until you go hang out with Waterboy in San Jose for the draft party. Man, I don't know, man. 80. It's like a prison sentence.
Bro, that's insane.
You know,
80 hours. I've never even thought about 80 hours.
It feels like sometimes like when your airplane's on the tarmac. You know, it feels like 80-hour countdown.
Could you figure out a Rubik's Cube in 80 hours?
No.
I think if like life or death on the line, I think I could figure it out.
Okay, I like that. Life-saving cube.
If there's a will, there's a way.
80 almost is 85. So just if you're just joining, when the game ended, I was like, man, my biggest takeaway was 95-85. And then anytime I hear 85, I go right to one of my favorite obscure lines in Seinfeld history. For my Seinfeld people, George is dating a girl who makes him take a woman who makes him take an IQ test. How about that, by the way? How about that's such a Larry David premise?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens to me.
And of course, George feels very insecure about it. He's sweating. He's freaking it out. And Elaine says, I'll take an IQ test. I'll ace it. He goes, will you take it for me? So they cook up this big scheme where she locks him in a room, the girlfriend does, and George has Elaine come by on the street, and he hands the IQ test to her outside the window. By the way, a listener pointed out, don't forget, Elaine went and took it at a coffee shop and spilled coffee on the IQ test, which caused George's girlfriend to be like, why is there coffee on this test? And he had to make it up. But Elaine is very confident that she crushed it, and George's IQ will be high, and he'll be able to have this relationship with this woman, intimacy, except Jerry and Elaine are hanging out at the apartment, and they see George approaching on the street out the window.
Hey, Georgie!
Coming up.
How'd you do on the IQ test?
85!
What?
85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
It's 85?
Well.
We've been playing it all morning. We're still laughing every time. It's such a credit to Larry David and Jerry Serva. That's the perfect number, 85. Because, if you make it too low, it's like, like she's a more, no, and it's like 85.
Yeah, and 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is checking in saying that 85 line will be in my head all day. And now I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at 85 again. Like, we've been riffing all morning. How many points did the Houston Rockets score last night?
85!
Yeah. And, by the way, shout out Monroe Grisman and Adam Berkowitz in the 85s, who you want to see any chance they play at our high school reunion.
Nice.
And George Kittle, who was at WrestleMania.
Yes, he was. Both nights, Saturday and Sunday.
He joined the moderately slow chugging contest. He chugged a beer and got heckled by people.
They heckle everybody.
They said he wasn't fast enough, so he actually clapped back.
Join the club. Now we need a showdown. Murph versus Matt Chapman versus George Kittle.
No, Chappie wins.
Yeah, money's on Chapman.
Kittle gets second.
Let's go one-on-one.
I get third.
It was cool seeing Stone Cold Steve Austin show up. He did the attendance announcement, and he was, of course, chugging beer, smashing them together, as Stone Cold Steve Austin
Kittle
does.
did clap back, and he said, you guys are on me for my slow pace. That may be true. He said, but who wants to match me beer for beer?
Ooh,
so he threw down.
I would love going beer for beer.
In fact, we have that Kittle video. Do you want to play that one next year, given that we just said it?
And it is about beer.
Cut H, or should we not? Should we
it
stay
is
on
with the beer guy. Why not? We mentioned
Well, it's a video, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a TikTok.
It's him and his Midwest buddies. It's on the Cooler of Content sheet, 417H. If you want to do it, we don't have to.
All right.
We're just going to ad-lib in here right now.
Yeah, we teased it.
We
talked about
This is George Kittle and his buddies doing a What Midwestern Guys Talk About When They Get Together.
Hey. Beers? Cheers. Weather. So much weather. Beers. Cheers to beers. Fish picks. Oh, not a fish pick. Well. I suppose. Beers.
That sounded pretty good, actually.
I like it, yeah. That's a couple TikTok guys that do a lot of like stereotype videos, and that was the stereotype of Midwestern guys sitting down having a couple beers talking about weather and fish picks.
I thought the actual audio of it was better than the video. It's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Let's go to Cut K, where Tim Kawakami, who will join Papa and Silver. Now, rarely do you see such a decorated guy like TK get his cojones broken by Steve Kerr. But Kerr went it. He's like, I'm going to break your balls, TK. Here we go.
You said before that you guys are as physical as you need to be. Did you prepare them for just time to be as physical as possible? And what did you think about just the physical nature of this game?
Did I prepare them for...
Did you say this is going to be physical? So
No, I didn't mention it at all. I totally forgot to tell the team that Houston is really physical and great on the glass. But thanks for the reminder, and I'm gonna mention it before game 2.
You should.
I like it.
I like it, Steve. These clapbacks are rated E for everybody.
Yeah.
Even Tim Kawakami can catch them.
I like it. Very good. Poor Klay Thompson.
Oh,
they lost Friday night. Got
sadness.
smoked, too. And then Memphis turned around and got smoked by 50 to OKC. Ooh. Cleo's OKC Thunder. You know, our buddy down, our overnight guy in the front.
I didn't know Cleo reps OKC.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
He does. He also reps the New York Giants. Yeah.
Interesting.
Enough. Anyway, Klay, it didn't work out. He got bounced in the play-in. Man. Now, no Kyrie. They traded Luka. It didn't go the way he wanted. But somebody asked him if you could do it all over again, would ya? Here's Klay Friday night in Memphis.
Klay, knowing what you know now, would you have made the same decision coming down last summer?
Don't do this. Don't do that to me. Don't do that. That's kind of a ridiculous question because I don't own a time machine and I don't believe in looking back. If I did that my whole career, I would not be where I'm at, and I wouldn't have been able to persevere through 2 really hard injuries. So I'm here in Dallas, and I enjoyed my time, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Oof, I hate this. Don't do this to me.
Come on.
Man.
Why'd you even ask that question?
How do we feel about Klay right now?
Sad.
Yeah.
Heartbroken.
Yeah. He's just going to sit here and watch, and the Warriors are going to... They're going to go on some kind of run here.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like their chances to beat the Rockets. I know it's just one game, and then I'll take their chances against the winner of LA, Minnesota. Yeah. And then you go to the Western Conference Finals, and I mean, I know the Thunder are the Thunder, but I'll take my chances there too.
Man, from going to being the Splash Bros to now watching this brand new friendship between Batman and Robin, a.k.a. Steph and Jimmy, man, it's got to be tough for Klay.
Really tough.
Now, it's tough for him to also answer that question in hindsight since, last time he was playing for the Warriors, he went 0-10 in the play-in against the Kings, and he was watching Luka take the Dallas Mavericks to the NBA Finals. So a lot has changed. But, Murph, I'll ask you a question. In hindsight, after what we saw this year, would you rather have Klay Thompson or Buddy Hield on the roster?
Or Buddy Hield? What was that? Is that the only choice?
Well, yeah, because before the season started, we talked about replacing Klay Thompson's three-point ability with Buddy Hield. I'm not going Klay versus Jimmy Butler because that's an obvious answer. Yeah. But would you rather have Klay or Buddy on this roster?
Of course you'd rather have Klay, but it wasn't going to work out because he wanted the money and he wanted a contract that was untenable.
Yeah, well, then Klay ended up signing around $16 million. Buddy was around $8 million, so it was less than the 20 that people were expecting. But yeah, throw numbers out the window. We had this conversation before the season started. Who would have the better three-point shooting year? Who would be a better role player? Klay Thompson versus Buddy Hield.
Who did? Did you look it up?
So I'm looking it up right now. Buddy this season shot 37% from three-point range. Klay Thompson 39%.
Klay shot 39.
So Klay shot 39% this year.
That's one of his lower ones though, isn't it?
Oh, I would say compared to the remainder of his career.
Here's the problem is, and this is the time machine thing too. Klay was unhappy.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, I get
so you
that.
can't just say would you rather have him because you wouldn't have a happy. You wouldn't have it. Yeah, 39 is his. It's better than last year, but it is one of his 3 worst seasons ever. Where's Buddy's 33 or 37 in his?
Buddy shooting 37%.
How many did they take? Like, how many volume-wise did they each take? Buddy's 37. He's a career 39.7. That was really low for Buddy.
Yeah.
Actually, one of his worst seasons, too.
Now-
So it wasn't just our imagination.
Yeah, but also to your point, Buddy's been a great clubhouse guy this year.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
the riffing
that's
back
the
and forth with Jimmy
huge-
Butler. Steph talks about how great of his teammate is. I'm just throwing it out
Very
there.
into-
808
it's a
KNBR is the number.
It's
Yeah.
a great provocative question because makes you miss Clay, but Clay was unhappy.
I know.
And Buddy's
I hate
been
the
happy.
fact that he became unhappy.
I know. That's the whole thing.
I know, man.
How many, well, I'll look it up later. But yeah, good question. We got to get to Sam Gordon, though. Do you want to break the Buddy Clay tension with somebody passing gas?
Oh, yeah, let's hit this real quick.
Friday night, Logan Webb, great performance. As you pointed out, 12 strikeouts, no walks. He gets a loss. He's trying to explain it on NBC Sports Bay Area. Somebody next to him, can we just go ahead and say it? He farts. And it's one of those high-pitched ones.
It's a good one.
And Logan's in the middle of his answer. He hears it, and he goes jackass. He goes elementary school. He starts laughing. So here it is.
With Bumgarner and Juan Marshall, at least 4 outings with, at least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks. What does it mean to you to be in that list with those guys?
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's anytime you're in a list.
It's kind of hard to hear it, but it's at the start. While the question's being asked, you can kind of hear somebody squeezes it out here. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Yeah. And,
Wait, Murph, what did they do?
They squeezed it out.
Yeah, they squeezed it.
Carved it out there.
Ah.
Yeah, he cut the cheese.
And it's hilarious too. When you see the video of Logan's face, his reaction, the way he kind of looks at it, he's man, he couldn't help it. He was struggling to get through that
He's
answer.
right.
Yeah.
They are.
They are funny.
At all times.
Yeah,
24/7, 365, Tony.
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
That might be one of the best Logan Webb quotes yet.
Yeah.
Farts
Clear,
are always
loud,
funny.
Pure.
Yeah.
Let's end it on that.
I love it. Who
Now,
dealt it? Who cut the cheese?
If that's not a cooler of content, I don't know what is.
Yeah, who
All
done
right.
it?
Sam Gordon, the great beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle in Houston, covering the Warriors. Next on the Sports Leader.
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Batman comes out of nowhere. You never see him coming, then he just falls from the sky, from a building, behind the door. And does some incredible things, man. He's going to be the reason that we do win it all. We all know that, but we got to protect him at all costs.
Well, signature quote from Jimmy Butler last night. He's going to be the reason we win it all. Whoa! We must protect him at all costs. He's been very, very, very purposeful about ceding the spotlight to Steph Curry, calling him Batman while he plays Robin. Either way, it looked like a promising debut last night. Golden State Warriors 95. Houston Rockets 85. Incredible. The Warriors held them to 85 points in a playoff game. Let's talk about it with the excellent beat writer from the San Francisco Chronicle, Sam Gordon, live from Houston, Texas, where he wrote a great game story you can read at sfchronicle.com this morning. So, Sam, it's great to have you back on KNBR with Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Sam?
I'm doing well. Happy Monday, guys. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. You got some time to kill now. A couple of days off in Houston, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like both teams are, could definitely stand to use those after what was a really, really physical and intense game one. So a couple days for the Warriors and Rockets to recover, and then on to game 2 Wednesday night.
So let's go with your number one takeaway. Say if there was something unexpected, like what was to you the most, I don't want to say surprising, or the development that maybe surprised, I guess the word is surprising, surprised you the most?
I'm not sure if there was anything that was super surprising, right? We knew the Rockets were going to come out and try and impose their will on the offensive glass and the glass in general, and they did that, right? 22 offensive rebounds, obviously big with second chance points, and then, their defense, their stingy defense. They made the Warriors work for everything that they had. The difference in the game, beyond, offensively for the Warriors, they have the two best players on the floor, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and where everything for the Rockets, 21st ranked three-point shooting team in the regular season, the Warriors clog the paint, allow them to shoot jumpers more or less and try and work on the glass. Everything's so challenging for the Rockets. That's not to say everything came easy for the Warriors, but when you have Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, guys that can bend the defense, obviously hit big-time, tough, contested shots, that tilted things, down the stretch, certainly offensively. So, Warriors were also, obviously tremendous defensive game plan, packing the paint, making the Rockets beat the Warriors from the perimeter with jump shots, and it didn't happen. So, if the Warriors want to keep the Rockets in the half court, they were able to do that, even though they got crushed on the glass. And then when push came to shove, their two stars were able to close the show. So, thought it was an excellent all-around performance by Golden State. Steve Kerr talked about 1997, basketball, and that's certainly what it resembled and what it felt like, but with the Warriors' experience and their big game playoff poise, I don't think they mind that at all. They certainly didn't seem to last night, and were able to kind of beat the Rockets with their own game.
The Warriors have been one of the best defensive teams in the NBA since acquiring Jimmy Butler, but what stands out to me, Sam, is the fact that they've been doing it with a small ball lineup of Jimmy, Dre, Steph, Moses Moody, and Brendan Podziemski. So even against the size of the Houston Rockets, what was your number one standout and takeaway from the Warriors' defensive effort last night?
Yeah, great point of attack, defense by Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski. Gary Payton II obviously was huge, in his minutes coming off the bench, holding Houston's backcourt, starting backcourt to 7 of 34 shooting. You saw Jalen Green go after Curry on some switches and some isolations. He stands up to their perimeter drive. So it was a cohesive effort, team defense with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green anchoring on the back line, no doubt about it. But the Warriors at times, despite their number one ranked defense, have struggled, containing the point of attack in various games. Any games that they've won, you've seen opposing scorers go off, have big, efficient stat lines, able to get their way into the paint, and the paint was just off limits. And again, I think really, really, excellent game plan by the Warriors coaching staff, right? Daring the Rockets more or less to beat Golden State from the outside when they're not a super hyper-efficient three-point shooting team. And then, as we saw last night, don't necessarily have the dynamic, scores that are going to break the Warriors down off the dribble. So thought their point of attack defense set its own. Their help defense was excellent. They forced, 17 turnovers that they turned into more than 20 points. Like, turnovers were huge. The Warriors knew rebounding, things on the margins, turnovers, those kinds of things would be big, and they won the turnover battle despite losing the rebounding battle, and it was because of swarming team defense that started with excellent pressure at the point of attack.
Yeah, the work of the voice of Sam Gordon, who was in Houston for that stifling defensive effort the Warriors put out. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station on the UMA guest line. Sam, let's talk about Steph. 2 weeks ago, he scored 3 points against the Houston Rockets. 2 weeks later in a playoff game, he scores 31. To you, what's the difference besides the number 28?
Yeah, the Warriors had an excellent plan to attack their defense, right? Got Curry going with, cuts and off-ball actions that were designed to get him driving lanes to the basket. And, even his first 3 threes, right? He missed his first 3 shots. Clean looks, relatively clean looks. So he said he liked the looks, and then after that, it was 8 straight buckets. We saw, the dazzling, spectacular shot making that's, pretty much singular to Stephen Curry. But he was able to really get into a rhythm, and the Warriors were crisp offensively, especially in that first half, with their ball movement, taking care of the ball, setting clean screens that he was able to peel around and peel off of and get a little bit of space. And, as Steve Kerr said on Friday, we're talking about how aggressive the Rockets guard Steph Curry. Like, all it takes for him is one to get going. And, once he got that first layup to drop, 3 more after that, you saw the rhythm that he was able to develop. Now that the Rockets have to play him off the drive, and he's able to create, from 3-point range. So it was a masterclass performance against a really, really tough and stingy defense that's deep with defenders at the point of attack. Amen Thompson, obviously one of the best defenders in the NBA. Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, Fred VanVleet, so on and so forth. They can really guard, and it's sometimes great offense just beats great defense, and all-time greatness. That is Stephen Curry. That's what he was able to to summon last night, and a couple spectacular threes in the second half that were super timely. So they got him moving off the ball, activated off the ball. Jimmy Butler at the controls, making plays, getting the ball where it needs to go, and you had that balance that the Warriors have talked about and have showcased since they acquired Jimmy Butler, with Butler operating with the ball, attacking the basket, facilitating, and then Curry running around screens and doing his thing on the perimeter. It was a great balance for those two, and a sublime showing by Stephen Curry.
Sam, you mentioned the rebound totals from last night's game and how Şengün and Steve Adams dominated the glass, got those second chance opportunities in that third quarter that cut the lead down to single digits. Moving forward, do you think the Warriors make any adjustments to try to combat some of that size, maybe some more minutes for a Guy Santos, Quentin Pose, Kevon Looney got into the game yesterday too? Or do you think they stick to their strategy of playing these small ball lineups?
Yeah, I certainly expect, spot minutes from the bigs and, Guy Santos, like you mentioned yesterday. But, overall, that's the Rockets' MO. They're going to get offensive rebounds. Like, they're a big team. That's the way they like to play. And, you heard Warriors talk about it at the press conference last night. Like, that, you're not going to be able to take away everything, right? Like, especially that's, styles make fights. That's Houston's advantage. They're going to press that advantage as much as possible. Doesn't mean that the Warriors can't close that gap a little bit. And, for it not to be such a large rebounding disparity. So you would definitely expect, maybe situationally a little bit more size. But even giving up that kind of, minus 16 rebounding differential, the Warriors were able to win. So if they can steady their half-court defense, get a little better, cleaner on the glass, that'll play into their hands and their strategy and help them do what they want to do against the Rockets.
Sort of a big picture question, Sam Gordon, the San Francisco Chronicle, about Jimmy's just kind of the 2 months now that he's been here. Is it 2 months? What was the exact date? Feb 8? Was that what it was?
Right around there.
So 2 months and 2 weeks. What do you think of his strategy to just shower this Batman love on Steph? I'm sure part of it is sincere. I don't know if is part of it just to make sure he's not there to cause a stir. I don't know. What do you make of the whole Jimmy Batman Steph thing?
Steph has 4 championships and is one of the greatest players of all time, right? It kind of in some ways speaks for itself, and the fact that Jimmy Butler's leaning into it. He's leaning into it with his play, and they have been very much a dynamic duo. So he's never, Butler, for all the great players he's played with in his career, has never played with somebody as accomplished and as great as Steph Curry is. So for the fact that Butler is helping Curry, right? Like that goes in verse 2. Like Curry is obviously helping Butler. There's great synergy there between them, and it's genuine, right? Like this team has had a real chemistry since Butler arrived. He came in and fit like a glove, with his personality, working with the young players, bonding with the veterans. So it's been a great fit, and the fact that he keeps calling him Batman, right? Like it makes sense based on how everything has shaken out to this point. So obviously a long way for the Warriors to go. They did what they had to do, got one on the road. But they're in a good position, with where things are at, and obviously feeling good about winning Game 1 in Houston.
From the Rockets' perspective, what kind of adjustments do you think they're going to make heading into Game 2? Now, I know the simple answer might just be making more shots. They only scored 85 points, but defensively, they held the Warriors to 95 points. And I was saying earlier, Sam, I think if you would have told most Rockets fans that they were able to hold Steph Curry and the Warriors to under 100, they would think that they would have a good chance to win those games. So just going ahead, too, is it as simple as the Rockets need to make more shots, or what kind of adjustments are you looking for them to make?
Yeah, that's a big part of it, right? I mean, when you shoot worse than 40%, you commit 17 turnovers, and you're 6 of 29 from three-point range, it's going to be hard to have a clean offensive game, right? It sounds, oversimplified, but the Rockets got some clean looks last night, right? Of course, the Warriors were willingly conceding some of those looks. You can't take away anything, per se, but the Rockets got clean looks. And, even though they were the 21st ranked three-point shooting team, during the course of the regular season, who says some of those don't go in, next game? So the Rockets were able to, I think, execute their game plan to a decent degree. They won the glass. They were able to force turnovers for the most part. They didn't let the role players, have necessarily huge games. Maybe you try and, get the ball out of Curry's hands more, but like the Warriors are trying to get the ball in his hands. Like there's two, opposing forces that are battling here and converging. And so, I would expect more of the same for the Rockets, try and press their advantage on the glass, and then, better ball movement, hitting more shots and trying to loosen up Golden State's defense to open up some driving lanes.
Well, everybody, it's one game, and we have 2 days to talk about it now, 3 days to talk about it, so we're going to parse everything, Sam. Just a little bit on the Draymond Jerry Stackhouse thing that got a little love. I don't know, is Jerry going to be the Draymond whisperer, I guess, because Draymond can run hot, as we know. Shout out the 2016 NBA Finals. I don't know. Did you just see something about Stackhouse's role? Apparently, he calmed Draymond down when Draymond was getting upset at some defensive lapses.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond said after the game that was, a crucial conversation, just kind of helping center him and helping him stay focused. And, Stackhouse has been huge for the Warriors on their bench all season with, obviously architecting their defense, the top 10 defense throughout the course of the season. Even during that 13-23 stretch, they sustained a top 10 defensive rating, and then, as we know, the best defense in the NBA the last couple months. So, yeah, Draymond was spectacular, anchoring the center of that defense again with Butler, and, was able to there wasn't, the game didn't get too emotional on either side, right? It was physical. There were certainly moments, but it's playoff basketball. That's to be expected. And the Warriors, with Green at the center, with Stackhouse working with him, were able to execute a defensive clinic.
Last question for me, Sam, is on Jonathan Kuminga. 3 straight games, not a single minute. What's been your breakdown on Steve Kerr's decision to keep him out of the rotation? And also, what's the effect been on the locker room since that decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's playoff time. I don't think, with regards to the locker room, everybody's focused on the assignment and on the next game. And the Warriors won Game 1 without Jonathan Kuminga. He's played the Rockets excellent throughout the course of the season, better than 21 points a game. He was the Golden State's leader in net rating of games against Houston, right? Matching up with them with their length, with his athleticism. Who knows? Maybe we see him later in the series. I wouldn't rule that out, altogether at all. Given that the fact that it's a playoff run, it's a series, there are going to be adjustments. There are going to be things that change, and that he has, excelled in a game like that. But overall, statistically, the combinations that with Kuminga and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, who are going to play huge minutes, they just haven't been favorable. There was a month-long sample size to kind of figure things out and tinker with it and see if it was going to work. And, the statistics are what they are. A lot of those lines were negative, were in the minus, and the Warriors are rolling with groups that they feel good with. So we'll see what happens. Long playoff run, long series, and Kuminga certainly has tools that, as we've seen throughout the course of the season, can help the Warriors in big spots, but he didn't play yesterday, and the Warriors were able to win. So, we'll see what happens going forward. I wouldn't expect this, the status quo to necessarily change immediately, more so a situational or an adjustment type of thing.
Last one for me, Sam, is the arena and maybe the city was it deflated in there? Did it feel like they were like, uh-oh, we've seen this movie before?
To a certain degree at the end of the game, it did, yeah. And they have, right? Well, this is the 5th playoff series, and this fan base, the Rockets, maybe not this iteration of Rockets, but this fan base, this city, know all about what the Warriors can do in big spots. So, we'll see what happens with Game 2. It was, electric energy throughout the course of the game, especially when the Rockets were making that run, and you got the sense that their players, were able to feed off the crowd a little bit. But, the Warriors have a bad case of been there, done that. These guys have won on the road, have been winning on the road for a long time, specifically in Houston, and they got the game they needed already in order to advance to the second round.
Man, oh man, what a start for the Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Batman, Robin thingy. It's working out pretty well. 1-0 on the road. They've already stolen one on the road and taken it back home court. So, as a 7 seed, don't forget, right? All right, Sam. Yeah, well, you got a couple days to think about it, muse on it, and write some stuff. Always love reading you in the Chronicle, and we thank you for hopping on Murph and Marcus, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Talk soon. Take care.
Yeah, there it is. Everything couched again. It's one game. But man, oh man. You were just bringing up Clay, prior to us having Sam Gordon on. Some people were pointing out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line was that Clay was, we were as unhappy and the vibes were not great. I mean, Jimmy has just been checking all the boxes, man.
It's the golden vibes that we've been talking about for weeks now.
The golden vibes.
And even like going back to the conversation, the question I posed earlier after we played the Klay Thompson soundbite when he was asked if he had any regrets about leaving the Warriors and about how things played out with the Dallas Mavericks. You look at the opposite side of the coin and look at the personality of a guy like Buddy Hield, who was everybody's favorite teammate. I know people freak out about the Buddy Hield cycle and how he'll go ice cold. And Klay Thompson did shoot better this year from three-point range than Buddy Hield. But Buddy has also been a vibe for this locker room, and it seems like vibes are high.
Very entertaining. That was quite. He seems almost like I want to say little brother or puppy dog or something, like Goof. I don't know.
He's the guy that you need in the locker room so that you can kind of bust his balls a little bit. But he doesn't take it too serious. Yeah. And he's kind of like the happy puppy, kind of like, our guy Jack Loader out here in the bullpen.
We used to have a guy like that. He just used to not show up on time all the time.
Yeah, some of that good energy.
I heard from him this weekend.
Hell yeah.
He texted me from the Char Pit in Tahoe, which was another most. No, he knows his audience. That's my favorite single burger joint in the world.
Well, that's because you put him on game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't know that.
Oh, I don't think so. Now, I know the Char Pit because of you. I can only imagine that he now knows about it because of you also.
Well, he sent the picture, and that gal's sticking with him.
Yeah.
She loves him.
Yeah. Someone's got to love him. We love you, Triple E. We love you.
I sent back an email right away, and I told him to get a tiki burger and a shake. And he said, I just demolished an Oreo shake in 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm surprised.
He sent a picture. Seconds. By the way, there's still snow up there, by the way?
Still snow on the mountain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how ironic it was 420.
Yeah, you know what he's doing.
More cackling there, buddy.
Yeah, you know what he's doing up on that mountain. It's not fire on the mountain. It's smoke on the mountain with Triple E.
Only one way to end that segment. It's the DJ Tony, Jimmy Butler, Batman tribute.
Batman. We got a hell of a Batman and Steph.
Jimmy's called you Batman about 4 times tonight.
What?
On interviews, on TV, on the podium, he's calling you Batman and him Robin. Has he done that to you?
Nah, that's why I said, well, I hadn't heard that one yet.
I get to play Robin. That's my Batman, and we got all the villains over there, Two-Face and Joker and Riddler.
That's a Batman if I've ever seen a Batman. Always coming to save the day.
Yeah, he carried it through last night. Said he's showing up, dropping down from buildings out of nowhere, behind a wall. So, all right.
I still think one of my favorite parts is Steph Curry just dropping a what?
I know.
People tell
it was actually really good.
Jimmy's been calling you Batman.
What? I'm so glad you put that in there because I hadn't heard that, too. So good stuff, man. Man, the vibes are golden. The vibes are Batman-y. And the Warriors get game 1. We can continue talking about that and marveling at the 85 points, Jerry Seinfeld style, talking about Sam Gordon did not rule out the possibility of a Kuminga sighting in the future. I know John Dickinson's big on that topic. We'll talk to him at 9:30. So, man, oh, man, golden vibes, Easter vibes, and Golden State Warriors up 1-0 vibes on the Sports Leader.
Jimmy's called you Batman about 4 times tonight.
What?
the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So what was your biggest takeaway from the game last night? Was it Curry doing Curry things? Playoff Jimmy has arrived. Was it the playoff defense, or was it no Jonathan Kuminga? We might be getting into it next as well, but you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Our system is the same, but we do have basically like Peyton Manning at the line. You have your audibles where you can go to the Jimmy playbook, if you will, and like I said, get him the ball at all three spots, whether it's pick and roll, whether it's at the elbow, or on the block. So we're still learning, each other and where, those sweet spots are, depending on how teams guard us. But that is a great safety net to have. If they're going to pressure me full court or try to take away the off-ball stuff, that you have somebody that can create shots on his own.
Man, oh man, what a start for the Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry era in the playoffs. They are, I should say, 1-0, but be 2-0 if you count the play-in game, but the play-in game did not exist.
Oh, it doesn't count, Murph.
It's such an odd decision by the NBA to not count those things.
So weird.
I don't know. They must have some corporate freaking, I don't know. Who knows? What do we got here, Young Tone? More of these vibes? The Jimmy vibes?
More of these golden vibes. This is next Lifetime Erykah Badu.
Okay, buddy.
I like
Feeling
me
those
some
vibes.
Badu.
Somebody checked in and said, Big Face Coffee is for closers.
Ooh,
so we're going to go a little
I
Glengarry.
like
Do you know
that.
your Glengarry, young man?
Coffee is for closers,
We
Tony.
played the clip. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, Big Face Coffee is for closer.
Ooh.
As long as you have like $27, right, to buy one?
Yeah, those coffee cups are expensive, but man, oh man, Jimmy closed out the game yesterday. 3 buckets in the final minute and a half. The step back midi over Şengün. Oh, what a work of art.
He's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he's Jimmy, and then he does great post-game with Allie LaForce, talking about Steph being Batman, dropping in from behind buildings, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, man, oh man, it's true. If you are a Houston Rockets fan, is Steph we talk about Tom Brady being, your Raider. In reality, it was just really one game.
Yeah,
right?
but people don't forget, Murph.
I know, but I'm saying, imagine.
You're talking about Steph Curry piling
Imagine
on the Houston
multiplying
Rockets.
it by 5 years.
Yeah. I don't want to go down that road.
I mean, I can't think of anybody. I mean, I guess the Dodgers of the 70s, Garvey, Lopes, Russell, but the Giants weren't any good. So, and the Niners of the 80s, they lost maybe the Redskins got them in 83. Maybe I guess the New York Giants, Belichick, Parcells. But, we got them once or twice. So, but they got us in tough times, though.
Yeah.
I say us, by the way.
It's also, exactly. We still love those fighting Golden State Warriors, Murph.
Thank you.
Now, it's different because there have been some higher stake matchups, but it's such a totally different roster, I should say. It's not James Harden. It's not Chris Paul. It's not the same Houston Rockets. But if you're a Houston Rockets fan, you're still repping that same jersey. Now, it reminds me a little bit of the rivalry, and I say that in air quotes, between a team like the Yankees and the Oakland A's, which most people would think traditionally there's not a lot of rivalry. But it's my understanding, my belief, someone can fact check me, the Oakland A's have never beat the New York Yankees in a postseason matchup. Ever. So you want to talk about domination and facing off against the same team and not being able to give over the hump. I know, especially during my lifetime, the A's have never beat the Yankees in the postseason.
I think you're right.
And that's kind of similar to the Rockets not being able to get over the Steph Curry Golden State Warriors hump.
I think they even played in 81, believe it or not. Man, oh man. Yeah, well, 408 says Steph to the Rockets is kind of like Russell Wilson to the Niners. Ouch!
Yeah, no.
That hurt. The Niners never really got him when they had to, did they?
Yeah, but it's different. Russ is in the division twice a year. I get it. West for Rockets and Steph. But yeah, Russ seems a little bit even worse.
We have a little bit of the Rocket sound that we used in Bum Babies there, Steph, about what they're saying, or Steph. I just called Tony Steph.
Hey, Steph.
Young Tony, about what they're saying about, about just how frustrating it was for them. Now, again, I want to say this. We've been doing Sports Talk Radio forever, so we always have to remind everybody, when you do the NBA playoffs, so if this was an NFL game, we'd have so much to talk about because the Warriors be on to the next game, on to the conference finals or whatever. No. But we got to do this multiple times. And yes, each game is its own entity. And we'll talk to John Dickinson about this in just a few minutes. But significant things happened. A, they stole home court. B, they showed that whatever Ime Udoka's defensive game plan and Amen Thompson's defensive prowess isn't going to stop Steph. He still scored 31 points and hit a couple of crazy, I'm going to rip your heart out and show it to you before you die Steph moments, So what do you got? Which one did you pick here? Is this Ime or is this, is Ime Udoka, head coach of the Rockets, after devising that incredible game plan 2 weeks ago, but then watching the Warriors, Steph Curry score 31 last night?
Not our best, obviously. We only scored 85. It's not a great offensive night, and the numbers show that, but I think 6 for 29 from 3, 11 for 20 from free throw line, and 17 turnovers that gave up 25 points. So not our best offensive night by any means, like I said. Hold somebody 95, you'd expect to win if you have a decent offensive night. And not only his shots, but like I said, turnovers playing in the crowd. The misses in the crowd are the same as turnovers, basically. So had our chances. Got to 4-point game with 2:34, I think, and gave up a 3 there, but guarded well enough to win.
Yeah, this is Udoka, and he'll be getting back there. I mean, one of their theories, they can be Jalen Green and Van Vliet will shoot better and therefore our offensive rebounds that we all corralled 22-6?
Yeah.
And our defensive rebounds, which was it plus 16?
It was 22-6 on the offensive rebounds, 52-36 overall.
So if you're the Rockets, you can build on that and maybe that Jalen Green and Van Vliet aren't going to answer. But if you're the Warriors already, you've done your job.
You have. And you even heard Ime mention it. He goes, when we hold the Warriors to 95 points, you give your chance an opportunity to win. As we saw earlier this season, and it's a stat I did a little bit of research earlier this morning, there were 7 regular season games for the Warriors where they scored less than 100 points. They lost 6 of those 7
matchups. Is that right? Wow.
Lost 6 of them. Now, we do need to mention that Jimmy Butler was only on the roster of 3 of those games, but still, even in those games, they had a losing record. 1-2 in those 3 games that they scored under 100 points with Jimmy Butler on the roster.
323 checks in and says, you guys are talking about what Steph does to the Rockets. How about what Pat Mahomes does to the Niners?
I saw that, and I did not want to read it, but how about we read this one instead? It's kind of like the 49ers to Aaron Rodgers.
408 said that. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good, too. Yeah, I like it for sure. Yeah, 707 points out. Niners did beat, remember the Dre Greenlaw game? They got Russ there.
Yep.
That's for sure, too. And 405 says, yes, 49ers, Packers, Warriors, Rockets doing their thing. The Rockets have that. I wound up jock blocking on Friday about it and, taking the Warriors in 6, saying, how could you publicly be that person who picks against Steph Curry and playoff Jimmy in a series? I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy. And I said, plus, the schedule favors the Warriors in terms of days off. Getting those 4 days off after beating Memphis. Steph acknowledged it on multiple occasions last night. He said it to TNT. He said it to the media. And that talked about that April 6th loss where they looked so flummoxed and Steph was held to 3. The Warriors were finishing up a crazy stretch and had played a lot of games like 5-7 and 3-4. This time they were coming off a 4-day rest.
Yeah.
And then now they have 2 more days before they play Wednesday. So this sets up the one thing that could get the Warriors is fatigue. And right now the schedule's set up to prevent that.
Yeah, and I know we were kind of freaking out a little bit about the Warriors being a top 6 seed versus playing in the play-in bracket, but because they took care of business and took down Memphis in that first play-in game, they really only missed out on 1 day of rest because they played on Sunday instead of playing on Saturday against the Lakers. But also, look at what they did to Memphis after Memphis lost against the Warriors, had to come back the other night. They beat Klay Thompson and Dallas Mavericks, but they looked awful yesterday against OKC. They were getting doubled up, so maybe that's some of the extra mileage now stacking up on Memphis because they did not take care of business and did not get that extra rest.
Without question. They had to go grind it out, and the OKC just ran them out of the gym.
Wasn't even close.
Jimmy Butler to Allie LaForce last night on TNT talking about that sweet, sweet rest here.
We're still young. I mean, I think Steph is 37, I'm 35, Dre is like 35. But we got some young guns that also get it done as well. Stayed in it, gave up a little run, but in the end we won. Just rest, honestly. Getting some rest, clear minds, knowing that we got one job to do. Come in here, compete, and try to steal one on the road.
There it is. Mm-hmm. And they did steal one on the road. You still sticking Warriors in 5?
Yeah.
6?
It feels a little overreacting. Or I guess maybe I would overreact too much if I'm going to change my take to Warriors in 4. I do think because of what the Houston Rockets bring defensively and how they dominated the rebounds and dominated the offensive second chance opportunities, I think Houston can steal one, but I still got my original take. Dubs in 5.
Yeah, you're going to be the more desperate team for sure tomorrow. But again, so much goodness. And the Jimmy Butler effect is just gigantic on this team. I love it. In fact, we have quotes from that about the Warriors playing their first real playoff game.
Yeah.
I'm in. It's cut F, Tony, from Steph Curry after the game.
Yeah, real quick, I was going to check in with you. Are you updating your prediction now? You originally had Warriors in 6. Yeah, you got to stick with your prediction, right? Yeah.
I imagine the Rockets will get. He said the way it would play out in my Warriors in 6 is Rockets have a desperation win tomorrow or Wednesday. Warriors take care of business in 3 and 4 at home, and then the Rockets have a salvation win in Game 5, and then the Warriors wrap it up in Game 6. That's just how I saw it playing out. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
As Bruce Jenkins used to call all his predictions, dead wrong in public.
Yeah.
He goes here at dead wrong in public headquarters. You know what I mean? So.
And I know our P1 listeners will know about the problems with some of Murph's past visions.
Oh my God.
Shout out Larry Zonka.
That still hurts.
Still thinking about it.
No,
Tony, not the music. Not the music, Tony. Oh, you're like Stone Cold Steve Austin with his entrance music.
I just saw George Kittle reach out and touch it.
Oh.
I just saw.
Hey, George.
I just saw Fred Warner touch it. Saw Trent Williams rub it on its way up with the confetti. Oh, man. Niners aren't winning the Super Bowl this year, are they?
No.
They're not winning the bowl.
No. Last place schedule, Murph. Last place schedule.
Warriors are up 1-0, and the Niners have a last place
and
schedule.
look how good the Warriors have been playing since it was announced that the Warriors do have a last place schedule. Same thing with the Giants. They started winning games, not when Buster Posey showed up, but when it was announced that the 49ers have a last place schedule.
Steph on his new teammate Jimmy Butler here.
Jimmy's nice. Don't get that twisted. He's carried teams to the finals, and the idea of what he brings to us is another guy that's just comfortable with the ball in his hands to create for himself and for others. No matter what the situation is, you saw plenty of times he kind of made something out of nothing. You know, he is a legitimate ball handler where we can give it to him in space, on the post, at the elbow, wherever. And teams have to respect him. So if I can space and give him room and, just, again, keep the defense honest, that helps. And we've had a really good chemistry since he's been here.
I mean, it's just so good.
Jimmy is nice.
One more. Kerr on Butler after watching him win a playoff game on the road.
He has that impact every game. He calms things down. He's very confident. He's very poised. He always believes we're going to win. Jimmy is... he's one of the best players in the league, and that's what best players in the league do. It's not just about scoring or stats. It's about settling the game down, having the presence, the nature to compete and win games like this.
So who's the guy on our show who calms things down?
Ooh, it's got to be
me.
Young Tony. It's got to be Young Tony.
Think Young Tony's the Jimmy Butler? I was going to say Curls.
Ooh, okay, Curls. I don't know if Curly has the golden vibes, though.
Young Tony is the Jimmy Butler?
I think so. He's our Robin. Jimmy Butler wants to be Robin, and this morning, Young Tony told us that he also identifies with Robin.
Young Tony, you willing to embrace the Jimmy Butler role here, buddy?
Absolutely, dude. Are you kidding? But yeah, I don't want to say I'm Robin.
Yes, you are.
I've always liked the guy.
It's too damn bad. You're Robin now.
All right.
You could definitely go. You physically resemble Robin. Height, hair, the whole deal.
You just had to bring up the height.
Just bring on the
do it, yeah.
Put on the tights, buddy.
See, I'm out on the tights.
Let's get those green tights on you,
Women
Tony.
may like it.
Yeah.
Women may like
What's
it.
wrong with being sexy, Tony?
John Dickinson, he's sexy. JD, the sexiness of a JD, live from Houston next on the Sports Leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And we're continuing this theme of the... we've been riding this for weeks, ever since Gary Payton described Jimmy Butler as having Jill Scott, Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, golden vibes. It's led to several epically cool, calm rejoins, including this one, Young Tone. Yes, sir?
Yes, indeed. This is X Factor, Lauryn Hill. Shout out Jimmy Butler as the Warriors X Factor.
Big Face Coffee, Domino's, X Factors, Lauryn Hill. All I know is it added up to a 95-85 road win in front of the peering eyes of John Dickinson, JD, who then worked late into a Sunday night and now is up early in Houston, Texas to join Murph and Marcus. JD, man, how's Houston?
Hey, what's up, JD?
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Yeah, what a game one last night, and now the odd scheduling quirk of a full off day during a playoff series for a couple of teams. The Warriors, no practice, no media availability today. And look, they're going to need it, considering all the energy they had to expend last night defensively to grab game one against, I think, a Rocket fan base that just already sick of seeing Steph Curry again in these playoff situations, man. I mean, the looks on some of the faces of the Rockets fans as Steph was just throwing in shot after shot after shot, dagger after dagger to help the Warriors prevail last night against a top-flight defense was one to add to the lore of Stephen Curry with the just elite shot-making ability in the biggest moments.
Yeah, you were there to see it, and like we touched on that a little bit about how Curry, just the Rockets fans are just, they've had it, and whether it was Harden or D'Antoni or Udoka or Sengun, Steph keeps killing.
I mean, think of it this way, Murph. The Rockets last night was their first home playoff game since 2019. Now, they made the playoffs in the COVID bubble in 2020, but the last Rockets home playoff game was when the Warriors eliminated them in the Western Conference semifinals in Game 6. They have a completely new team. They completely did a rebuild with this young, up-and-coming team, the 2 seed in the Western Conference, and then who's waiting for them 6 years apart as they finally play again in their building? It's Stephen Curry doing the same things he did to that prior era.
That's just a sick joke, right? I mean, they come out of this darkness, they're rubbing their eyes. They're like, oh, it's a new day, it's a new dawn. We walk. There's Steph Curry. Oh, it's a dark joke, Marcus.
Yeah, it is dark, but that's Steph Curry, and that's the Golden State Warriors still getting the job done. But, JD, to me, I think if you would have told most Houston Rockets fans before the game that they would hold the Warriors to only 95 points, they would think they'd have a good shot to win that game, because the Warriors only had 7 regular season games this year where they scored less than 100 points, and they lost 6 of those. Now, only 3 games since Jimmy Butler has been on the roster. They went 1 and 2 of those games. So what did you see yesterday from Houston Rockets defensively, and do you think the Warriors can be even better offensively throughout this series?
Yeah, I thought the Rockets were great defensively, and that's been really the story of the season series between these teams. The fact that there's been multiple games like last night where both teams end up under 100 points, and the Warriors able to beat the Rockets Rockets won one of those games in December. The Warriors won one of those games even without Steph Curry back in December. So both these teams know they can defend the other. And I think the Rockets, is it back to the drawing board? I mean, there was so much put on Amin Thompson being able to be the Steph Curry stopper. I don't think his fault. I think it was more kind of put on him a little bit by maybe some of the local and national media that he was the next to the Dellavedovas and the Marcus Smarts and the guys that were supposed to be these Steph Curry stoppers. Dylan Brooks knows that role well. He was one of them until he wasn't back in May of 2022. But no, I think the Rockets, from their standpoint, they have to like what they did defensively. To me, their fix has to be more on the offensive end and figuring out some semblance of a half-court offense that isn't just the throw it up and go get it offense. The Rockets were basically running the throw it up and go get it offense. I also think, the Warriors did have, they gave up 23 points off turnovers. The Rockets tend to use their defense to turn into offense. The live ball turnovers that turn into dunks going the other way is how they generate points. But I think if you are looking from the Houston side of it, Marcus, I think the one thing the Rockets would probably say is that maybe they were a little tight in their first playoff opportunity here as a group collectively, and the 6 for 29 from three. You can still be a bad three-point shooting team and have a bad three-point shooting night, but 6 for 29 could be 10 for 33, and maybe if it's 10 for 33, the Rockets win the game and eke it out and come back. So I think they would probably say, and look, the veteran Van Vliet, the guy who has the finals and championship experience, beat the Warriors in the finals. I mean, he was the guy who was the worst of them all at 2 for 13 from deep. So I think better shots. I mean, Jalen Green, 3 of 15, just disgusting. Van Vliet, we talked about. Eason was 3 for 10. I think the Rockets, figuring out a way to generate a little bit more offense is where it's going to be at, and hit their free throws too. That was another talking point on their side of it. They got to the line 20 times, but only hit 11. And if they hit a couple more of those, maybe they end up taking a lead there late, and we're having a completely different conversation.
Yeah, we're talking to John Dickinson, of course, our great sports super reporter, boots on the ground in Houston as the Warriors strangle the Rockets and hold them to 85 points. The ninth, Raymond Ritter tells us, tied for the ninth fewest allowed since the Warriors moved here in 1962 in a postseason game. So a top 10 defensive performance by the Warriors yesterday. Just absolutely incredible that Kerr said 1997 was the, I don't know, where was JD in 97 now? Were you watching NBA?
Oh yeah, I was big 97. I'd been early high school. I've been early high school, 97.
I mean,
These
games are, we watch the games 0 through 82, where it's just a 3-point shooting contest and deer running up and down the court, antelopes and gazelles just blazing past the 100-point marker. And then to get a game like that must have been so startling for, maybe the kids out there who don't even understand that a game can be played to 95, 85.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, it does bring back the Knicks Heat vibe, I think, a little bit of that era. Those teams just did not like each other. The games were so physical. There were practically fights in every game, let alone every playoff series. I mean, playoff series literally determined by who was going to get suspended in some of the back and forth and the altercations that would ensue between those two teams. But it really, I mean, the marker of this Warriors team since Jimmy Butler arrived, we think of the clutch games and everything that Jimmy's done offensively. Playoff Jimmy's been on full display in the last 3 games to end the regular season, the play-in game, and obviously last night they needed his scoring. His ability to get the others involved and get them really good shots offensively has been a factor. But the number one thing for the Warriors in the time that Jimmy Butler's been on the team has been the fact that they've been the number one defense in the NBA themselves. We still, I think, tend to think of them as an offensive team more than they are a defensive team. But I think in this series specifically, Murph, they're equipped because of the Rockets' lack of shooting, lack of offensive finishers that really aren't either in transition, as we talked about, off of turnovers, or on the offensive glass where they just throw it up, go get it, and put it back in. Beyond that, the Rockets I questioned it going into the series, whether they truly have enough skill and shooting to beat this Warriors team, as elite as the Warriors have been defensively. And I think that's the most on-brand component, I would say, to game one of this series. And I do think it's something that translates. I think for all the questions about the others for the Warriors, is Moody going to hit shots? He didn't really, but then he had 2 big ones down the stretch to help ice the game. Podziemski didn't shoot it well, but he did a lot of other things. For all the questions about the others for the Warriors making shots, guys, I do think the Warriors can win this series. Maybe not 2 series, certainly not a championship, but I think they can win this series almost solely on their defense if they can just get enough offense from Steph and Jimmy like they did last night, and have even one of the other players come along in each of these individual games that they win.
One of the others that we haven't mentioned yet is Jonathan Kuminga. And JD, you filled in for Murph a couple weeks ago, and we talked about what his role would be in the postseason, especially if there was a matchup against the Houston Rockets, with his success during the regular season against this team. Well, last night came and went, and Jonathan Kuminga didn't get a single minute for the 3rd straight game. So were you surprised not to see Kuminga in the rotation, and do you think he's going to be utilized at all in this series?
Yeah, I'll answer the last part first. I still do, and that's one thing. I mean, I've been, I think, more in line with where the Warriors coaching staff has been on Kuminga. Really, the overall evaluation. I mean, those who've listened to Dubs OT would know that. I mean, he has not, in the coaching staff's eyes, been the player that I think some in the fan base and maybe even some in the ownership group believe that either he already is or will potentially be. I think, at times the idea of what Jonathan Kuminga can bring to the Warriors is greater than what he actually brings to the Warriors. All that being said, I really was surprised that Kuminga didn't get at least a little bit of run last night. I wasn't surprised after the Clipper game that he didn't play in the Grizzlies game, given the success he had against the Rockets. But most of that success was in a couple of games without Steph Curry. It was also a game where Draymond Green fouled out in overtime. The Warriors really had nowhere to go. And so they basically gave the ball to Kuminga. He won him a game at Toyota Center back in November in overtime. All that being said, I was surprised. But the game where Jimmy Butler, the most recent game where the Rockets really frustrated the Warriors 2 weeks ago, that was post Jimmy Butler. That was post Kuminga coming back from injury, and Kuminga did not play well in that game. I still, after last night, think he's going to have to play some in this series, even a bit role. I maybe Kerr's wondering. One of the things I asked Steve pregame was, do you feel like you need to, with the rest structure of this series, with the 4 days before last night's game, 2 days before game 2, 2 days before game 3, do you feel like you need to, if you've got the game hanging in the balance, extend the minutes of the regulars, kind of like extending your closer for that second inning if you've got the off day? I know we don't want to talk about closers in San Francisco today, guys, so I'll leave it at that. Yeah, we don't want to do that today. But do you extend the – and last night Steve did it. It was Jimmy 42 minutes. It was Steph 40 minutes. You never see that early in a playoff series. I think it was maybe a little bit more of Steve – just sensing the game and the schedule of the series early and playing the regulars a little more. I think as the series goes on, though, Kuminga's body type just plays against the Rockets. You don't have to be the most skilled and fluid, but I think it comes down to, is he going to be motivated to defend, motivated to rebound, and poised enough to not turn the basketball over in ways that turn it into automatic points for the Rockets going the other way. If he can do that, I still think there probably is an 8 to 12-minute role for Kuminga that, if he plays well, could maybe turn into a 15 to 20-minute role down the line as the series shifts to this every other day from Game 3 on. It's every other day, and then every other day with travel. The Rockets are hoping this is going to be a long series. The Warriors, I think, now are focusing on, can they make it a short series, and the next couple of days and Wednesday night will tell the story on that.
Yeah, really, really good points about the schedule. Wednesday seems a mile away for Game 2, and then Saturday another mile away for Game 3. But after that, it goes Game 4 Monday, Game 5 Wednesday, and if there is a Game 6 next Friday. So boom, boom, boom. All good stuff. Well, JD, we got it for you, buddy. 7:10 tonight. Go bring your We Still Love You Kevin Gausman cardboard sign. Astros, Blue Jays, Forever Giant Kevin Gausman on the hill for the Jays.
Nice.
Ooh, I'm debating tonight or tomorrow for that. No. I might have to go tonight.
You just said you have the full off day today?
I do. There is a little media dinner thing tonight. There's a little media dinner tonight, which may or may not conflict with the Astros.
I got you.
So I might go tomorrow night.
Maybe a little. Well, you are a social guy. Look at you out there just socializing. So maybe then the next night you have to go with Forever Oakland A, Chris Bassett for the Jays against Blanco for the Astros. So we're now.
I'll wear my green cell. I'll wear my paint on cell shirt. My paint on green
you can
cell.
Do that. So that would be you got you got 2 Jays Astros games to choose from. So go out there and enjoy yourself, buddy.
Appreciate it. I'm definitely going to make it to one of them.
Yeah,
I'll let you know which one.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And no closer talk. All right, dude.
No, that's not happening.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
listen, further notice.
Good stuff. Enjoy the media dinner. Enjoy a Jays Astros game, and then on to Game 2 Wednesday, buddy. We'll be listening to you.
Thanks, JD.
All right. Appreciate it, guys.
John Dickinson, JD, boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground, and I wanted to make sure to clarify one stat that I told to JD earlier in this interview. I've been talking about this morning, the 7 games where the Warriors scored less than 100 points. That was going back to January 1st. Okay. My dumb brain trying to do math at 6:05 this morning, but I looked it up the entire season. 15 games this year, the Warriors have scored less than 100 points. They're 2-13 in those games.
Damn.
So it makes it even worse. Actually backs my argument a little bit more now.
That you know what? Drop the mic.
There it is.
You did the damn thing.
Mic drop. I did my homework.
All right, how about
I
that?
copied from Greg Silver before the break.
Shout out
I
Sandy.
can't tell you how many times I used to do like scramble to do homework and like copy math homework, like as the teacher's walking around collecting homework.
Bro.
That's what I did with my research earlier this
As I
morning.
like to say, look at you now.
Look at me now.
Look at you now.
I'm a great role model for the kids.
All right, we'll find out what young Tony learned, and we will glide on out of here with a Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry authored Game 1 win in Houston. Game 2 ain't till Wednesday, man. Rest up. Getting rub downs and sleep. They're going to be freaking 100% gas tank on Wednesday for sure. That'll be, by the way, do we have a tip time at 6:30 again, huh? 6:30 again. Those late night Houston tips doing their thing. Giants baseball today. Robbie Ray, Quinn Priester, 6:45 first pitch out there.
Let's go.
Maybe a Marcus Boucher sighting.
Maybe
the Wada boy.
Guarantee.
Out there. All right. We're chasing Bruce Bochy this week for the Brandon Crawford ceremony Saturday, too. We'll see how that goes. And chasing the man himself, right? 35?
Are you telling me you shot Bruce Bochy a text?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
I did. Somebody hit me this weekend with a shoot me a text, and the first thing I heard in my head was...
Yeah, shoot me a text.
That's what I heard. All right. All right, we'll find out what young Tony learned, too, next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Bigelow Tea. You know the deal. We love Bigelow Tea here at KNBR. Every season is Bigelow Tea season, not playoff season, not baseballs. Every season. It's the number one tea in the Bay Area, Bigelow Tea. We do it right here at KNBR. Everybody reaches for their mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey, all the different flavor options. We love it, especially those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Quite soothing. Keeps me going, keeps KNBR going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow Tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Like he was listening to our show. We went to break. Got a text from Boch. Thursday, 9:30. Thursday, 9:30.
Let's go, Murph.
Boch. By the way, Larry June, that's what so yesterday we had a really fun experience. We got to play, the 13-year-old kids got to play at the TAM varsity field, and we had access to their killer sound system. And I was the guy, I Bluetoothed it up, and I was playing all sorts of tunes, including Nokia.
Of course
you know what?
did.
And the kids, you could see the kids in the dugout vibing heavily to it.
Baby girl.
Yes, they got a big kick out of it.
Baby girl.
I would alternate old people tunes for the parents, throwing a little, oh yeah.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shocking in the club with your homegirl.
Oh, cut it off.
Come on.
I only need the first 3 seconds.
The kids enjoyed it.
That's
the
not
kids
my
enjoyed
bestie.
it very much
it's
so.
not my bestie. Did you play some Larry June? Is that where you're going?
My whole point is I forgot to play Larry June.
Come
I did
on.
play La Russell.
Hey, nice.
And I did play some other fun modern stuff, but I had forgot to do Larry June. I will remember next time. All right, guys. That was fun. Okay, Young Tone, it's your time. Let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, we did not, because of the Boch text and the, some other chit chat. I did not
shoot me a text.
I did not clear this. By the way, Stan Tim is claiming that he is the reason we have that sound, because he said he was listening and he told me to mention to Boch that I was going to San Diego fishing, which I did. And Boch said that he was down there, and I said, "Well, you want to go fishing?" And he said,
Yeah, shoot me a text.
which we never really went fishing together.
Hey, but I believe Stan Tim because it's one of my favorite sound bites that we have, Murph. Some would say it's some kind of good.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
And when I sent him the text, he said, "I'll say it, he's an idiot."
I say it, he's an idiot.
Yeah, there you go.
Palea, boys.
We have a little baseball.
Well, I got that.
I love baseball.
Oh man, Boch!
I do believe we missed his 70th birthday. We forgot to mention happy birthday to Boch.
Oh, happy birthday, Boch. We'll tell him on Thursday.
Damn it!
I know.
I think he just passed. I was going to make a hum baby, Adolis Garcia, that walk-off over the Dodgers from the weekend.
That was nice.
Yeah,
There was a lot of competitions for hum babies. Once again, honorable mention to Logan Webb, his 12 strikeout performance on Friday. And I want to show some love to Carson Wisenhunt. I was out at Sutter Health Field on Saturday. Wisenhunt, 6 innings, 1 hit ball, 9 strikeouts. Wisenhunt is looking good, Murph. It's official. I'm a whiz kid.
What do I got? I love that, and I'm all in on that too. But what do I got to do to get you to give Landon Roop his flowers?
Roop, there it is.
He got the W, bro.
Yeah, he got the W. Left a couple balls up. Not even up, really. Mike Trout went down, golfed a
Solo
curveball
shots,
as well.
who cares? He was fantastic.
I know. He's good. He's been good.
No, that was like a signature performance.
Yeah,
for
but
him.
Logan Webb, like if we're picking one home baby from the Giants weekend outside of Matt Chapman, Logan Webb had a better outing than Logan Roop did.
My argument is Webb is an established talent who we know very, very well. Landon Roop, if he can do things like this, could change the season.
He would have been third on my home baby list for the
You and I are
Giants this
gonna have to
weekend.
bitterly disagree on
Are
that
you saying
one.
he had a better weekend than Matt Chapman?
I'm saying
and
Landon Roop's.
Logan
no, I
Webb?
think Chapman was the call.
Yeah, Chapman was a call. Logan Webb's number 2. Landon Roop number 3.
I give Landon Roop 2.
Come on, man. You know I respect the curveball, the Uncle Charlie of a Landon Roop.
Roop's emergence means more to the Giants than Webb's continued excellence.
Ooh, I like that take. And that's why I'm saying
9:58.
And that's
We
why I'm
gotta get
saying
to
Carson
Tony.
Wisenhunt's emergence is good for the Giants too. That's good, man. I'm a whiz kid. I'm a whiz kid.
Whose spot's he gonna take?
Hey, Ravi Ray trade deadline. Here we come.
All right, what do we got, Tony? What do you got?
So I wrote down Moses Malone, faux. That's all I wrote down.
That was
I was
early
like,
in the
what?
day. So early in the show, I said, man, are the Warriors going to go faux? And I said, not like Moses Malone. You didn't know that 1983 MVP Moses Malone, Philadelphia 76ers, they were so dominant. The writers asked, they said, what's your prediction for the playoffs? And he said, faux. It was written like that because he had a very deep Southern accent. And so that was a famous quote. I said you can't do that now because that only gets you to the finals because there's an extra layer of playoffs. There you go, faux. And I was joking. Are the Warriors going to do that?
No, Murph. They're going to go one faux.
Now, did you find any sound from the faux?
No, you mentioned it was off air. It was off the record, just to the writers. And then after the championship, he didn't really give a great quote.
So he was a beauty though. But you got to give Moses Malone his flowers, man. So you did find it though online?
No, like I said, it just wasn't a great quote. It wasn't good for air.
It says, if you look it up, AI tells you. Well, they did not. They went faux. So that's what it was. They lost one game to the Bucks, so they went 4-5-4.
Faux.
Are the Warriors going faux? I don't know. Well done there, young Tony. You learned something new. Actually, the Sixers championship rings from '83 even features faux on the ring.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
Drop the mic. That was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Time for Silver and Papa when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm sorry, guys. Sports are always funny.
No, I didn't mention it at all. I totally forgot. Thanks for the reminder, and I'm gonna mention it before game 2.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
It's Green and Thompson on him. Cutting, Curry, layup in. What a pass! Timeout, Houston. It's an 18-3 Golden State run. Thompson picks up Butler. It's a 3. Butler, book it! Jimmy Butler! That's right! He points at Reggie Miller and said, I'm doing my best impression of you. It's the biggest lead for the Golden State Warriors. Curry's got it. He and Butler, as I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
This is crazy.
Moody, 3. Rebound, Pajemski. Rebound, Green. Rebounding the Rockets inside to go up by 9.
Beating them at their own game on the offensive glass.
It's Curry around Thompson. Over to Pajemski. Corner. 3. Moody. Call.
There's the answer.
And the Golden State Warriors are going to win it by 10 in Game 1 over the Houston Rockets. It was a season low in points for Houston. Only 85. It's another win for Golden State with Jimmy Butler, and now with him in the lineup, they are 25-7.
Another playoff series, another road playoff win for the Golden State Warriors. They do it again. They got down in H-Town. This series is going to be fast. It's going to be physical. It's going to be intense. And if it was anything like last night, it's going to be a trip back to the 1980s with the final score of 95-85. Warriors get the win. That's going to be a big focus today, of course. Busy week ahead with the NFL draft. The Giants are back home after their longest trip. And, of course, the NBA playoffs, the big focus today. Greg Silver, Greg Papa hanging out with you from 10 to 2. Pop, it's good to be back with you after a little Friday away in the courthouse. And, hey, all's well that ends well. But as the Clash once said, I fought the law and the law won.
Were you fighting the law, or were you there just to make sure the law was served? I thought you'd be foreman of the jury, not just dismissed half a day on Friday and be there like for the next couple of weeks making your $33 a day. So what JD was here on Friday. We broke the whole series down. Actually, we were pretty accurate on how it would go. But we'll get into it more. But so just a half day on Friday for jury duty?
Just a half day. I was actually able to catch the first segment of you and JD, and I took your words of saying, I know the mofo did it. I said, by the way, I talk with Greg Papa 4 hours a day on the air, and they said, you can't keep a secret. You're out of here.
They said, you're going to be the foreman of our jury. He's the foreskin of your show. So moving on with that guy. But great to have you back. Had a great day, weekend, watched all the NFL draft eligibles. Yesterday was a confluence. We had Easter Sunday with 420. So with our Easter ham, we had a side of hash, which went perfectly there. We did lose the Pontiff today, Pope Francis. We lost him at age 88 today, which is tough. So, but the Warriors back in H-Town since biblical reign. It was 10 years ago when they went there and won their first Western Conference Finals. But the last time the Houston Rockets opened the Toyota Center, and it's still named the Toyota Center in Houston. Derek knows the area well. The last time they played a playoff game in that building was the infamous in Houston, the famous in our area, 0-33 game. Mm-hmm. That was the game after I yelled out during Game 5 of that series against the Rockets when Durant went up right baseline and went, "Ah! He tore his Achilles. Damn, it's over, it's over." I threw a pen, and legend has it I broke 3 iPads. I didn't do that, Matt, but I thought he tore his Achilles right there. The Warriors did win Game 5. They came back, actually played well after Durant got hurt in Houston. They go to Houston trying to eliminate them without Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry pulls off one of the many amazing playoff performances. No points in the first half at all, 33 in the second half. It was May the 10th of 2019. Warriors 118, Houston 113. It was over for Houston at that point. They haven't played a playoff game since. So who comes back into the building last night, jumping down the bunny trail? It's him again. It is Steph Curry. That man comes back again, the mofo. And what does he do last night? After all we talked about on Friday with JD was Amen Thompson, and he was 1 for 10. He scored just 3 points, and Steph Curry put on a show. So the day after Easter, on the day that we have lost the Pontiff, Pope Francis, can we have a congregation here on Papa and Silver? Let me hear it from you. Is Steph Curry the best shooter in the world? Amen, Thompson. Is Steph Curry the best shooter on the ball in the world? Amen, Thompson. Is Steph Curry the best shooter off the ball in the world? Amen, Thompson. I know he's from San Leandro, but no one's guarding this guy. Is Steph Curry the best ball handler in the world? And if you top block him and lock and trail him, he'll get his game going after going 0 for 3 by going backdoor and layup after layup after layup. Let me hear you. Amen, Thompson. Is Steph Curry the best at putting aside all of the nonsense, Matthew Dellavedova, that such a concept of a Steph stopper actually exists? Let me hear you. Amen, Thompson. Wow. I rest my case. We'll get into it all. Moses Moody made some big shots. Brandon Pajemski. The Houston Rockets, by and large, they got a day off today. They got to be working on their half-court offense. What are they going to do when they get boxes and elbows? They just got to go out and shoot all day today. A lot of people contributed, obviously. The roster's being pared down, but it is the brilliance of one Steph Curry going back into that building for the first time since the 0-33 game, May the 10th of 2019. James Harden is long gone. How many different teams has he been on? I can't even remember. Mike D'Antoni's no longer there. Daryl Morey is pleading for his job in Philadelphia till Bob Myers takes it. They're all gone. Draymond lives, Kevon Looney lives, Steve Kerr lives, but that man, again, Steph Curry, goes back to Houston and proves that he is the best shooter in the world. Amen.
That was, first of all, very well done coming off the heels of an Easter Sunday. I mean, the combination of the two holidays, 420 and Easter Sunday, I think got you in the perfect zone for a little congregation here on a Monday morning. So much to get into with this one. Of course, a 1980s style game going 95-85 Golden State Warriors. That's right, the half-court offense. And Houston got out to that great start. Alperen Sengun with the poster on Draymond going fierce. They start 7-0. Then it's 13-5. And then one of the turning points of this game really was Sengun getting his second foul called late in the first quarter when Jimmy Butler just kind of got a little bit of contact and really sold that one, sort of falling out of bounds, giving the referees the chance to have to blow their whistle one way or another. You're going to call out of bounds, you're going to call the foul, and Jimmy Butler getting the superstar call there on that one. So it was playoff Jimmy, and this has kind of been the model for the last 3 games, including the one they lost against the LA Clippers. Playoff Jimmy gets it going early. Steph Curry in the second half and in those fourth quarters really wakes up and brings it home. So obviously, long way to go. This could very well go all the way to 7 games, but that was a resounding statement from the Golden State Warriors after Houston came out with a little bit of fire and energy and intensity and defense and all the things they do. The Warriors, largely by taking care of the ball, not playing into Houston's hands, not giving them live ball turnovers, all of that has really just been any kind of nail in the coffin, really, to like what allows their slow starts to turn into no start, too big of a hole to come out of, and they're able to hold on. The 23-point lead goes all the way down to 3, so we're going to get into everything on the other side. I will tease the guest list. I will tell you about our contest for the week because, yeah, the Warriors won last night, but you have a chance to win 5 times. The Warriors can only do it 4 at the most in this series here. So we'll do all that coming up. It is Papa and Silver with a congregation on a Monday here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's 1 down and 3 to go for the Golden State Warriors as they take game 1 by a 1990s style score, 95-85 over the Houston Rockets. Game 2 is going to be Wednesday. We're going to be breaking it down all day here on Papa and Silver, 10 to 2. And if you want to share any of your thoughts, 415-808-5627. As always, the number to chime in.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Drive, Şengün will defend. Curry's got it. He and Butler, as I said, 18 apiece. He'll dance. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, goodness.
Are you kidding me?
Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot.
This is crazy. First it was Butler, now Stephen Curry. The degree of difficulty on that three.
It doesn't get any better than Steph Curry when it comes to taking wild shots that nobody in the world should even have the audacity to put up there near the vicinity of a rim. I would also argue it doesn't get much better than Kevin Harlan with his calls. Geometrically, that should not have happened. Kevin, I feel you, buddy. That was a great shot by Steph Curry. That was the high watermark for the Warriors. It gave them a 23-point lead there in the third quarter. That would go all the way down to 3 in the fourth quarter, but the Warriors, with some execution down the stretch, got it done. They win it by 10. All it took was 95 points to do so. And Papa, what we've learned now is that in a playoff series that Steph Curry has played in, 28 of the 29 times his team has won a game on the road in a series. How about that?
Well, some of those he missed, I think, along the way. But the Warriors had that streak they were proud of where they won a playoff series in every single, at least one game on the road. And it obviously ended when they lost to the Lakers, so they got one. Honestly, I mean, I love Kevin. Geometrically, he does things that are beyond description over. He changed the geometry of the game. What Kevin was talking about was the high release over the defender. And you know, I only looked at this game, and normally I look at it how the Warriors going to guard the Rockets. With JD on Friday, it was all how the Rockets going to guard the Warriors. And then Thompson was on Steph a lot. They had Jalen Green guard him a lot. One major problem they've got to work on is their switches. They do not get up and get in. Watch the Warriors when they switch. And they didn't do a lot of it against Houston because they just played boxes and elbows against them. But when the Warriors are playing, you know, a real threat offensively, a Harden, a Leonard, they switch up, and the switcher comes right up into them. And Houston, there was one where Jalen Green was on Steph up near, it may have been that shot. I'm not even sure. There were so many. It was way out there. It was above quarter court. And Amen Thompson was there as well. And neither guy went to Steph. They both just kind of dropped him. It's like, you got to get up into him. So, but the Warriors only scored 95 points. Their defense is all that. They got extreme length. The issue for them, and I assume they're going to shoot the ball a little better as the series goes. But man, I am looking at this now. I know you're looking at maybe I'm thinking, end this fast. The reason they were so good last night, and they got off to a bit of a slow start, and they ran them down and controlled the game. They were fresh. End this ASAP. It's hard to sweep, but you swept this. Feels like New Orleans when Anthony Davis was young. Sweep them. End this. Minnesota's for real. We will get into that. We'll see how the Lakers respond, but their defense, the way they attack defensively, and then it's all Ant-Man orchestrating it, and his passing is so much better. The winner of this series gets the 3-6, which is Lakers, Timberwolves. Minnesota looked really good, like they looked last springtime.
They shot the lights out, too, on top of that defense.
But it's all off of him. They can shoot, but they get up into you defensively. They attack. Naz Reid would have been a great Warrior, but moving on from that, he may be the mortal enemy starting in a week or so. But end this as soon as possible. Do not let them get back into this. Sweep 5. You don't want to go back to Houston anyway, but we'll see how they respond. Houston's offense, Greg, wow. The lack of ball movement. Ime is a really good defensive coach. I don't know who their offensive coordinator is. Ime Udoka came from San Antonio. And Pop, brought ball movement and, was side pick and roll with Tony and Dunk and Manu and breaking you down. This team, I don't know what they're trying to do offensively. Şengün's a really skilled player, but he's not the Joker. They asked him to initiate offense facing up way too much. He turned the ball over 5 times. He's just driving right into the teeth of the defense, and then you're just playing boxes and elbows on them. We're going to talk to Jalen Green's high school coach. He's going to have to figure this out. If he thinks he's just going to rise up and shoot over the Warriors, he's going to have to figure something out. They're going to have to move, and I'm not sure what they do to loosen them up. They're going to have to use the width of the court. Right now, they got to look at their offense. It's offensive. It's like the John McKay line. How do you feel about the execution of your offense, Coach? I'm in favor of it. They are just painful to watch, and it's their structure. When Adams came into the game, the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams, they finally had a flow to their offense because he would set a ball screen and then he'd roll off of it in the half roll and make a pass. Şengün did that some, but basically, I don't know what they're trying to do offensively. I mean, to me, the only way this series is competitive is if Terry Stotts, the Warriors offensive coordinator, and Steph Curry go put on red jerseys and play for the Rockets. Then we'd have a series. I assume some of these guys will shoot better, but Şengün is not a very good shooter to me. They got to play Tari Eason. They got to play Jabari Smith more. Would they start their two big lineup when they started to get back into the game? And it's like all these Houston games. The Warriors are like up 25, and all of a sudden it's 3. Like, what the hell? How did this happen? They can't score. How did they even cut the lead down? But when they went to that big lineup, Adams and Şengün, it did cause the Warrior problems. Would you start that way if you're Ime? How many minutes can you play them together? Adams only plays 20 minutes a game. Why does Quentin Post not play at all anymore? I'm not even getting into the Kuminga thing. We'll ask Kawakami's going to join us at 10:50, and I mean he's not even a thought. He's moved on, which means what are they going to do with the guy? And he could get resurfaced. Maybe we won't get into it, but it's timely now. But from Houston offensively, Greg, whoa. It's roster construction from Raphael Stone, their GM. This is so different than Mike D'Antoni and, Daryl Morey and the 3-ball. This team can't shoot.
It would have been 95, 85, like halfway through the third quarter in those old Warriors-Rockets games.
Well, the Warriors will, now that they've already seen their defense, they're not scoring 95 again. This was their one shot to clamp them. Now they've seen this defense. Now they'll start moving the ball around. They're going to get to 105, 110. I know they don't score a lot against this team. You don't need to. How does Houston get to 100? You're going to beat the Warriors not scoring 100 points. Good luck. That's not happening. But how do they do it? Dylan Brooks is their best offensive player, and he was so limited when he was in Memphis. Şengün's a good player. I would think more movement. I'm trying to coach their team to make it a competitive series. Move the guy. A little cross screen like Karl Malone. Get him in the post. Don't have him face up every single time and drive right in the middle of the defense. He had 5 turnovers. He looked awkward. He made shots. He's their go-to guy. Warriors didn't even really attack him on the other end. They can get him off the floor. Their best lineup is probably Jabari Smith. Then you got to play Şengün. I'm not sure. Tari Eason's a good player. I don't know. But they need more movement. They got to move. They can't just sit there and drive into gridlock. It's Westheimer in downtown Houston. It's just slammed right under the Derrick Hotel, by the way. The Warriors are playing a box and one. It is boxes and elbows, where you've got the lane filled. The elbows are the areas up top where the lane meets the free throw line. The boxes are the low post. You got a guy in each box, and you accordion out of that. They're going at Steph a little bit. Steph's guarding Jalen Green well. We'll be kind. We'll be kind to his high school coach. Exactly, what is Jalen Green's game? If he can't beat you off the dribble and take you all the way inside to score, and he had a couple of layups last night where he just couldn't finish, he will rise up and make a shot. He's a 35% three-point shooter, which is okay. He's more of a volume scorer than he is a scorer. So he wasn't even that last night. He was 3 of 15 from the floor. Van Vliet, to me, is one of the guys you fear. But he was 2 of 13 on the 3-ball. But I remember both that he made, the big one to make it 84-80, where I thought, damn, are they going to steal this game? And then Moses Moody made the off-balance one. Pod's probably traveled on that. And then in the corner, Moody made a big one. But, watching him play with those red uniforms, they remind me of St. John's. They're St. John's. They're the Red Storm which is what's showing up in my toilet bowl after I have a beet salad. You get a lot of that red going on, and that's the way they're shooting. But they cannot shoot. I mean, can they not shoot ever? Or are they just, is it roster construction? Can their offensive flow be different where they open up different shots? Or if they can't shoot the ball and they shoot like they couldn't even make a free throw last night. Amen! Can you make a free throw, brother? Who's the worst free throw shooter in the league? Is it Thompson? Amen! He was 0 for 4.
Yeah.
I mean, can this team, they're St. John's. They'll lock you up defensively. They can't make a standstill jump shot.
And now, look, I don't think that they're going to shoot that poorly from the line for the duration of the series. I also don't think that you're going to get a, combined 7 for 34 from Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet moving forward. But I do hear you, Pop, in that we're talking about Dylan Brooks as your best offensive scorer from the perimeter. Obviously, Şengün and what he did in the first half was great. But Dylan Brooks, the guy you brought in to be your defensive enforcer, was your next best option on the perimeter. So I'll tell you about our little guest list, too, because we got Tim Kawakami joining us at 10:50. Going to be great to have him on. Jared Weiss, who covers the NBA at large for The Athletic, and lots to get into with the Miami Heat, actually. By the way, the Heat would be the first 10 seed to ever make it out of the play-in tournament. So Andrew Wiggins and the Heat are in the playoffs. They're facing Cleveland. He's going to join us at 11:30. And then Brad Rosnovsky, the high school coach from San Joaquin Memorial for Jalen Green, is going to come by toward the end of the show at 1:30. Going to be great to have all those guys on. We'll also get into the San Francisco Giants in the 12 o'clock hour. And they came back from the road trip. It's 5-5. Yesterday obviously ended in a brutal fashion, but by and large, you'd take a 5-5 on a road trip against the Yankees, Phillies, and then the Angels, who've been playing some decent baseball. So lots to get into. Before I forget to do either of these important tasks, I will tell you that, number one, this segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Number two, we're back to the giveaways in our contests. And of course, I'm talking about the Bay Area Panthers. You can win 4 tickets to see them take on the San Diego Strike Force May 4th. Shout out to Star Wars at the SAP Center in San Jose. All you got to do, tune in between right now and 1 p.m. When we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's furnished by the Panthers. You can find the official rules at KNBR.com. And Walter, today's cue to call is
2nd and 9. Newton, end zone, touchdown Country. And the Panthers go back on top. 15 yards on another laser from number 1.
So I guess we're just going different Carolina Panthers, as random as Jericho Cotchery with a 15-yard touchdown there.
See, there's no Bryce Young highlights. How about Steph Curry visiting with C.J. Stroud last night? You think he dropped it? Damn. Why did we take you number 1 over Bryce Young? Think that came up at all?
It might have. I could see Steph Curry and being a little competitive right after the game, all fresh. So, lots to get into here. And of course, Steph Curry and the Warriors, the big focus of today. If you want to sound off, by the way, 415-808-5627, the number where you can chime in. Tim Kawakami is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes, but lots of room to be sharing your thoughts here. And of course, the next time you hear Jericho Cotchery find in the end zone, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. We'll continue to unpack game 1 of this series. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz to start off the week on a Monday. Founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people. And today, Steve, let's talk about the ERC.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where people have been waiting and waiting and waiting for their checks. There's three different ways to hurry up the IRS, and people are very concerned because President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion with a T off the federal spending. Will he cut ERC with the stroke of his pen in an executive order? Who knows? But rather than take that chance, we want to hurry him up right now while still good law. Or what if you got a nastygram from the IRS and it says, you don't qualify, no ERC for you. Right now, the IRS is being sued, claiming they've disallowed a lot of people. They didn't even know if you qualify or not. We need to appeal those, or you're being audited. So that's the big three. One, you're waiting for your check. We want to hurry them up. Two, your claim's been denied. We want to appeal that. Or three, being audited. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me my ERC money.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz on the ERC. And if you want to give him a call and get your ERC check, just do so now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can visit MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's poppin'? Poppin' Silver hanging out with you, beginning a Monday in which talk a little Giants, and yeah, they're looking to rebound against Milwaukee. First pitch 6:45 tonight, but the Warriors do get it done to close out an Easter Sunday. 95-85, the win. They take game one in Houston. And we have been getting into all of it. Let's hear a little post-game sound before we bring in Tim Kawakami coming up at about 15 minutes or so. First, we got to do Steve Kerr. And yeah, I said it, 95-85. Neither team putting up 100. He said it felt like 1997, a year in which he did a lot of winning, actually, with the Chicago Bulls, part of that three-peat. So here is Steve Kerr talking about the low-scoring offense and the kind of series that it was, especially with the first one last night.
They're not a typical modern NBA team, in terms of spreading you out, playing fast, shooting a million threes. They're kind of old school. In many ways, they're in the image of their coach. Ime was a grinder as a player. He was tough and physical, and that's what Houston is. And in this series, you can see they know where their advantage lies, and it's playing Adams a lot, sometimes playing him with Şengün, having everybody crash. So it felt like 1997 out there to me. Completely different NBA game than what we're used to, and we've got to be ready for that. This is what this series is going to be.
It felt like 1997 out there to Steve Kerr. It also feels like 10:27 a.m. to me, because I got to let you know that this segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. That's right. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Just ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. I'll tell you this stat, Papa. Houston logged a 65.5 offensive rating in the half court last night. Warriors a whole 30 points better than that. The half court defense, even with a center who is 6'7" in high tops, found a way to get it done.
Well, we had Monty Poole on Friday, and he basically said the Warriors really confident going into this series because Houston is so bad in the half court. So they got to solve their half court offense. I mean, we're going to party like it's 1997, and that was the year. That was the year the Warriors played in San Jose. If you go 96, 97, that was the last year of being away while they refurbished the Oakland Coliseum arena and then came back to the new arena. And the 97-98 year, they were horrible. The Warriors won 19 games that year. But in any event, what he's saying was the league was a grind. The Spurs, Tim Duncan was a rookie that year. And, with their two big lineup, they were able to dominate the league with their suffocating defense and won a championship. But they could score. Houston, it's kind of a little bit of a dig at the Rockets because saying, they're not the modern NBA team, or it seems that give the Warriors problems play 5 out. When the Joker got hurt and Aaron Gordon played stretch 5, it's just 5 shooters. You stretch it out, and what Houston is, it's just so different. I mean, we knew it was getting ready for the series last week, but when you watch it, it's like, this is the team that Daryl Morey at one time ran, and the analytics, the owner there is still the same, Tillman Fertitta. They've just completely changed. I don't know Raphael Stone, he came in to replace Morey, but the roster construction, and a lot of it was, high draft picks, obviously, after the James Harden trade. But they just don't have a lot of shooting on this team. So how are they going to get back into it? Well, Ime was all those things that Steve talks about. He played, I don't really remember him as an NBA player. He hardly played. I think the Knicks and Lakers. He was a D-League guy. But he's coached a long time. I mean, Steve was an off-the-ball drift shooter who couldn't guard. So how does his team play? They unleash Rocco. They play suffocating defense. So it's not always your teams play the way you played. You have to play the complete game. And the Houston Rockets they're going to have to figure it out. And they went out and got Van Vliet, and they got Brooks, and they turned Brooks into their development program into a better shooter. But they got to figure out, how they're going to score. Their defense is fine. This is the first time I ever gone into a series, and I really didn't look at who the Warriors are guarding. I don't really care. I think they can guard all of them. And they were trying to get Steph. Ime admitted they were hunting Steph. Steph guarded Jalen Green really well. Jalen Green could not beat him off the dribble. That guy's lanky and lightning fast. Steph got to a spot and made him pull up.
I got the number for Rockets players shooting against Steph last night. It was 4 for 16.
He guarded well,
yeah.
And a lot of it was Green, Jalen Green. They all shot. They shot 39%. They were 6 of 29. They missed 9 free throws. I mean, the other side of it is you could say we lost by 10 guys. We missed 9 free throws, but they got to be realistic here. So I'm sure their coaches are looking at everything. Tomorrow they'll get back at it in the gym and have a practice. Both teams are taking the day off today. I assume the Rockets are off as well after playing last night. And that was a late game. That tipped off at 8:30, in Houston. So they got to figure out what to do, and they're going to be in a desperate situation. I think we'll talk to Kawakami. Adjustments are fascinating in the playoffs, in game. You don't have to wait to the next game or even to halftime. You could make them on the fly, but certainly game to game. Houston's going to make changes. I wonder, will they play the two bigs together? Their best lineup was Adams and Şengün together. Their best offense is to shoot and miss and get the missed shot and put that back in the basket. But they had 22 offensive rebounds, and there were many offensive rebounds where they didn't score on the second putback. They are so 1997. Most teams that clear an offensive rebound now are looking to pitch it back for a three. That's when you get a scattered, scrambled court, and you can get a step-in, wide-open three. They get an offensive rebound and try to just horse it back in the basket. They only had 22 points in the paint. Off 22 offensive rebounds, that's not enough. You get 1 point, you get 2 points for a basket.
Yeah.
That's not good. The one thing is the Warriors got to possess the ball. I mean, the obvious thing is, and they did a good job. The Warriors had 14 turnovers. There were a couple that were chancy, and Houston scored 23 points off the turnovers, but they were sloppy as well. Houston had 17 turnovers, and the Warriors had 25 points off turnovers, so that was a +2 for the Warriors. Their offensive rebounding is going to keep them in the game. They're hard to keep off the offensive glass. Steven Adams, he looks like a big lurch out there, but the guy really is an effective player. He knows how to set a screen. He's Bogut. He's not as skilled as Bogut, but he's got a lot of Bogut qualities to him. He will splatter you on a screen.
Yeah.
To me, they got to play three. They're basically playing 8 guys. The 3 guys off the bench got to play more. Tari Eason is long. That guy can guard, whether it's Steph or Jimmy or Draymond. He can guard outside and in. Jabari Smith can make a shot. He's not a great three-point shooter, 35%, but he had open ones last night. He's the one guy that didn't miss a shot. He's the one guy that rises up with confidence, plus he's athletic at his size. So I don't know who they want to pull off the floor. Thompson got going a little bit later on. They got other guys that can guard Steph. And then from the Warriors, if they do go to a 2-big lineup more, maybe even open the game with Şengün and Adams, what's the adjustment? We don't care. We just beat you. They're too big lineup. I thought the Warriors would run them off the court, and they couldn't do it. And I think ultimately that's what the game plan will be. But do you want Quentin Post to play a little bit more here? He's down to 12 minutes a game right now.
Yeah, no, I would want him to play more. And it was really wild to see Looney and Post being there together when Draymond was getting some rest, and that was the counter to the 2-big lineup. And those two weren't playing together in tandem for that much of the game, but still something we saw a little bit. Post obviously did not shoot the ball much last night. He was just 0 for 3, and you'd like to be able to get something from him because, Draymond Green also said it, and we could play the sound a little bit later, but for the Rockets and their 9 missed free throws and the turnovers, they had 17 of them, giving the Warriors 25 points. Rockets can go into this saying, we can play way better, especially in the half-court offense. I think the Warriors can play better in a lot of ways, too. Now, Steph, you got a lot from him. You got a lot from Jimmy. They got to find some kind of third scoring option, and we can get into this deeper on tomorrow and before the game on Wednesday and everything. Moody made the timely shots for sure, and Podziemski hit a couple of early ones steadying, but if you can get some extra points from Gary Payton II, who was your 6th man last night, if Quentin Post can come in, hit a couple of threes, Guy Santos hit that one in the corner, then this could actually be a real problem for a team that struggles to score against the Houston Rockets, because it's your point, Papa. I don't think that the Warriors are going to be scoring 95 points for the rest of this series alone. That said, they got to find a way to keep defending at this high level, and with the way the rest schedule is set up, you got to take advantage of the way it's set up early on, getting more rest here between games 1 and 2 and 2 and 3.
Without a doubt. And they played last night. They got to use. They went Friday at 1 o'clock our time. They landed at 8 o'clock. They had a full day off on Saturday. They got there early on Friday. They get dinner, get a good night's rest. They're taking this. That's like when the Niners leave on a road trip. And the game was Sunday night. There's even when the Niners leave and play a Sunday night game in the East Coast or Central Time Zone, sometimes they leave Saturday. To have that game tip off at 8:30, you're in Houston, and you were there 48 hours ahead of time. So they took it seriously. Now, their goal has got to be, when they pack up and leave Houston, we ain't going back here again. We are going to take them out in game 2, and we're going to sweep this team. And we need the rest for the next. We're not looking to just beat Houston. Minnesota, and you're all going to think the Lakers are going to win. Minnesota can beat them. I would pick them to win this series. They're a far better defensive team. They have plenty of offense. They got matchup problems. In any event, whoever it is, Minnesota or the Lakers, is going to be a far more formidable challenge, obviously. either one of those teams is going to have home court. You want to be as rested and ready, just like you were, even though you had to play the play-in. It was no big deal for Houston. So get this over as quickly as possible. Beat them on Wednesday, and if you can, just rub them out. Just sweep them. But I don't know what other gears Houston has. That two-big lineup definitely brought them back into the game. That's the lineup that flipped the lead down. Yeah. And then they took Şengün out, and the big guy just couldn't play anymore. He got tired. He played a long stretch there. I'm like, go back to him, but he was tired. I don't know what their elixir is, but you're going to get their best push. If they lose on Wednesday night, they may never walk back into that arena this year. It could be done, closed for the season. So you're going to get their best push on Wednesday. But we'll talk to Kawakami. He's so good about, how about the minutes they're playing? Jimmy's playing 42 minutes.
Jimmy's playing a lot of minutes.
The case in game one? Steph played 39 minutes and 38 seconds. That tells you they wanted game. They want this over.
They were right to go and chase that. They were absolutely right to go and chase that game with Jimmy in the 42 minutes and Steph playing as much.
Chase it. You devoured them. They never breathed. They had a little bit of a run. You're way better. End this. So if you have to extend them a few more minutes in a game to avoid playing an extra game, do the math. I mean, that's what Dr. Rick would say to do. Draymond 36, Podge 35. I mean, what do you do with the big lineup if they roll two bigs out there? And we'll get into it with Tim. He's in Houston. He's asking all the questions. He knows the game inside and out as far as rotations. Can you play post a little bit more? And then with Kuminga, the one question I would have, because when Tim spoke to Joe Lacob after they made the Butler trade and they asked him about Kuminga, Joe bit his head off. Of course we're bringing him back. We love him. He's going nowhere. So that'll be an off-season decision. And you got a lot of more meaningful. You just won one last night.
Yeah.
You want to win 15 more is the goal. And that's a tall task. But Jimmy said, when we win the championship. So that's their mindset. So he'll have a chance to resurface here. But I do wonder what the owner thinks, that they just don't play Kuminga at all. Does the owner say anything about that? Does he say, whoa, why is he not playing? You coach your team. I have nothing to say here. What's the pushback from ownership on? Because they were saying, we need, if we're going to go to where we want to go, Kuminga's got to play. Well, does he? Does he have to play to get where you want to go? I mean, if you match up with other teams, but they don't trust him right now for whatever. If there was ever a moment to play him, it'd be in last night's game one, when you're playing these guys heavy minutes. So does Butler keep playing 42 minutes a night? Is there a way to get him down to 38 and give a few minutes to Kuminga? And we'll figure out adjustments and all that with Timmy's so good at it. But what does the owner think of them essentially benching their young star? Or, I don't know if he's a star, but they're the young guy when you got all these 30-somethings around there, and Pods is playing well, and Moody's playing. And Trace Jackson-Davis, I keep going back to him. If you're not going to play post, could Trace Jackson-Davis match up with Şengün and do a better job keeping these guys off the boards?
These are all questions we're going to get into coming up next with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, who's down in Houston on top of it all. So he'll join us next. It's Poppin' Silver on a Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Pajemski inbounding for Golden State. It's a Curry three. Ring it up. Curry with a triple.
Yeah, one of the many eye-opening Steph Curry long balls last night. That one off the inbound from Brandon Pajemski. Warriors probably helped right there by the fact that Houston didn't have a challenge left to use after they did challenge a Brandon Pajemski blocking foul that was drawn, and it was unsuccessful. And you all know the rest. It was 95-85. Warriors take game one down in Houston. And here to help us break it all down is our first guest of the week, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. Always great to have him on when he's able to join us. And he joins us live on the UMA guest line. Tim, what's happening? How are you?
I'm doing just fine. How you doing, guys?
We're doing pretty well. I mean, lots to get into from this one. And, you know, the way the rest schedule is set up, there's going to be a lot to marinate on between games 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. And that's what we're starting to do here for the week. And you wrote a great column in the SF Standard, was reading through that this morning. But I guess first question I just want to ask you is, being in the arena, did you see the younger players on both teams seem a little bit overwhelmed by the moment, or was it just kind of the natural feeling out process in the first quarter of a physical 4 to 7 game series?
Yeah, I think it's that. It's going to be physical. It's not going to be up and down. The Rockets are a great up and down team. The Warriors are determined not to make sure it's not an up and down game. And I don't know if it was pressure. I just don't think the Rockets are very good shooters. I mean, we all know that. They're just not a team that can get into a free-flowing jump shot game. And the Warriors can play the half court. They're not always great at it, but they can. They can certainly defend in the half court. So was that pressure? Was it just the Warriors, exposing a flaw in the Rockets? While the Rockets are exposing a flaw in the Warriors, obviously you're going to play small. The Rockets can play huge. Even their, middle-sized guys hit the boards like crazy. I don't know if that was two teams feeling each other out, or was it two teams that know each other real well and are trying to do the stuff that the other team doesn't want to do? And the Warriors just figured it out a little better. And that was the sense I think myself and many others got from the post game, just from being around the team. They kind of think they've got this figured out. Doesn't mean they're guaranteed to win. It just means they know what the formula is. They're riding their old guys 100%. Houston's got a bunch of young players who just, doesn't mean they're going to fold. It's just they haven't ramped it up in the playoffs like this. They haven't felt what it is. The pressure, I thought the game one being in Houston would be an advantage to the Warriors because you're going to start to feel the pressure in that arena. I've been there for game 7 in that arena when the pressure really ramps up. It's going to only get more. They ride the old guys. Don't turn it over if you possibly can. 20 turnovers in that loss April 6th, 11 last night, and only 4 fast break points for the Rockets. And try to hold off that friggin' physical attack that the Rockets are going to do. And it's only going to get more, right? It's only they can't go get a jump shooter, right? You can't go acquire Kevin Durant right now. You just try to go harder, and that's what they're going to do. And the Warriors, they got beat up some. They're going to play small. That's who they are. They're not going to import, a bunch of big guys in there. They're just going to try to hold them off. And they gave up 22 offensive rebounds, and they won. I think they felt very good about that. Like, they could play way better, but they can't play, worse, in a lot of ways than the Rockets did. I think the Warriors feel very good about this 1-0 series right now.
Well, they should. They controlled most of the game, with the exception of when Houston went to that double big lineup, and we'll talk about it. But you said, Timmy, the Warriors are going to ride their best players, their veteran guys. Jimmy Butler played 42 minutes and 13 seconds last night. Steph Curry played 39-38. Now, the schedule was favorable with the time off from the Memphis game to get in, to play in. And they got a couple of days before Wednesday. You're so good with the rotations and the allocation of minutes. I mean, the rotation, this is not strength in numbers. He is paring the bench way down. Quentin Post is really not playing like he did earlier, and Kevon got 8 minutes. Do you see them again, at least at the beginning of this series, when you got the time off, maybe when it's every other day and a travel day in between, you spread it out. But do you see them, in particular, Jimmy and Steph, playing those kind of high minute totals?
Absolutely. They got to go for it. And this is the series, so this is certainly the part of the playoffs you can do it. 2 days off between 1 and 2, 2 days off between 2 and 3. If you're ever going to do it, you're going to do it now. And you can feel it when Butler's off the court. We've always talked about the non-Steph minutes. You can feel it in the non-Butler minutes. It was the top of the fourth quarter. They put Steph in the top of the fourth. They don't normally do that. That added minutes to Steph. That allowed them, in Kerr's mind, to take Butler off for just a couple minutes, and then you get them both back in there. This is how they're going to win a series. Now, how's it going to play if they get through this series or in the later stages of this series? We'll see. But you'd rather deal with that up 1-0 or up 2-1 or whatever the series is going to go by banking on your best guys. And Butler can play. Like, we've seen him. He played, 46 minutes in the overtime loss to the Clippers, playing strong.
48.
48.
Played 48.
That's right, 48 minutes.
Yeah.
This guy is just built for this, like Clay was. He's just built to run. He's built to be tough. There's going to be a wear and tear, no question. But this is what Steve Kerr's won. He has really tripled down on this. And we can talk about, obviously Kuminga being out of the rotation is part of it. His minutes largely have come when Butler's been off the court. Well, if Butler's going to rarely come off the court, in Kerr's mind, well, where am I going to play Kuminga? And I like the other guys anyway in his mind. So they are a Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry team. That's what they are. They're not going to try to fool anybody by doing anything else. I asked Kerr before the game, you talk about the kind of the free-flowing chaos of the Steph minutes, and then you talk about the, Jimmy Butler kind of controlling things in the Butler minutes. So what about the Steph and Jimmy minutes? And kind of give me an interesting answer. Let me believe they're going to play them together as much as possible. They kind of had going on off a little bit. They're just going to try to win the series with Butler and Curry. And given from what we've seen from them the last few games, for sure, the list of the last few games scoring-wise, you got to do it, right? Win the series and deal with whatever else you have to deal with later.
Great to have Tim Kawakami on with us, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You bring up some good points there because the Warriors actually won the non-Steph minutes. They did not win the non-Jimmy minutes last night, and he's been able to just rack up these minutes over and over. And so I do just kind of want to follow up on this minute distribution because it seems like Steve Kerr isn't going to slow down. To your point, he is sort of tripling down on the Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. I'm going to ride these guys as much as I can. They're not the team that they used to be where a 23-point lead is just time to, draw the curtains and it's all good and the other team's not going to make it stressful at all. But as Steve Kerr has done in every playoff series, there's a lot of adjustments. And usually this early on, it's not this thin of a rotation because he did go with 10, but two of those guys in Looney and Santos didn't even crack double-digit minutes last night. So the two big lineup was a big point, a big notable point in the game for Houston yesterday. And then you ended up seeing Post and Looney playing together a little bit. Never thought Kevon Looney was going to be playing the 4 and all that. So just kind of want to get your thoughts on how the Warriors and Steve Kerr can kind of tinker with their rotation with the two big lineup, moving forward in the series without sacrificing too many minutes from the guys that they're leaning on so heavily.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try to make an adjustment here. They won the game. They can rebound better. But, Post and Looney is not a great combination for them, whatever the other side is. You don't try to do what the other team is doing worse. You try to do what you do better. And, listen, if they get destroyed on the boards in a two big lineup from Houston, you might have to take a look at some other stuff. But Quentin Post out there, the Rockets they go right at him every single time. It is a tough matchup for Post when they're spread out and just attacking and penetration. You just fight tougher. The guards got to help in the rebounding. You can win those minutes. And listen, Steph Curry against a two big lineup, you get one of those guys in a pick and roll and matched up on Steph, that can free him up a little bit. I'm not saying they love going against the double centers because they were good. Steven Adams was incredible. But you should be able to flex it out a little bit. You should be able to get the space you want, and you're getting the Rockets to change up their thing a little bit. If you take Tari Eason off the floor, you take Ahmed Thompson off the floor, the Warriors will take that. I don't think you are trying to match what the Rockets do better than you. You're trying to expose what they do worse than you. So I don't expect a lot of adjustments. Now, they lose a game, you clearly make adjustments. They have not lost a game, and I think they can do better against the two bigs. I think they can feel that out a little bit more. They were a little, light on the loose balls. Butler kind of made fun of Buddy Hield. That's his guy. They're just kind of reaching for balls. They're not going after them. they can do that. They can grab some of these things, and they win by 10 in Houston, giving up 22 offensive rebounds. I think they feel like that's not a bad stat for them to get. Okay, cut that down to 10 offensive rebounds, they might win by 25 in their mind. Well, Houston's going to shoot better. We know that. But I would not just say just because of 22 offensive rebounds, the Warriors have to change anything. In their minds, they won the game, and they can do better.
Well, they had 22 offensive rebounds, but they only had 22 points in the paint.
Yep.
So they weren't, a point, an offensive rebound is not very efficient. A lot of teams kick out for a 3, and you should at least get a 2 at a high percentage. So even when there were so many offensive rebounds, they didn't score on the second shot, which is really uncommon in the NBA. Quentin Post, I thought he was the key. Everybody's talking about Kuminga. I thought the only way to play Kuminga is to have Post, to play Kuminga more meaningful minutes than just as Jimmy's backup, and Jimmy's essentially playing the whole game, is if you had, Steph out there with Jimmy and Draymond. If Quentin Post could give you some floor spacing, maybe Kuminga could play, but they chose not to play him. Now, their goal is not to just win 1 game or 4. It's to win 16 and win an NBA championship, and he may be heard from later this spring. So it's a long way to go, but clearly he is way out of the rotation right now. I remember when they made the Butler trade, you had Joe Lacob on your podcast, and you asked him about how does this impact Kuminga, and he shot right back. We love Kuminga, he's coming back, or something of that. My question is, since you are close with the owner or have access to him, what does he think? Have you gotten any feeling on what his thought? Because he knows the game, that they have essentially taken Kuminga completely out of the rotation the last 3 games, Timmy.
Well, I've not talked to Lacob in the last few days since Kuminga's getting the DMPs, but clearly he loves Kuminga. He loves talent, and he loves saying that he loves talent, but he likes winning playoff games more. So while his opinion is known and Steve Kerr understands that, and listen, if it's wrong, there's going to be, you're going to hear about it. But Joe loved Wiseman even more. Really loved James Wiseman, was personally involved in that pick. Did not love the situation, did not love having to trade him, but they traded him. It's not like he held on to him. I think the Kuminga thing could be similar, although Kuminga's done way more to screw. I think he's a far better player. I'm a Kuminga guy. I like him. I spoke to him a little bit yesterday. But Steve Kerr's right a lot of times. In fact, most of the times. And in fact, you get to the playoffs, he's right almost every time. And he's decided Kuminga does not fit what they do. He does not fit the Jimmy Butler era Warriors. And he's 1-0 in this playoffs. Again, things change. I think that's the general sense of the Kuminga kind of people favoring people on the Warriors is he's going to be needed at some point in these playoffs, maybe in this series. I kind of think no, but, we'll see. You never know what could happen. He's played well against the Rockets, but I think Kerr has just decided they're going to win this way. But the general feeling is things change. Things change in the playoffs. Things change in a day. Let's see what happens. I think they're also, very willing to play it out. But they're mostly, and you saw Lacob celebrating, at the end of that game. He loves this. He wants to win games. And Steve Kerr is winning games. And so they ride with that. They'll have some decisions to make in the offseason. I've said it. I think it's very likely that John Kuminga is not on the Warriors next season. You just look at his free agency. You look at what the Warriors would be willing to pay him. You look at where their roster is. But in the moment, Joe Lacob is not barking that John Kuminga must play. That's not happening. He's like, okay, you made your decision. Let's see what happens. And they are 1-0 right now.
Well, I'm personally still upset about the gold medal team not playing Jason Tatum enough minutes. Yeah,
there you go.
A few more minutes here with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. And one player that is decidedly going to get a lot of minutes is Brandon Podziemski, and he had his first playoff game last night. Kind of want to get your evaluation on Podziemski overall because the shooting could have been a little bit better, but he was the team's leading rebounder, and he's probably their best chance in the Warriors to have the third scorer. Now, I get that their third scorer could be somebody different every night. I get that there might be games where it's so good between Jimmy and Steph. They might not need a third scorer if the Houston Rockets put up 85, but just kind of your general pulse on Podziemski, getting that first playoff game out of the way, some of the things he could do better, but also some of the plays he made that were clutch down the stretch.
Yeah, he's got to. Kerr mentioned a couple weeks ago that they got 4 people he knows he's going to close with. It's the 3 superstars and Podziemski, and at the time kind of Has he really earned that? Couldn't they go with some other guys as that fourth and figure out the fifth also? He played in a way last night that shows you why he's the fourth. Is he a perfect player? No. Does he have the perfect size? No. Is he always going to be somebody you can rely on to hit a couple threes a game? No. But he's tough. He scraps. He can hit a shot. He knows when to take the shot. They need him out there. Like, they don't have another option. Now, Moody hit a huge shot, 2 shots in the fourth at the end of the game. But those were his only 2 shots he made. Like, that kind of comes and goes. You're just kind of hoping he gives you defense and some spacing. Podziemski was solid. Like, he's going to have worse games. He's going to have better games. But if they get that level, baseline Podziemski is about that every game, they will take that and run. Somebody's got to make decisions out there when Steph's getting double teamed. Someone's going to have to get into the paint and make, it's good. It's tough for him in the paint against this kind of team. But get in there and try to be a threat. Butler can do it, obviously. They need one other guy. Podziemski's like kind of the third decision maker. I wouldn't call him the third scorer because you can't just say, okay, write down 16 points for Podziemski. You can't really do that, but you can count on him to be heady. And he was, game best plus 17, just like hanging in there on defense. He's guarding some tough guys. I think guarding Van Vliet, and I'm not saying that he forced Van Vliet into a terrible shooting night, but it was a bad shooting night. Like there's hands in their faces. In the half court, he's such a huge part of this. Again, he's going to have some worse nights shooting for sure. We've seen that, but he's part of the core four. What do you say? It's 3 future Hall of Famers and Brandon Podziemski. It still sounds kind of weird, but he belongs in there. And then they fit the fifth with the way the game's flowing. It was Moody last night. I think it's going to be Moody most times, but sometimes it's going to be Guy Santos. Sometimes it's going to be Quentin Post. Sometimes it's going to be Buddy Hield. That's just kind of the way they're riding. Podziemski's, he's the fourth piece.
Without a doubt, after a rough start to his second year in the NBA, he has been so good since coming back, and the Santa Clara Bronco was tough. Speaking of Santa Clara, are you staying in Houston for Game 2? Are we going to see it 49-49 on Thursday for draft day? And what do you hear? And why are the Niners going to more than likely stick and pick at 11, Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Houston, obviously, for Game 2 and Wednesday. Be flying back Thursday. Don't think I'm going to make it down to the stadium for the draft, but we'll see. I will be monitoring. I think they'd love to trade down, frankly. I think 11 is not a great spot because it's like a 9 to 10 person first tier, and then they're at 11, and like everything from 11 to 22 feels about similar. But I don't think that means teams are going to want to trade up. So you take who you like. You take what you need. I would say defensive line, just because we know the needs there. There are some talented players. Nothing ideal. Mason Graham obviously would be perfect for them, I think, but I don't think he's going to get there. I'm thinking defensive Shamar Stewart, Michael Williams, like that kind of, 3-down potential sack guy from the left side, from the right, bookend with Bosa. It just feels like the value. You can go a lot of different ways. I think, again, trading down and getting one of those guys would probably be ideal. Pick up a third. I just don't think that's going to be available. This is a deep draft, I think, in like the second and third rounds, not so much in the first. They're kind of sitting there. Just be safe and steady and smooth and take the player that fits your need at 11. I don't think they're going to move up. That just doesn't, like, you're going to have to give up a lot to try to get to 6 to try to get Graham. I don't see that. Stay at 11, take the defensive end. I just think there's the need there. They've set themselves up where they have to they need what, 3 defensive linemen, 4 defensive linemen? Can you get all that in the draft? I don't know, but it'd be good start on that if they get one that they really believe in and plop him in there as a left defensive end next to across from Bosa.
Never too many defensive linemen here in this draft, especially. So, Tim, really appreciate you coming by as always. And in addition to reading your most recent piece on Game 1, I also really loved what you wrote about the whole Jonathan Kuminga situation last week, because I know that situation can get so charged and people get so revved up about it, whether you're on one side or the other, and thought it just kind of outlines it in a very fair and rational way. So keep doing your thing. We'll keep reading.
I appreciate it. I tried. I really tried to be measured on that one, so I'm glad you talked to him.
Have a good one, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Timmy.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
He is Tim Kawakami of the San Francisco Standard. Always great to have him on, first guest of the day. And we got Jared Weiss joining us coming up in about 15 minutes as well. So we can get into the NBA at large, ask him his thoughts from a more national perspective on Warriors-Rockets, if he sees this being competitive, if he sees the Warriors as coming in last night and making a big statement. On the other side, we'll do a brief reset of everything we've gotten into in the first hour and a half. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle stopped by with Murph and Marcus earlier to break down the best and the worst from the Warriors' Game 1 win at the Toyota Center in Houston. To check out that interview, go to KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Calls up Luka into the action. Got his air fryer out, ready to cook. Ant-Man gets it back, pulls the three, and it's wet. The best three-point shooter in the NBA this year.
Such a great scorer. You thought he might try to drive this, maybe take a contested three, but gave the ball up after the shot fake and gets it back and then drills one, catch and shoot right in Doncic's drill.
Yeah, well, the Warriors last night had a 29-13 advantage over the Houston Rockets in the second quarter. That was a big part in turning that game around. How about out at Crypto the day before on Saturday? I was out in North Beach having a great time, enjoying my afternoon. And Minnesota with a 38-20 second quarter on the road. The Warriors and the Timberwolves, the two road teams, to win their first game of the playoffs. All the other home teams got a win, including the Michael Malone-less Denver Nuggets getting it done over the Clippers in overtime. What a game that was. We'll catch up with Jared Weiss in just a moment. But, yeah, Papa, in addition to the way Minnesota shot the ball, the defense and the suffocation was on full display there, and they were not messing around whatsoever.
So we had JD in for you on Friday when you were doing jury duty, half day. Hope you got your full $33 for that. And we were going back and forth, and obviously, you know, Memphis only had 36 hours to get ready for Oklahoma City. They ran into a gauntlet, and Oklahoma City will handle them. But if Minnesota dropped down to 8, I wondered about that. But I think there's a good chance that the 7 seed Warriors win, the 6 seed Minnesota Timberwolves win, and the 5 seed LA Clippers win. We'll talk to Jared Weiss about it. The Clipper-Denver game went to overtime, and that was everything you thought it would be. Back and forth, and Jamal Murray is over that hamstring, made some big plays. The punch out right out of the arms of the claw. Kawhi Leonard, how did that hit his arm going out of bounds? We'll get into it all, but that's for later, because the Warriors are in the 2-7 side of the bracket, and they get the winner of the 3-6. So they get the winner of the Lakers and Timberwolves. And we watched that entire game on Saturday night, and wow, what a performance. Luka got the Lakers off to a quick start. It was like 15-7. They led the first quarter. And then the second quarter, Minnesota just took the game over, outscored them 38-20. And it's their defense, the way they guard Luka. I mean, Luka had 37 points and 8 rebounds. He only had 1 assist in the game. His usage rate is just so high. It's kind of like these Houston Rockets used to be, Greg, where how do you win when one guy is just so ball dominant? Everybody else on offense is waiting around for Blackbeard to dribble at 10 seconds and figure out if he wants to drive or step back, daddy, and you all play off of that. Everybody else just stands around. I mean, LeBron James, he had 19 points in the game, but his role is so different with Luka, and Luka's so ball dominant, and they got guys that can guard him, not just Jaden McDaniels, who obviously does. Dante's Inferno. Dante DiVincenzo got in his grill and just ripped the ball away. They all can guard him, even Naz Reid, who was knocking down 3, 6, and 9 off the bench, 23 points. But on the other end, the Lakers only scored 95 points in the game, which is one thing. And the Timberwolves defense, they were, you know, just all over them, all those defenders. I didn't even go Gobert. I didn't even mention him. But it's the way that Anthony Edwards has evolved into an offensive player where he got his 22 points on 22 shots, but he also got 9 assists. And they hunted that matchup. Like the Warriors on that Thursday night when they went to Crypto, let's call whoever Luka's guarding, come over to set a ball screen for Steph. Same thing for Ant-Man. Whoever Luka's guarding, come over to set a ball screen for Anthony Edwards. We're going to get a switch. We're going to go one-on-one now. When he beats him off the dribble, and he will, they're going to have to, you know, collapse, and then he pitches to shot makers in the corner, whether it's One-Eyed Charlie, Mike Conley, or mainly it was Jaden McDaniels, or how good is Naz Reid? Modern-day NBA big, able to switch out and guard. Guy made 6 threes, scored 23 points. So What a performance by Minnesota. We'll see what the Lakers, and J.J. Redick was not happy at all during the game, after the game. Regular season intensity. What do we do? Minnesota took the game from them. I think Minnesota can win this series. I'm not saying I'm moving on from the Rockets and let's just either sweep them, or you don't want to go back to Houston for a Game 5. But I'm already thinking about the next round. Get this over ASAP and get ready for one of these two teams, because y'all think it's the Lakers and their star power. Minnesota is by far the better defensive team, and they are by far the deeper team.
And it's interesting in the sense that, the Jimmy Butler trade changed everything for the Warriors. We know that. But you at least saw the same version of this Minnesota team 4 times over the season, and you beat them 3 times. The Lakers, you did not. You only saw the Luka Doncic Lakers 1 time. And, that was against the Jimmy Butler Warriors. And it was a very different matchup than all the previous other games. I know you were there on Christmas when Austin Reeves drove baseline and got past Andrew Wiggins for the game-winning layup and everything. So a lot less of a database to go off of if it does end up being the Lakers. And obviously this is not to get ahead of ourselves, but we are going to have a national guest on coming up. And, all the home teams ended up winning except for Minnesota and the Warriors. So long way to go. Could it be Minnesota? Could it be the Lakers? And the Warriors, of course, just got to worry about finding ways to get 3 more against the Houston Rockets before they can concede 4. Jared Weiss of The Athletic was out there for Cavs Heat. And how about the Heat and the way they've turned around their little season after a little skid? It was looking ugly post-trade. They got into the playoffs. Cleveland's tough, but going to be great to get into all of these matchups here with Jared Weiss. That's coming up. It is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than 25 years. Yes, we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in all sorts of no-fault injury accidents, and we got motorcyclists, pedestrian, cyclists, children. They're all around us in the Bay Area, so please be careful, and let's work together in making this region a safer place. But if something happens, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Happy Monday, everybody. Jared Weiss of The Athletic going to join us in just a bit. Talk a little NBA. That's been the big focus here in the first couple hours. Next hour, we're going to get a little bit into the Giants as well. Their 5-5 road trip. Great pitching down in Anaheim, but they lost 2 out of 3 after an incredible start to the road trip. So lots to break down there. And we'll get into it tomorrow some more as well. Big story right now, though. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, the Golden State Warriors, they take game 1. And I think a lot of people are misconstruing the sentiment of talking about what Minnesota did as we're already looking ahead to a Warriors-Wolves second-round matchup. No. That's not the case. But the case is if the Warriors are to get this done and get into a second round, you want to do it fast because if it's the Lakers you got to see and LeBron James and Luka Doncic, that is one heavy task. And if it's Minnesota, their youth, their length, and that defense, that is another heavy task. So if it is going to be a second round, you want to get this done sooner rather than later, but Houston will not go down without a fight. We've now made the connection with The Athletic's Jared Weiss, covering the NBA at large. Joined us once before, and it's great to have him on again on the UMA guest line. Jared, thanks so much. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco. How's it going with you?
What's up, Greg?
Not much. Great to have you on with us. Yeah, it's Gregexcellent, as we say in our show open as well. But I want to ask about the Heat, and I know you were down there and how they've turned things around post Jimmy Butler. But I guess I'll just start with kind of the broad scale question of after one weekend and every series playing one game to this point, is there anyone you like to still win the series after losing game 1? I know the Lakers is probably going to be a popular pick for a lot of people. The Clippers would be my personal pick. I think they can get it done against Denver. Could the Rockets and their youth and physicality wear down the Warriors eventually? Maybe an upset pick like the Pistons. Just kind of want to get your general thoughts on the whole picture here.
I mean, the Lakers have to be the favorite in that regard just because of their upside potential, even though that game was not very pretty at all. Most likely, I would say, would be the Clippers just because they're probably the currently best holistic team of all the teams that lost. That was the tightest game. They've been playing so great in the second half of the season. So it's probably one of those LA teams. And, don't discount Milwaukee, even though I think Indiana's clearly been the better team throughout the season. And that first game was not pretty. Damian Lillard looks like he's coming back in game 2 or game 3, potentially. Like that's a huge, huge shift for a series. So, maybe Milwaukee should be the pick just because they're getting back a superstar.
Without a doubt, Jared, good to talk to you. And I know you were in Cleveland yesterday. I watched that game. They're replaying it on NBA TV, and I'm watching it right now. Everybody is so fixated on Boston, and they did look good. And late in the game, Tatum went down, had the wrist injury, but I think he's okay. But Cleveland, that backcourt is just so hard to deal with. Donovan Mitchell went for 30 with the ankle injury, and Darius Garland, Winston's son, 27. But I want to ask you about Ty Jerome, who was a Warrior here ever so briefly. I think he scored like every single Cleveland basket there in the fourth quarter. At one point, he wound up with 28 points. How has this guy gotten to be so damn good?
Yeah, he went 6 for 7 in the fourth quarter of that game. Just went at Tyler Hero over and over again. Ty has just benefited so much from this new approach that Kenny Atkinson's been going with this year, where they have this kind of open, random, improvised cutting system. They have weird spacings the way they operate. And Ty has been empowered as that sixth man that runs the offense when Garland or Mitchell is off the court and they want to get them off the ball and give them a little bit of a breather. But that game was emblematic of the fact that Jerome is good enough that it's not even when they need a breather. He's just like, he's good. He could be their guy, their go-to scorer. And so, Jerome has just gotten a lot better over the last year and a half. It's just his development has really taken off, and he just needed the right opportunity. And it's, sometimes these guys, like, they're really good, and they just need a year or two of reps to really find their footing in the league and show it. And he just has such a spectacular touch. His floater touch is great, really good shooter, pull-up guy, spot-up guy. He can do it all. And to show that touch in the NBA, you just have to have that opportunity. And he was in a situation, and a lot of this, like his last few stops before he was in Cleveland, where he just didn't have the chance to truly play his game with enough reps to show how good he is. And that's how it works a lot in the NBA.
Talking to Jared Weiss here, and I want to get into this Kenny Atkinson thing as it pertains to the Warriors because, Ty Jerome and that playoff debut was unbelievable, but that was almost a win-win transaction. JB Bickerstaff is a really good coach. He gets let go by Cleveland, but then Detroit has this all-time one-season turnaround. They're in the postseason as a young team, and then Kenny Atkinson comes in, and he takes the Cavs to the next level. So what specifically did Kenny Atkinson unlock to get them to 64 wins? And do you see any resemblance of his prior team in the Golden State Warriors, even though Cleveland's got a very different roster?
Oh, sure. There's a lot of connection there. I think the keys here are the improvisational nature and the distortion of how the court is navigated. Most teams, they work outside in and they work downhill. The Warriors work backwards. They work sideways. They work upside down. There's nothing that makes sense geometrically to the way that the Warriors operate, and that's what's made them, for the last decade, one of the great innovations in basketball history. Cleveland is doing something almost inspired by that. It's a little bit similar, but their whole thing is they collapse a lot of their spacing. They're almost anti-spacing a lot of the time, and they can do that because of vertical spacing. They can dominate the airspace with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen out there, and they have 3 elite short-range touch guys in Jerome, Donovan Mitchell, and Darius Garland. Those guys are all great pull-up scorers from deep, and they're great floater scorers. And then obviously Mitchell's one of the best guys, flying up to the rim in the NBA. And you're always shocked at just how athletic he is. He's really one of the great athletes of our time. And so because of that, they're able to work in all these spaces that most other teams can't. And I think that's where you see the overlap in the theory with Golden State. It's just like they're able to navigate space in a way that's unique and distinct. And those teams that can do that at a high level and shoot well tend to be some of the best teams in the NBA, and that's why you're seeing it work with Cleveland.
Now, Kenny was a really good coach before he got on the Warrior bench as an assistant, but his time here, he's just so much better, not just with the scheme, Jared, but just the way he handles people, being around Steve Kerr. It was announced this weekend he's a finalist for Coach of the Year with JB and Ime Udoka. And we know J.B. Bickerstaff well from his time here. Is Kenny Atkinson, you think, going to win the Coach of the Year this year?
Yeah, he will. He will. He just won the Coaches Association Award, where it's the 30 coaches voting on it. That person tends to win the Coach of the Year award. I think that his main threat to Coach of the Year is going to be either Bickerstaff or actually Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma, because there's probably going to be people who are just like, well, the Thunder had one of the greatest seasons ever and even better than the Cavs, so we got to vote for him, but that's not happening. He's not a finalist. And then you can vote for Bickerstaff going, well, Bickerstaff made the Pistons have this gigantic turnarounds. But I think people are going to generally land on Kenny in seeing that Kenny has also pulled off a pretty incredible turnarounds. He didn't take a team from trash to good. He took a team from good to absolutely one of the best in the league. And, that's even honestly a harder transition to make, especially when you do that with the exact same roster. He reinvented a team that didn't have any roster changes. And that's incredible.
Jared, speaking of awards, where would you go for Defensive Player of the Year? That is the one where we have a Golden State Warrior nominated, of course, in Draymond Green. But we've been talking a lot of Cleveland Cavaliers and Kenny Atkinson, and Evan Mobley has been a pretty damn good player. Dyson Daniels, also a finalist, though considering he's nominated for another award, I don't expect him to be one of the favorites. Would you go with the guy in Mobley that's anchored a team that has 64 wins, or would you go in a guy in Draymond Green that's still continuing to do this at age 35 and just seeing how dependent his team is on him on that end of the floor?
The funny thing is, I didn't vote, but I do think I might have actually voted for Zubac if I had it. So I thought it was funny.
Also a good pick.
The final 3. Yeah, this DPOY is really hard this year. When Wemby got taken out, where it's like, I don't know how I feel about giving Wemby DPOY at this point. Like I don't think Wemby is like that good relative to his potential yet, but his impact already is just like astronomical. So maybe he deserves it. If you're going based on who is orchestrating their system the best, it's always Draymond. That's kind of like how LeBron didn't win MVP every year because they don't do MVP during the regular season. But if you waited till the playoffs, LeBron would win every MVP for a decade. Same thing with Draymond. We know Draymond is top 3-4 defender in NBA history. You could argue he's the best of all time. One of my favorite players I've ever seen. What he did this year is phenomenal. And, he's just like, he's a genius. And we all know this. And, people that appreciate Jokic for all the brilliance of what he does, now he controls the game, they have the same appreciation for Draymond. And Mobley, as great as he is, he's not doing quite that. Daniels, same thing. Those guys, their length is so impactful and their versatility is so impactful that they are great, truly great defenders in what we understand what they can do. The thing that makes Draymond great is he does things that we don't even understand. And I don't know if he even understands it a lot of the time. It's just like his subconscious is just so sharp and so brilliant. And so I don't know who should be DPOY. I think I would have voted for Zubac, but Draymond probably should and will win the award.
No, he's not going to get DPOY, but he may be the MIP, the most improved player in the NBA. Ivica Zubac is on the finalist list for that. Speaking of that, his Clippers are in Denver for Game 2. Game 1 was so compelling. What a game. Back and forth and wound up in overtime with a big defensive play by Jamal Murray, Jared. How do you see Game 2 tonight after the Nuggets outlasted them in overtime in Game 1? And who do you like in this series ultimately?
This is probably the closest series out there. And both of these teams are good enough to win a championship. I think I would be shocked if either of them did, but they both have just barely enough talent if they play at their truly best. I feel like the Clippers are going to take this one. When the Clippers have everybody firing, but Harden has just really, really found his game in this year. Kawhi looks like he's back to Kawhi, and their defensive system has just been so impressive. They've got a few weak links in their offensive chain that they need to figure out. And if Ty can figure that out over the course of the series, which I do think he's capable of, I definitely could see them overcoming Jokic, overcoming what Denver has. Ty Lue he's a great coach, one of the best coaches in the NBA. He proves himself to be a great playoff series tactician and problem solver over the course of 6-7 games. And going up against a coach that just took the main chair like a few weeks earlier. David Adelman I don't know him too well. I know that he's a very well qualified coach. The thing though with a playoff series is you're in a tactical battle where it's a lot of games. It's a lot of 4D chess games. It's a lot of can you lure the opposing head coach into making a decision that backfires, and then how do you capitalize off of that? And I just giving a rookie coach who just got put into that seat where when you go from associate coach who makes recommendations to head coach who makes decisions, it is a drastically different situation. When you feel that responsibility of the decision, it puts so much more pressure on you to get it right, and you're so fearful of the consequences if you get it wrong. And that is such a difficult thing to take on. And Ty Lue has been mastering that for a long time. And that makes me confident that the Clippers can figure this out.
Few more minutes here with Jared Weiss of The Athletic, covering the NBA at large, and always great to have him here on the Yuma guest line with us. Pop and Silver hanging out with you from 10 to 2. All right, I always love getting a more national perspective when we talk Warriors, because I think when you talk to anyone locally in Houston or here in the Bay Area, the amount of knowledge and conversations you have is going to be skewed and everything. And so just kind of want to get your overall reaction to Game 1, because I think that you could spin it in different ways. You could say that was a real Warriors statement and they are a different team since Jimmy Butler has arrived, and probably not the 7th best team in the Western Conference when you consider this iteration of the team. You could also look at it, though, and say the Rockets could play way better. And I know half-court offense has not been their strength all year, but they're probably not going to shoot quite as poorly as they did. The longer this one goes on, when you consider the way the rest schedule shrinks and the travel back and forth, I think one could argue that could favor Houston. But the Warriors, if they play the defense they did last night, it might not go as far as 6 or 7. So just kind of want to get your general reaction, and if you think it favors one team over the other after what you saw Sunday night.
I wasn't too surprised with how things went. I kind of expected it to go that way, where the Warriors would be great. The Rockets would fight back eventually, but just wouldn't have the offensive closing power to get it done. Now, obviously, we'll start with Houston. Fred VanVleet, just like a shooting game from hell. He can do better than that. I don't know how much better he can do than that right now, but he has, he shot 2 for 13 from 3. He missed some pretty solid looks there late in the game. There's a lot of room for improvement from him. And if he can shoot even just like 45% from the field in this series, that does a lot of gap closing. Jalen Green, I'm not really sure how optimistic I am that he'll be able to figure that out, but at least one of those two guys will be able to shoot well in the series, I believe. But for the Warriors, every scout that I talked to coming to the playoffs agreed that they're the second best team in the West. That I don't think there was. I think that was pretty much the consensus of what I got out there.
Behind the Lakers or behind OKC or the Clippers?
Behind OKC.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of good teams. I had to check.
Yeah, no, it's the Warriors could be at that same level. Jimmy's a dream fit, and everybody was so pissed off when the Warriors got Jimmy because he's so perfect to play alongside Steph and Draymond. He is so emotionally and mentally flexible. He can sit anywhere, and he's a dog. And I think he's probably loving not having to pound the crap out of the ball like he had to do a lot of the time in Miami. This is such a good fit for him. You could just see the way they're operating. The way that they won that game where they were missing shots and then they were cleaning up the offensive glass with his putbacks, like that's Jimmy Butler one-on-one right there. And I think his addition has just really made all those pieces fit together. And, we'll see how Pods fares going through this run. We'll see, like, is Moses Moody going to be able to really, like, handle this role? I mean, I liked a lot of what we saw of him defensively. Size obviously is going to be an issue at some point with the way Şengün is playing, but especially if they advance to other rounds and they go up against great centers. But I love what we're seeing out of the Warriors. And, the Warriors didn't even shoot that well. They only took 32 threes. They shot 37.5. Like, that wasn't that good of a shooting game from them either. And there's a lot of room for improvement there. So I'm feeling pretty confident in the Warriors' chances of making a finals run at this point. I still think the Thunder are the favorite, but they have a legit shot.
Without a doubt. And the trade that Mike Dunleavy Jr. made, one of the best in the history of the NBA, middle of the year, to completely flip the roster. And you look at, the changes in the cap and the rules in the offseason, and Bob Myers leaving a couple of years ago, and Mike coming in and doing so well. And the Warriors also lost Ansi Salah, who was their capologist. He's the one that made it all work. I bring it up because the Atlanta Hawks just fired Landry Fields, and we know Landry well, being a former Stanford Cardinal, and hopefully our friend Grant Liffman keeps his job there, but he was tight with Landry. So Ansi Salah has taken over as the GM of the Atlanta Hawks. We've had a lot of movement initially, in the offseason with a lot of coaches fired late in the year, during the year. Jared and obviously, Mike Budenholzer getting it. There's going to be a lot of really favorable, desirable jobs to get in the offseason. Pop and his situation last week and all year with the stroke medically. There are a lot of good head coaching jobs that are going to be open. But tell me about the Hawks' decision to fire Landry Fields today.
This one was a shocker. Landry has done a pretty good job with this team. Like their front office, so there's a few moves that I question a little bit here, but let's go back to this summer. They trade DeJounte Murray for Dyson Daniels, and that was one of the best trades of the last year. Like that was an absolute home run of a trade. Not just because Murray wasn't that great of a fit in Atlanta. They needed to move on and recalibrate how their offense works, and that not just that he got hurt and now he's out for the year, and his career is in a major bump now with that Achilles tear. But like Dyson Daniels is great. They got draft pick compensation back that they utilized well, or that they can utilize well. Larry Nance was pretty good for them when he was healthy. He's a great locker room guy. Like they hit a home run on that trade. They draft Zach Ricochet, and that draft there weren't really any right answers, but they got one of the few that was a good answer. Like he's been pretty much what they were hoping for, and honestly, I think with the way he played the second half of the season, so it's a little bit ahead of where we'd actually expect him to be as a rookie. But then obviously you saw how poorly he played in the play-in, and you're like, all right, so like the guy just turned 20. It's going to be a long time for him. But like their big thing is Trae Young. Like I would be very surprised if Trae is still there and they're able to get an extension done. I don't know if they're going to do the extension with him, and then at that point you kind of have to move him. So they're at a pivot point here where it's like they put together this system that works well around him, but they are a little limited in how great they can be right now, but also they're relying on mostly guys that are in their early to mid-20s. So they have a few years that they need to build up. So they decided to put Ansi in charge, but then they're going to put someone over him, and I think that's the person that's going to call the shots, and Ansi is going to be the strategy guy. They'll have someone who's the big picture guy, the face, that kind of thing, and has kind of the gravitas to negotiate around the league. But like the Hawks, I don't think they need a big pivot here. They need to solve what they're going to do with Trae if they're not going to keep him. Maybe they need to figure out their center situation, since Okongwu is definitely getting better, and he played well once he became a starter, and he's still relatively young, but they at the very least need center depth. They're a little ways away from being a contender, but they're probably going to be a good playoff team next year. So very puzzling decision. It looks like things are going well there, but maybe with the Hawks, after they made the conference finals a couple of years ago and then they're not making the playoffs anymore, ownership got tired of not making the playoffs. They got tired of not competing, and they want to get back there as soon as possible.
Wow, yeah, a lot of great stuff. And if Trae Young ends up on a different team, that would shift the balance of the league in all sorts of directions because he is one fantastic player. Jared, thanks so much for coming by and just kind of being flexible with us. I know we had a good little text exchange going last night into this morning, so always great to have you on. We'll do it anytime that we can. And, appreciate your time. I'll continue reading your stuff in The Athletic because you're the best, man.
Thank you. It's always great being with you guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jared.
He is Jared Weiss of The Athletic. Highly recommend checking him out. You can follow him on X at Jared Weiss NBA. That's Weiss, W-E-I-S-S. Awesome to have him. We'll play some more Warriors sounds on the other side that we did not get into, and then get ready for a lot of the 12 o'clock hour to get into what happened with the Giants over the weekend and their road trip. They're back against the Milwaukee Brewers for the first of 4 tonight. The Willy Adames, not homecoming series, but I don't really want to call it revenge. It's Willy Adames against his old team. We'll get into that coming up in about 20 minutes. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Monday. I'll let you all know that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Warriors take game 1 in Houston 95-85. Game 2 going to be Wednesday night. And, of course, that's the big focus of the day. And later in the week, as soon as tomorrow, very early on, we're going to be getting into some football as well because the NFL draft is coming up on Thursday. That's a big one. And just a quick note on the 49ers. We just talked to Jared Weiss of The Athletic. Another guy who writes for The Athletic is named Michael Silver. And believe it or not, we have not had a lot of in-depth discussions when it comes to the 49ers. But he's just putting out there about 20 minutes ago saying there's been some progress toward a multi-year extension for Purdy that will likely pay him over $50 million a year. The question is, how much progress? If he shows up tomorrow, it's a sign that he and his agent believe they're very close to striking a deal. If he doesn't, that probably indicates some significant obstacles. And then as far as Fred Warner and the 49ers, they have yet to have any substantive talks about a possible extension, but the veteran team leader is likely to report Kittle heading into the final year of his 5-year, $75 million deal is much more of a long shot as he and the 49ers remain far apart in discussions of a new deal. So football taking a bit of a backseat today, but we're going to start unpacking this in depth tomorrow.
Well, it's never a backseat around here. It's a 12-month, 365 endeavor, and the offseason churn. So what we're talking about tomorrow is phase 1 of the organized team activities where guys can get in the building, and we've kind of had that day circled. And we'll get heavy into the draft. I spent the last few weekends doing nothing but all day Saturday. And, we were talking to Kawakami, and he was talking about edge guys and Mason Graham inside. There's some the strength of this draft where the Niners are picking is interior defensive linemen. There are a lot of guys. This guy, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, if he is there, will be really interesting to see what they do. But as far as the veteran guys, we'll see what happens tomorrow with Brock. If he does show up in the building for phase 1, he is the quarterback of the team. And we'll see where they advance. Fred's going to show up anyway. That's just who Fred is. George doesn't need to be there this time of the year. George is everywhere. Where's he not been? He's incredible. I see him doing curling. He's incredible. He was at a Nashville Predator game with Brock Purdy. The one thing about George and Jack Betka is his agent. Trey McBride in Arizona just got a huge extension, and he had a magnificent year. Didn't catch a touchdown pass until the next to the last game of the year, that Saturday night game against the Rams. And then we saw him catch another one against the 49ers the last game of the year. He had over 100 catches on the year, and he's a really good inline blocker. But he moved that needle out there as far as the highest paid tight end and what that figure is. There are a lot of really good players in this draft. There are a couple of interesting tight ends. One in particular, Tyler Warren, that teams could trade up to get. We're hearing they're looking to trade up to get him and Ashton Genty, which could impact the Niners trading back. But I do wonder if there's any thought as you're concurrently going through a contract renegotiation with George and Jack Betka, his agent. Would you make George available, possibly, and go get Tyler Warren? Tyler Warren's a different player than George. He's a different player than really anybody. He's even different than Taysom Hill. He's just different. I do wonder about his speed. I would like to see a 40 time on that guy.
Yeah.
He does not look real fast. He just is a bully. You can't get him on the ground. He looks like Mike Ditka, honestly. And Mike could run. Mike's rookie year in '63 was one of the best tight end years ever. And but what kind of a blocker is Warren? I don't know if I would do that. But the draft eligibles, even at 11, make less than, giving George a contract that would be Trey McBride like. And if you're George, Trey McBride had a great year. And he's had a couple of good years back-to-back, but not like George, and he hasn't scored touchdowns. So, in any event, it's that time of the year. we'll be getting ready for Thursday, obviously, in our draft coverage. But there are a lot of really interesting draft eligibles. But it's just so odd to me that right when you're getting ready for the draft, the biggest day of the offseason, that and the start of the new league year, and draft is really more important. Why they have organized team activity start now? Couldn't you wait till after the draft, like 1 week, and then the rookies come in for mini camps? I mean, and the coaches they've already had their evaluation. John's going to talk tomorrow. In fact, 24 hours from right now, we'll take you live to John Lynch's press conference at noon as he gives you his draft evaluation. So the board's set. Now you're playing poker. But I think at the same time, you'd like your entire staff zeroing in only on the draft, and then you bring back the players for the start of the organized team activities next week. It's like the transfer portal in college football and basketball. It's not a perfect timing when they do it, but it's always been weird to me that you open up your buildings again for the start of the new league year and OTAs right when it's the very busiest week of the draft of the season. We're getting ready for the draft on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah, and just to tell you what we got coming up a little bit tomorrow, we're going to have Frank Cooney joining us at 10:30. He just wrote a big piece about how the quarterback positions changed, Bill Walsh and the evaluation of quarterbacks. We're going to have Wink Martindale, hopefully, if all goes well, the Michigan defensive coordinator, of course, formerly of the New York Giants, the Baltimore Ravens.
Game show host. Damn, I wanted to play Gambit.
No, Don Martindale is going to be hopefully coming by, and we'll do that before John Lynch. So hopefully around 11:45 or so. We got to work on the timing. And as a big thanks to Walter, we've been kind of working this whole thing together, but Walter's really taking it by the reins. We're going to do a little NFL draft simulation kind of deal with radio play-by-play voices.
Mock draft. We're doing a
mock draft 1 through 10, and we're going to start that tomorrow. So we'll tell you a little bit more about that and what's going on. So just wanted to play a couple more pieces of Warriors sound before we take a break for a bit and can revisit it later. But, we talked about with Jared Weiss. You can look at it from the perspective of the Rockets aren't going to shoot that bad. I think there's a lot of belief that the Warriors can play much better, and Draymond Green certainly agrees with that sentiment. Here's what he said following the win last night.
It's very satisfying to win any road game, any playoff game in general, but definitely a road playoff win. I think we can play a lot better. That's the encouraging part about it. I don't think we play very well at all, but still got to find a way to win, and we did that with our defense. Held them to 85 points. So playoffs, it don't matter how it looks. You just got to find a way and then get better and come back, with an improved team the next game.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that they didn't play well at all. I thought the defense was stellar, but I get what he means in that, if Steph or Jimmy doesn't necessarily have a game like that, there's a lot of areas of execution. They could still cut down on the turnovers. And of course, with the turnovers, the type of turnover matters a lot. If you're giving a live ball turnover to Houston with their athleticism and speed and the way they like to run up and down, that's a problem. If you're going to go shot clock violation or a dead ball turnover, it's not great, but it's certainly ones you would rather have than just giving Houston easy transition points, because the Warriors only had one turnover in the first quarter, and it was Moses Moody throwing it away, led to a Tari Eason fast break dunk.
Yeah, so they had 14 total turnovers when you include the team turnovers, 11 individual, to 23 points, which is not bad. I mean, if you're going to commit live ball turnovers, the opponent should get 2 points off of that or an occasional 3. So it was not that bad. The offensive rebounds for Houston, and mainly it was Grizzly Adams, the king-size Kiwi, and Amen Thompson. But Amen Thompson couldn't put the ball back in the basket. He had 6 offensive rebounds, 4 total baskets, and Adams had 5 offensive rebounds of their total of 22, but they only had 22 points inside the paint. So they've got to figure out how to score on the Warriors. The Warriors controlled this game. I know Houston got off to the quicker start, but second quarter on, I was like, whoa, they're playing St. John's. These guys can't shoot. They get up and guard. How are they going to beat the Warriors? And then, damn, the 23-point lead is down to 4, and are they going to steal this game at the end? We've seen that happen a lot in Houston where the Warriors blow big leads. Sometimes they win in overtime. Sometimes in the in-season tournament on that hell court, they couldn't hold them off, and they wound up losing. Houston's going to make adjustments, but I think they missed their shot. They needed to steal that game at home last night to give themselves a shot. They gave the Warriors a free look at their defense, and now I think the Warriors are going to just dice them up. Now they're going to move the ball, move bodies, cut and move. They held the Warriors to 95. Good luck doing that again. The Warriors going to get to 105, 115. How many points can Houston score? So I like Draymond's tone in this. And I also like the way there's some pushback from this coaching staff on Draymond. Jerry Stackhouse, I don't know that guy at all, but Draymond really respects him. For a long time, when Alvin Gentry was here, then Mike Brown, Mike would go out and bear hug him and pull him back. There was one time last night where it looked like Draymond's going to lose his mind. For a long time, I'm like, who's the get-back coach? Now that Mike Brown's gone, who goes to get Draymond back into the huddle, away from the gray shirts, away from the red shirts? Steve walked on the floor and put his arm around Draymond.
Yeah, but sometimes Steve gets so angry he can't be the gutback coach.
For a long time he did, but he did last night. He pulled him back into his own fatherly way. Father knows best, and he got Draymond back in. So, but you could hear it in Draymond's voice. He was tired, for one. He had to work hard last night, playing 36 minutes against Şengün. But the Warriors can undeniably play better. Houston can, but will they? And how much better? I think Houston needed to win that game to have a shot. They gave the Warriors a free look at their length, their defense, how they were going to trap Steph. They trapped him all the time. They just broke it. Pods got it out of there to Moody. He may have traveled on that one, but Moody made the left fade in the bottom of the circle, then the one in the baseline. I think the Warriors feel like scored 95 points and beat them by 10. We got a free, it's like seeing the same picture a second straight game. Let us get our whacks against these guys again. We're going to put up a lot more than that.
By the way, we didn't even mention this one yet. 100th career playoff victory for Steve Kerr last night. So you mentioned the coaching staff, and that's going to bring me to my last cut of the segment. Draymond Green, after the game, also speaking about Jerry Stackhouse, calming him down and helping the team regain their composure. Here's what he said.
Nah, I think, there were several moments, where they cut the lead to 3 one time. They cut it to 7 and, with a chance to, push it over, push it further down. But, did a great job in getting Jimmy the ball. It always just settles the offense down. Even that last one he hit over Şengün, that's what we want. And I think we gotta do an even better job of making sure we're getting him the ball. But overall, man, he's such a huge calming force for us. Just calm everything down, get us to our spots, and get us a good look.
So in that one, he's largely talking about Jimmy Butler as well. But then there was an article in NBC Sports Bay Area talking about the challenge and the timeout, and Houston starting to cut into the lead, and Jerry Stackhouse just kind of calming him down, being like, dude, just keep doing what you're doing. And he's someone that played the game a long time at this level. He's been around the game a long time at this level, and a very nice addition to this coaching staff.
Well, I don't know. I know him as a player. I didn't remember him being this great of a defender. It doesn't mean he can't be a great defensive coach. He was the head coach at Vanderbilt, who St. Mary's lost to in the tournament this year. So they beat him, actually, in the first round, right? And then lost later the next round. He's been a head coach. He's a good player. Whatever it is, Draymond respects Jerry Stackhouse. You can just hear it in his voice. And Jerry Stackhouse is new to this staff, like Terry Stotts. Terry Stotts is a brilliant offensive mind. He was a head coach in the NBA for a long time. George Karl had him on his staff forever. Mike Montgomery brought him to the Warriors years ago when he was the Warrior head coach for a couple of years. I mean, those are two great hires. All the coaching, brain power they've lost. We talked about Kenny Atkinson leaving to get Terry Stotts, and I don't know Stackhouse, but they obviously respect him. The other thing is Draymond really respects Jimmy Butler. I mean, it is obvious. They didn't, part of me thinks, Andrew Wiggins won a championship here and guarded all these guys and did all these things, but Wiggs' personality is just different. You hardly even notice him sometimes in Miami. It's like, is he on the floor? They don't ask him to guard the ball the way they do here, but there's a respect and a deference Draymond has for Jerry Stackhouse and for Jimmy Butler. It's who would you have brought in outside of Durant, honestly, that Draymond would, I don't want to say bow down to, but he treats Jimmy Butler like they do Steph around here. And he's the new guy. And he got a little choppy on Carnival Cruise Line this year with Mickey Harrison and Pat Riley in Miami. But the respect and the deference that they have for Jimmy Butler is incredible. That guy, we only see the games, the way he calms everybody down. I wonder how he is in practice and meetings. But Draymond is walking the line compared to what he's been. And you got to give a lot of credit to Jerry Stackhouse and the defensive respect Draymond has for him and bringing Jimmy Butler on board. Draymond has great respect for both of those guys, and if Draymond don't respect you, he will walk all over you.
And the way Jimmy Butler gives that respect right back, and the way he calls Steph Batman, and we could play some of that sound a little bit later as well. So it's all going well in terms of the connectivity, the internal vibe. Even Jimmy Butler continuing to give Buddy Hield a hard time, by the way, at the podium, saying, Buddy, when you dribble, stop doing that. And obviously, they have a great relationship and everything. So it's 1-0. Got to get 3 more. It could be a long series. The Warriors would like to not make it a long series whatsoever.
Warriors in 3. Move on. I'm already scouting Minnesota. Move on.
If you missed it at around 10:06, we had the congregation, is what I'm going to call it. Go back and check out Papa. It was awesome.
Well, we are going to talk to Jalen Green's high school coach. What a career that guy had in high school and going up to the prep school in Napa. He went G League Ignite. He did not like Kuminga. Of course, Kuminga came from a world away in the Congo. He did not play even one and done, and he didn't play college basketball at all. He just went right to the G League Ignite. So I do wonder what Houston will do to free him up a little bit. He doesn't necessarily... You were talking about the Warriors need a third scorer. Hell, the Rockets need a scorer. They need a second scorer. After Şengün, who the hell's going to score for them? And it's got to be Jalen Green, you would think, but he's got to figure out the Warriors' boxes and elbows defense. They are paralyzing. He's just gridlocked right now.
I don't think Houston's going to shoot 39% in game 2. I also don't think the Warriors will score 95 points. So should be a big battle coming your way.
Houston will shoot 29%. You could lock that team in a gym all by themselves. They couldn't get 100.
I'm just waiting. Dylan Brooks has one game in him in this series where he goes like 6 threes.
The problem is they have home court.
Right.
So if you don't sweep them, you got to go all the way back to Houston and do this again. So just win game 2 and make them walk the plank. When you make this one thing going into it, I thought, well, this is going to be a long series, 6 or 7. I don't think it's going to be a long series. But there is a difference between 4 and 5 because you don't want to go back and have to play game 5 in Houston.
Absolutely. Let's get to a team on the other side that was winning some series. They just lost a series in a really tough fashion yesterday. Yes, I'm talking about the San Francisco Giants dropping 2 out of 3 to the Angels. We'll tell you all about it, even though if you're locked into the Giants, I'm sure you already know. It's coming up. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Giants came home from their longest road trip of the year with a record of 5-5, which is pretty good, all things considered, when you got to face the Yankees, the Phillies, and the Angels, who've been playing pretty decent to start the year, but the way it ended was brutal. Ryan Walker with a blown save, 4-1 lead going into the ninth. And here's the good news, Giants fans. They got a chance to turn it around. First pitch against the Milwaukee Brewers, 6:45 tonight. Pregame starts right here on KNBR at 5:45.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
25th pitch of the inning already. Here it is. Adele pulls one, and it's fair inside the third base line. Ramos is going to dig it out. 2 runs have scored. Here comes Neto. The relay home. The tag. He's safe. And the Angels, for now, have walked it off.
Well, we got Silver Linings playlist coming up in about 50 minutes or so. I'll tell you what I will not be doing. I will not be doing a song by the singer Adele after Adele goes for the 3 RBI single, the blown save, the blown 4-1 lead the Giants had, which would have had a series win to end the road trip. It would have been a 6-4 road trip overall. And again, you look at the greater picture, it's not a terrible disaster. They took 2 out of 3 at Yankee Stadium. They split 4 games with the Philadelphia Phillies. But to lose in that fashion and to have those 3 pitching performances that they did between Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and only take 1 game, you can't lie about it and you can't spin it any other way. It stings, and there's a reason Greg Papa's got his 262 hat on, because that has been the elusive number for Justin Verlander.
No Adele. And by the way, she's still dating Rich Paul from Clutch Sports, I believe. I believe they're an item. She had a beautiful outdoor concert in Southern California a few years ago that my daughter Alexandra produced. I believe they are an item. You said it stings. Are we going Stingman for Silver Linings playlist? We'll see. Saw him at a Knicks game, by the way. We were talking about Englishmen in New York. He was there. All the Knicks fans were out over the weekend. Anyway, yeah, Verlander yesterday, tough one. Just can't get a win as a Giant. Threw the ball well, a lot of velocity. But go back to Logan Webb the whole weekend in Anaheim. I mean, Logan Webb went 6 on Friday night, punched out 12 with no walks in the game, and lost. That's never happened in Giants history. And it was a play where Matt Chapman just cut in front of Willie Adames, and it got off his glove. I mean, Chapman's been doing that his entire career, whether it's with Marcus Semien next to him in Oakland or Bo Bichette in Toronto or whoever he's playing with. That's just what he does. But, well, you'd like the shortstop to take that play. And Adames is okay defensively. There was some plays in the hole where he's not been great at, but you'd like to be able to make that play. That was a tough loss. And then Chapman hits a bomb on Saturday night. He does make the play where he slips out of the ground. Landon Roop was outstanding with a curveball, but he threw hard with his 97 mile an hour to get Trout when punched out 9. Ryan Walker did get the last out on Saturday night, but Mike Trout took a warning track after hitting the 2 solos off Landon Roop. One was a hanging curveball. It wasn't so much a hanger. I shouldn't say that. Mike Trout just went down and dug it out, and then he got either a 2-seamer or a changeup for the second one, but you can't feed Mike Trout low in the zone. But Ryan Walker gave you a little indication he was kind of off when he gave up. Well, I mean, Trout's Trout, but he almost hit a bomb against him. And then he went 3-0. The reason Chapman slipped on that, there was a piece of dirt in front of him, as he said in the postgame after, and Also, the count went 3-0. He didn't think, was it Soler who hit that ball, was going to be running on it. Anyway, he makes the play incredibly. And then Ryan Walker just flat out gives it up. Yesterday, he was all over the place. He just didn't pitch well at all. So it is hard. Mike was talking this morning about, day game after a night game. And but when the closer, and that's the first time he's blown a save since he's taken over as the Giant closer. He was 10 for 10 last year and 5 for 5 this year, 10 for 10 last year after taking over for Duvall. And Duvall got through his inning, even though he kind of sprayed some, and Tyler Rogers.
4-pitch walk to start it off, but yeah, he was okay in the end.
Yeah, and then he almost, came in. He got get out of it. Anyway, the road trip's over. It's 5-5. How long has this road trip been? The last time we were at the patio, and you met Barbara and Mary Jane, that was April the 9th. What the hell? What's today's date? It's April 21. We've already had Easter and 420 all rolled into one. I was fully baked with my ham yesterday, by the way. The Giants left right after that game. After they won that game in a walk-off, they flew out that night to New York. They just got back last night, and they had all kinds of weather. They didn't have locusts on the trip, but that's about it. Extreme cold and rain and just unplayable conditions in New York. They got through that, just a howling wind in Philadelphia, and then they go to beautiful, the happiest place on earth over the weekend, and they do wind up losing 2 out of 3. They have played 16 of their first 22 games on the road. Just incredible. So now they got Milwaukee this week, Texas, the return of Boch, the Crawford ceremony. They go down to the gas lamp for a couple. By the way, is Luis Arraez okay after that collision with Mauricio Dubon last night? Ouch. They just 2 there, then come back for Colorado around there before Cinco de Mayo. Then they go to Chicago. Anyway, they got a chance to be home. I think 11 of the next 13 or so are going to be at home. But I didn't read one thing preseason that they had to play 16 of their first 22 on the road, which is like, whoa, when did this happen? And to get through it in a 5-5 road trip could have been better, obviously. But all things considered, good road trip. They're off to a good start. And the pitching, there were times on that road trip in Philly when Robbie Ray was spraying the ball around. Verlander was as well. Obviously, Jordan Hicks did not have a great outing.
No.
To go to Anaheim and get locked in and pitch that well with Webb and Roop and Verlander, he'll eventually get 263, I think. He threw the ball well yesterday. Should have been a better fade. Now it's up to Robbie Ray to start the homestand by just throwing some strikes tonight.
Yeah, Robbie Ray struggled with that in his last outing, and then they ended up getting the win anyway. You mentioned Jordan Hicks, and yeah, the last time that we were on the air together, we actually didn't get into any of what happened against Christopher Sanchez because I was off on Friday, and they could not hit the changeup at all in that last game in Philly. So ends up being 2-2 there, and then over the weekend, again, by and large, I'm with you. 5-5 for that road trip, longest of the year. April 9th, and the Yaz walk-off into the Bay, splash hit 106. That was the last time that they were in the Bay Area. Now they get to go be at home again, so you'll take it for sure. But to end it that way definitely was a little bit deflating. And Ryan Walker, who hadn't blown a save since taking over the closer position, not only had the blown save, but it was on the very high end of what constitutes a save. 3 runs, and then the hit by pitch against Neto to walk in that first run. Then it was the 3 RBI single to ultimately lose it. That's absolutely one you just want to flush away. So we'll keep it right here on the Giants on the other side. Unpack a little bit more of what we saw. Matt Chapman had a very nice weekend. Justin Verlander got out of a 4th-inning jam. He was throwing 96, but that 262 remains at least for another 5 days. It's Pop and Silver talking Giants ball on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa here. What's going on with the stock market? One good thing is interest rates have plummeted. It's time to call Loan Pronto if you're looking to get cash out of your home equity, refinance out of a higher rate, or do a home improvement project. Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. Take advantage of this opportunity and get tens or even hundreds of thousands out of your home equity. Pay off all your credit cards, pay off your car loans. The average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000. So that is big time. So get more info at loanpronto.com. Inflation and higher costs have put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there's a way out. Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Most homeowners get their cash in less than 2 weeks, and most don't even need an appraisal. Do the smart thing. Stop paying insane rates on those credit cards. Wipe them all out. Get a lower mortgage rate. Get some money for that home improvement project. It all starts by getting in contact with the experts at Loan Pronto. That's loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The pitch, he hits a high drive to center field. Adele going back onto the warning track at the wall. He leaps. It's off the top of the wall, and it's gone. Sam Huff with a home run to right center field. There's that power, and the Giants are back ahead. It's 3-1.
Joe Adele ultimately got the last laugh, but still a nice highlight from Sam Huff, who was in for Patrick Bailey yesterday. Got his first home run in a Giants uniform. Also a big week for Sam Huff because the weekend series against the Texas Rangers, it's not just the return of Bruce Bochy. It's not just the celebration of Brandon Crawford, but Texas Rangers, that's where Sam Huff just most recently came from and made a nice little contribution there yesterday. It was 4-1, and we don't need to talk about the bottom of the ninth.
We already did. They gave it up, and they lost 5-4. So just some observations here, and it was good to see Sam Huff, and that's why he's in the lineup. He's big and strong and hits the ball a long way, and I think he came here largely or somewhat with a recommendation to Buster from Bruce Bochy, who had his 70th birthday last week, so we'll see Boch on the weekend. Looking forward to that in the cross ceremony. But Patrick Bailey I just never seen Patrick Bailey box more pitches than I have the last couple of weeks. He's just dropping the baseball right out of his glove. It's just, yeah. I mean, the guy's won a Gold Glove in the offseason. He's one of the best. The thing about him is he catches the ball. The first thing you notice about him is it's like a pillow. He catches the ball like he's breathing. It is so easy for him to catch the ball, and they don't get crossed up anymore in the PitchCom era. They shouldn't. But he's flat out dropping baseballs, ball going between his legs. How about the ball the other night that went between his legs? He tried to scoop it up and throw to first base to get the punch out, and he wound up bouncing the ball to first base. And he's not hitting a lot either. You know, the Giants are struggling against left-handed pitching, which is odd, and Bailey's, better from the other side. That's where Sam Huff comes in against you say, I say, we all say, Kikuchi. But they're not hitting left-handed pitching, which is really odd. We thought this lineup would maim left-handed pitching. They are going to see one lefty in the Milwaukee series. They hit Kikuchi a little bit yesterday. They were able to. Actually, they got him mainly when he got out of the game in the bullpen. So, but they should have won the game, but they wound up losing. So, a little surprising that they're not doing better against left-handed pitching. A lot of that is their right-handed hitters are just not going. In particular, Willie Adames. Chapman's been streaky. He had a good road trip, obviously. Ramos has had some good moments, that double and taking the bag at third base. But Bailey, it's just shocking to me. You never think he's going to drop anything. And it's not just the balls he needs to block in the dirt, but balls right between the knees that he's just flat out boxing. He's dropping has been a little bit odd. So I think you need more production from catcher. They did finally have to make a roster move with the mighty Casey in the oblique, and he's never had one before. It's a bad one. So his, David Villar's agent, Mark O'Brien, and I are good friends. So he alerted me right away that he was coming back up over the weekend, which tells you they don't want Wilmer to play first base. They want Wilmer off his feet. They're going to bring Villar up here. A lot of people thought it would be Wisely. So we'll see about Casey and how long he's going to be out. Encarnacion was moved from the 10-day to the 60-day. There's going to be a point where they need a roster spot on the 40-man, and Farhan just aired with Wade Meckler. Putting him on the 40-man years ago has just been a blockage. But they'll figure it out. But as you look down the road, and Lamont's just not hitting.
No, he's not.
All. Wilmer hits bombs and not a whole lot else. You're not getting a whole lot from catcher. Bailey's got a hit, at least from the left side. What are you going to do there? Is Tom Murphy ever going to play for this team again with a knee injury? When's he coming back? Boy, it would have been nice to keep Joey Bart in the system and just have him back up Patrick Bailey as a right-handed hitter. It just didn't work out. But as you look to roster change, and we're only, it's April 21st. You're not doing this for a couple of months. First base is the one glaring position here that needs to upgrade. Tyler Fitzgerald started slow. He had a good road trip. He did fine. Adames is going to have to hit. You're not going to do anything there. What ultimately do they do at first base to upgrade? Not now, but when is the appropriate time to do that? But Casey was starting to play a lot, and he improved so much defensively. We talked about that last week. He looked initially on that first road trip in Houston like he can't play first base, and then, wow, he's pretty good at first base. But now he's out, and obliques are tough to come back from. He's never had that injury before, so, Villar's here. And David had some good at-bats yesterday, hit the ball hard, a couple of times up. He can play that position, but, what are they going to do ultimately at first base? Eldridge is just starting. It's going to be a while for him. Is that a position? Do you just wait? How long do you wait for Lamont to hit? He's not hitting and he's not walking right now, Lamont Wade Jr.
Well, what's probably the most alarming team metric to me right now is the way that the Giants have struggled against left-handed pitching to this point, because we went up and down the roster preseason and we're thinking, well, they're going to rake some lefties at least. And Jung-Hoo Lee, I think, was hitting better against lefties than he was even righties. He's been awesome to start the year. Yaz has also been really productive, but even Elliot Ramos, when he would lead off against lefty pitchers, hasn't really gotten it going. And they're just 22nd as a whole in terms of batting average against left-handed pitchers right now, which is what I wouldn't have expected from this offense. Now, the flip side of that is that the pitching and defense has pretty much been as advertised. But then, you think about the series against the Angels, and it was a really good road trip, pitching-wise for the most part. But you had 3 pretty awesome performances back-to-back with Logan Webb going no walks, tying a career high in strikeouts, 1 earned run, and that was all that was needed because the Giants got completely blanked and shut out. Matt Chapman with the 2-run homer was big on Saturday because Roop was fantastic. He gave up the 2 solo shots to Mike Trout, but that was it. You mentioned Ryan Walker getting the save, even though Trout almost went for a 3rd one down to the warning track. And then yesterday, Justin Verlander, the way he got out of the 4th inning, I thought really solid performance by him, and he was in prime position to get win 263, but it ultimately didn't happen. And, the bats weren't terrible. It was good to see VR get in the lineup when I wasn't sure if his time in the organization was going to be done, period. Willy Adames, even though, we're kind of monitoring him and the power hasn't quite been there, got some really timely hits yesterday and drove in a couple of RBIs. But by and large, at some point, the bats are going to have to wake up. And, against his left-handed pitchers, that's something that is a little bit of a concern in this early stage of the season for me.
They haven't seen a lot of lefty pitching, but they are now. Starting last week with Jesus Luzardo in Philadelphia was a streak out of 4 out of 6, and Sanchez just threw nothing but his changeup. He threw his changeup as much in the matinee game last Thursday as Landon Roop threw his curveball on Saturday night. You don't see that. 50% of the time, maybe a fastball, or really, like a Mariano Rivera cutter or something. But to get a changeup like that over and over, they just couldn't hit it. And then, Anderson's the same way. Those are the kind of guys that befuddle the Giants. Anderson, the Angel lefty, who's a former Giant, has always given him problems. It's shocking. When you went into the year, what was the one thing about this team? They got so many right-handed hitters. They don't have enough lefties. Mm-hmm. Well, then they're going to wear out left-handed pitching. Well, they just haven't so far. They're only going to get 1 lefty in the series against Milwaukee, but they're just not hitting. They by and large, Ramos was going to be the guy who would lead off against left-handed pitching. He had the 2nd highest ops last year in baseball against lefty pitching behind Aaron Judge. He was 2nd best. He got a good long run there for a while, and he's hit better lately, but they tried Luis Matos in that spot, and Luis has not hit so far. The problem is your right-handed hitters have just not hit. Adames is driving in some runs, and we talked about the 32 homers, the 33 doubles. Well, Adames had how many RBIs? 112 last year in Milwaukee. The guy's an RBI producer, and he is driving in runs here and there. He is not locked in, and I think his lack of range at shortstop is a bit alarming. It's the play that Matt Chapman caught in front of him on Friday night, and Chapman just does that. That's just the way he is. No matter who's his shortstop partner, he's got more range than that guy. So if I can get my glove on it, but he did say after watching the replay, he should have let that go and let Willie have that play. But is Willie going to make that play deep in the hole and throw the runner out? Maybe, maybe not. Chapman didn't make it, but it tells you about his mindset. But the right-handed hitters, Fitzgerald's picked it up a lot. Wilmer, it seems like all of his hits are home runs to start the year, which
exactly,
is good.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Got a bunch of RBIs, got a bunch of home runs. His average pretty steady and not that impressive.
But I think what's concerning is they don't want to play him at first base. To bring David Villar up here, it's just they want Wilmer to strictly DH. So, and the lack of production behind the plate with Patrick Bailey, it's just he's not done well. Patrick Bailey is 9 for 56 to open the year with 21 strikeouts. And he's boxing a lot of balls. He has struck out 13 times in his last 29 appearances. Now, the first 2 years in the big leagues, and last year was a full year. The year before he came up in May, he got off to quick starts and then faded. Did he tire? Who knows? His diet. He hired a dietitian, someone to cook his meals for him, and he's off to a slow start offensively. And he's still great at framing, but there have been a lot of pitches where he's just dropped behind the plate or let get by him. It's like, what's wrong with Patrick Bailey? He never does that. The home run that Sam Huff hit yesterday is the first home run they have from the catching position all year. And he's not a great catch and throw guy. He's going to give you power which is what he gave you. And then what's the first base production looking like? Casey Schmidt had some timely hits. I think as you look at it right now, Fitzgerald's starting to hit. Willie's got to hit. The outfield is what it is. Bailey needs to pick it up behind the plate, and they're going to figure out what they're going to do at first base here.
Yeah, no question about it. And first base is certainly highlighted by the fact that Casey Schmidt got thrown in there and is now on the 10-day IL. And, of course, it's going to be some time before Gerard Encarnacion rejoins this team, who's another potential option at the first base position.
He's on a 60-day now. I thought they put him on the 60-day before.
That's what. He was on the 10?
10, and then they moved him to the 60. The problem is they had to move him to the 60. Wade Meckler should not be on the 40-man roster. He's blocking. You know, he's showed some things in the spring, but Farhan, and you know, I defend Farhan a lot for a lot of things he does, but the faith that he had in Wade Meckler to put him on the 40-man roster prematurely, like, what was that based on?
Yeah, by the way, 916 bringing up something that we've talked about on the show before, says Anthony Rizzo is still a free agent out there. So,
yeah, I wondered about that.
Yeah.
What does he want to play? Where is he at? Is he? What kind of shape is he in? Is he preparing to play? What kind of money? What do you want? Would you want to do that now? How long would it take him to ramp up to play? You know, Wilmer got off to a great start, and it's been timely, but the fact that you lost, you know, a first baseman in Casey Schmidt, we didn't even think was a first baseman, and then you would think they would bring up Wisely. They want a right-handed hitting complement to Lamont Wade Jr., independent of Wilmer Flores. They don't want Wilmer playing first base much, if at all.
And Lamont has really got to pick it up in terms of getting on base, and especially with swinging the bat. So Brewers come in tonight, first pitch, 6:45. That means pregame starts right here on KNBR with 5:45, so Dirty Work's going to take you all the way up to there. And the Giants face a Brewers team that is 12-10. They just took 2 out of 3 against the A's in Milwaukee. And yesterday, 14-1. They stole 6 bases in 1 inning. So hopefully the Brewers can just calm down a little bit. They got it all out, and then it's all going to just sit and settle on the flight, because I think after the weekend we just saw with the Giants, I don't think they're equipped to go and put up 14 here at Oracle Park, but that usually doesn't happen at Oracle anyway. So check in 5:45 for a pregame, and then 6:45 is going to be first pitch, Giants and Brewers. Coming up on the other side, we'll do some sounds from the weekend, a little bit of a mix from your San Francisco Giants and your Golden State Warriors, the 2 big focuses of the day, and then it's going to be a lot of football going ahead Tuesday and beyond. NFL Draft Round 1 coming your way when we have a short show on Thursday for the last game of Giants Brewers. It's Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Second and 9. Newton, end zone. Touchdown, Country. And the Panthers go back on top. 15 yards on another laser from number 1.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope your week is off to a great start here. Pop and Silver hanging out with you for about another hour. Then we'll give it to Dirty Work. Dirty Work's got a lot to get into because they had a lot of short shows last week with the Giants being on the road. Giants back home now. They're going to take you all the way up to pregame, which starts at 5:45 right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Wanted to play some of the sounds from the weekend, do a little bit of baseball, a little bit of basketball. Warriors take a 1-0 lead. Giants looking to bounce back after the end of a 5-5 road trip. Overall, solid performance, but tough to lose 2 out of 3 against the Angels when you consider what you got on the mound from Webb, Roop, and then Verlander yesterday. And that's going to take us to our first piece of sound. We have not heard from the skipper yet at all today on the show, and that is Bob Melvin. Here is Bo Mel on Verlander and Ryan Walker, their performances yesterday, and just his general thoughts with how it all ended.
Yeah, just a little off kind of from the very beginning, and gets the punch out. And now you feel pretty good about him getting out of the inning. But I think with first runs he's given up all year. So you're going to have some bad days. Unfortunately, it happened today.
What you think of Justin's start today?
Pitched great. It was 2 hits, 2 walks. Got a little bit of a pitch count battle there at the end, but got through 6 and, pitched really well. Had 1 inning, obviously had the bases loaded and got out of it. I think that was huge for him. He's had kind of one bad inning each outing and got through that one, got us through 6, pitched great.
How nice to witness. That was the Justin we've seen throughout his career, just a great pitcher, and you saw that tonight.
Yeah, different velos on his fastball, slider when he needed it, threw some curveballs and some changeups. Pitched really well.
Yeah, so you heard his thoughts on Ryan Walker, and we don't need to beat it into the ground in the sense that, he had a rough one. There's no doubt about it. They had a 4-1 lead going into the 9th. He had a walk, a hit by pitch, and then a 3 RBI double that ended the game from Adele and lost that 4-1 lead. As far as Verlander goes, I think it highlighted something that Susan Slusser discussed with us last week, which is that, by and large, Verlander's actually pitched fairly well every time he's been on the mound. It's just that he always has one inning that's really tough to get out of. Sometimes the consequences are worse than others. And that 4th inning, he got into a jam and it was bases loaded. He ends up getting a strikeout. He only gives up 2 hits all day. One was a solo home run. And, he was in good position to get win number 263 yesterday. It ultimately did not happen, but this was certainly the best Verlander outing to this point of the year. And in large part was because the inning that was dicey ended up leaving 3 runners stranded and suffering no big consequences on the scoreboard.
Where previously that one blow-up inning, he gave up a crooked number.
Yeah.
Obviously the last time they were at home, that May the 9th afternoon, or April 9th. Not into May yet, April 9th, game against Cincinnati, and the infield was in. Fitzgerald had the ball get under his glove against Gavin Lux, and De La Cruz hit it off Lamont. He threw, 33, 34 pitches in that 4th inning, but he got out of it scored upon. And then he came right back and gave up a bomb, gave up a home run. And it was tied at 1 after Ramos worked so hard to get the run. And then Huff hit the home run. He threw the ball well. The ball came out of his hand with Verlander pop. He's still not Justin Verlander, where he just blows everybody away and goes deep through a lineup. But he's still effective. He only gave up a couple of hits, the 1 home run, had the 1 inning, but he got out of it, a couple of walks, punched out 6. Good stuff. Threw in the high 90s, had good command. Duvall got through his inning. It wasn't great. And then Tyler Rogers again. And Ryan Walker. That's the first runs Ryan's given up all year. Interesting. And the first time he's
he had 1 run in the opener, correct?
I thought so. When Bob said that, I wasn't sure. His ERA is 5.40. He had a hard outing. He only got 1 out yesterday and gave up 4 earned runs. Ouch. That is not good.
Yeah, it's the reason I didn't win my fantasy baseball matchup against Danny Dunn. We tied. We tied in fantasy baseball, and now I got to hear about it from Walter all day. So, yeah, that's what I'm most bitter about.
Love fantasy baseball. Bob's trying to manage real-life games. So, anyway, that's a hard one. And to have it end when you get on an airplane and you're leaving and you have a long road trip and you want to come home, Ryan Walker had to be just despondent yesterday to give that up. And close play at the plate, but clearly safe. So, overall, good road trip. To get off to the start, and San Diego they locked in. And they've lost so many players to injuries. The Dodgers didn't have Shohei, became a daddy for the first time, but they won yesterday, 1-0, and Tyler Glasnow had some kind of an injury. And but still, they're 16-7. Padres are 16-6. San Diego's played all the home games. To start the year with 16 of 22 on the road and go 14-8, I think everybody would take that. So now they got to lock in, come home, win some of these home games. They're 4-2 at home and 10-6 on the road. See what they do. You got Colorado coming in, after you go to San Diego, but this will be a challenging homestand. Milwaukee's a decent team. They've lost a lot of players. One guy I'm going to be looking at, and hopefully the Giants can beat them. The Milwaukee just has a way of hanging around, but they're 12-10. I wonder if they ever would make Rhys Hoskins available if they fall out. It's early, and they always have a way. Cubs look really good in that division, so it's not something they would do immediately. But he is from Northern California. We've always talked about getting him. I wonder if they would trade Rhys Hoskins at some point this summer.
Yeah, 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line just says, get a switch hitting first baseman. Well, yeah, they got a switch hitting catcher right now, and that's not going as well at the moment, but I hear you on that.
How about just a hitting first baseman? That's all you need, someone that can hit.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Papa and Silver, good to hang out with you on a Monday. Let's go to our second piece of sound. And look, we could talk about the Giants and what was bad about yesterday and all the bad memories at Angel Stadium and the stupid rally monkey. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go there. It was a 5-5 road trip, 14-8 with 16-22 on the road to start. He's making some good points. Got to go with the funniest cut of the weekend. You know what's funny? If you're Logan Webb, especially, farts.
Oh, after
farts are always funny. So here's
the fart joke.
Here's Logan Webb attempting to answer a question in the locker room after the game, but instead just giving us one of those Webb gems.
With Baumgartner, and Paul Marshall for at least 4 outings with.
I'm sorry.
At least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks. What does it mean to you to be in that list with those guys?
I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's every time you're in a list.
He's trying so hard to get back on track and answer that question, but well done on the sound editing, by the way, to really amplify the fart, and then he can't hang. He can't hang. And Logan Webb, by the way, sometimes not always the best audio to play on the radio when you combine his soft-spoken nature with the background noise of the locker room, but hey, it worked perfectly in unison this time.
Did he double down? Did he go Barry Zito curveball on the fart? Because he let one go and then he came back to it and laughed. Was it a daily double with the fart? So I remember one year, the Giant pitchers came up with some word of the day that they had to drop in their post-game press conference. And there was one night, I think it was the 21 year, as I recall, they had to use the word phalanges. So whenever they went into all the pitchers, and after a while, I'm like, what's going on with the phalanges? So Logan's dropping, well, the ball just didn't come out of my phalanges well. I'm like, is that his toes or is that his hands? Or are we talking metacarpals or metatarsals? Like, where the hell are we dropping a phalange? So at first I thought, is he going a different word? And I believe phalanges, is that PH or F? Phalange, I'm not even sure.
PH, I think.
PH, I believe it's alkaline. I think it's heavy on the alkaline. Anyway, I was thinking, are they just going, you got to drop a fart, it's somewhere in your post game, or did he have the ultimate burrito after the game? Is that why? Was that real? Or was he had the word of the day, and the word was fart for the post-game pressers?
Yeah, that's a great question. Phalanges is a PH, and then Wes on the YouTube chat says, any guesses who farted? Ooh, good question. Put me on the spot.
Logan Webb himself, wasn't it Webb?
No, I think he heard it from the side.
Oh, come on.
Whoever smelt it,
dealt it. I'm going with, he's a starting pitcher. Even though he got deep into the game, he already had the ultimate burrito. He had the Bartolo Colon in Anaheim. I'm saying it was Webb himself.
I'm going to go with the team veteran, Justin Verlander. Didn't have to pitch that day. He's the old man in the locker room. You know, what's he got to worry about?
Wild speculation. I'm going Webb.
All right, moving on here with our sounds of the weekend. Let's go with keeping it also a little lighthearted and funny. This is Kevin Harlan on the call last night, and boy, was he fantastic with Reggie Miller. Geometrically, that should not have happened. Jimmy Butler's pointing at Reggie Miller.
You going with the line about the TMI? Is that where you're going? What were they talking about on that?
That is exactly where we are headed.
I couldn't quite make out what he was saying, and I just moved on. What was it about?
Yeah, so it also kind of flew over my head in live action. I was taking so many notes and everything, but then Walter's bringing it to my attention this morning. We're playing some of the sound. Here's a little TMI talking about Depends, some advertising. Here we go.
Oh, got it.
He made the move, the GM, the NBA tonight on TNT. Is brought to you by Walmart. Get it before the game's over. Well, hold on here. Let me look. Okay, it's 10:20 Central. If I order some Depends right now, I hope it gets here by 11. 2:04 to go.
Did you just say Depends?
I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't know.
Oh, man, that's TI. That's too much information, man. TMI.
I know. I'm trying to help the people that are staying up late, just in case they don't want to leave the screen. And here we have the Rockets the other way.
Kevin, that's the first thing that comes to your mind. He's one of the all-time great broadcasters and one of my personal favorites ever. And the first thing he thinks of is, he goes, some Depends.
He's saying, stage manager, bring me a bedpan. or give me depends. Kevin's about my age, so believe me, we have all been in that situation. So classic, without a doubt. I didn't quite know what he was talking about there with the TMI, but that was classic Harlan.
707, going back to the fart, says that fart was 100% Willie Adames. It's not a bad call either. Walter, do you have a pick on this one?
Speculation. How do you know? 100% Willie Adames? Was he there? How does he know?
Yeah, I don't know.
How does he know? By the way, Harlan, I think we're getting Brian Anderson on game 2.
We are. It's going to be, we're going to have, in fact, the whole schedule, and I'm not even going to bore you with the logistics. We're cramming it all into a nice little book here, and it's going to be great, but we will get BA on the morning of game 2. We also got John Shea joining us, as he does every Wednesday. We got our mock draft picks, which we're going to scatter throughout the show. So lots coming your way Tuesday, Thursday. And then Wednesday, it's going to be a reaction to game 2, as well as getting ready for the draft itself and a short show with the final game of the Giants-Brewers series. So, I mean, we're just hitting the ground running in full force.
And B.A., being he's the TV voice of the Brewers, will be able to double down on him. So B.A. is actually in Denver tonight for Clippers Nuggets.
Yeah, he's a busy man. He said, can you shoot me a reminder Thursday? There's a lot to keep track of in my small brain. And I'm like, you don't have a small brain.
And then you know where he's going in the month of May? TNT lost the NBA, but they've added the French Open.
Oh.
He is going to Roland Garros for a little jambon.
That's
How great is that? What an event that is to do.
That's awesome. You're going to have to ask him about that for sure. Get his croissants on and, what have you. Final piece of sound here. This is going to be a real shocker to anybody in the Bay Area, but we had a Charles Barkley guaranteed after game 1. The Warriors take a 1-0 lead. I know. Believe it or not, he still picks Houston to win the series. Here is the audio of Sir Charles.
Listen, I told you I already picked the Rockets to win this series.
So the experience thing you said earlier tonight it's no factor.
Well, it's a factor, but I just think the Rockets got more talent. Plain and simple. And I think the home court going to be the difference in this series. I think the energy level that Steph is going to have to put forward, I don't know if he can sustain it for 7 games. I really don't. This team is young, is explosive, and it's going to be a long series. But I like the Rockets.
First postseason appearance since the bubble for the Houston Rockets, who went 52-30. Golden State 48-34. And of course, you know all about the impact that Jimmy Butler had since joining that team. Picking Houston to win the series, and let's go Warriors.
Guarantee. Hey, Pop, put something on my account.
I don't think they've reloaded the ping pong balls, which is a good thing.
Okay. Dude, Houston could absolutely come back and win this series. I'm not saying that will not happen, but the argument that Houston has more talent, when you look at the 2 best players in this series, Bud, it was on full display last night, and it's not close. So maybe Houston finds a way, if there's some physicality and the rest schedule works to their advantage in the end, and they run up and down the court, and their length and their defense gives the Warriors a hard time, I will buy and listen to any of those arguments. More talent, Charles. Bro, come on.
All right, are we surprised? What's the stat about the Warriors winning at least one road game in, 29 out of 30 series now? Has Sir Fat Ass ever, one time, since they began running the NBA 10 years ago, has he ever picked the Warriors to win a game, even a regular season game, a play? Has he ever said, I think the Warriors are going to... I've never heard it, if he's ever said it. He said that pregame. He doubled down at halftime after watching his talent-laden Rockettes. What are they, the New York Rockettes, high kicking? The Houston Rockets can't make a shot. They had 13 points in the second quarter. After that, he still doubled down. I think he said it on the postgame. The Rockets are going to win tonight. Charles, the horn went. You lost. You scored 85 points. So, I don't know. A lot of it is just Barkley bombast. He doesn't really believe it. But honestly, has he ever picked the Warriors to win even a game, let alone a series?
No. Not in my memory. I feel like I would know if it just came to the top of my mind. But no. Of course, I wasn't surprised by it whatsoever, but, as we're going through some sounds of the weekend, you gotta play a little Sir Charles here and there.
It's so predictable. Come on. He's going to pick them to win game 2, I guarantee you. And when they're down 3 games to none, he's going to, what is series? Come on. You really think Houston's getting back into this series? I always have appropriate fear from Pop for the opponents. The Rockets are not getting back in this series.
All right, I'll stop it with Charles. So there you go. You got the whole array. You got Kevin Harlan and Depends. You've got Logan Webb and the Farts. You've got Charles and his Houston Rockets. And, of course, the serious cut of Bob Melvin evaluating Justin Verlander and Ryan Walker, the highs and the lows of yesterday. We got Brad Rosnowski joining us, Jalen Green's high school coach from San Joaquin Memorial. He's going to be coming up at 1:30. So before that, let's get the tunes ready. Time to fire up the jukebox. Silver Linings playlist going to be on the other side. It's going to be simple and effective. It is Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Sound white, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's 1 down and 3 to go for the Golden State Warriors as they take game 1 by a 1990s style score, 95-85 over the Houston Rockets. Game 2 is going to be Wednesday. We're going to be breaking it down all day here on Poppin' Silver, 10 to 2. And if you want to share any of your thoughts, 415-808-5627. As always, the number to chime in. Hey, what's going on? Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Yes, this is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, or wrongfully terminated, just know that your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more specifically about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, they're all around us, so please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. But if something does happen and you need the assistance, well, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. Yeah, we're talking 9 zeros in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
What's going on, everybody? It is time for a little Silver Linings Playlist, and we actually got some sound here to set the scene. So while I let Walter get that set up, I'll just let you all know that with the tunes of Elton John in the background, let's keep it simple. It's a Rocket Man, and the Rocket Man is Stephen Curry, the guy with the 4,000 on Greg Papa's shirt right here. Here's the sound of Craig Ackerman, voice of the Houston Rockets, talking about Steph Curry last night and just how many painful memories he has left in that city.
Now to Curry, got to pick him up, shakes loose. Oh my goodness, beats the shot clock. I'm just telling you, man, I got PTSD from seeing this dude too many times in the playoffs. I'm just going to admit it. Is into Curry on the bounce, launches deep one. Oh my goodness, and he hits it from the Y at Toyota Center.
His activity.
Curry well defended by Green. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker.
You can't play better defense than what you just saw right there.
Steph yesterday started 0 for 3. He finished 7 for 10 in the first half. He finishes with 31 on 12 of 19 shooting with the way that they were defending. And by the way, there is no part of me that is declaring this series over. The larger point here is that is there any fan base more tormented by this one man than Houston? I would say Oklahoma City is certainly in the conversation. Cleveland lost 3 finals, but guess what? They also won a championship from it. Boston, they only play a couple times a year, and, whatever, the 2022 finals. Something about that building and this team and this franchise, doesn't matter if it's James Harden and Chris Paul or Russell Westbrook. Steph Curry has just brought a lot of pain to Houston, and he did it again last night. Now, obviously, if Houston comes back and wins this series, that could be a nice taste of redemption for that fan base, but they've got to be so sick of this Rocket Man, Papa.
That's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought of it. I mean, we got a city of Paris and an entire nation of France not really happy with Steph after what he did with the Golden Dagger in August. But when you lay it out that way, and Durant was the one that put the daggers into Cleveland a couple of times, maybe it is Steph Curry in Houston, Texas in particular, and what he's done there. I love Craig Ackerman. We'll get him on before Game 2. So that's the first time they have hosted a playoff game in that building. The Toyota Center, it's still named there in Houston, since May the 10th of 2019. And that was right after Kevin Durant got hurt. And that to me, that cost you a championship. The Warriors have beaten Houston all 4 times they played them in the 5-year run, but there were a couple of injuries. Steph and Patrick Beverley's ankle in Game 1 of the 73-9 year, then slipping on the wet spot later, and then Durant that cost you championships. But when Durant went down, you wondered how they're going to do that, and Warriors did win Game 5 to go up 3-2. They went to Houston for Game 6, and Steph had the epic 0-33 game. He had no points in the first half, and then 33 in the second half. Craig Ackerman had hair then. They pulled all of his hair out. And then yesterday, the show. And he missed his first 3 shots. He started slowly last night, and then he turned into Steph Curry and Amen Thompson. You are no Steph stopper, Matthew Dellavedova. You are no Steph stopper, Avery Bradley, whoever you want to name. There's no such thing as a Steph stopper. So when I hear this song, it makes me cry, for one. It's so beautiful. But I think of the Rocket Man. I think of Roger Clemens, who would hold up games. When he was a Yankee, he would not warm up in the bullpen until they started playing this song. And he would not jog in to pitch until they started playing Rocket Man. It's like, Elton's not ready yet, Raj. Can we go now? The game's supposed to start at 7:05. But Roger was so into that nickname. So I've never heard him called Rocket Man. He's not shooting rockets. He's shooting down rockets. Maybe ICBM Man would be Steph Curry shooting rockets out of the sky. I'm not sure what he is. But that was a show, and we'll get Craig Ackerman on. That's probably, of any city in the United States, Minnesota, for not drafting him to start with, would be, and David Kahn, their brief GM, former sports writer turned general manager, they never got their hands on him. But as far as pure torment, is he the ultimate rocket destroyer right in the city of Houston? Is Steph Curry public enemy number 1 of all sports figures in Houston, Texas? Maybe Frank Reich.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I haven't done the whole evaluation of the city, but from the Steph side, I think he has tormented Houston more than any other fan base. Although I would say you can make an argument for Oklahoma City because of the 3-1 and then Kevin Durant ultimately leaving there to come to Golden State. You can certainly make a strong case for that one as well.
But Steph has had so many big games in that building, without a doubt.
Yeah, so there you go. He is the basketball version of the Rocket Man today. And well, we got to talk to someone who knows a Rocket Man in Jalen Green very, very well, because Rockets want to make Steph Curry suffer one bit of pain in his career, and that's by coming back and winning this series. It's all going to be coming your way. Game 2 is going to be Wednesday. You heard the voice of Craig Ackerman, and we'll find a way to talk to him at some point in the middle of this series. But yeah, up next, we've got Brad Rosnovsky, who taught a young Jalen Green, coached him up, and now he's watching him in the NBA, his first playoffs, and he's got to bounce back from a tough game 1. So we'll have his thoughts. We'll give him a little chat next. It is Pop and Silver with about a half hour left to go on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked number 1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Silver here for another half hour or so. Then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Had some great conversations thus far. We talked to Jared Weiss of The Athletic. We talked to Tim Kawakami. You can catch those interviews on our KNBR podcast page. Be published in about an hour or so, usually sometime in the 30 to 45 minute mark after our shows, where you can go check those out. Or if you're just ultra impatient, you can scroll backwards on YouTube at KNBR 1045 or twitch.tv/thesportsleader, where we stream every single day. It is time to welcome in our last guest of the day, our closer. He is Brad Rosnovsky, the head coach at San Joaquin Memorial High School in Fresno, California, where Jalen Green spent his time playing, as well as in Napa. So he joins us live on the UMA guest line. It's great to have him. Brad, thanks so much. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco. Hope you're enjoying the NBA playoffs so far, and how are you?
I'm doing good, guys. I appreciate you having me on. Look forward to it.
And I appreciate your crystal clear phone connection. This is fantastic. So I just kind of want to start off by, getting to know Jalen Green at a young age and just kind of knowing what kind of player he was and what made him special, and, how even from the age of high school, you knew his game was going to be able to translate into the NBA.
Yeah, the first time I saw him was in 8th grade out here in Fresno, and word was getting out that he was going to come to San Joaquin Memorial, and went and watched him, and guys, he had it in 8th grade. You could tell the athleticism was there, and he was doing things you just don't see 8th graders do. And I said, gosh, this guy's probably going to play big-time college basketball. I don't know anything beyond that because I never coached the NBA guy, but it just took another year or two and started to realize, okay, this guy's got a pretty good chance to be in the NBA. So, and just God-given talent he has with regards to leaping ability, athleticism, and all that stuff.
Amazing that a guy that young, you could see that he had greatness in him. So your program, San Joaquin Memorial in Fresno, has produced, maybe you didn't coach him yourself, Coach, but Quincy Pondexter went through there. The Lopez twins, I remember going there. So it's produced quite a few NBA stars. Just as far as coachability, a lot of times a guy that has that thought is, as young as 12, 13 years of age, I'm going to play in the NBA. He didn't even wind up going to college. We'll get into that decision. Was he someone that you could coach hard to make a better player even when he was young, Coach?
Yeah. And another name real quick, Greg. I did not coach the Lopez twins or Quincy Pondexter, but I did coach a kid named A.J. Johnson. He was a Milwaukee Bucks, drafted him, and coached him for a couple years. But yeah, Greg, he was, and it's funny, his parents would tell me, Coach, do not, he's got to sprint. He wanted to be coached hard, and they made sure that we did coach him hard. So that's, in high school, you just want kids to be coachable, college too. Coachable meaning you can coach them hard, and they're going to accept it, and they're going to adhere to it, and he really did a great job of that.
Talking to Brad Rosnovsky, the coach at San Joaquin Memorial High School in Fresno. Been there since 2008, and mentioning some of the great names he has crossed paths with. And, of course, Jalen Green being the one we're highlighting here with Warriors-Rockets series going on. And, Brad, Jalen Green, like most top picks, they go to struggling or rebuilding teams. And, they can kind of work through mistakes and, probably lose a lot of games, as was the case for the Houston Rockets, but they rebuilt and turned around pretty quickly, and now the Rockets are a really good team. So what's different about that from a coaching standpoint for someone like Jalen to not only produce and fill up the stat sheet, but also contribute to winning basketball while doing so?
Yeah, he really struggled, Greg, his first 3 years with, I know Coach Silas was there, and he really liked playing for Coach Silas, but just not a lot of talent. They hadn't won in a while, even before he got there. So there was some struggles. We had some tough conversations, and the one thing he did, Greg, he just continued to work and get better, knowing that it would change. And I'm ecstatic for him finally in his 4th year to not only be in the playoffs, but to be the 2 seed. Granted, last night was tough. Last night was tough to watch. I know we texted a little bit after the game. I know he struggled, but I really think, and I don't know, Warrior fans, you guys want to hear this. I think you're going to see a little different Jalen Green to tomorrow. I think, Wednesday night. But I think the Rockets got to do a little better job of it was a lot of one-on-one. Steph did a great job on him. Moody did a great job on him. Peyton did a great job. It was a lot of one-on-one. I think he just excels when he comes off action. Maybe comes off a ball screen, get downhill, a flare action, a curl. And I think that's what they need to do to get him going a little more.
Yeah, I think, Coach, they need to do it with all their players, even Şengün, just a little more body movement. The Warriors are playing kind of a box and one on him, whether it's Moody or they're hunting that switch where Steph is on him a little bit. They're playing boxes and elbows behind him a little bit. Since you know him so well, beyond the movement, maybe taking a DHO or, some kind of movement, how do you think he's best served to attack this? Just move the ball, move his body, try to shoot over the top of the zone? What would be your advice? And maybe you've already given it to him, and how he should bounce back for game 2, Coach.
Well, I really think getting downhill. I mean, he's become a better shooter. Yeah, I don't know if he'll ever be an elite shooter. He's become a better shooter. But I thought he settled Greg a lot last night. Even in that paint area, the 12, 15-footer, I thought, I really want to see him. And I mean, the Warriors were just they were phenomenal last night defensively. Every time Jalen got to the cup, either Draymond was there, Post was there a couple times. They really did a good job bottling up. I really like to see him early on, get to the cup. That help is there and some kick-out opportunities. Now, granted, they didn't shoot very well last night. I think Jabari hit a couple or had one or had a couple of them. Van Fleet wasn't very good. So they've got to find somebody that can hit that. I think that happens early on. Now they're not helping as much, and then maybe he can score off attacks. But I really want to see him get to the paint first and then go off of there.
Talking to Brad Rosnovsky here, Jalen Green's high school coach, and of course knows a lot about the game, been around some of the best players. And so, we talk about Rockets movement, and that was a focal point of the first hour or so of our discussion here, and what both the Warriors and the Rockets could do better to not have it be a 95-85 final in game number 2. But, when you think about Jalen Green and just kind of the general movement, do you see it as a better fit for him to be maybe some of the recipient of some of this movement and, be kind of this focal point for the scoring? Or do you almost feel like it's more natural for his game to be sort of the creator and maybe not quite filling it up in terms of shots and volume, but just kind of being able someone that can dish out assists? I mean, I just think the Rockets offense in general in the half court got so stagnant. What's the best adjustment for Jalen Green to get the most out of this against the Warriors defense that, plays bigger than they really are in terms of their size?
That's a great question. And I'm not sure I have the right answer, but I can give you what I think. And Jalen was like this in high school. There's some games where he had to score 40. Some games where he, we were pretty talented. We had a lot of D1 kids, so he would score, sometimes 16 to 18. So if I can answer your question the way I think, I really think it just dictate what they're going to do. If they're going to allow him to get to the cup, if they're going to help, the kickouts are going to be there. I think the Rockets are better suited based on how they're going to guard Jalen. And Şengün, boy, he's become, obviously he was their best player last night. And there's a lot of people argue, guys, that he probably, even though Jalen led them in scoring, he might have been their best player, all year with the rebounding and everything. But I just think Jalen's got to let the game dictate. There might be games where he has to be that creator. And there are other games where I think he's going to have to score. So I just don't want him to press, let the game come to him, and I think that's when he's really good.
Yeah, his evolution was when he was the primary ball handler in the pick and roll and initiated the action. They were thriving off that because he's so lethal on that first step off the action. Defenses collapse to him, and he kicks it out. And, they're not great three-point shooters, but they're much better if they're getting step-in looks off of his creation. On the other side, obviously he could score 30, 40 a game in high school. What was his defense like in high school, and what have you seen as far as since he's left you and gone to Prolific Prep and Napa and the G League Ignite as well, as far as his defense? Because coming into the NBA, he was not a great defender, Coach, but there were times this year he is really good on the ball. He guarded Steph when they were trying to get that switch and get Amen Thompson off of him and to Steph on him, and he guarded them pretty well last night, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, the one I thought his best defensive possession was the one Steph had the ball and went to the right and hit that one falling out of bounds on that. I mean, that was probably as good as the defense you can play. But we're talking about Steph Curry here, who just does things that, we may never see again. But he kept coming in, obviously, as most talented kids, even as freshmen and sophomores. Greg, he wasn't very good defensively. It was just a matter of because he was so good offensively and such a freakish athlete that the kids didn't think about it, but he progressed in high school, and we had him to 3 years, and I saw him at prolific prep his senior year. He got much better, and I think in his fourth year now, he's evolved into a pretty good defender. So I think he'll continue being good at that. And in Ime, I mean, I've been to a couple of his games this year, and one of them was a Laker game where it's tied and with 4 minutes to go, and guess what? Jalen's not on the floor because guess why? Jalen didn't guard that game. So Ime does not mess around with that. So it kind of forces you to be a good defender.
Yeah, great insight here from Brad Rosnovsky. And, the Warriors and the Rockets are very different teams stylistically, age, roster construction, all of that. But they're really similar in the sense that they will overachieve by how hard they'll work on the glass or for a loose ball or just kind of understanding what it takes to be physical and to compete really hard. And so you mentioned Jalen Green and knowing him since he was in 8th grade and how defensively was an area he had to work on because he was so talented offensively. Just when you coach some of these great players, how do you coach up someone, especially at a younger age, who is so talented like that, where they can excel under about any circumstance on the court on a high school level or go into a tournament, but also getting them to, despite their talent, really have that extra motor and motivation to keep it going and excel at even higher levels?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back, Greg, to the coachability thing, which Jalen was, but it also the fact that, we'll spend in a 2.5-hour practice, we'll spend the first 50 minutes defensively. And, and I think when kids get that, in their mind, like, okay, we're this is our 14th practice in a row. We're starting with defense. I think you kind of get that insight that, okay, I better be pretty good defensively. So, yeah, I wouldn't say we were like Ime where we'd sit Jalen down late in the game, but he knew, and these kids know that, especially at the next level of college, you got to be able to guard, and why not start it in high school?
Yeah, we mentioned his path to the NBA, G League Ignite, and that was in Walnut Creek, I think, during that time, the 2021 season. Yeah. Jonathan Kuminga was also on that team. Tell me, why did Jalen choose that path of professional basketball? And a lot of kids go play overseas, the balls, and they don't want to go to necessarily to college basketball. Why did he choose G League Ignite and not to go to college for a year?
Yeah, I wasn't. They really kept the circle tight with regards to that decision. I wasn't really, other than talking to all these big D1 guys, the D1 coaches wanting them, I wasn't really involved as much in that. But you gotta remember that's when the G League Ignite started was that year with Kuminga and Cade Cunningham and Jalen. So, I mean, Greg, honestly, there was no such thing as NIL back then. It was just kind of evolving. And, the G League offered him a good amount of money, and there was some talk maybe he was going to go overseas and play for a year. So I think college was a possibility, but I think at that point, wanted to kind of evolve his game and start playing against, G League is guys that have been in the NBA. I think they wanted him to start playing against those guys, so his rookie year he'd be somewhat ready. So I think that played a lot into it.
Hey, Brad, I really appreciate you coming on, and I'm going to do the classic Radio 101 thing for you. You got a prediction for this series before we let you go?
Gosh, guys, I mean, I'm a Laker fan. I got to start with that, and I love. We're in a little bit of trouble right now.
Come on, Coach.
So I just last night was a perfect example. And I love Jalen, but their half-court offense just struggled, and the Warriors are so good defensively. So, I mean, I'd be a little surprised if the Rockets can get this series. I tell you what, Phil Jackson always said, guys, and you probably heard this, most important game in a 7-game series is Game 2. I mean, you're either going back to the Bay Area down 2-0 or even going back 1-1 is going to be tough. So, the Warriors got the upper hand right now, but, if Rockets can be better in the half-court offense Tuesday, we might have a series.
You coming to Chase? We're going to see you, Coach, for Games 3 or 4?
I'm doing my best, yes. I trying to go Game 4, yes. I plan on
see you there.
Plan on going, seeing them, and cheering them on, so it should be fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks to Chris Babcock, we connected, so I thank you for your time. Speaking of the
thank you,
Lakers,
Chris, too.
yeah, I love Babs. He's put this together. Lakers coming back tonight and giving us a series with the Wolves, Coach?
It's actually, I think it's tomorrow night. Oh,
you're right. Clippers, Nuggets is tonight. You're right.
Here's the thing. Everyone said is Naz Reid and I'm missing who's the other guy who hit all the threes.
McDaniels.
It was McDaniels. I'm sorry, McNabb. Are they going to shoot that well? Well, guess what? They're going to shoot that well when they're not guarded, right? So obviously the game plan was to stop Edwards, which they did, but they just were slow on closeout. So I think they'll get that one. But then you're 1-1, lost home court advantage. So that's going to be a long series. So you never know. Warriors, Lakers down the road, but we got a long ways to go for that on our end.
Coach, thank you so much for saying that about the shooting, because when there's talk like basketball's played on a spreadsheet about what % people shoot, it drives me insane. Everybody in the NBA is good enough to make a warm-up jumper if the defense is not there. So you bring up the point that I like to hammer home all the time. And, of course, we really appreciate you coming on the Greg and Greg program here with us on KNBR.
I enjoyed it, guys. See you down the road.
We'll see you for Game 4, Coach. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Awesome. He is Brad Rosnovsky from San Joaquin Memorial in Fresno. He coached Jalen Green in high school. And coming up on the other side, we're going to do a little bit of wrapping everything up. We'll get you ready for the Giants as they go with their first of 4 against the Milwaukee Brewers. It's going to be Robbie Ray on the mound tonight. And the Giants, even after a successful 5-5 road trip, still feels like kind of a necessary bounce back when you consider how it all ended yesterday in Anaheim. That's all coming on the other side, and then we'll hand it off to Copes, Tim Webb, D-Pop for Dirty Work. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver getting ready to wrap things up. Final segment before we hand it off to Dirty Work here. Been a great Monday talking a lot of Warriors. They hold a 1-0 series lead. Also talking a little Giants, and overall, it's a nice road trip. But again, we had to focus on the bums of Ryan Walker and the pitching performances that went to waste by the starters over the weekend. They look to get back at it tonight. And here's the deal. We started the show in a religious tone. Rest in peace to Pope Francis. And we had the congregation, as I'm going to call it, with Papa and his Amen Thompson. Also, we're going to end it with a little religion because it's going to be Robbie Ray on the mound tonight going up against Quinn Priester, the holiest of all the pitchers, Milwaukee Bucks, or Brewers.
Milwaukee Brewers. So, and Robbie Ray just basically needs to be in the strike zone. You do not want to start walking people against the Milwaukee Brewers, who yesterday against the Athletics in Milwaukee stole 9 bases in a game. 9 in one game.
Wasn't it 6 in one inning or something? It was like ridiculous.
6 in one inning. And they've got guys. Turang had 3 stolen bases alone yesterday. Churio and Yelich, and even Contreras stole one. And Rhys Hoskins, we talked about him, and Frelick. They got guys. Pat Murphy is their manager there. He's been on that staff for a long time. Craig Counsell's gone. But the Milwaukee Brewers, you cannot put people on base. It'll be good to get Patrick Bailey behind the plate, obviously. And it's, with his pop time, and he should be able to mitigate the running game. But for Robbie Ray, on the road trip there for a while, Verlander had a dicey start, Robbie Ray, and then likewise for Jordan Hicks. They locked in and pitched over the weekend in Anaheim, started by the great flatulator that is Logan Webb. And I am singling out him. Landon Roop with the curveball, and then yesterday, Justin Verlander. But Robbie Ray needs to lock in a little bit here. I'm a little surprised because he pitched so well in the spring, and he was so locked in repeating that delivery. And he's got a complicated delivery. It's a lot of twist and shout. It's Chubby Checker in the twist. I mean, he takes it back, and looks like he has all the rhythm coming towards home plate. But against this lineup, you don't want to walk people with the way that this lineup can steal you blind. So we'll see. Just good to be back home. I had a good road trip, but so hard. It's like the Warriors, and they came back off that one road trip, but they were gone 2 straight weeks.
Was it 6 games over a span of 15 days? Something wild.
Yeah, but then the first day you're home, you've got a game. It's like, are you kidding me? Did you ever travel professional sports? I remember my last year with the A's in 2003. We had a 2-week road trip, came home for a 2-week homestand, and then left for a 2-week road trip. So a span of 6 weeks, we were gone for 4 straight weeks. It is so hard. And then the first game back, you get back on a Sunday night, you got to go to the ballpark on Monday. That's what's so hard about this road trip, not just the weather and the rain and the cold in New York, the wind in Philadelphia. It was nice over the weekend, hard getting walked off. But you're rolling right in. They're at a stretch of the season. This is the longest road trip of the year. You would think the first day back on a Monday, typically Monday, a little lighter schedule around baseball, likewise Thursday, travel day. You'd have the day off to, see your family, open the mail. Hell no, you're right back out to the ballpark. So it was good they played a day game in Anaheim. They'll be fine to be able to bounce back tonight. But this is a rough part of the schedule here. They got a 7-game homestand starting the night against Milwaukee, and then obviously Bochy and the Rangers are in, and they're one of the best teams in baseball. They're in a stretch right now where they're playing 17 consecutive days without a day off. That is hard.
Yeah, and then the next Monday, they will have a day off, and then they're going to head down to Petco Park for their first NL West action. Couple of games against the San Diego Fathers, and then they got 4 at home against the Rockies from May 1st to May the 4th. So lots coming your way. I mean, the Giants, here's the deal. They're 3rd place in the NL West. They also got the 4th best record in the MLB, and it's very early to be doing any kind of intense standings watch, but certainly tonight in this series, a good chance to get back on track against a Brewers team that has the capacity to fill it up. So Robbie Ray is going to be on the mound getting his 5th start. He's got a 3-0 record so far, but he's got to, as you mentioned, hit that strike zone a little better. And then for Quinn Priester, he's got a clean 5 innings in both starts. In fact, 1 earned run total, once against the Rockies and then once against the Tigers. He'll be making his 3rd start of the year. But Giants got to find a way to get on base, steal some bases of their own, and get some runs. I know Oracle Park, not exactly the place where the Brewers might put up 14 again, but could you not do the 0 to 1 to 2? Let's get to the magic number of 4. Or I guess that wasn't enough yesterday, so we'll take whatever you can get. But yeah,
and then obviously the big story is Willy Adames going up against, and he was a Tampa Bay Ray. It wasn't like he came up with Milwaukee, but I think he became a real star in Milwaukee, and he is so beloved. He was in Tampa, but I remember a couple of years ago when the Giants were in Milwaukee, and he got hit by a batted ball standing on the dugout bench on the railing, and the way those Brewer teammates just, wow, they love this guy. So maybe, and he had a couple of big RBIs yesterday, swinging the bat better, but he is hitting .202. His on-base plus slug is .554. You'd like to get him going a little bit. Would it be against the Milwaukee Brewers, his most recent team? And there's no bad blood there. They had a great ceremony when he left. They knew he was leaving. That's just what Milwaukee does. They're not going to keep Corbin Burns. Craig Counsell left shockingly and went to manage the hated Cubs and got a big deal. And then it's on to Willy Adames, though. But it would be fitting if he comes alive during this 4-game series against the Brewers and starts so tonight. And then how good is Milwaukee? They won their division last year by, 10 games? And they've lost a lot of people over the years. We think the Cubs are going to win the National League Central. At 14-10 after the 0-2 start, their offense is the best in baseball. Milwaukee's one of those teams I think you're going to be competing with. And there's so many, obviously everybody in your division that doesn't win the West, the other 2 teams, Dodgers, Padres, Arizona, Phillies, Mets, Braves, are playing a lot better. I think it's important that Milwaukee the Giants take 3 out of 4 this series and push them back a little bit, because if you fall behind them, it's hard to make the playoffs this year. Milwaukee's been a playoff perennial very quietly.
Yeah, for as well as the Giants have started, it's going to be a lot of wild card watching if the NL West continues to perform like this. So, Papa, it was good to be back with you. Appreciate you. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. Really busy week, a lot of football. We're going to have Susan Slusser joining us. We're going to have possibly JD joining us from Houston. Lots of pieces to be putting together. So we'll keep you all updated on that. And then a big thank you to our guests today, Tim Kawakami, Jared Weiss, and Brad Rosnowski. You can catch those interviews on the KNBR app or KNBR.com. And, of course, thank you to Walter, as always. It's time to hand it off to Copes, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work in the house, taking you all the way up to Giants pregame at 5:45. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Operating and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair.
Get out, Walt.
How about this? Full week of shows.
Hey.
Well, kind of.
Well, not Thursday.
It's Thursday, not so much. But we're
we are
working
on
late
for
Thursday.
quite a bit of time on Thursday. I mean, we'll have our abbreviated show for an hour, but we're going to be on for the draft show periodically.
Yeah, we'll be doing check-ins from Jack's Restaurant down in San Jose, outside of
Saratoga Avenue.
Westgate Mall. Come on out. Draft show starts at 5. Draft party.
Yeah.
And we'll be with you until 9, hanging out. We'll be doing live look-ins and whatnot. Anyway, we got a good show for you today. Giants baseball coming up at 6:45 against the Brewers as they come home after losing their first road series of the season. We'll get to pregame going at 5:45. Dave DeFore joins us from The Athletic at 3:50, talking some NBA playoffs. We've got going this weekend. Warriors got their first win in Game 1. That's all I needed. I said, give me one. Give me one of the first two, and you win the first one, you get house money now, and you can come on home. You don't even have to worry about trying to win any more games on the road. Not trying, but if you don't win any more games on the road, you can win the series at home in 6. Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50, 49ers Insider, NBC Sports.
To him.
Bay Area. We talked to him on Friday. We'll talk to him again today at 4:50 and 5:30. Susan Slusser joins us, talking some Giants baseball right before pregame, where the Giants are going to take on the Brewers. Tim told me the Brewers yesterday, they stole 9 bases in one game against the A's.
That sounds like the A's.
And they stole 6 bases in the first inning yesterday.
Good Lord, the first inning?
That's insane.
In sack?
9 in one game is wild, and 6 in one inning is
I would
even
assume they were in Sacramento yesterday, yeah.
Anyway, how about the Dubs score 95 points and getting a win?
Yeah, they, I guess the stat is in the last 3 seasons, if they scored 95 points, they lost the game.
They've not won a game in 3 seasons in which they scored 95 points or fewer.
So I would say that's pretty impressive, a good defensive effort, but I would also say that's not sustainable going forward. They have to score well in the 100s, I would say.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. Also, I mean, I don't know how people feel about it. We talked about the loss to Houston a couple of weeks back, that crucial game on the Sunday about 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Yes, it was.
It was the last time they had played them. And Steph in that game only had 3 points and 1 of 10 shooting.
Much better yesterday.
A lot of people were saying on the text line last week, you know, they're going to be fine. You tell me Steph's going to score 3 points in a game, they're not going to win a lot of those anyway. Did you feel like playoff Jimmy showed up?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would say the last 3 games it's been playoff Jimmy and playoff Steph. I just want to see more from everybody else. Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody had big shots yesterday, but I do want to see somebody else, a third scorer, or maybe even a rebounder, like somebody that can help them on the glass, but they do need somebody to give them more offensive firepower. And I am looking for Kevon Looney to be that guy from a couple of seasons ago during the 2022 playoffs where he was getting 20 rebounds. They need help on the glass.
They'll need more. They'll need more boards. They'll need inside scoring.
Yes.
And we know that size is a factor for the Warriors and a problem for the Warriors, but we also, going into this series, I think I looked at it and I thought, you know what? In the playoffs, you got to ride with superstars. And I feel pretty good about Steph and Jimmy being those two guys. 25 from Jimmy yesterday. Steph went for 31, 5 of 9 from 3. Also, what's up with the Rockets going to the playoffs and not being able to shoot threes?
It's not their game. I mean, they're more of a defensive-oriented team.
They had that 27 straight missed threes or whatever years ago.
It's a totally different team than what it was with James Harden.
6 of 29 last night from 3, not a good performance.
No, not at all. And, I mean, looking at their numbers, they're not a great three-point shooting team. They are better than the Warriors, but the Warriors were dreadful for most of the season until Jimmy Butler came around. But they're more of a defensive-oriented team. They're number 1 in rebounds. So that was no surprise last night that they beat the Warriors on the glass. But yeah, offense is not their game, but I have to believe that with how pitiful they shot last night, they'll get their offense going a lot better in Game 2 on Wednesday.
The Rockets.
The Rockets, yes.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to.
Warriors need that too. I mean, 95 points, that's playoff basketball, but you do need that's the anomaly last night. I think you're going to see quite a different game in Game 2.
Well, I would hope so, just in terms of the scoring. But again, the Warriors come on home for, Game 3 is on...
Game 3's on Saturday.
Saturday, right. So they'll get that game at home, and then Game 4 would be Monday, and we'll be out there at...
yes, confirmed now. We will be there for the game
4 at Harmonic.
At Harmonic, yep.
Come on out.
If there's a Game 6, we'll be at Harmonic as well.
I mean, dude, I know we said we're doing full shows this week. We got today till 5:45, tomorrow till 5:45, Wednesday till 5:45.
Yep.
Thursday, we get the draft show following a Giants day game.
And then a long one on Friday.
Then we get a long one on Friday because we'll be at the patio on Friday. We don't even come here anymore. It doesn't feel like
I know.
We're hardly in the studio anymore.
Yeah, it'll be 3 straight shows we do. Yeah, we'll be at Jack's, then we'll be at the patio, and then we'll be at Harmonic, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
How about that? How about your Giants losing the first road series of the season?
Well, you wanted them to go 5-5, and they did.
I didn't say I wanted them to go 5-5.
The goal was 5-5.
I said 5-5 at worst. And when you have a chance for a winning road trip at 6-4, and you're up 4-1 in the 9th, I'd like you to win that game.
Yeah, but
I didn't leave the road trip going, I feel good about that. I'd say overall the road trip was moderately successful. But when you have an opportunity to be better than your record shows at the end of the road trip, that's where you're like, you let some get away. Could have been 6-4. Good teams win those games.
Dare I say they were kind of sleeping on the Angels? I mean, they handled business against the Yankees, winning 2 out of 3. They split the series against the Phillies, and then they had their struggles offensively against the Angels, and I thought it was 3 great pitching performances. Justin Verlander got screwed yesterday.
Yeah.
But in the end, they just didn't get enough run support.
Yeah, I mean, 4 runs should have been enough run support yesterday. 4-1 in the 9th, and Ryan Walker blows his first save of the year. Like, It's hard to put it on the offense there yesterday. I thought really good pitching performances, like you said. Also, they ran into a tough one with Tyler Anderson. I mean, Tyler Anderson carved him up, and it sort of feels like the Giants, one of their Achilles heels might be lefties. I don't know if that's a thing. We'd have to look at how they've fared against each lefty throughout the course of the season, but it's happened a couple of times. That happened that final game in Philly. They faced a tough lefty, and then again happened with Tyler Anderson on Friday night. And then on Saturday, Giants come out and they get the frustrating thing about Friday is Logan Webb's performance.
Oh, 12 Ks?
12 Ks, no walks. How about that? He joins Juan Marichal I think there's only the note I saw.
God, 12 Ks in 6 innings? Good Lord.
Per Sarah Langs, I think he got Trout 3 times or something, too, in that game. Per Sarah Langs of ESPN, she does a great job with Buster Olney on the Baseball Tonight podcast. Yep. She had a note on Logan Webb that there are only 4 Giants, I think, in history who have as many now as Logan Webb or more double-digit strikeout performances, no walks.
Impressive.
And it was Madison Bumgarner, I think, has the most. I think he's like 12 of them or something like that.
Right.
Lincecum has 5, Juan Marichal has 4, and now Logan Webb has 4, which is a pretty incredible list to be on.
Yeah, but to have that outing and have not a win and no runs scored.
Giants fans become accustomed to that.
Yeah.
It was a Matt Cain performance.
Yep,
I saw somebody tweeted out his pitching line from the game and then just said, great performance from Logan Webb, but it was a photo of Matt Cain after the performance that he had. Then Saturday, Mike Trout turns back around. The only 2 runs they get, 2 solo homers from him.
And almost had a third.
Dude, that ball in the 9th, the one that he hit, I was like, oh, no. And, dude, the booty hole was tight when that ball left the bat, off the end of the bat from Mike Trout. But dude can still swing it, man. So,
yes, he can.
Sort of a bummer that they lose that series in the way that they lost that series yesterday. Ryan Walker didn't have it. Now, we have that caller, 805 Rage, who calls in.
He didn't call again, did he?
He called. Tim, how many voicemails did he leave yesterday after the Giants game?
Our good friend 805 Rage called 7 times this weekend.
My God.
7 times.
As Rich Aurelius said to us last week, dude, get a life. Get a hobby.
Now, that's an appropriate, my God. Remember that old drop we had with the guy interviewing Debo? My God.
Said if we had a quarterback, we would have won that NFC Championship.
7
my God.
times. And they're not all like
7 times?
They're not all like 15 seconds. There was one that was 2 minutes and 43 seconds of just fire.
God, this guy's full of love knife.
He thinks Bob Melvin is the worst manager in all of baseball, is what he says.
Yeah, and he wants us. He thinks that we at KNBR are responsible for his, I guess, employment. So he wants us to fire him.
He's a big Rodriguez guy and nobody else. Rodriguez.
He just wants Randy Rodriguez in there. By the way, he's got closer stuff.
Oh, wait, hold on. So he thought it was a mistake that he went to Ryan Walker yesterday.
He thought it was a mistake to go to anybody that wasn't Rodriguez.
Yeah, Ryan Walker's been nails for most of this season.
Hadn't blown a save yet.
Yes.
Until yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Bob Melvin should be fired for that, absolutely.
I want all Giants fans, we get it, that was a frustrating loss and everything, but once you hear some 805 Rage, you're going to feel better about yourself.
Yeah, it does. Frustrating loss. Giants get a fresh series, 10 out of 4 game series against the Brewers who ran wild.
Whoa, you're bearing the lead, my friend. A lot of stuff went on this weekend, but today's a big day. Happy birthday to Adam Copeland, turned the big 4-0. 40 years old, Adam Copeland. How's it feel to be 40?
You look great for 40.
I'm not 40.
Yeah? Have to go to the doctor now and he'll inspect your pooper?
Okay. No. You got to drink that juice first that cleanses you out.
That's
Tim,
true.
you're doing those, aren't you?
I don't have thoughts about that.
Yeah, Tim. I'm not 40, but no, thanks. Appreciate the birthday
Happy
wishes.
birthday.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, man. Went out and had a nice dinner last night.
Nice.
Morton's Steakhouse. Watched the game.
Ooh.
Got myself a little filet and a lobster tail. It was good.
Oh,
dude, this is my favorite one, yeah.
It's your birthday today.
Adam! The fact that they have one of these for every single name you can imagine is ridiculous.
Probably not obscure names. They have one for Shlomo?
Ladavian? No, I don't think so.
We looked one up for Farhan, but there wasn't one there.
Did we look one up for Farhan? Your birthday today.
Watch that guy call in, 805 Rage. We're not giving happy birthday to Farhan. Come on.
Nah, that guy, dude, as Tim will tell you, 805 Rage is sort of a newer baseball caller. He's kind of like how like Dwayne in Stockton. Yeah. Dwayne always calls about Niners, he'll call about some hoops and stuff. But Dwayne's now gotten in on the baseball takes. He's in on the Giants and hyped about what they've done so far this year. But that 805 Rage guy, he was calling daily about Shanahan. He'd call like 8 or 9 times throughout one night.
So he wants everybody fired.
But now he's...
My favorite thing about 805 Rage is that you can almost time when you know the call's going to happen. So as soon as Doval entered the game on Sunday, I knew we were going to get a call. As soon as Ryan Walker gave up the first run, I knew we were going to get a call. It was the other 5 that I had a hard time wrapping my mind around it.
And he basically said the same thing in each call.
Oh, yeah.
This guy needs some weekend plans.
This guy's a jackass. Fire this bastard. It's one of the lines he dropped in there.
Look at this bastard and went to Houston.
Giants end up losing 2-3 to the Angels. 5:45 pregame tonight against the Brewers. Dave DeFore, 350. Matt Mayoko, 450. Susan Slesser at 5:30. Let's get into more on the Warriors' Game 1 victory yesterday over the Houston Rockets. Steph, 31 points, 5 of 9 from 3. Jimmy goes for 25. Were they playing, did this game show, let's phrase it this way, did the Warriors play well, or was it a bad performance and a lack of experience shown by the Houston Rockets? We'll get into that next. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's a Monday afternoon. Greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial...
The Giants lost a heartbreaker yesterday, 5-4, after a ninth-inning meltdown that cost Justin Verlander his first win in a Giants uniform. San Francisco looks to bounce back tonight versus the Brewers, who stole a franchise record 9 bags and a 14-1 win over the Athletics, including 6 steals in the first inning. Somewhere, Ricky Henderson is smiling. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the I Hope You're Ready Pat Bailey leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Never did that.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It's a three. Butler, book it! Jimmy Butler! That's right! He points at Reggie Miller and said, I'm doing my best impression of you. He'll throw up a shot. Oh, are you kidding me? Geometrically, that should not have happened. Wow, what a shot! This is crazy. First it was Butler, now Stephen Curry. The degree of difficulty on that three. Thompson comes out on Curry, three, pulls it. No way. It's a Curry three. Ring it up. Curry with a triple. Şengün to defend Butler. Shot clock is down to 2. Butler will count. Not one, but 2 closers on the same team. Your turn, my turn. And the Golden State Warriors are going to win it by 10 in Game 1 over the Houston Rockets.
Warriors going to win for the first time in 3 years where they score 95 points or fewer. It's an incredible note. I mean, it's not that big of a shock considering how the NBA scoring works now. I mean, this is a score. It was like a 90s playoff game, the score last night. 95-85.
As Steve Kerr said yesterday, it felt like 1997 in the way that the Houston Rockets play basketball. But I would say, yes, that is the case. They're more of a physical team. But also, they're just not a good shooting team. And I thought they were. Like, I don't watch a lot of Houston Rockets basketball during the regular season. I just watch the matchups against the Warriors. And I know a few of these guys, Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks, Steven Adams. These new guys, Ahmed Thompson and Jalen Green, they're young and upcoming guys. But, yeah, yesterday you could see the inexperience of the Houston Rockets. And they're a really good, well-coached team with Ime Udoka. But they just, they did not rise up to the moment yesterday. And I think it's a mix. You asked the question before we went to break. Was it the Warriors?
Did the Warriors play well, or did the inexperience of the Rockets show?
I think it was both. Yeah. I think it was the Warriors playing their brand of defensive basketball. Jimmy Butler was awesome yesterday, and Draymond Green. Like, there were so many times where the Rockets cut it close, got back into the game, and they were just getting feisty with their hands around the rim and getting steals, getting blocks, getting rebounds. Not enough yesterday in comparison to the Houston Rockets, but yeah.
Part of the rebound thing is skewed a little bit because the Rockets shot 6 of 29 from 3.
They were terrible
There's
yesterday.
23 shots right there that can result in rebounds, and
Exactly.
long rebounds sometimes go the offensive way, especially when they have maybe a bit more size than the Warriors do. The rebounding thing is I think, something to pay attention to, but I also think it was inflated or deflated for the Warriors yesterday based on how efficient and effective they were. I mean, the Dubs last night, in general, Warriors shoot just 47% from the field. They were only 12 of 32 from 3, but 39% from the field, 34 of 87.
Yeah.
By the nature of the game, you're just going to have more rebounds based on what it was that they did. More rebounding opportunities, I guess, is what we should say. The points in the paint are the ones that kind of get me. And that's where you want Jimmy to take over. And Jimmy will knock down a 3. I mean, he'll get in your face and do it. But he mentioned that a little bit after the game when he was even critical of Buddy Hield dribbling. Remember that? When he's like, why is he dribbling? He's like, hey, Buddy, stop dribbling. God, I hate that ass.
Everybody just clowns on Buddy Hield on this team.
It's so funny. It's frustrating at times.
You know what? I mean, he's the punching bag for the fans. He's the punching bag for the players. But I mean, yeah.
He has a good attitude about it.
That's
Goes
true.
out there. He has a good attitude about it.
That is true.
Can't say that for everyone.
Yeah, he's good being, self-deprecating and everything. But, I mean, yeah, you're right, Copes. With the amount of threes that the Rockets missed last night, offensive rebounds 22-6. That's just going to be, the size of the Rockets.
Beast. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. So, but that is one thing I worry about is the physicality. And I do think the Warriors have a lot of physicality on this basketball team, but the fact that the Rockets are a really good rebounding team, I want to see that change. I want to see Kevon Looney get more involved. I want to see Quentin Post get more involved. But, I mean, yeah, just the experience of the Warriors showed last night, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. I just want to see more from Brandon Pajemski. I want to see more from Moses Moody. I was listening to JD driving.
I thought they got a lot from Pajemski last night. I mean, he was only a
defensively. I mean, you could see why Steve Kerr loves him. Just getting out there, getting 8 rebounds. He's scrappy.
He had 5 assists in the I don't love the 5 of 13 for 14 points. Sure, like the effectiveness of the shooting last night was not there, but it wasn't really there for anybody except for Jimmy. And for Steph, Jimmy 25 points on 19 shots, Steph 31 on 19 shots. But Brandon Pajemski leads the team in plus minus. He's a plus 17, had 2 steals in the game, had the 8 rebounds, and had 5 assists to go with the 14 points. I thought it was as good of a game as you could have asked for from Pajemski. You'd like more scoring.
Yeah.
But if he's not going to fill it up and you're going to get 25 from Jimmy, I'll take the performance off the ball from him.
I'm also asking a lot of guys that don't have a lot of playoff experience. Like Moses Moody was on that championship team, but he hardly played.
Well, when you say you want more, what does that mean? Just offensively? Because I don't know what more you could ask Pajemski to do outside of what he did last night, except for being more efficient scoring, and they didn't even really need him to be.
That's true. I mean, I thought that he had between the two, I thought that he came up really big. Both of them had clutch moments. Brandon Pajemski had a really deep 3 to start the game, and then Moses Moody had the 3 to put him up by 7 that kind of closed the door on a Rockets, return.
Also, Draymond had that bad shot off the backboard to start the game.
Exactly.
Draymond drove down, pulls the trigger on the 3 and just banged off the right side of the backboard.
Yeah, it was bad. Maybe it's me. I'm so used to Clay. And by the way, Clay, did you hear him after
the sadness of a Klay Thompson,
where a Mavericks reporter asked him if you knew what you know now when you signed your Mavericks contract, would you have signed back with the Warriors? And he was like, "Don't ask me that, man."
He said, "Well, we're going. We don't need roads."
Exactly.
He said, "I don't have a time machine." He's like, I mean, it was sort of a piss poor
question. Got a hot tub time machine?
It was sort of a piss poor question. It was putting him in a tough spot. He said, "Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this." He's like, "I'm not looking back."
Which is totally fair.
So I wouldn't be here and where I am in my career if I were looking back all the time. I wouldn't have been able to come back from the 2 devastating injuries that I had if that were the case. So neither here nor there. You think the Warriors now are playing with house money for Game 2?
They are.
They absolutely are.
I know, because that's how I treat, like, when you're the road team and you win Game 1. It's like, all right, well, now, we're up 1-0, and if you split the series, that's cool. I will say, I don't think that, as I said before, if this series goes long, like 7 games, I do worry about that, just because the way that Steve Kerr played it yesterday, having Jimmy Butler play 42 minutes and Steph Curry play 40 minutes, that works when you have enough space between the 2 games the last time they played in the play-in game, and they won't play until Wednesday. So if you want to keep doing that, that's fine with me. But when we get to Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, you're playing every other day, that's not sustainable. And I do worry about, the fact that...
Why do you think it's not sustainable? I mean, isn't that what the playoffs are about? Isn't it these guys... We said it last week, is that they're going to have to play 40 minutes probably in each one of these games.
Yeah, but that's not really been the thing in the playoffs for Steve Kerr. He usually has good rotations where Steph Curry's not going to play 40 minutes. Jimmy Butler, it
was a 4-point game with like 4 minutes left in this one, right? After they were up 20. They needed him out there.
No, they needed them, and you're seeing that he relies on them, and he's not going to trust a lot of the bench. And you saw during the game they had the mic'd up moment where Steve Kerr goes around to everybody, and he's like, Steph, you good? Jimmy, you good? Like, he's just asking them, like, how long can you play? I worry
Yuri
about...
Collins, you good?
Yeah. I worry about...
Yuri Collins, bro.
I worry about just, the fact that they are an experienced team. They are older. I just don't want it to be a repeat of the Kings series. And even though they won that series, it took Steph Curry scoring 50 points for them to advance, and then they were totally gassed against the Lakers. I would say, yes, you're playing with house money, but try to make this series go as quickly as possible when you're playing a much younger team. So while they're up 1-0, I do want them going to Houston tomorrow to go up 2-0.
Well, of course, they have an opportunity to win it in 5. They'd rather win it in 5 than win it in 6. I'm with you. The longer the series goes, I don't feel as great about it. However, if they get to a Game 7, who do you give the upper hand to? I know it's on the road, but it's a team with tons of experience against an inexperienced Rockets team with a lot of youth.
Game 7s are freaky, though.
Yeah, Game 7s are weird and would mean that you've obviously lost games. I would think it probably means you lost games at home, too, right?
Yeah, probably.
You'd have to get to that point.
You just have to take care of business. I will say this. I know that he didn't play at all yesterday, and I'm kind of tired of talking about him, but the 3rd straight DMP for Jonathan Kuminga, I was surprised yesterday he didn't play, and maybe it's because...
Why are you still surprised by this?
I shouldn't be.
You keep saying, like, he's got a role. He should be in there. They won the game. They scored 95 points. Kuminga wasn't playing well, and he was awful when he was there. It seemed like they were taking minutes from Guy Santos, who was playing better. And we're a Guy show. Guy sports leader right here on Dirty Work. Like, I don't understand the obsession with wanting to play Kuminga more, not by you necessarily, but the thought that he needs to be out there. He's a part of this team. They need him. Like, if they're winning and they don't need, and he's not a part of the rotation, I don't know why you think they need him. He hasn't been effective. I don't think he played well against Houston, but mostly prior to the Jimmy Butler.
You are right about that. Yes, it was prior to Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler kind of serves that role, so maybe redundant to play Jonathan Kuminga. But I do think that when you're having struggles inside, you're not having points in the paint, that is something that Jonathan Kuminga could help you with. Maybe it is just the fact that Steve Kerr is done with him, and we don't know what's going on behind closed doors, that he's just completely over him, and he's just not going to be part of the playoff rotation at all. I do think he serves a purpose in this series against the Houston Rockets, but then again, I'm going back to March when they didn't have Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga was going off for 34 points without Steph Curry. So maybe it is different now, but I was kind of surprised he didn't play at all yesterday, and I will be surprised if he doesn't play at all this series. But then again, maybe I shouldn't be with how things are going lately.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I forget that he's there. Doesn't bother me that he doesn't play as long as they keep winning. I feel good about the series. Great teams like the Warriors or teams with this quality of talent, this caliber of talent, I think bring out or start to show the cracks in facades of other teams, or they bring out the worst sometimes in these series, and you're going to get exploited at some point. Just like the Warriors yesterday didn't kill them to not get the points in the paint. But if they continue down that road and they have a game where they don't shoot well from three and Steph doesn't go for 31 and Jimmy goes for 25, that's where they get exploited a bit too, right? I mean, again, we saw it 2 weeks ago against Houston here in San Francisco.
Well, that's just my biggest thing is like there never has been a time where Steph Curry just scored 30 every single playoff game. He needs help from some people, and that's why Kevon Looney was so big during that championship run. That's why Andrew Wiggins was so big during that championship run. I just think that the last 3 games, Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry have been incredible. But I'm just waiting for the one night where both of them are off, and it's a terrible shooting night. We all seen it in the playoffs. Remember that playoff game against the Memphis Grizzlies where they were just totally just killed that night because they couldn't shoot. It's not always going to be there, and that's why I do miss Klay Thompson in these situations, because when Steph's not hot, then Klay can come and pick up the slack. That's what I'm looking for in Brandon Pajemski, but that my expectations are too high to replicate that of a Klay Thompson. I just don't think you could do that every single night where where Steph and Jimmy are going for 30.
I'm counting on it.
All right.
I'm counting on it. Playoff Jimmy, everybody wanted him. Now he's here. Last 2 games, they've been clutch, right? He's been huge. He had a huge performance, especially in that first quarter against in the play-in against Memphis, and then again last night. Warriors win game 1. We'll talk more about this one. Who needs to step up more offensively besides Steph and Jimmy? You're like, I want more from Pajemski. I'm like, I thought he was pretty damn good yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
I'd like more scoring in general. 95 points isn't going to carry you through the postseason, but carried you through game 1. We'll get more into this one. Who do you need to see more of? 95 points is not going to cut it game in and game out. I don't think they're going to have a lot more of those, though. We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Thompson a little shake and bake as he takes it in and throws it away as he lost his balance. And here comes Jimmy Butler. Pajemski, three, bucket. It's Curry around Thompson. Over to Pajemski. Corner, three, Moody, call!
There's the answer.
There you go. Some highlights from Pajemski and Moody. Derek needs more. Derek's not satisfied.
I need more.
He's not satisfied.
I need more Moody.
Somebody checked in on the text line a little while ago. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number for the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And we do want to hear from you. Somebody checked in at 707. Said Dirty Work, where they want more. They just don't know of what. Like you keep saying, I need more. I need more. I need more. What do you need more of?
I need more offensive production from Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski. I know that both of them were really good last night. They came up clutch. But there are times where they were a little overwhelmed because it's their first playoff experience. But for the most part, first game on the road, they handled their business. But as you just said, 95 points is not going to get it done most nights in playoff basketball.
Well, we kept talking about how we needed a Robin for Steph's Batman. We got the Robin, and you're like, well, no, I still need more. I need an Alfred, I need a Batmobile, I need a utility belt. Like, you want all this other stuff.
Well, for the longest time, he had a Robin, and they needed more. They needed, I guess, an Alfred or a Batgirl or whatever you could throw else on the Warriors.
An Alfred and a Batgirl?
Well, I mean, for real. Like Steph Curry had Klay Thompson for the longest time, but then they needed more. They needed, Kevin Durant. It's just not they're playing really well right now. I think their strength is defense. But offensively, it's just been kind of the same thing the last three games. They have a big lead, and then the other team comes back a little bit in the fourth quarter, and then you worry about Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler just having not enough energy towards the end there.
So where do you think it comes from? I mean, I've got confidence in Pajemski. Again, he's played the best stretch of his career since Jimmy Butler showed up. He hasn't been as big of a scorer in the last handful of games, I guess, but playoffs is an entirely new season. I thought his fingerprints were all over that game. They needed every bit of the defense, the rebounding, the assists, a couple of steals that he had yesterday. I guess more to the point is the Warriors coughed a 20-point lead, which happens all the time in the NBA, but I thought they were going to put him away. I thought they were going to hammer him after they went up 20 in that game and then allowed them to get back into it. It was a piss-poor performance in the second quarter. Only 13 points, I think, is what Houston scored in the second. I don't know that Houston is going to have enough firepower to top the Warriors.
That could be the case. No, I mean, that could be the case where maybe it is just they're going to outscore them every single time, and maybe they don't need a third scorer to come through. But if for the other series, if they advance, I do think eventually they're going to need more from Brandon Pajemski. He's capable of it. We saw at some point down the end here, he scored 20 points in 4 of 6 games. So Brandon Pajemski is capable of that. It's just I am asking a lot of the young guys, but I do think in order for them to win a championship, they're going to have to get more from a third scorer. And I do think they need more production on the boards from Kevon Looney. He's capable of it, too. We've seen, as much as there is playoff Jimmy.
20 rebound games from Kevon and whatnot.
No, but we've seen it before. There's playoff Kevon at times. So last night was great. I don't want to diminish what they did last night. It was old school basketball, and that's something we're not accustomed to with the Warriors when it comes to offensive production. But last night they were... when they acquired Jimmy Butler, that's what I thought this team was going to be, was more of a defensive-oriented team that's going to result in wins in the playoffs. But, I just don't think that 95 points will get it done. Maybe in this series it will, but I don't think for a long stretch of time in order for them to get to the Western Conference Finals, to get to the NBA Finals, they're going to need a third scorer. But for last night, they got the job done. 95 points is 10 points better than 85 points.
It's good math. Good on you. Look at you figuring that out, huh? A lot of people checking on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How'd you feel about the game? What do you think the Warriors need more of? I really don't think Kuminga matters. I think he was ineffective. He was inefficient. Yeah, he might help you rebounding-wise, but I don't know that they trust him. I don't trust him.
They don't.
I don't want the minutes going to Kuminga. Nobody does but Derek.
No, not that I trust him. I just thought that maybe his size would fit and maybe the matchup.
There's a role for him. He's going to match up well against this team. And Steve Kerr was like, hold my beer, dude. There's no way this guy's playing in the series.
Yeah, maybe not.
Do you think we see him in the series?
I would have thought so, but
I think it's minus money no.
At all? Like he just didn't get any minutes this whole entire
series? Depends on how it goes and if there's any injuries and whatnot. Of course, he could be forced into play, but
I thought that maybe he would I thought that Jonathan Kuminga may get the Camilo Duvall treatment, where he's only in
they're getting blown out.
Yes. Like
They were up 20 yesterday, and they didn't sniff the court.
Yeah, I know, but like 20-point leads in the NBA are actually, not that big these days.
Yeah,
Like,
but it is kind of big when a team only makes 6 3-pointers in the game against you. You know what I mean? Like, if you told me that they shot 50% from 3 and they made 15 or 18 3-pointers, you go, yeah, they erased it a 20-point deficit, but they didn't. Like, they just kind of allowed them to get back in the game.
I know. I mean, they were up 24, and then by the end of the third quarter, it was 69-60, and they're right back in the game. 69, Tim. But as I wait for that drop, there we go.
Thank you. Nice.
No, but I mean, I think Jonathan Kuminga was serving that role during the regular season after they acquired Jimmy Butler, where he was kind of the closer coming in, to clean things up against the Sacramento Kings and, not doing a whole lot, but just there when the game was in hand. And I thought that's how they would treat it in the postseason, but we never got that opportunity yesterday. So maybe he doesn't have a role on this team right now. And that's unfortunate. And it's kind of funny that, Guy Santos definitely does not have the talent of a Jonathan Kuminga, but he'll get minutes in this series. But, yeah, maybe he doesn't have a role, and that's okay. As long as Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green plays great defense, then maybe they don't need him.
916 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, I need to see more from Draymond. I need Draymond to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't need him to score 20 a game, but if he could get 10 to 14, I think it would go a long way. I mean, he had a little stretch like that earlier in the season. Once Jimmy Butler got here, where he was shooting more from the outside. He was more aggressive. Hell, in the game where Steph made his 4,000 three, didn't Draymond at like 4 or 5 threes?
Oh, yeah. No, he was incredible.
He was like red hot to start that game. 707 checks in and says, sounds like, here we go, a scenario where Kuminga not playing might matter if there's an injury to Butler, Santos, or Moody. Yeah, then he's forced into the rotation.
Of course.
I just mean, I don't know that he's just a part of the rotation in terms of how they're setting up the series.
Well, yeah, if he's healthy, it's going to be like minimal minutes, if anything, at this point.
310 says, I need more cowbell. That's what they need more of.
Well, I love cowbell.
I like that. I got a fever. The only prescription's more Kuminga.
Although, isn't cowbell more of a Sacramento Kings thing?
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I always thought it was a Tampa Bay Rays thing. Remember that, Tim, when the cowbell got real big for the Rays way back?
God, I hated that.
What was that deal?
Stupid.
Wasn't that them? They all like brought cowbells to the Trop when they made their World Series run. I don't know, was it?
Yeah, and the stadium was a dump, so you could just hear nothing but cowbell.
It's kind of funny. It was like all the fans brought cowbell to the Rays games.
The image that I have is 2 years ago in that playoff series, some fan has a cowbell right next to Bob Meyer's face, and he's just taking it the whole time. Like that's what I remember with cowbells.
Eat this cowbell.
Yeah.
Here we go. One more guy or one more person checks in. 510 says, I need more about Derek's conception.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's coming up. That's in June when we hit the Smoke Stewart. Is it June? I think that's right. I think that's when you were conceived. Maybe it was July.
Oh,
I can't remember when.
It would be great if you forget the date.
We just got to know. I think I put it down. I think it's like June 26th or something.
I think that's a Saturday. So unfortunately,
I think it is a Saturday or Sunday. We
find that date pretty easy.
We have it. All we gotta do is find Smoke Stewart's no hitter and then walk it.
Yeah, there was another no hitter that day too. Yeah,
it was Fernando threw on that day. I think.
Pretty easy day to find.
All right.
We need more on that.
No, we don't.
925 checks in, says, I 100% agree with Derek. Moody had some big shots at the end, but he needs to be more consistent with the scoring. 415 says, refs played a part by swallowing their whistles in that game. What do you think about the officiating yesterday?
I thought it was fine. I can't think of anything that was egregious yesterday. I mean, not as bad as the playing game against Memphis.
No, I would actually agree with that. Whoever that texter was, it was specifically in the first half where they were just letting them go, and that's fine. I probably kind of want to see that in the playoffs. You don't want to see them march to the free throw line, but man, it was physical. I'll definitely give it that.
I don't think anybody's miffed about yesterday's performance. Somebody checked in here and said the two other shows. 209 says. 925 says, I think the morning show and the afternoon show already had them wrapped up. The midday show, the series is already wrapped up.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but you're a pessimist by nature.
It's game one of a series, though.
I know, but I tweeted after the game last night. I was like, I don't think they're losing this series.
I don't think so either, but I wouldn't call it a foregone conclusion, though.
You already did what you needed them to do. Though. They won game one. They don't have you.
But every game is different than the playoffs.
But you agree they're playing with house money in game two?
Yes.
But you don't think they're going to win the series?
No, I do think they're going to win the series, but I wouldn't say it's wrapped up.
Well, no. It's only game one. Of course it's not wrapped up now. I just mean like...
Well, that's what the texter's saying is that the other two shows are saying like it's wrapped up.
I believe based on what I saw in that series and knowing that they lost that game a couple of weeks back by 10 points where Houston didn't blow them out in that game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Steph scored 3 points, was 1 of 10 shooting. I'm in agreement. I think that the Warriors are going to, I don't know if they're going to bulldoze this series. I think they're going to win it in 5 or 6.
I would hope so. And I think the best thing in sports is when you don't play your best, but you come away with a win, and that way you can build on something. Like we'll play it later on the show, but Draymond Green, I thought, hit it on the nail yesterday where he said, I don't think we played that well. And I would say offensively, yes, I would agree with that. Defensively, I thought it was one of the best efforts I've seen them play this season. But offensively, it was not there last night. Even though Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler were incredible, you didn't get it from everybody. So if you know that going into the next game, I think you could play 10 times better. I wouldn't be surprised if they come away winning both games on the road, which would be incredible, then going to Chase Center, and then you could possibly sweep them if you feel confident in home court. But yeah, I feel fairly confident that they'll win this series, but after one game, I'm not wrapping it up.
323 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says Cowbells is the Kings versus the Lakers.
Yes.
Back in the day when Phil Jackson called Sacktown a cow town, which is I love that. Dude, the fans can be so funny with that stuff. I love he called them a cow town, and then they show up with cowbells. That's fantastic. Yep. It says, then Ori ripped their hearts out.
Yeah.
Big shot, Bob, dude. Yeah, so do the officials. And what's his name? Donahue.
Yeah, Donahue.
There you go. More checking in here on the text line. That's funny. They need more Alfred and Catgirl. Catgirl's not a
Catwoman. Come on now.
Catwoman, Batgirl, I think is where you're going with that. 707 says, Kaminga, Chickentinga, Bazinga, Warriors, and 5.
We're referencing Shannon Sharp today?
Yeah, what's going on with him?
Do you want me to fill you in?
Yeah, fill me out on the Shannon Sharp thing.
Well, not great stuff today.
Okay, they didn't fill me in at all. What's going on with Shannon Sharp?
I have to give you all the details on the show right now.
I'd like to, yeah.
I'll tell you during the break.
No, what else are we going to do? Let's talk about it now.
What else are we going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's accused of some things.
We're going to take some calls, but nobody's called in.
Well, where are you going to go?
Tell me what's going on with Shannon Sharp.
You want me to get in the graphic details?
Right now, yeah. You brought it up.
I did, just as a riff, though.
Yeah, well, we set it up for the audience.
Well, I didn't want to go all Paul Heyman here and reference it and then have to go in detail about it.
We're not an ESPN show. What happened with Shannon Sharp?
He's been accused of some sexual assault and some things. And,
you brought that up?
You're turning it on me.
Why did you bring that up?
Jesus.
That's
birthday boy.
Why did you bring that up?
It was a riff.
Come on, it wasn't funny. I don't find that funny.
All right.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's the greatest show in America, except when Derek brings up off-color comments like that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Who needs to step up offensively besides Jimmy and Steph? Derek will tell you it's Pajemski. And he'll tell you Kaminga.
And Moody.
Basically
the whole damn team.
You asked the question, then you answered it. And there's only there's a problem with basketball. There's only 8 guys to talk about. Who needs to step up? I don't know, the other 4?
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll talk about it next. 808 KNBR. By the way, it's a Monday. We haven't heard from our guy Rick in Hayward. We usually hear from him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
On Rick Mondays. Haven't heard one yet today.
Rick Mondays.
If you're out there, Rick, we want to hear from you.
And Dwayne.
And we'll hear from Dwayne, too. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We're going to do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors won a rock fight last night, 95-85, behind a combined 56 points from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler to take Game 1 versus the Rockets. Golden State gets a few days off before Game 2 Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. in Houston. How did you feel about the game? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to discuss why having 2 days off is actually a bad thing.
Back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I do have to let you know because Tim's been just bitching and moaning at me all morning about doing this. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union.
God, I hate telling you to do your job.
He's been bitching and moaning about getting the reads in. It's not like him begging for his own segment. He's just trying to make the station some money.
I know. Tim, your segment's tomorrow, dude. Back off. We even let you do it on Friday.
Yeah, you guys, again, so magnanimous of you.
Yeah, dude. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. We'll stay away from the Shannon Sharp thing this segment, all right?
Okay, yeah, I'll try to.
We'll stay away from the Shannon Sharp.
I really want to get to it.
Well, dude, the big news of the day, saddest news of the day, the Pope died.
I saw.
And on my birthday.
I know. He wasn't thinking about you, huh?
And I could have waited for Tim's birthday.
You know what? Nick Castellanos is definitely hitting a home run
today.
Dude,
you see that? ESPN Bet says that they have more bets on Castellanos than any player today as a prop bet because the Pope died. People think Castellanos is going to hit a bomb if they talk about it in the broadcast.
Watch him do it.
I hope they talk about it in the broadcast so we can hit a bomb.
When I think Pope dying, I think Nick Castellanos.
Yeah.
That's
what I think. I think Castellanos.
That's my Greg Amsinger on Nick Castellanos and the Pope.
Hitting bombs. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. Warriors going to win last night. Derek's not happy about it. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Dennis, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Dennis?
Yeah. Ones that would call in after the trade happened, and, I didn't like the trade. I felt like, the Warriors were old enough. They didn't need to get any older, and that I was hoping that they would somehow develop the young guys. I still feel that way, although, I've been enjoying watching the Jimmy Butler Warriors, with his style of play and what a good ball player he is and how smart he is, and he plays both sides of the court, So, I mean, I enjoyed last night's game, loved it, but I still feel like, we're small, we're old and we're small, right? And yeah. I'm hoping that they win it. I'm hoping that they win it all. But I don't understand this Kuminga thing. I think there's more to it than we know about, but who knows? We may see him in this series because I do think as old as these guys are, they're going to need rest.
Yeah.
And hopefully, hopefully the young guys can step up and help these guys out. I mean, Draymond's great. You got a 6'6" guy that's playing center, and he's down there banging with Şagun,
Yeah.
and you got to hand it to him. But how long is he going to be able to do it? You know what I mean?
You know what's funny is, Dennis, I've wondered that for so long with Draymond, and it's crazy that we're in the conversation again about him this year being Defensive Player of the Year because by all accounts, he's the guy of the big three of Steph, Clay, and Draymond, who seems like because of the style that he plays and the position and the size of him, that he'd be the one to break down the soonest. I don't know how long that's going to last for him throughout the remainder of his career, but we're already a decade plus in.
Yeah, but you remember when they went to that's when Kurt.
We lost you, Dennis.
Yeah,
Dennis cut out. I appreciate the call, Dennis. Try back anytime, man. Sorry you cut out there. Yeah, I mean, these are all just if scenarios for me, or if situations for me. How long can that happen? I don't know if Jimmy and Steph can carry the load. We're asking Jimmy. I mean, it's funny because you were saying for a while we need somebody else to step up scoring-wise. Even when Jimmy Butler was here, this was something that you made a point of. Yeah. And Steph, remember, right after Jimmy got here, said simply, it's just easier now. More things are open. His presence on the court obviously impacted Moody and Podziemski. They started to thrive. I think Podziemski's, again, I've said this numerous times, the best stretch of his career since Jimmy showed up. He's been a plus defender, and he became more of an offensive weapon, I thought, for them in the last month and a half or so. That said, Jimmy now appears to be attacking and scoring more than he had for, I don't know, weeks leading up to it. He was pulling out 16, 17. He didn't have games where he go above 20, but he's now aggressive, I think, in the way that, and he said that yesterday after the game, I just got to stop always trying to dish at times. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I can get into the paint and I can just go get one, and he did that a few times yesterday, as evidenced by his, 25 points in the game.
No,
so
I mean,
I don't know that the need for scoring elsewhere is as pressing as maybe it was, because I think we're going to see a little bit different of an offense in production based on Jimmy Butler in the postseason than we were seeing previously.
Well, Steph even said that after the game last night, where he was like, it's kind of like Peyton Manning during a game where you call an audible and you realize, okay, this isn't working. We can't just launch threes. Let's get it to Jimmy and he'll go inside. It's good to have that luxury. I just think that we've been so accustomed to having Klay Thompson around that it helps to have so much three-point shooting, and you're only getting that primarily from Steph Curry. Brandon Podziemski had a great game yesterday. I'm not diminishing what he did. It's just a little too inconsistent at times. I know he's capable of doing a lot more. And as you said, Jimmy Butler opened so many things up offensively for these guys. Yeah. We saw Moses Moody hit threes. We saw GP2 hit threes. I'm not saying they need to do that like at a ridiculous level where they're scoring 130 points in a playoff game. But I just thought last night the Rockets' inexperience showed, and maybe it is just that they are not the real deal, that they are a 52-win team. They're feisty. They're going to be a team on the rise. But this moment for them against, four-time champions is just too big for them. And maybe I'm overthinking this whole thing. But just last night, reacting to that game, it was a great defensive game by the Golden State Warriors, and Steph Curry was amazing, and Jim Butler was amazing. I just want to see more offensively, more consistency from guys off the bench and guys in their starting five rotation.
510 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says the Jimmy trade was worth it just for the sound bites. He's so much fun to listen to, cadence, tone, and content.
And he loves Batman.
It's all great. He does. He keeps bringing up that Batman reference. 831 says, what signs do we have that they will slow down? They've both carried teams over and over and over. That's why I'm like, I don't know why you think, well, somebody else has got to do it. Somebody else has to step up.
It's just the age. It honestly is just the age where I think it's only a matter of time before we've seen Steph have these moments where he was incredible during the 2018. What's so funny?
707 says Warriors can win a chip, and Derek will be like, I need more. I'm going to need more from the Dubs.
If you remember correctly, but when we were in the middle of the season and things weren't growing great, I was like, come on, guys. 4 championships, that's all we need. Now I'm greedy. Come on, Pete.
6-3.
Come on, Quentin.
Oh, come on, Quentin.
Come on, Pete.
623 checks in, says, I'm no Dylan Brooks fan, but he definitely outbraided Jimmy Butler last night. He had a pretty fire set of cornrows last night. You see those?
Yes.
He had the Rockets logo
He
in
had
his
the R
head.
in the back of his head.
It's a lot to get done.
But if you lose the series, does that look dumb?
I know, yeah, it looks bad losing game one when you do it. You know what I mean? Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Fairfield, wants to talk some Dubs. What's up, Nick? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, boys? How y'all doing? Happy birthday, Coach.
Oh, appreciate you, bro.
What's up, Nick?
What's up? First off, just 19-year-old kid, big fan of the show. If I miss it, I go back on YouTube every day. So
Hey, much love, Nick.
Appreciate you,
brother.
So I do just have one concern. The announcers at the end of the game said that was the first time the Rockets scored 85 points all year. And the last 4 out of the 5 times the Warriors played the Rockets this season, the Warriors were held to under 100. So do we think, like, the Rockets could keep this defense up and then get their offense back and it could be a problem?
I think that's the concern, right? Is the Warriors didn't shoot lights out last night, and the Rockets did have a terrible shooting night. They were 6 of 29 from 3. And I said that was kind of my concern with the fact that the Rockets got back into the game after scoring 13 points in the second quarter. Was if you looked at the stat sheet at the end and you said, well, they hit 50% of their threes in the second half and they were raining, then yeah, you can erase a 20-point deficit. But I didn't think the game should have been anywhere near as close as it was by the time we got to the end, which for me was a bit concerning.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Jalen Green had a pretty bad night, so I feel like if he picks it up, it could be a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you. I appreciate the call, Nick. Thanks for listening always, man. Appreciate you.
No, but Nick's right. I mean, looking at the box scores, or looking at the scores from earlier this season against the Rockets, 99-93. You see 91-90. I mean, yeah, the Rockets have played the Warriors, I mean, pretty well defensively this year. And I mean, even as good as Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler were last night, only equated to 95 points.
But I think their offensive efficiency went through the roof when Jimmy got here. I think that's the one thing I would look at is, again, they didn't lose the game because the Rockets locked up Steph defensively in that game 2 weeks ago. It was that Steph had a terrible shooting night, hit 1 half-court shot before the end of the first half, and that was it, 1 of 10.
But even though, like, I did kind of worry about that a little bit. Not to say that someone's going to lock up Steph Curry for a full series, but Fred VanVleet has had success against him in the past. We saw in 2019, Steph Curry didn't have like a terrible performance in the finals, but Fred VanVleet played pretty well on him defensively.
707 says, what would Derek know about cornrows? He's bald as hell. Jesus.
Hey, at one point in time, I wanted a cornrows.
You did not, dude.
Yes, I did.
You were... Okay. Would you think you would have lost?
I didn't go full Kerry Crowley.
Didn't go full Kerry.
Yeah, didn't go full Kerry Crowley. I actually did it, but I did ask my mom, could I get cornrows in middle school? And she was like, hell no.
Why not?
Because come on. Kid in Houston wearing cornrows?
Yeah.
That would have been cool.
She's like, no, you already lost half of your Thunderbucks.
Exactly.
She's like,
you go back to Friday.
You show up to work to school with cornrows, you're losing your Thunderbucks.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
There's no way. 831 says, if cornrows win championships, Dylan Brooks is going to the Hall of Fame. Without question. I'm not going to read this one on air.
Yeah, I know. Just the way you're laughing, I can tell
I'll
you.
read this one on air.
Sure.
There's a name for the Dylan Brooks. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that.
You should be reading more of it.
I can't say that. Hey,
can't say that.
510, funny line, but I can't say your text. I'm not going to read it on air. We'll laugh about it off air. Anyway, the Warriors get the win last night. Nick brings up a good point, the caller Nick, about how the Warriors have not fared well against Houston. The issue I have is that the sample
offensively,
the sample size that we have against Houston, though, is 2 games with Jimmy Butler, one in which Steph played terribly, one in which they didn't even shoot that great last night. To that point, 95 points, fewest points they've won a game with in 3 seasons.
Yes.
Which is alarming. So, I mean, if Houston gets some of their offense back and they continue to play lockdown defense, and we'll see what happens rotationally, we'll see if Derek gets more.
I want more, baby.
More.
How do you like it? No, I mean, but even Steve Kerr last night was saying how this team, I don't even know if it was a dig. I think he was just being honest, where he was like, this team is not your typical NBA team right now. They are a more physical bunch. They're more defensive oriented. So that's just the way this series is going to be. And if that's the case, then I have all faith in the world of the Warriors being the more physical team and playing better defense. It's just that these guys on the Rockets, like we've seen a couple times this season. I mean, I'll go to the first meeting in November where the Warriors were up 31 points. The Rockets creep back in and cut the deficit of that game, and they didn't have Steph Curry in that game. But, they're just a young, scrappier bunch that maybe, I just worry about that, like along the lines of the Sacramento Kings series, where if it goes longer, then maybe this team just being younger,
but that
can't keep up with them.
But it wasn't just about them being young. Like you keep bringing up the Sacramento Kings series, where it was exhausting to have to get through 7. I didn't think they were as good of a team that year. Also, the matchup with the Lakers was a terrible matchup. Anthony Davis destroys the Warriors.
Yeah.
And they had to go in and face a team that fancied themselves championship contenders. Took a lot to get by Sacramento, but they didn't lose that series to the Lakers because of that series to sack, it maybe ended quicker than it would have. I don't think the Warriors were going to win that series anyway.
I don't
think they could have matched up. Whereas I feel like this team is built for the postseason. These rotations, and somebody checked in here, 408 says, it's crazy people are doubting Draymond. What are we talking about here? Since Jimmy got here, the Warriors have been one of the top defensive teams in the league, built for the playoffs. Hell, Jimmy even has Buddy playing defense. I'm with you.
Kinda, a little bit.
On the 408, like 408, I'm with you.
Yeah.
In terms of the thought about them. That's my thought, was if they got in, and that's why I thought they're contenders. If they got the 6, I know the matchup would have been difficult against the Lakers, who, by the way, got rolled in that game 1 the other day.
I mean, they have the same issues right now where, like, while the Warriors...
They don't have size, yeah.
Exactly. The Warriors beat the Rockets. The Lakers, you saw their lack of size be a problem with Rudy Gobert going after them. And, God, Anthony Edwards, man. I mean, I know he doesn't want to be the face of the NBA, but he might be with his ability to shoot threes right now. That guy, I mean, he's taking his game to a whole nother level right now.
But is he a steward of the game?
I mean, honestly, why not? I mean, in time, like, I know he plays in a small market in Minnesota, but right now I would put him right up there with Victor Wembanyama, and just like the next guys are going to take the NBA to the next level. I think that, I don't know, he should want to be the face of the NBA, but maybe he's not interested in that.
I mean, what's your level of confidence that Houston is going to get their offense back? Because, by the way, on the season, Houston only scored 0.2 points more per game than the Dubs.
Well, I mean,
they were basically the same in scoring, middle of the pack at right about 15. And the Warriors have been a much different scoring team since the Jimmy trade.
Usually when you get blown out, or not get blown out, but like a big thing that was glaring in your loss in game 1, you flip it in game 2. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Rockets come out guns blazing and start shooting threes. Like they were abysmal last night, 6 of 29. And you didn't get anything from JaMychal Green. You didn't get much from Van Vliet. I wouldn't be surprised if those guys come out and start shooting threes, and then you got to go shot for shot with them. But then again, this team is not known for their offense this season, so maybe that isn't the case. But usually happens in the NBA playoffs where if the coach calls you out for a certain thing, then the next game you play that much harder and better.
I mean, they only shot 35% from 3 on the season. They were 21st in the league.
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll have enough offensive firepower or that the Warriors will need all that much more.
Maybe not.
That's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, I just think that look, when it gets to playoff time, I think this team is built to win playoff series. Defensively, obviously, we can talk about, well, what if they don't get enough rebounding and they don't score in the paint? I don't really give a damn.
Right.
They figure out ways to win, and in the NBA playoffs, I will ride with superstars more than I'll ride with anybody else.
Of course.
And the Warriors have 2 of them and another defensive superstar.
Yes.
So if you've got 3, I mean, name the superstars on Houston.
You don't have any.
It's kind of it. So I'm like, I'm
as far as like superstars, you have known guys, but superstars, nobody on that team.
With a 1-game advantage right now on the road, I still feel like they're playing with house money. They come back 2-0. I think this thing's over.
Yeah.
They come back 2-0, this thing's over. They come back 1-1, I'm still feeling pretty damn good about their chances.
It would have to be a catastrophic meltdown for the Warriors. If they go up 2-0 in Houston and somehow don't come away with the series, either somebody got hurt or the Rockets just figured out something incredible in their game plan. But if that's the case where they go up 2-0, yeah, I would feel fairly confident that they're coming away with the series.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. 408, did you see this Anthony Edwards thing? Somebody texted in about it. Anthony Edwards is going back and forth with a fan about how much, this is 408 says it, about how much money he makes and how his home is much bigger, and he was talking about his junk. He was like, my junk's bigger than you too.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards, yeah.
If you're that confident, then you should be the face of the NBA.
If I can riff, so are your child support payments, Anthony. Oh, hey, come on. It's all true. I'm riffing.
Yeah. No,
I can't
you're
riff.
Right. No, you're right.
I can't riff. He's been playing for a while.
How many kids?
Dude, I think he's I don't know. I think
come on. You're not reading Robert Littal and all of his recordings.
Yeah, dude. Well, he and Zion's getting in trouble, dude. Anthony Edwards. How many kids?
Let's take this call real quick before.
Go ahead, you do that. I'm
Bob
gonna
in
research this.
Saratoga. Bob, what's up? You're on with Dirty Work.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
On the Warriors, I got 3 things that you guys already know, but I just want to repeat them. The Warriors are going to win only if they do the following. They got to make more foul shots. Practice. They ought to consider finding some of these guys when they miss more than 1 foul shot. Secondarily, don't ever let Green shoot a three. They leave him alone, and then they get the rebound. And he can't even make a foul shot. How can he shoot from further out for a three? So he should be the last guy to shoot a three. Anyway, the last thing is I think that they're throwing away too many bad passes, errant passes. Across the. I know they got a fast break system, but at the same time, you got to be accurate with your passes. And that's it for me. Thanks.
I appreciate the call, Bob and Saratoga.
Bob wanted to get in and out.
Well, he wanted to get in and out. No, you gave me just enough time to let you know that Anthony Edwards, he's a 4x4 guy.
There you go.
We're not talking in and out. We're talking 4x4s. And it says here that a couple of weeks ago, the Minnesota Timberwolves were playing the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
And the Memphis Grizzlies fans were chanting child support while he was playing.
That's not bad.
There's some paternity suits out there for Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Not the steward of the league that I think we were talking
maybe
about.
Not. Maybe not the same squeaky clean image of a Steph Curry and LeBron James.
I don't think he needs to be squeaky clean, but I don't think he's a steward of the league.
Probably not.
Man.
Yeah. Anyway, more of your calls and your texts at 808 KNBR. If and when you decide you'd like to check in with us. We are going to get more into some Giants baseball when we come on back. Susan Slusser is going to join us at 5:30. Matt Mayoko, 4:50. Back into basketball at 3:50 with Dave DeFore. We can get to your calls on the Giants as well. How miffed were you about losing that series yesterday and the way it went down? I don't know if there's anything else you could have done, except for that 805 Rage guy that we have, the caller, 805 Rage. He was so pissed that Ryan Walker was in the game in a save situation, who, by the way, he got hosed on a strike three call, too. Should have been out of that, not out of the jam, but he should have had at least another one away there.
Yeah. Some snippets from 805
before
Rage.
They gave it up. 805 Rage, we'll let you hear his furious call from yesterday, one of the 7 that he made yesterday as the Giants fell.
Oh, 7-bagger.
That's excessive.
The Giants fell to the Angels.
And how many days, 2?
Basically, right when we left on Friday till I think the last one was last night around 6 o'clock. So 7-bagger in that time.
The game ended at 4, and he was still pissed.
Does he ever call when they win? He's happy about it.
No, I've never gotten anything other than fire everybody. You all suck. Blah blah blah.
Well, don't forget the one last week when he called saying that Bob Melvin was the worst manager in baseball and he was a moron, didn't know what he was doing. They got to fire him.
Worst manager in baseball.
They won that game. They won that game 11-4.
They won by 7.
This guy was furious. We got more of 805 Rage. Giants lose their first road series of the season, 5-5. It's what I said I would settle for. Kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. We'll talk about it next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, only here on the Sports Leader.
The NFL Draft Party will be live this coming Thursday at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Dirty Work will kick off the festivities immediately following the Giants game until 5 p.m., so come have a beer, complain about the Titans taking too long with pick number 1, and boo Roger Goodell because he's Roger Goodell.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. It's me again, talking about O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group, where having the proper investment strategy in place can allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make when they get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who've already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
0-2. Hoppy strikes out swinging. And Logan Webb has tied his career high with 12 strikeouts tonight in Anaheim in 6 innings. Here's the pitch. Chapman blasts one to deep left field. Going back on it, Ward at the wall. Gone! Matt Chapman. And listen to the Giants fans here in Anaheim. 25th pitch of the inning already. Here it is. Adele pulls one, and it's fair inside the third base line. Ramos is going to dig it out. 2 runs have scored. Here comes Neto. The relay home. The tag. He's safe. And the Angels, for now, have walked it off.
Mixed results for the Giants. Anaheim over the weekend as they lose 2 of 3, squandering 2 great pitching performances. Logan Webb on Friday night, and then Justin Verlander yesterday.
Are Giants fans more mad about the Verlander blowing that one because they had the lead late, or are you more upset that Logan Webb just got hosed out of a victory?
I mean, I would say probably Justin Verlander, just because I would say that was by far his best performance of the season.
Well, and you had the game in hand.
You had the game in hand. He was so close to getting his first win. But yeah, I mean, you're up 4-1 going in the bottom of the 9th. You should come away with that win.
Got the insurance run, too, in the 8th, the 7th inning.
Jung-Hoon Lee had an amazing catch earlier in the game, too, to preserve the lead.
And then Ward in left field robbed Jung-Hoon Lee of a double. He had a great catch, too, the diving catch up the line, that if he doesn't get that, I mean, Jung-Hoon's running for days.
Yeah, but I mean, just as far as the weekend, do you just chalk it up to just not getting enough? I mean, yesterday you had the run support, but Friday, goose egg. Saturday night, 3-1, good enough to win, or 3-2, good enough to win. But, I mean, just overall, great pitching performances, but not enough from the bats.
Yeah, they're in a tough stretch, and Dave Fleming said this to us on Friday, too, that, again, they have another week before they get a day off. They play every day this week, right? They go 4 against the Brewers, and they go 3 more against the Rangers before they're off next Monday. So they go from the 18th to the 28th or something, or I think it was it 17 straight days or 18 straight days they were playing before an off day? So,
something like that, yeah.
I mean, there are other teams in baseball who don't even have a stretch like that. As I've said all season, win at home, win your series at home, play 500 ball on the road, you give yourself a chance. They've been one of the best road teams in baseball. Just with the way the series had gone, or that opening in New York and winning that one, splitting against Philadelphia, I really wanted to take that one against the Angels, a team that in their own right is not scoring a ton of runs. Right. They got a couple of good pitching performances. That said, felt like the Giants had an opportunity. They did to win 2 of 3, and they didn't. So coming up 5-5, I'm content. I'm content also that they continue to play the same brand of baseball. We also, by the way, got the first roster move of the season. Casey Schmidt went down with an oblique strain or something. So
David
VR added back to the 40-man roster and back in the bigs. Yeah, comes on back. So, look, nobody's going to feel bad for you when you got to play a bunch of days in a row. But a 5-5, 3-city, 10-game road trip, I'm content with that. I'm okay with that. I don't like how they lost, but they weren't getting blown out. They've had to use a lot of the bullpen. Used the bullpen more than a lot of teams in baseball already. But to your point, getting a great performance from Verlander and not closing out the game was frustrating. I'd also like to see them win those games where Logan Webb shows up like an ace on win day and doesn't get the W.
No, I mean, I'm with you on that. But I mean, you wanted them to go 5-5 when the road trip started. So it just sucks because you would have expected maybe them to possibly lose the series against the Yankees or the Phillies, and then for them to end it with losing 2 out of 3 against the Angels. Not the way you want to wrap up the road trip. But let's talk about Willy Adames for a second, just because he's playing his former team tonight in the Milwaukee Brewers. And how would you evaluate his season so far? I mean, I know he had 3 RBIs over the weekend, but he's in 202 right now. Just not what they expected when they signed this guy in the offseason.
Adames?
Yes.
No, he's off to a bad start. And I think as frustrating Lamont Wade.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's been one of the worst hitters in baseball, and people started cropping up again this weekend being like, what are they going to do about Lamont? And I said, let's get through this road trip and see where we're at. Kind of in the same spot.
Yeah.
He's playing good defense, but he's not putting together at bats the way they need him to. He's not hitting for power. He's not drawing walks, which is the most concerning thing, is that he's even when Brandon Belt was going through slumps, he was still drawing the walks, right? And that's kind of the one thing you were hoping for, is he'd be able to get on base and get guys like Jung-Hoo to drive him in. A couple RBIs, as you mentioned, this weekend for Adames. You hope things are going to turn around, but I like the idea that there's a guy out there who's going to be in the lineup every single day. Chapman got his bat going, and he started on this road trip pretty cold. So as long as you're getting production from a couple of those guys, you need Ramos to do a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to go with Lamont Wade. David Villar is obviously not like an answer, but he'll be your right-handed first baseman, I guess. You'll get more from Wilmer in those spots too. But, I don't have a ton of major concerns about the team right now. We've talked about the starting pitching going deeper into the games. We got that from Verlander yesterday. You got it from Logan Webb. Somebody says, can we change Kane to being Webb, or is it too early? It's a little bit too early.
I would say too early.
Matt Kane even got caned in his final game of his career.
Yeah.
He left the game.
I would
with
say
a lead,
two performances from Webb this season where, obviously Friday night, I forgot the other one this year, where it was amazing and they just didn't get enough runs.
Well, does it feel like fans are frustrated with Willy Adames? Because I'm not liking the production either, but I'm happy with him at shortstop. I feel good about him being in the lineup every day.
He's definitely playing well at shortstop, but I don't know. You would know better than me. Is there a big enough outcry from fans where they're like, what the hell's going on? It's only 22 games at the end of the day here.
I think they've been masked by other production. I think I'm genuinely...
Jung Hoo Lee is masking that production for sure.
Genuinely surprised when I see a game like yesterday and Lee doesn't have a hit. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, damn, how did he not get a hit? He has hit over 330. I'm surprised when he doesn't reach base, but impacted the game defensively yesterday as well.
Definitely.
I think some of that is being masked. When you give a guy a contract like that and other guys are still producing, because Jung Hoo Lee was a big question mark, Chapman's been producing. Ramos started the year with, a double or an extra base hit in 9 or 10 straight games to start the season. They were able to mask some of that lack of production. Also, he had a big moment. He had the walk-off hit on opening day here in San Francisco. Had some RBIs yesterday.
Yeah,
I still think he's going to come around, but I think that it's been masked by the brand of baseball they've been playing. Tyler Fitzgerald, by the way, all of a sudden, got his back going. So you're getting production from elsewhere. If nobody was producing, then everybody looks at the big price tag and goes, hey, what's going on? Why isn't this guy producing? He's supposed to be the guy, even if nobody else is hitting. Even though he's not hitting now, other guys are. I don't love the production at this point. He's still under 200, right? Or he's right about 200.
Yeah.
I feel like if you didn't get the first 2 weeks that you did out of Wilmer Flores, that this would be a bigger deal because Adames is there specifically for power. You want that guy to be a 25 to 30 home run hitter, but you got so much out of Wilmer the first 2 weeks that offense that they were looking for Adames just kind of got masked. Now, he's making more contact and everything. You definitely want the power numbers to go up, but it's fair to say that he could be pressing, giving that big contract in a new team. I think the one thing that is a good takeaway is clearly he's a clubhouse guy. Everybody loves him. He's on the front, stoop every single time, and I think he probably wants it really bad. So give it a little more time with Willie.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was going to say the good vibes are still going, and even though Logan Webb, strikes out 12 and doesn't get the win, he's still in good spirits after the game. If you play a little cut, Tim, where Logan Webb, despite the loss, still in the laughing mood.
With Bumgarner and Juan Marshall at least 4 outings with at least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks. What does it mean to you to be in that list with those guys?
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
12 strikeouts, best performance that I can remember from him, and he's sitting there laughing about farts.
His first comment is farts are funny, man. They're always funny.
Man. I mean, obviously, Logan Webb blowing cheese on the mound and someone's blowing cheese in the locker room. It's perfect.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious when I saw it the other night. We didn't put this in the for lack of a better term, in the annals with all of our other fart sounds, dude. From
Jim Tom Sula.
Why don't I get Tom Sula?
Give me Tom Sula. I need a Balky and I need a Harbaugh.
Okay, the Harbaugh's not real.
Yes, it is.
No,
dude.
it is
you
not.
You always tell me it's not real.
If Jim Harbaugh cut ass on live television, why wasn't it all over ESPN?
It was all over KNBR, dude. He stood up and just turns around and goes right into the mic.
He sticks the microphone up his butt.
No, he doesn't stick it up, but he's walking.
Murph will love that.
That's why.
Tomorrow. Yeah. God, this microphone stinks.
Yeah, dude, no, I'm saying that's what happens.
It's Cope's birthday. I can tell.
He's like, any more questions?
What did Michigan State do to limit your two running backs that have had a great season?
They tackled very well.
No one said anything. Come on. That's so.
He did it into the mic. It's real.
That's so.
It was a real clip, dude. It was real.
Now the Jim Tom Sula and Trent Baalke are 100% real farts. Well, actually, Jim Thomasula, no, because someone moved a chair, and that was so disappointing to find out that revelation.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Who do you want to hear first, Tom Sula or Baalke?
Baalke, because that one was actually legitimate.
Tim says we need to. I'll buy Tim some time here. 209 says on Willy Adames. Adames' defense is making up for the lack of hitting right now.
Yeah,
buying time until he gets hot, and I'm still anticipating that's going to happen. 707 says Anthony Edwards is actually averaging 0.8 kids for the season. I mean, dude, 4 kids and he's 23 years old. He's had 4 kids in under a year and a half.
Yeah.
It's kind of alarming.
He's putting up Josh Jacobs numbers.
We were talking about that caller, 805 Rage, who calls in. He fired off 7 calls about the Giants this weekend. 408 says 805 Rage firing off calls like Anthony Edwards firing off children.
Good Lord.
It's a hell of a text. Who do you got, Tim? You got Tom Sula or you got Balky? What do you want?
Let's do Balky first. Okay.
All right, here's Trent Balky cutting ass.
Still got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
Was that one legit or was like his stomach just upset?
I think he ripped one. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Like
I think you don't say excuse me when your tummy growls. You know what I mean?
Sometimes when it's loud enough.
No, come on.
Okay, Jim Tom Sewell, this one's a classic, like 10 years ago.
Nothing but respect for them.
One of examples of football history of good quarterbacks losing their confidence.
That one was... that one got good run on radio.
Out there grunting and farting.
No, you know that Logan Webb said farts are always funny? I found some old audio bits of Logan Webb back in the day.
What do you mean?
Doing interviews when someone cut ass, and he did not find it funny. There's an old clip of Logan Webb from back in the day.
How do you describe this sort of overall stretch? You guys come off a kind of a rough road trip and then come back home and face a team that's been struggling.
Stop it! Come on.
To be honest, as a whole.
See, he wasn't laughing then.
Nah, dude. So you won't buy into my Harbaugh, but now you're just cutting in fart sounds on Logan Webb.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's always funny to add in a fart.
Well, I think I told you there was a bit that Colbert did last week.
Oh yeah, Gary Oldman.
Yeah, Gary Oldman on a show, and they cut in a bunch of fart noises. 2 scenes of Gary Oldman in movies that he's done.
And I mean, Gary Oldman would call himself like a thespian, like he's a good actor, but
he's sitting there watching the clips and he is crying laughing because they do the one.
Everybody finds farts funny.
Air Force One, he's like, "Get the hell off my plane!" He shoves him back, and they have the fart noise, and he gets blown out of the plane.
They have him cutting ass as Dracula or like True Romance. Or the Professional. But yeah, even the most acclaimed actors, when they hear a fart, they'll giggle as well.
I mean, dude,
we're all school children at the end of the day.
It's universal, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did Michigan State do to limit your 2 running backs that have had a great season?
They tackled very well.
It's like a rim shot.
209 said Harbaugh's a super spreader of COVID with that one. 650 says Copes is right. We remember that big wet one from Harbaugh. Had my kids listen to it. He said, "Good on you."
Do you remember the time frame of when this happened?
I think it was during COVID. I think it was like right around that time.
God.
Maybe that's why there was no laughter, because there's nobody there physically.
No, that's true. That's true.
There was nobody there, so...
How many times have you heard that clip? Maybe 100?
It makes me laugh every time. One more time.
Because the cartoony nature of the fart. One more time. It's your birthday, after all.
They tackled very well.
Pause. And then... It's so fake.
650 says, yes, it is, dude. 650 says, just don't fart in the sauna. That's a party foul.
Oh, God. You just got on fire.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We are going to catch up with our guy Dave DeFore of The Athletic, talking some Warrior basketball. We'll do that with him at 3:50. Matt Mayoko, 4:50. Susan Slusser, 5:30. And then Giants baseball. It's so stupid. It's so dumb that we have like 4 of those clips now. We've got all these media farts in the last like 5 years.
We love the archival farts.
We do got to hear still from 805 Rage, so we'll get some of that sound to you as well. When we come on back, more on Steph versus the Rockets. Steph owns the Rockets. 7th game of his playoff career where he scored 30 or more against Houston.
Yep.
We'll talk about some of the other dominant performances against individual teams when we come on back. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Curry well defended by Green. Wow. Oh my gosh. That is vintage Steph Curry. Incredible. Just an incredible shot maker.
You can't play better defense than what you just saw right there.
Got to pick up post. Now to Curry. Got to pick him up. Shakes loose. Oh my goodness. Beats the shot clock. Steph Curry with 28. His fourth three.
Those Rockets announcers last night.
Sounding depressed.
Yeah, I know. Somebody said it on the text line. Dave Fleming sounded awfully enthusiastic at the end of that Giants loss yesterday.
Oh, no, he wasn't enthusiastic. He was just like, fair.
Okay.
No.
It was excitable.
Yeah.
Anyway, Steph Curry goes off against the Rockets. 31 points is what he had last night.
Can I derail this for a second?
Please. Sure, derail.
I don't have any problem with an announcer, even if it's a hometown guy, giving, a final call or something like that, the excitement that it deserves. I don't need my guys to be so depressed and sad. I don't need that. I'm okay with somebody giving it the proper enthusiasm, even if it's not my side.
Excitable. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm good with that.
It's that big of a moment where you definitely obviously Flem wasn't excited about the Giants losing yesterday.
But it's a moment that it was a natural reaction to what had gone on.
Yeah, there's some football games around here that we've heard where it sounds like somebody's dog got kicked.
Exactly.
Dude, great pot. When Niners lose a game, great pot.
And the Niners lose.
And we hope the sun will come up tomorrow.
The darkest day in the history of mankind.
If the sun comes up, we will, of course, do a show tomorrow, but remains to be seen after the Niner 34-6 loss. We're like, Jesus, dude, it's no big deal. It's all right.
Yeah, I know.
It's a football game.
I mean, no, but like my dad was like, he was guilty of that early in his career. Like he mentioned that, like when he would be calling games for the Raiders or whatever, like, and he would be excited about another team's moment. I think Al or somebody would call and be like, let's make sure you don't do that again. Like, I think that when you're doing it for a local broadcast, it's tough because you don't want to piss off the fans. But at the same time, you're a fan of the game. You get caught up in the moment. Stuff like that's going to happen.
510 checks in on the text line. People still want to get into the fart stuff. 510 says, every one of those that we just played was pushed out on purpose. None of those were accidents. It's like, all right.
They were forced farts.
I like what we were talking about in the break, how people are accusing Derek of being a fart truther.
Yeah, Derek's all skeptical about it.
I'm not alone in that one. I remember Tom being skeptical of the Harbaugh fight. I just never heard that in real time. And I think if Harbaugh farted during a press conference, that would have been all over ESPN, social media. So I'm surprised I haven't seen that.
How do you think I got it?
It's secret.
So if you didn't see it, then it wasn't real.
Yeah. If I didn't see it, it's new to me.
You
didn't smell it, it's not a real thing.
That's so dumb.
Exactly.
What's that?
What is that, onions?
Yeah, stop it, Tim. Stop being gross now, right? Stop being gross.
It's a classy show.
Step brothers.
Steph's seventh playoff game of 30 or more points against the Houston Rockets.
He owns the Rockets.
He does own the Rockets in the playoffs. Well, I mean, it's part of why I just think they're going to run this series.
Yeah.
And again, completely different roster.
Yeah.
It is funny because I never really care about, like in any sport where they're like, this guy owns this team. But when it's one guy, like if you're a Giants fan and you know about Paul Goldschmidt, you know about Scott Hairston and Will Myers and all these guys who've showed up for the years and they've been giant killers, like that's been a part of especially when they're in your division in baseball, you see a guy for a decade plus sometimes. The NBA players change teams so frequently. Like none of the guys in the Rockets now were part of the previous iteration of the Houston Rockets when the Warriors faced them in the playoffs, the 27 missed threes and the James Harden era Rockets. It is funny though that Steph continues to be a Rocket killer like that throughout the postseason, regardless of who they're playing. It's also just that Steph's kind of a killer anyway. He dominates a lot of teams.
Yeah.
He's had the opportunity to play the Rockets a bunch in a bunch of big situations. So I guess the question is, what other athletes have dominated particular teams in their careers? I just gave you three. Nolan Arenado, another one, who's a giant killer.
Yeah, no, I heard the morning show kind of go in on this today where they were listing off guys that have had success against one particular team in their playoff careers. I would say Brett Favre versus the 49ers in the 90s. I mean, you know that better. I mean, like you say that the Packers are more the team that you hated growing up because you didn't really see the rivalry between the Cowboys and 49ers.
I was too young for that to have been relevant to me, and they won in my lifetime.
Right.
They just weren't. The Niners and the Cowboys in my mind just weren't. They weren't meeting in the playoffs every year. It wasn't as big of a rivalry. I hated losing to Brett Favre. It was like every time they had to face Brett Favre.
It was every year from like 95 to 98. Like Brett Favre would kick their ass in San Francisco. It only took Terrell Owens catching that touchdown at the very end there. But, Brett Favre comes to mind. I mean, people even on the morning show today were bringing up Mahomes versus the Niners. I would say, I mean, you don't have enough of a track record there, but yeah, the 2 Super Bowls, it stings. But I wouldn't say like, it's not like Steph, like, yeah, I agree with you, Copes. Like if he were to play a team as consistently in the playoffs as he has the Rockets, then he would have dominated that team too. But it's just the fact that that's just the way it's, that's the way it's turned out, that he's faced the Houston Rockets 5 times in his playoff career, and he's not lost to them once.
It's not playoff related, but like when you think about guys who were around for a long time, so the records could be extreme. Tom Brady against the Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
In his career. I mean, I remember talking
only 3 losses his whole career.
And how many wins, Tom Brady went 32-3.
Yeah, I was going to say 28, yeah.
In 35 starts against the Bills.
Jeez.
In his career, 32-3. So like Dante Whitner said to us one time, I remember because he was referring to J.P. Lossman, the former Bills quarterback. He's like,
yeah, I remember him.
And he goes, people always ask me, is it fun to play against Tom Brady? You get to play against the Patriots. No, it ain't fun. I don't want to be out there playing against Tom Brady. We got J.P. Lossman back there. I don't want to play against Tom Brady. But yeah, he was like, no, it was not fun. You just go out there and get your ass kicked every time you were playing the Pats. They'd carve you up. So 769 for 1,200. He threw for over 9,000 yards against the Bills, 72 touchdowns, 25 picks. That's insane.
Yeah.
In his career in 35 games against Buffalo.
A lot of J.P. Lossman numbers like that.
No, there's not. No, not that many attempts.
Poor J.P. Lossman.
He didn't put in the work.
No.
That's what I was told. So I don't.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's what Dante told us on the air. He's one of the guys they sent home with, like, they did the Jamarcus Russell thing where they sent him home with
they
a
sent him
DVD.
the blank thing?
Came back and they were like, put the DVD into the tape that you watch and tell us what you saw. And he said, oh, yeah, I went all through it, and he made some crap up, and then it showed up on the screen and said, we know you didn't watch this game.
No, that's disappointing, JP.
Pretty bad thing, dude. He's like, we got all these defensive players here. Like, man, we're putting our body on the line every week, and quarterback can't even watch tape when he goes home. So,
yeah, that's
who are some other guys you think about that come to mind?
Let's see here. I mean, I think of Justin Verlander against the A's, dominating against them.
And like multiple Game 5s in division series play. Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of big ones like that. Tim, you got any?
In playoffs specifically?
Yeah, just like one guy owning a team.
Barry Sanders used to crush the Niners, but that was not really playoffs.
No, yeah.
I mean, he crushed everybody, though.
Kike Hernandez, Giants, but they didn't really face so much in the playoffs.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not a great take by me. Not sure.
Yeah, Tim, good take. Save it for tomorrow, huh?
Well, I mean, just overall, like in the last 10 years, the Warriors have just dominated the Rockets, and it's not even Steph Curry. It's just everybody. Draymond Green, having great performances against them, and Klay Thompson having that Game 6 where they were down. So, like, I forget what the deficit was, but they were down 3-2 in that series, and Klay Thompson, breathing life back into that team, and them going on to win that series. It's just, yeah, I mean, you hear it in the Rockets announcers' voices there. Like, how do you stop this guy? You can't defend him, even though Jalen Green has great, coverage on Steph Curry there. Like, you can't do anything. Like Kevin Harlan's call last night, how, the way that went was not supposed to happen. Like how he was along the sideline and he just lofted that thing up like a Hail Mary, and it went in. It was beautiful. But, like, we've seen that a million times from Steph Curry. And it's incredible what he's doing right now with, I don't know how injured that hand is or that thumb, but what he was able to do last night, remarkable. And it's from the 10 years ago in 2015 when he was able to do, it's like the same shot against the Pelicans when they were down by 20 and able to have that game go to overtime in the playoffs. It's Steph Curry's incredible. And yeah, he's not the same player he once was, but just his ability to do this for 10 years now is unbelievable.
Should not have happened.
Yes.
415 says Kyle Williams against the 49ers.
Yeah.
That was an unfortunate moment. Oh, that's tough.
That was an unfortunate moment.
People still won't let that one go, or both of those ones go.
By the way, there is a pretty good wide receiver from Washington State named Kyle Williams. If the Niners somehow get him, that would be that'd be just sweet irony.
Who's that?
There's this wide receiver. There's
a guy named Kyle Williams.
Yeah, his name's Kyle Williams. He's incredibly fast, probably the fastest wide receiver in this draft. I would love for the 49ers to draft him so then fans just lose their minds.
Here's a good one. Somebody checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says LeBron against the Hawks in the playoffs was insane. I'm looking at the numbers now. LeBron against the Hawks, he never lost a playoff game to the Hawks. 12-0. He averaged 29.5 points a game, 9 rebounds, 7.5 assists, 2.3 steals, and half a block in 12 playoff games against the Hawks.
I don't remember LeBron James ever playing the Hawks. I remember the Eastern Conference Finals.
It's all 09. Swept him in 09, swept him in 15, swept him in 16.
Also didn't lose to him once. Okay.
He's never lost to them once. He beat them all 12 times he faced them his point totals are like 34, 27, 47, 27, 31, 30, 37, 23, 25, 27, 24, 21.
No, he definitely owned
Had
the
a couple
Hawks.
triple doubles in there too.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think like in football, like if it just teams that dominated. I guess, I mean, honestly, you could say the reverse. Aaron Rodgers just getting owned by the 49ers every time. Like didn't matter who was the coach. Like just recently, Jimmy Garoppolo beating him, and then obviously Colin Kaepernick and Jim Harbaugh having their success against him. So I would say it'd be the flip, where Aaron Rodgers, I think he was 0-4 against the Niners in his playoff career.
925 says the field goal post against Jake Moody is an all-time rivalry. Everything you can to avoid that field goal post. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. We're going to catch up with our guy Dave DeFore, who I'm sure is fresh off of watching WrestleMania this weekend. Dave's a big wrestling dude. We'll talk to Dave DeFore of The Athletic about what's going on across the NBA, his thoughts on the Warriors against the Houston Rockets in this series. Do Lakers have enough to come back against Minnesota? Minnesota kicked the crap out of them the other night.
I like Minnesota right now.
I kind of do too. Would you rather see Minnesota or the Lakers?
In the next round, I probably would rather see the Lakers.
Yeah, see? So now we're rooting Lake Show.
Even though the Warriors beat the Timberwolves 3-1 this season.
Yeah, I'm rooting for it to go 7 and, go 2 weeks, and the Warriors can sit there and, game plan against either one of them. Rooting for futility.
I want every game to go 14 innings and the bullpens get chewed. We'll talk to Dave DeFore next. He joins us on Dirty Work only here on the Sports Leader.
Tim Kawakami of the San Francisco Standard joined Greg's Benedict today, saying he doesn't expect a lot of adjustments for the Warriors after a Game 1 victory. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Everything Tim leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Warriors got a win in Game 1 of the first round of the Western Conference playoffs yesterday against Houston. Game 2 is tomorrow?
No, Wednesday.
Wednesday, excuse me. And then Saturday they'll come on home for Game 3. Here to talk about that, as well as maybe WrestleMania this weekend, our guy Dave DeFore of The Athletic. What's going on, Dave? How are you, bro?
What's up, Dave?
I'm good, man. I just got back from Vegas, and I definitely feel like it.
Yeah, if you leave Vegas not hurting, then there's a problem. I always tell these guys, and a lot of friends have said this too for years, it's one of the few airports in America where you can tell whether or not people are coming or going by the expression on their face.
Yeah, and the chapped of their lip, right? Like, that's the dead giveaway that somebody's not been paying attention in Vegas. The other thing is, I'm not as big as I used to be, and I'm out there with all my old wrestling buddies, and, man, those guys can still just go all day.
Yeah, they get after it. So did you get a chance to watch some NBA playoffs while you were out there then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely watched all of the playoffs. I didn't see any of Mania, so I was just kind of hanging around with my friends, and then, I caught up on the entire weekend Sunday. So what a great weekend for sports.
Yeah, good deal, man. A lot of fun. So tell us what you thought about the Warriors yesterday and their performance. I guess Derek and I were talking earlier in the show. Would you chalk that? So the note we were talking about is they scored 95 points. They went 95-85. First time the Warriors have won a game in 3 years, scoring 95 points or fewer, which is an incredible note in and of itself. Did that say more about how they performed yesterday against the Rockets, or do you think the Rockets' inexperience showed?
I think this was all about the Warriors, as far as the Warriors only getting 95 points. Part of it was the defensive intensity. I just think that, with some of these units that they run out there, there's so much defense on the floor that you do suffer on the offensive end, but it's worth it because you're creating all these turnovers. You're really just – the Rockets were a mess for most of the game. Like, shot selection was bad. The looks they were getting were not good. And I think that's worth it for the Warriors. This is a defensive team. This is the thing about it that I think people didn't pick up on when they made the Jimmy Butler trade. They were already a defensive team. Now they have another guy who can get you some points to help Steph Curry, but this team's identity is about its defense, and that's how they're going to win if they win the series. It definitely doesn't help that the Rockets just continuously shot themselves in the foot. I mean, some of the looks that Fred VanVleet, it's got to be frustrating when a guy just dribbles down into three guys and jacks up a top of the key three with no rhythm, no passing. I mean, it's just they've had this thing all year where they've got a lot of wins based on being athletic, being young, being aggressive, but they're kind of a fake two seed as far as I'm concerned. They don't have a guy, and usually if you're going to have success in the playoffs, you have to have a guy. And it shows in fourth quarters for them the way they fall apart. They're mastered the third quarter comeback just to have the embarrassing fourth quarter. They've done this all year long. It's who they are. I don't expect it to change. It's why I like the Warriors in this series. I will admit, though, I spent the first 5 minutes of the game thinking, Warriors might be too small and too old because the Rockets did come out, hit them in the mouth, and looked like they were going to, have some sort of a game plan. But, man, it just fell apart. They don't have enough of an offensive game plan for this Warriors defense.
No, I mean, I agree with you, Dave. I think that last night the Rockets' inexperience showed, but I do worry about the age of the Warriors, and I know that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler have carried this team offensively, but I do worry about them getting gassed if this series goes long. If we get into a Game 5, a Game 6, a Game 7 where they're playing every other day, do you worry about the Warriors at their age right now that maybe the Rockets would have a little more energy with the discrepancy in their ages?
Yeah, you do worry about tired legs, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal for this team. Number one, they're starting out. They put Steph Curry on the LeBron rest plan. He gets the first big break here, gets those 3 days off. I think that's going to help him. But this is an experienced team that understands how to pace themselves, and I think that's going to help them quite a bit. They're not going to use Kuminga, who you would think would be like a guy, hey, his legs are going to stay fresh or whatever, but I just don't think it's going to be much of a concern because the Rockets, they're just not going to be good enough to be able to bother the Warriors. I mean, the Warriors should get this done. I think it's probably going to go 6 just because, as you mentioned, the Rockets do just never stop. But they don't have enough organization offensively for the Warriors defense to really get that stressed out. They only had to turn up their defense in game 1 for about 3.5 minutes there in the fourth quarter before the Rockets just fell apart. So, the legs, I'm more worried about what happens in the second round. If they wind up having to, play the Minnesota Timberwolves, for instance, and it's not the Lakers, right? Like it's another young team. I think that's when you see it add up. But they got a good long break. It seems like everybody looked fresh yesterday. And if I'm the Warriors, I'm not thinking ahead too far. But, man, they really could get this done in 5. I just think they are good enough on defense that the Rockets just won't be able to do much.
Talking to Dave DeFore of The Athletic on the Uma guest line. Dave, you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga, and I don't know if he's going to play in this series. I do think that he would serve a purpose, and actually, he's played fairly well against the Rockets this season. Are you surprised that Steve Kerr's not playing him at all? I mean, this is his 3rd straight game where he's a DMP, but I just don't think that right now they trust him.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of hit the nail right on the head. I mean, it's a trust thing. It's a trust thing and a fit thing. Because if it was a perfect fit, then maybe he would just play in spite of not being trusted, which is what I kind of feel like has happened up to this point in his entire career, right? Like, never has really felt like he's gotten trust. And you would think that against the Rockets, who all season long, like Kuminga, matched up really well against them. I mean, some of his best scoring games of the year were against the Rockets. You would think that he would be a tool in the tool belt, but I also don't think he brings the defensive level of effort, intensity, and frankly, just skill. Like, he's not a good enough defender to be able to play crunch time minutes for this team, or any minutes if you're the basketball coach, right? Like, if I can't make him work on the offensive end because he doesn't shoot threes well enough, he can't fit with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green out there. I mean, there were times where, when they were trying that, you'd have those 3 guys all trying to operate on the block. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. So I am a little bit surprised that it happened so fast, but it all makes sense to me. I kind of saw this coming for a while. As soon as the Jimmy Butler trade happened, I didn't know where Kuminga fit. It didn't make any sense. He missed all that time with the injury. He's just not the type of player that you can slot in there. Meanwhile, Moses Moody, pulls himself, from the DNP CD just tattooed on his back, and now he's starting in playoff games. So, I think Kuminga's had so many chances to get things right, and it just hasn't happened. I mean, I don't expect to see him play at all. I mean, maybe garbage time, but at all in the playoffs.
Talking to Dave DeFore on the Uma guest line, just sort of bouncing around some other stuff from the opening weekend of the NBA playoffs. Is Minnesota a bad matchup for the Lakers?
Yes, man. Rudy Gobert is big. So
yeah,
it's interesting because you think, like, the Lakers are big. Like, when they go small, they're actually big. But they don't have Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford in there who fly around. They've got Jackson Hayes, and he's okay, but he is not to the level of those other guys. So it looks a little bit different than what we saw last year with Luka. The lob threats are LeBron and Jared Vanderbilt and Jackson Hayes. It's just they're smaller. And then Minnesota with Gobert, Randall, Naz Reid, Jaden McDaniels. I mean, that's 4 guys that are 6'10" to 7'2". I mean, they have so much size and defensive intensity. And then you got a guy in Anthony Edwards that's just not scared of anything, and that goes a long way. But Randall having the game that he had really is what sealed the deal for Minnesota. I mean, his ability to just kind of bully the Lakers. I don't know if anybody's hit this today because I didn't catch up on all the sports media stuff, but that LeBron did very little in that game. I didn't feel him at all. Like, he didn't really have any input into the final outcome. So I think that was a bigger problem than anything else. But man, Minnesota, they have turned the ship completely around from even like mid-season, like the All-Star break, when they were win a game, lose a game, win a game against a good team, and then lose a game against a bad team, and you're just like, this is the most confusing team I've ever seen. And now they continue to confuse me, but it's in better ways, because I don't know that we've seen the ceiling of the Timberwolves yet. Like they really might be a wolf in wolves clothing. You know what I mean? Like, they really might. They might be a team that could make the conference finals. And if they can make the conference finals, I actually think that they match up in an interesting way with the Thunder. A very interesting way with the Thunder because of all that size.
Yeah, I mean, the Thunder right now, I mean, they had an unbelievable regular season, and they're the number one seed in the Western Conference for a reason. But take the Thunder out of it right now, Dave. Who do you think right now, like, do you think the Western Conference, besides OKC, is wide open? Like, we have, many teams that the Nuggets don't have a coach. I mean, they do have a coach, but interim head coach. Same thing with the Grizzlies. Like, besides the Thunder, who is the second best team in the Western Conference, in your opinion?
We've been asking this question all year, and it changed, 50 times. The Clippers, they had the best offense and the best defense from, like, March 6th through the end of the regular season. So at one point, like, they were there, but then, of course, they fall into the play-in. The Nuggets have the best player in the world, and they fire their coach. This has been it's been a great season if you like chaos and if you don't want to know what's happening. It's been a bad season, in my opinion, to predict anything. Because I actually don't think the Oklahoma City Thunder are perfect when it comes to playoff basketball, but they've checked every single box that you can check in the regular season and even in game one of the playoffs, right? Like they beat Memphis by 51. And so I believe in them quite a bit. The only thing I can say is that they haven't done it before. But I don't know who that other team is going to be. The Nuggets are going to have to play the Thunder, or the Clippers would have to play the Thunder before the conference finals. So, that's a harder road. On the other side, we already know, like, the Warriors, older. How do they hold up against the Thunder? We saw them this year. I mean, they play them tough, but the Thunder just are a machine, and they've got young legs, and they never stop.
Dave, do you think?
And then as far as I was going to say, Lakers, Wolves. To me, the team that's got the best shot is probably the Wolves, just because they have so many young guys. They've got Anthony Edwards, and then they have all that size. So I don't know. It is a toss-up, man. I literally do not know who the second best team in the West is. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's convoluted. I mean, the Warriors in the final week of the season could have gotten as high as like the 4 seed, maybe even the 3, and then ultimately end up in the 7 spot. I mean, there was so much parity, it seemed like, throughout the Western Conference, with the exception of OKC up at the top. Do you think it's sustainable for the Warriors to rely on Steph and Jimmy for 40-plus minutes a game?
No. I'm going to say no. They need a blowout, right? Like they need to get some games where Steph only has to play 24 minutes. They're going to have to get those in there. But I mean, the truth of the matter is, as open as this season has been, I think that they really do need to go for it, right? Like playing 40 minutes a night. You're old, but this might be the last shot that you have. You never know what next season is going to look like, right? You can't just bank on, next season Steph Curry turning 38 and being able to do what he's doing right now. I mean, we know how sports goes, and we know how fast it can go. So I think, if it takes 40 minutes, if it takes 48 minutes, you're going to have to do it. Jimmy Butler should be fresh. He didn't play most of the season. So I don't want to, let's not go around talking about tired Jimmy yet, right? Like, let me see him play 40 minutes for, multiple playoff series before I'm boo-hooing for Jimmy Butler. But I think if they can keep Steph fresh, that's going to be the key to the whole thing, right? Like, they're going to – and, Steve Kerr has always done a great job, much to Warriors fans' chagrin, at managing Steph's minutes. So, we all know what time he comes back in the fourth quarter,
Speaking of defensively, I mean, Draymond Green did have a great performance yesterday, and he was a named finalist for Defensive Player of the Year over the weekend. Do you think it's his award to lose?
Probably. It seems like the media campaign worked really, really well. I mean, he's had an incredible season, but it hasn't been as consistent as some of the other guys to me. Obviously Victor Wembanyama, getting injured and not being eligible changes everything. But I do think Evan Mobley needs to be noted. Like, he's had a fantastic year. Ivica Zubac was a guy to me that I was thinking, like, hey, this guy might have an outside chance at winning Defensive Player of the Year when you look at the way that they finished the season with the Clippers. But, yeah, I think it's probably going to be Draymond. And if this is a little bit of a makeup call for some of the ones that he didn't win, I'm okay with it. This is the single greatest defender of his generation. He absolutely changed the sport. I mean, you don't get the small ball Warriors unless Draymond Green at 6'6" is able to do all the things he does and have a 7'2" standing reach or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, he is such a special and unique player that when it happens like this, where someone who is probably going to win is ineligible, and Draymond is a decent choice, I'm happy to see him get it because, again, you gotta note these things historically somehow. And awards are sort of outside of the MVP to me, they're less important, right? Like, this is not giving Draymond an MVP award. It's the Player of the Year, and he doesn't have as many as he ought to, so probably okay with it.
David, for the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. So did you didn't see any? You say you didn't watch any Mania live. Did you get to NXT or anything in Vegas?
I did go to NXT. Yeah, it was great. I went to what was it? There was a 4-way women's match and then the 3-way main event for the title. Man, I don't know the guy's name because I just don't follow wrestling anymore.
Like you used to,
One of the guys that was in the main event, he jumped from the floor to the bottom rope and did a springboard, and I've seen so much wrestling. I've never seen that in my life. One of the most athletic things I've ever seen. It was a great time. In
the way that basketball has evolved, where it's like, they call football now like basketball on grass, and the way everybody's so rangy and the teams are all such copycats, have we seen like analytics and that athleticism hit the pro wrestling world now, you think, Dave?
You know what, man? Actually, it's funny. I happen to know a little bit about this. I was able to pick some people's brains this weekend.
Yeah.
And it's scouting, right? It's high-level scouting. They're scouting athletes.
They do a combine every year now, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got, some of these women are former softball players. You've got football players, basketball guys, obviously. I believe that the NXT champion right now was an Olympic shot putter or was a college shot putter or something. And, this is what they're looking for. And that's a bit of an old school mentality.
Sure.
For pro wrestling, because all those guys, it was like Dr. Death played at Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
Ron Simmons was a Florida State guy. So I think that they're with their switch away from maybe the last 10 years, they're definitely looking for athletes, man. Like they are. I don't know what the analytics are doing there. I'm sure it's more about ratings and engagement on Instagram and Twitter and things like that. I mean, it does seem like everyone's a little kind of seeking a viral moment. That seems to be very important in pro wrestling right now.
That's why Travis Scott's out there holding up John Cena's hand. All right, Dave DeFore, you hear him on the Athletic. Always fun to talk to you, bro. Thanks for catching up.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
Talk to you soon, bro. Good stuff there from Dave DeFore. If you missed any of that, available KNBR.com in the app. He says not sustainable. Steph and Jimmy to play as much as they have.
I agree, but he brought up a very good point there about the amount of games that Jimmy Butler has played this season. Only 55 and obviously a lot of suspensions with the Miami Heat. And he was kind of, preserving himself throughout the season where he wasn't exerting a ton of energy. I mean, he was out there. He was making a difference.
Everybody kept saying, I want more aggression. I need him to be more aggressive. I need him to get after it and score in the paint. And we've seen that the last couple of games.
Yeah, but this is the perfect time, playoff Jimmy, where – that's why he was dishing it out to Steph and everybody else, and he was getting everybody open looks, and now he's taking over. So I do think it's sustainable with Jimmy Butler because he's used to this. He's used to playing 40 minutes in the playoffs. Steph Curry, not so much. I mean, Steph's amazing, but I don't know if he can withstand playing 40 minutes in playoff series like this. So I do think they need to, rotate it a little bit more. But
there's not much more to rotate. There's nobody to rotate. There's no need to rotate more. There's nobody else to rotate. This is the team. This is the unit. And that's why I think if they're going to find success, I'm with Dave, where it's not about rotating more. It's about hoping you get some games or some opportunities. Like yesterday would have been a great one in game one to be able to get a little extra rest if you were able to hold on to that 20-point lead.
Right.
They gave it up, and they didn't give it up in a fashion where the Rockets barged back and got them. They just didn't close the door early enough when they could have. You start getting some Steph nights in there in the third quarters like you did against Dallas this year, then you'll probably find yourself in a pretty good spot. But I don't think it's about other guys playing more. I think it's about can they get a big enough lead and hold on to some of these leads in order to give themselves a chance to rest at the end of games. We start seeing Yuri Collins and Pat Spencer. We know things are going well.
I don't want that.
That means they're blowing teams out.
Well, no, yes.
Or they're getting blown out, but yeah.
No, I mean, but the fact that this series is spaced out, like if they were playing tomorrow night, then I'd be like, okay, I don't know if you could play Steph Curry 40 minutes again. But you get 2 extra days. That's not bad. It's just a matter of if the Rockets get back in the series and you're playing every other day, that's where I get concerned if you're playing that many amount of minutes.
Yeah, you just don't want to have to go 7 anyway. They get back into the series like that, then you got bigger problems anyway. The other thing I like that he said, Dave DeFore, about Anthony Edwards, second Anthony Edwards tip today.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, dude, they don't have anybody that can stop Anthony Edwards. He said, that guy's not scared of anything, except maybe child support payments.
I knew you were going there.
Come on, man. Had to do it to him. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Monday. We are going to get back into some football talk with our guy, Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us a little bit later at 4:50. We'll talk to Maddie in about 40 minutes. Susan Slusser at 5:30. We do have a bit of a Giants update. Casey Schmidt update from Alex Pavlovic, the first Giant to land on the injured list this year, and they brought up David VR, put him back on the 40-man. I'll tell you about the Casey Schmidt update when we come on back. Still going to hear from 805 Rage.
That's true.
As well. We'll get to some of those calls from the guy who hates everything Giants baseball but calls KNBR 7 times a weekend.
He's consistent.
He was infuriated this weekend. We got more 805 Rage coming your way next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, the sports leader.
The Giants lost a heartbreaker yesterday 5-4 after a ninth-inning meltdown that cost Justin Verlander his first win in a Giants uniform. San Francisco looks to bounce back tonight versus the Brewers, who stole a franchise record 9 bags and a 14-1 win over the Athletics, including 6 steals in the first inning. Somewhere, Ricky Henderson is smiling. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the I Hope You're Ready Pat Bailey leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tax season is upon us. People always have questions about the ERC. What should we know?
A lot. If you're waiting and waiting and waiting for your check, there's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. And a lot of people are very concerned that President Trump may do away with ERC in his promise to do away with $2 trillion with a T dollars of federal spending. Will he do it? Who knows? I don't want your listeners to take that chance. Let's go ahead and get the money while it's still legal. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that says you don't qualify, no ERC for you? The IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're disallowing all kinds of people. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, so we have to appeal that. Or you're being audited. That's the big 3 with ERC. 1, you've been waiting for your check, you don't have it. 2, the government says you're not entitled to it. Or 3, you're being audited. We have a lot of experience with this. We want to help you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call at 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What the hell's going on, Tim?
Is there a reason for that?
Was there a reason we played Latin polka there?
Yeah, we had somebody on the YouTube chat request it specifically, so we got a little Latin polka.
Okay, all right. We'll take requests.
Are we? I said we're taking requests now.
I don't know. I'm kind of tired of the rotator.
Yeah, well, Tim doesn't ever mix it up.
Got some Weird Al polka. Nah, that's enough of that.
It's almost grab bag like. You know what I mean? A little bit.
Yeah, maybe we should. But people love the grab bag
I didn't
music.
know Tim was the poke man also. I just thought he was the horn man.
He loves to poke.
He likes the horn man.
I don't think I like any of this.
I think he's the poke man and the horn man. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with your dirty work on a Monday afternoon. About a half hour, Matt Mayoka is going to join us at 4:50. Talk a little bit more about the draft. You see this stuff. We'll talk about it next in just a minute. But the stuff that flared up about Phil Simms talking, or not Chris Simms talking about
I saw it.
The 49ers trading Brock Purdy.
Did he say trading, or he doesn't see Brock Purdy as a top 10 quarterback
sees him as
at
top
all?
10. Maybe it's not him trading. I think it's other people suggesting that that's on the table still. But he was like,
There's no chance in hell they're trading Brock Purdy.
No, it's not happening.
And anybody thinking Aaron Rodgers said that he played for $10 million, so maybe they're not doing that.
I don't want Aaron Rodgers to be anywhere near anything I'm doing.
Exactly.
Know what I mean? I got nothing for him.
No.
Nothing for Rodgers.
He ain't playing for the Niners.
So we get what you got, Derek?
He's also not keeping the league hostage, which he totally is doing.
Yes, 100%.
Derek's the only one who's mad about that.
No, I moved on.
Tim, do we have audio from? So we get these calls. We played one last week for you. Do we have the call from last week, Tim, from Hate 05 Rage? Tim's going to find it for us. So we have the KNBR wine line 415-69. I don't even know what the number is, Tim.
You automatically went to 69. It's not even on there.
6998 is the last three, right? 995-6998 for your.
It's right up there. 415-995-6998.
It's been here the whole time?
Yes. I just realized that now in the studio. It's right up there.
It in there months ago.
It's right there. 415-995-6998 for all unbridled hate.
All your unbridled hate. So you can call the KNBR wine line, and this guy, somehow he got a hold of his number, and he's not letting it go.
He's our best friend.
He's got a falcon grip on this thing, dude. He's just not letting go.
Do we consider him part of the filth?
I don't think he cares at all about any of the shows on KNBR.
That's true.
I think he only calls on weekends about, or evenings, about sporting events, because he hates Kyle Shanahan. He hates Bob Melvin. And that's sort of a new thing. We didn't know he was big on Giants.
How does he feel about Kerr?
I don't think he's checked it on the Dubs. Here's our, we call him 805 Rage, 805 Rager. Here he is last week. By the way, this is a game the Giants won 11-4. Here you go.
Another inning that Bob Melvin has up. This guy is the manager. This Robbie Ray should be out of the game. He had no business pitching this inning. And this leaves him in. Now the game's tied. Now he's going to let him lose the game. This guy's the dumbest there is in the world. I'm telling you, he is a mother.
Stop, 805. Stop it. Get a hobby, my friend.
Well, as Tim said, dude, he called back this weekend 7 times.
7-bagger.
He left 7 voicemails this weekend.
Yeah, that's excessive.
Yeah, it's excessive.
I mean, God, that's like crazy girlfriend. Like that's 7 times and no response.
What would you know about that? You had a crazy relationship?
We need to go into that.
You brought it up.
I know we're not doing this again. I brought up the Shannon Sharp thing. I'm not bringing up crazy girlfriends.
Stop bringing up Shannon Sharp, dude. Stop bringing up that. Come on, man. We didn't talk about that.
We don't.
Weirdo. By the way, those texts are out there from Shannon Sharp. You see
they
that?
are graphic. Good Lord.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Shannon Sharp doing anything to clear his name, and I mean anything.
I'm gonna stay away from it, but I'm gonna dive back into those texts later because there was some material in there.
On my alone time, look at those texts.
Some funny material in there that I like to get my hands on. You know. What? Come on.
Come on, baby. It's my birthday.
Come on. We're riffing, baby. Pete. All right, so we have another call from 805.
I have 3 snippets here. I thought we could work into it, okay?
So how long do they all range in time? Like when he called 7 times, what's the time frame?
The shortest one was 33 seconds. The longest was 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay.
Called 7 times. I've edited these a little bit for time purposes, but not a lot. We're gonna go from like mildest to like the spiciest that we have.
Okay.
This first one was during the shutout on Friday. Not even full way through, just during the shutout.
Same old typical Giant. If I was a Frisco pitcher, I'd get the hell out of there. I mean, you got some great pitchers, but you got nobody hit. And you guys didn't go out and spend in Adames. This guy can't freaking catch or hit. What a dud he ended up being. He's a typical Giant. They can never hit for some reason. They just suck.
Okay. They're 14-8, right?
It's actually pretty accurate on that take, though, about Friday. You know what I mean? They didn't
I know, and you're frustrated during the game, but like, what were your expectations coming into the season as far as like a record? Like, if I told you right now they would be, or I told you 2 months ago that they would be 14-8, you would take that?
Yeah, hell yeah, every Giants fan would.
So what are you complaining about?
Because this guy's just an angry rager Giants fan.
He treats baseball games like it's football games.
Yeah, he treats every loss like it's like you're not going to the national championship now because you lost the game on Friday to the Halos.
Seriously.
You know what I mean? Like, I was like, come on, dude. Relax a little bit. I mean, dude, again, the one that he was cursing his mind is blew his top on, that Robbie Ray start.
Tim kind of fix it up
it was the only thing that I added on that one was
the long beep at the end.
But there was a word that needed to be beeped.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm saying he blew his lid on that game about Robbie Ray.
Right.
Game wasn't over, and he does this every day. It's so funny. To live your life as a fan like that, where you're irate every time something doesn't go your team's way. Through the entirety of the game, they won 11-4. He was that mad. He was mad on Friday because they didn't hit. And now we have another snippet. When's this from?
This is from Sunday. This is the Giants are winning, and Bob Melvin goes to Camilo Duvall.
If Bob Melvin loses this game by bringing Duvall in instead of bringing Rodriguez in, which is one of the Giants' best pitchers, you guys got to fire the guy. He's just no good. He's stupid. This manager is the dumbest thing on the planet Earth. I mean, the guy's just a stupid jackass. There's no brain up there. He loses more games by bringing the wrong people in than any other manager in baseball. Please get rid of this bastard.
Oh, come on. Now the name calling. You know I don't like the name calling, 805 Rage. Jesus.
Get rid of this bastard.
This man needs like a social media account just to get your Giants takes off or a blog.
That's an account I would follow.
805 Rage.
Yeah. You can imagine how this goes knowing the results from Sunday.
So the Giants said I'm confident, and he's mad. By the way, he's mad that Duvall came in, not Rodriguez. We'd have to look. I thought Rodriguez had thrown like a bunch of days in a row, too. He might have already thrown 2 days in a row. So they bring in, I'll go back and look at his game log, but they bring in Duvall, who pitched fairly well. They had the lead. They get insurance right after that. Anyway, a couple of clean outings for Duvall on this road trip. Then the Giants cough at 4-1 in the ninth, and here's the Rager.
If Melvin isn't fired after blowing this game, then there's no reason for the Giants even to be up in a team. Just sell the team.
Sell the team?
I'm so tired of this jackass. He's the dumbest manager I've ever seen on the planet. Get rid of this bastard once and for all. You had Rodriguez in the bullpen, and you did not bring him in. This guy's just a dumbass.
Whoa.
All right.
I got 7 of those.
I'm sorry. Like I can't. This guy.
This guy's out of his mind.
I can't entertain this anymore.
This guy's out of his mind. By the way, Bob Melvin took over for Gabe Kapler, and he's the worst manager you've ever seen. By the way,
this guy just isn't happy.
Melvin's like top 15 all time in wins or something, or top 20 in wins all time.
I say what you will about Bob Melvin, but like to say like he's the worst manager in baseball is ridiculous. You want to sell the team because they lost they lost a game against the Angels in April.
Here's how he divides the audience. 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text.
Divides the audience. Here we go.
He divides the audience. Some people are in support.
Oh, come on, stop it. Come on.
Yeah, 707 says the same people that are angry about the Giants right now are the same people that blamed all of our problems on Gabe Kapler posting pictures of food on his Instagram. I'm with you. 510 says, this guy's a poor man, Salty. R.I.P. Salty. 707 checks in says, this guy's a legend.
Okay.
408 says, this might be be Salty and the Razor resurrected together. It's like the birth child of Salty and Ralph Barbieri. Anyway, that's pretty funny.
He's got a little like Donald from Happy Gilmore in him.
You suck, you jackass.
A little bit of Donald.
Always wants to go to Arby's.
I never would have guessed Sizzler.
Sizzler, that's right, Sizzler.
Want to go to Red Lobster and get some grub?
I thought we were going to be friends.
Shooter pays him and then he tries to take him out to eat at Sizzler with his own, my treat. He's like, I'm good. I'm on the tour. 510 checks in, says, yeah, you guys have a stage 5 clinger.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, a lot of people checking back in. This blanking idiot.
Yeah.
805 Ranger, the truth leader.
Now, here's the deal. Like, we're all, yesterday was a tough result, right? But just think to yourself, no one is going to take it harder than 805 Rage.
Yeah, nobody
He's
does.
going to take it, like, that Doval call, he called in the middle of the inning. He was still pitching. It was because
huh?
It was because he walked the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, I don't know. Who's wearing that loss yesterday harder, Ryan Walker or 805 Rager?
Probably 805 Rager.
Probably the Rager. That's going to do it for your 805 Rage hit. Let's get into some 49er draft stuff. By the way, our draft party going down Thursday, Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
I can't wait.
Sell the team.
Sell the team. Down in San Jose. At 4 o'clock is when we'll probably start. It's right around the time the Giants game would end. So there's a day Giants game. We'll be down there. We'll do our show for as long as we get it after the Giants game until 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, our draft coverage starts from Levi Stadium and across the hall from the draft room. It'll be John Dickinson. It'll be Todd Husak and Greg Papa. That's right. I'll be having all the picks coming my way. He'll be making the picks himself. I'm sure he assumes. Anyway, we'll be down at Jack's Restaurant partying with you guys. Free to the public. Everybody come on in. Have some beers. We'll have some food. We'll get some live reaction from you guys. Me, Derek. Tim's going to be there, right? Tim's going to be down
Tim's
there.
coming through. I will be there.
Tim, you taking me? You driving me?
I guess I am.
I need a ride. What time are we leaving, Tim?
We could probably sort that out off the air.
I'd like to figure it out now.
I would say maybe around noon, 1, something like that.
We're leaving at noon?
Well, we got to go Chick-fil-A.
It's true. We do have to go Chick-fil-A.
You talked him into it.
It's like noon.
I mean, you need Chick-fil-A? There's probably
if you want to do this on the air, you typically stroll into the show 30 minutes before the show starts.
Stay out of this. We'll talk Chick-fil-A. You're not involved in this. Tim,
my bad.
Well, we're not. I'm not buying his on my Chick-fil-A app.
Oh, absolutely not.
Especially because I'm a Taco Bell app now guy. Anyway.
Oh,
Taco Bell rewards.
Yeah. Sorry. When we getting the hookup?
Keep asking. You're not getting anything.
Okay. I don't need it.
Live outside the bun, Derek. A little fourth meal. I don't know any of that stuff. Anyway, Thursday, our draft party going down. Tim and I guess, are leaving at 1. We're not taking Derek, are we?
Absolutely not.
Well, Jesus.
You driving yourself?
I guess I'm taking Bart, and I'm hoping to get a lift from a San Jose buddy.
Really? You going to Bart there?
I'm going to Bart to the old Berryessa Bart.
Old Berryessa?
Well,
or are you just saying it like that?
Yeah, I'm saying old Berryessa. Like
you have a car and you never drive it.
It's fairly new.
What, is it because you're worried about your car battery that has the piece of loose metal?
Yeah, I mean, knock on wood, it's been fine so far.
There?
No, I drove my car yesterday to go back to the East Bay and see family in Danville. No, the battery's still in there and it seems to be fine.
No, but I mean, there was a piece that dropped into the battery.
Yeah, I know. That piece is still in the car somewhere. But it hasn't been an issue.
Rattling around.
Just don't take it on long drives. All right, Tim, if he does ride with us, though, I'm going shotgun. I'm not
absolutely. My car, not
yeah,
good.
You don't need to worry, all right? I'll take Bart. I'll meet you guys there so I can drink at the party.
What time are you getting there?
Probably around 3.
That sounds nice.
See? Now you're jealous of my Bart
Tim
trip.
wants me to go at 1? It's insane. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back a little bit more on the 49ers draft, latest on the 49ers draft, and Brock Purdy. We'll get into that, and then Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leaser.
Just sell the team.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball, by the way, in pregame in just over an hour. 5:45 pregame, a 6:45 first pitch. Giants and the Brewers. Going head-to-head tonight. The Crew going head-to-head tonight in a first game of a 4-game series. Giants coming home after a 10-game road trip. We'll get into that a little bit later. Latest on 49ers and Brock Purdy. What's the latest? Friday, we talked to Matt Mayoko, and he said, basically what we know is that the 49ers made an offer, and Brock Purdy's team did not accept it, and they're still in negotiation. What was the question you asked Matt? You said, what happens first? The Giants lose 30 games or Brock Purdy signs? I think he said he thinks Brock Purdy will sign before that happens.
I hope so.
Giants are 14-8, so.
Yeah, I mean, God, what would you think the Giants would lose 30 games?
They're not even a third of the way
July?
there yet. I mean, well, if they keep playing ball like this, they're going to have a pretty damn good month of April. We'll see what happens against the Brewers, who have picked things up a little bit since that opener against the Yankees where they just got mashed. They go up all those home runs in the first weekend with the torpedo bats. The latest, according to Adam Schefter and Daniel Jeremiah, is there's belief that the 49ers would be willing to trade down from number 11. I asked Matt that on Friday. I said, is there any scenario where they move up? And he said, I don't know if there's anybody that they're going to really try to go get that's going to be in that range. More than likely, he thought, because they need so much, they'd be moving back and maybe acquiring more picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the smart thing, because I was talking about Larry Krueger over the weekend, actually, and he thinks that they're going to trade down because the guys that they have their hearts set on, either Walter Nolan or Derek Harmon or any of these defensive tackles.
Probably gone by the time they get there, right?
Well, that maybe not.
Or that they'd be available later than 11.
Yes, that other teams don't value them as much as the Niners do, so maybe you move down. I mean, I asked him, is there a big drop-off between defensive ends and defensive tackles in this draft? And he was like, honestly, it's more defensive tackle heavy. So if you want to trade down, you can get your pick of whoever you like. Defensive end-wise, I mean, I hear that they really like Shamar Stewart, the guy from Texas A&M. But yeah, it sounds like the Niners, we heard rumors that they would maybe want to move up. It's more likely they would probably trade down. I think that's a smart move because you never want to reach for a player. Like I remember the Raiders reaching for Cleveland Farrell or Alex Leatherwood, these first-round guys who are like, Mike Mayock, what the hell are you doing? John Lynch is very methodical in that department when it comes to, selecting a guy that makes sense in your draft slot. So I would assume if the Niners, if they're do anything trading-wise in the first round, they'll probably trade down.
Yeah. I mean, if they can get more value there, again, they need so much, and they've allowed so much to leave the organization.
Yeah.
They believe that they have a window still this year. They've got to fill a lot of spots, and Matt Mayoko would tell you they need to hit on like 5 starters. And we're talking guys who can play and start this year and maybe make an impact, which is not a perfect science, and they haven't done a great job in evaluating talent at those positions. So a lot remains to be seen. And I imagine they're going to throw a lot of picks at those defensive linemen because they need to hit on a handful of them. And you'd like to keep that value within reason for the next number of years while you try to rebuild that defense. Also from Mike Silver, let's go down the 49ers. The 49ers offseason program begins tomorrow, and there's some uncertainty about whether players seeking new contracts, specifically Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and Fred Warner, will show up for voluntary activities. There's been some progress towards a multi-year extension for Purdy that will likely pay him more than $50 million a year. The question is, how much progress? If Purdy shows up on Tuesday, it's a sign that he and his agent believe they're very close to striking a deal. If he doesn't, it probably indicates that there's some significant obstacles that remain. As of now, no decision has been made. Warner and the 49ers have yet to have any substantive talks about a possible extension, but the veteran team leader is likely to report. Kittle, heading into the final year of a 5-year, $75 million deal, is much more of a long shot. He and the 49ers remain far apart in discussions about a new deal.
Well, I'm very skeptical about them signing George Kittle and Fred Warner to extensions. If they're going to do it, it would be this offseason, and with the process of signing Brock Purdy taking precedent, I don't know when they get it done with Fred Warner and George Kittle. And I would not be the least bit surprised if they tell both guys. I mean, I think Fred Warner has 2 more years in his contract.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they told George Kittle, look, Trey McBride, he's getting $18 million a year. We can't make you the highest paid tight end in football. So they may just let it play out. And I can see George Kittle. I know I brought this up in the past, and I think he's playing great, and you would never want to move off of George Kittle.
He's the best offensive player last year.
But I just, with the way they've handled this offseason and how much they've talked about paying Brock Purdy, I don't see a scenario where they would also pay George Kittle. I just don't. And I would like them to figure it out because I think George Kittle is a great fit with the 49ers, but I could also see this being his last season.
Well, if you guys remember, Derek misses a lot on his Warrior takes, but when it comes to 49er football, who he's not a fan of, he was right about the Deebo Samuel thing.
I was right about Deebo.
That. And don't forget when we first started doing the show together at the start of the year, you had a comment about George Kittle potentially being traded in the offseason.
Yes.
It's not even so much now that we're talking trade. It's about how expensive are they willing to get at that position, knowing what else they have to pay for.
Yeah, and I don't think that they'll trade George Kittle. I think they
would just let it play out.
I think they need him, and I think they'll just let him walk in free agency. But you're seeing, there's other tight ends out there that are in the same boat. Dallas Goedert, Mark Andrews, their names have been tied to trade discussions. So we'll see if the Ravens and Eagles pull the trigger on those guys. But I just have a hard time believing if there's so much going on with Brock Purdy's contract negotiations, how easy is it going to be with George Kittle at the end of the day?
Well, what did you make of the comments from Matt Mayoko when we asked him last Friday, and he's going to join us again in about 10 minutes. We asked him about whether or not Jed York had maybe shot himself in the foot or created a bigger price tag for Brock Purdy based on his comments about Brock over the last couple of years. We played those sound bites from him.
Yeah.
But he said, I actually think the bigger deal was what John Lynch said at the Combine about George Kittle, saying we want to re-sign him, we're planning to re-sign him, or we're going to get a deal done. He said, now you're kind of in a situation where you've given some leverage to a guy who you hadn't totally yet necessarily made a decision.
You know what's funny, though, is when an owner says something about, when Jed York says we want to pay Brock Purdy, we know we have to reset the market, it's very detailed about how they want to go about it. And him even saying, we knew back in November we were going to pay Brock Purdy. I think it's more telling that Jed York says something about Brock Purdy and thinking him as a top 10 quarterback, and then kind of putting the onus on Jed York and Kyle Shanahan to get it done. Where he's always like, it's not my thing. Like I'll let Parag, I'll let those guys figure everything out when it comes to the contract. As far as John Lynch saying something with George Kittle, I kind of chalk it up to general manager speak. John Lynch this offseason said, we're not in the business of trading away good players. So he said that about Deebo Samuel. So when it comes to contract stuff, I love John Lynch, but I also don't believe him sometimes when he talks when it comes to paying players.
Somebody on the text line just said they believe John Lynch is a bad negotiator. It's interesting because
that's hard to say.
It's hard to say because I don't know what goes on in those conversations, but guys who hold out or wait and then get paid, he's gotten these deals done. Everybody they said they wanted to get done, they got done, whether you liked it or not, or you liked the contract or not. The team had to be content in some capacity so that they could come to an agreement, but they haven't let a lot of guys just walk away, or really anybody, just because they couldn't reach an agreement.
Putting it on John Lynch is a little weird, too, because it's like they have a whole front office group like Parag Marathe and whatnot where they do things a very specific way to manipulate the cap. They've been doing this for years. As Mayoko said to us on Friday, said the idea that the Purdy thing is stretching out longer, or at least a little bit longer, should not become a surprise to anybody because this is how they've done it with pretty much every single one of their star players. Yeah. It's kind of the way they do business.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be. I think, for Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa, those contract negotiations are ridiculous because of just what they're asking for. Nick Bosa wanted to be the highest paid player in defense, and Brandon Ayuk thought he was a better wide receiver than the Niners did. It's the same situation with Brock Purdy, but you've had time to figure out this contract. As far as tomorrow with him not showing up to OTAs, that'll be telling, but I don't think it will be we got to freak out if Brock Purdy doesn't show up for OTAs tomorrow. That's, you start freaking out when it's training camp time, and even then, push comes to shove, I think the Niners would cave and give him a contract because you can't function as a football team if you don't have your starting quarterback out there. But also, this is just me, thinking this because Brock is such a nice guy. I think he'll be there tomorrow because he's that into playing football. And I do think that I don't think he wants contract negotiations to interfere with his job. So I would be very surprised if Brock Purdy didn't show up tomorrow despite not signing a contract.
Here's what Chris Sims had to say this weekend. Chris Sims was talking about Brock Purdy and what he's heard about what people think around the league about Brock Purdy. It doesn't really matter what the rest of the league thinks about him. What matters is what the 49ers think. But here's what Chris Sims had to say about Brock.
And the thing that I think you and I have been saying, we're going to continue to say, is that the league, nobody looks at Brock Purdy and thinks he's a top 10 quarterback in football. Nobody. Yeah. With Shanahan as his OC and the 49er All-Star team around the last few years, yeah, he can look pretty damn good. He can look top 10-ish. But we just saw last year when the 49er All-Star team fell apart and got injured, 6-11, and we're talking about we're going to pay over $50 million a year, and that's what it seems like. So that's just, I think, the 49ers are in a tough spot in their organization. They do have a quarterback. He is their franchise guy, but I don't think he's worth being paid one of the top 10 quarterbacks in football. But they got a guy, and they believe in him. So I don't know what to say, and I'm not mad at them for that either, but it's a tough situation. And, yeah, I would not want to see them pay more than $45 million a year either if I was running the team or had said say in it.
What's the big deal between 45 and 50?
I know.
Who cares? At that point, it's like, who gives a damn?
I know.
At 45 and 50, who cares? He's like, well, I don't think you should get more than 45. But if we're talking 50, it's $5 million.
I know. And the same thing. Like,
obviously a lot, but
it's thresholds. It becomes this
Yeah.
thing where it's like, okay, well, 50 sounds massive, but like again, every year the cap goes up. Every year the television revenue goes up. It just becomes this thing where it's like we all get obsessed about the cap and we get obsessed about these numbers, but they're constantly changing. So it's just weird.
It is, and I think that if you ask Chris Sims the same question about Tua or Trevor Lawrence, he would say the same thing. But that's just the market for these players right now, so I think he's kind of being ridiculous. I understand. He's making valid points there with how Brock Purdy looked without all the talent he's had in previous seasons, but this is just the way the market goes. So 50, 55, whatever it is, I think just be happy that you got a quarterback. You're not playing these games every year where you're trying to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back or drafting somebody. Just be happy that you found somebody.
408 says Brock better show up tomorrow after how he played last season. Get as much work in as you can, kid. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Our guy Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider, going to join us talking more about the draft. What would it mean if, in fact, Brock Purdy did not show up tomorrow? Is that an indication that they are far apart on reaching a contract situation or reaching an agreement on a contract before the start of mandatory camp starts? Matt Mayoko joins us next. Dirty work only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors won a rock fight last night, 95-85, behind a combined 56 points from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler to take Game 1 versus the Rockets. Golden State gets a few days off before Game 2 Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. in Houston. How did you feel about the game? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to discuss why having 2 days off is actually a bad thing.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. We do it every week with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. If you listen to the show Friday, you might think we do it every day. We just had short shows last week, so Matt joins us for his regularly scheduled Monday afternoon. Hey, what's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing great. We're getting close to that time, aren't we?
We are. Thursday evening.
So much has changed since Friday.
Yes, so much.
It's disappointing. I don't have many more mock drafts left.
Yeah,
so maybe I'll have to. You know what I'll do? I put it on the schedule for would be for Friday. Going to do the second round of mock draft. So I'm anticipating even more buzz around my second round mock draft than what will actually occur Thursday night in the first round of the real draft.
Can't wait. So after the picks go down on Thursday in round one, you can wet your beak with a little round two stuff from Matt Mayoko and his round two mock on Friday.
Could be fascinating.
I can't wait. Let me ask you this, Matt. If Brock Purdy doesn't show up to voluntary camp, which starts tomorrow, the voluntary 49ers workout, what would that tell you about where they are versus what if he did show up? What would it tell
you? Knowing him, I'd expect him to show up. If he doesn't, that would seem kind of out of character. And so I would say there'd be more like to be read into it if he isn't there than if he is there. But I haven't gotten the sense that there's anything contentious going on or, there's any kind of acrimony. I think Brock, from what I understand, like basically all the conversations are positive about Brock. It's just, as is customary during negotiations right now in the I guess we could call them the early stages of the negotiations, there's just a difference of opinion of what he should be worth. So I don't know what that gap is, but we could probably all kind of guess, with Dak Prescott coming in at $60 million, that seems like that's kind of the high side of it. And then when you look at what Jed York said about Jalen Hurts. Well, he didn't say anything about Jalen Hurts, but he said that Brock Purdy's, a top 10 quarterback in his mind. So, that would seem to put that floor at around $50 million, $51 million. So I think at some point it'll come right there in that range.
So, Matt, I'm sure you saw Mike Silver talking about, the three contracts that the Niners are trying to work out between Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, and George Kittle. Is it feasible for them to sign Fred Warner and George Kittle during this offseason if they sign Brock Purdy as well?
As I understand it, yes. I mean, that was part of the reason why they cut all those costs as far as, getting rid of guys and trying to clear salary cap space. It was because of these contracts that are coming down the line. So, one of the things I kept hearing at the NFL annual meeting a few weeks ago in Florida was that, the 49ers are at the bottom of cash spending at this point of the offseason, but by the time the offseason is over, they might be again near the top. So, no, I definitely think it is, and that's part of that process of clearing that cap space for the future to be able to handle those contracts.
Do you anticipate Fred Warner would show up?
Hey, I don't know about that. Well, you know what? I've been hearing he is around a lot. Okay. So I don't know that Kittle will show up because I know that he doesn't usually come to this part of the offseason program. But if a guy is around like Fred Warner is and he's showing up and he's working out there, then, I would expect him to show up. But Kittle typically is in Nashville or he's traveling around doing his thing. And he doesn't start coming to the off-season program until they get on the field and they start like working on stuff. But these first couple of weeks are basically all strength and conditioning stuff with the strength and conditioning coaches, the training staff, and just to kind of get their base for when they get on the field.
Well, Mike Silver reported, I guess, this weekend that there have been no substantial talks between the 49ers and George Kittle, at least to this point on a contract. He's entering the final year of a 5-year, $75 million deal. Where do you think we stand on that? Do you think he does get a deal done before the start of the season?
Well, what I'd heard earlier in the offseason, say in mid-February, was that the plan that the 49ers were going to enact was to get that ball rolling later. Okay. So, after the draft, maybe even after the off-season program, in that time, off-season program going into training camp. And I assume that was the same time frame from Fred Warner. But, yeah, the on the front burner is Brock Purdy's contract and seeing what they can do there. And then, of course, there's the draft. And I know it's not like they have to do one thing, finish it, go to the other. I mean, they can be working parallel tracks on some of these things. But the plan has always been to just start working on Kittle's contract a little bit later on. And now, there's that complication of, he's making, as you mentioned, he's making $15 million a year, and he was the highest paid tight end there for a while. Now the highest paid tight end as of, when this offseason started was like $17 million. But then you have Trey McBride, who, by the way, had a really good season in his third year in the league with the Cardinals. Now he's making $19 million. So whereas the 49ers could have possibly signed Kittle to a contract of 18 or 19 million before this, now you got to be looking at what, 20 million if you're George Kittle's side trying to get the best contract for him.
Talking to Matt Mayoka on the Uma guest line. So Matt, the Niners have interviewed a ton of defensive linemen during their 30-man visits. How much stock do you put into these 30 visits? Because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember Ricky Pearsall being a part of them last year, and you were talking about this on your YouTube channel. How much should we look into who they're going to draft at 11 when it pertains to who they've visited already?
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a little game of cat and mouse. In the past, there have been several guys where they didn't even really make contact with the person. Maybe they met with them at the combine or some other place and got a good sense of them, and then they went radio silent. And so, I remember Mike McGlinchey was one of those guys. Pearsall was one. There's been some other guys that they really, the guy who ended up getting drafted by the 49ers had no idea the 49ers were interested and just thought well, I'm not going there. But the 49ers were playing coy. A lot of times with that first pick, and there were some guys, Walter Nolan came in for sure. I think James Pierce. There were some other guys, like a lot of guys who were, kind of worthy of that pick. A lot of times they'll do is if there's a question mark about the guy, they'll want to know as much as they can about him. And it's just kind of like doing your homework. I mean, I know they brought in Michael Williams, they brought in Shamar Stewart, Calvin Banks. So those are, some big time guys that they brought in. Now, because of the history, it's kind of, again, one of those like, that I know that kinds of things. Now, if they're trying to do a smoke screen, probably the best way to do it is to bring a guy in because everybody will be thinking, well, they brought him in, so that means they're not going to draft him.
Matt, maybe I'll go with this on the Yuma guest line. So do you have any indication in your mind whether the Niners, we mentioned this on Friday, might actually move back? Do you think that's a legitimate possibility for them from 11 to maybe acquire some more picks?
I mean, I don't know where a team would be picking that would want to move up to 11.
Yeah.
And so would it be for a quarterback? Would it be for Jackson Dart? Would it be for Shedeur Sanders? Unless a team falls in love with a guy, but typically when there's that kind of movement in the first round, it's for a quarterback. I think the 49ers would move back. I don't think there's any question about it. I think there are a lot of teams that would want to move back. But right now, I mean, think about it. There hasn't been a trade in the first round yet. And usually there are some trades leading up to it. The 49ers made that trade to move up from 12 to 3 to get Trey Lance. They did that about a month before the draft.
Right.
But usually there's some kind of movement. I question, and I am very skeptical that there will be any kind of market for the 49ers to move back. My guess would be that they stick at 11 and make a pick there.
A lot of people believe that the Niners will draft a defensive lineman at 11 or whatever they draft in the first round. There's a lot of names thrown out there, Walter Nolan, Shamar Stewart. Would you be surprised if they didn't go defense and they decided to go with an offensive lineman in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would be a little bit, but at the same time, it would be a reflection of what they think about that player. And probably there would be three guys I would think that'd be candidates. Is Armand Membu going to fall? Probably not. Is Will Campbell going to fall? potentially, just because of that arm length. And that's, that's a bigger thing. I mean, people kind of laugh at, well, the arm length, but no, that is a big thing, especially if the guy's going to be playing tackle or specifically left tackle in the NFL. The other guy would be Kelvin Banks from Texas. So if Chris Furster falls in love with him and really likes him and they think that he's the best guy, I mean, I think there are a lot of positions where you can look at it and, you can use cornerback. A lot of people have balked, either Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron, a cornerback to the 49ers at number 11. I would agree with you that all things being equal, it's going to be a defensive end or a defensive tackle. If John Campbell, if he were healthy and, that he didn't have that shoulder, would he be somebody to consider there at 11? Potentially. Yeah. Jalen Walker is an edge guy, but he can also play linebacker. So I would tend to agree with you that their biggest needs and probably the way the draft sets up, here we are 2 or 3 days out, but it looks to me like the way the draft sets up would make it more likely than not that a defensive lineman is the 49ers' first pick.
Matt, we were sort of talking about, we played these comments from Chris Sims from over the weekend where he said nobody in the NFL, I don't know who that means or what that means, but nobody in the NFL believes Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback. And I said, well, that's not really the point here. The point is the Niners have to get a deal done with him, and they have to believe in what they're paying him to do. It's funny because we've seen and heard a lot of people like Chris Sims say, well, I don't think he'll be in the $50 million range, but 45, anything higher than that might be crazy. I'm going, at that point, is it really, Tim said this, is it just about threshold? Because he's not necessarily going to be the highest paid guy, as you pointed out. Dak Prescott making 60. I mean, is there a huge difference in the 45 to 50?
Yeah, well, first off, I disagree with Chris. I think there are plenty of people who think that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback, but I guess he's saying that he doesn't believe it. So,
he doesn't, yeah.
But I mean, Chris is smart, all that stuff. But I mean, Jeff York himself, the CEO of the team said that he's a top 10 quarterback, and I don't know how you. I don't know. I mean, we've been doing this long enough. You think we'd have a system for determining who the best quarterbacks are. I mean, isn't basically the only thing you can really look at is stats and who produces and who throws touchdowns? Right. And in that case, then, Brock Purdy was fourth in the MVP voting in 2023. The other part of this is when you look at those raw numbers, what isn't often talked about is the inflation on the salary cap. So when you look at it from the sense of, let's just go Jared Goff and Tua Tagovailoa. So they signed their contracts a year ago, and they're in that, the range of $53 million, I believe it is, per year. When you look at the percentage of their salary cap that they signed for a year ago, which is a little less than 21% of the team's overall salary cap, if you're to extract that same contract and put it this year, that's $58 million.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's the way that Brock Purdy's agent is looking at it is, we can talk about the raw numbers and, Joe Burrow makes $55 million a year, but when he made $55 million a year, that was almost a quarter of the team's salary cap. And so, adjusted for inflation, Joe Burrow is making $68 million.
Sure.
When you look at it that standpoint. And just think about it. A year ago, the cap was $255 million. This year it's $279. So, I think the 49ers can, they're clearly, they want to get a price that doesn't kill them as far as being able to keep the team together moving forward. Now, clearly they made some moves this offseason to clear the way for this, but it's just a matter of how you look at it. And then, that's just the average per year. I mean, you and I can make, $70 million per year too, if this year we make nothing and next year they give us $140 million non-guaranteed money and they cut us after this year, And so the average per year in a lot of ways is kind of window dressing. It's, how much is a guy making, guaranteed, time of signing, how much in the first 3 years. And so all that stuff is not, it's complex. So it has to be negotiated. And, I don't get the sense that the sides are getting too frustrated. I'm sure there's a little frustration right now, but they got plenty of time to get something done. And typically when both sides want to get something done and there really aren't any other options, they'll get a deal done.
Well, and real quick, to that end, I pointed this out a bunch in the last couple of years when Patrick Mahomes beat the Niners 2 seasons ago, and in the Super Bowl, or I guess 2 years ago, he had the highest percentage of a quarterback on a salary cap for a Super Bowl winning team since Steve Young in '94 when they started tracking that stuff and they put that in place. So I think that's a better way for Niner fans to look at it, maybe football fans in general, is percentage of the cap relative to how much he's actually making, because you're right, the cap's going to go up again next year. Mahomes right now is ranked like 13th or 14th in terms of total salary per year AAV because he's at $45 million. But when he signed the deal, he was far and away the number one guy and is still making a big percentage of that cap.
Yeah, and that's why it's beneficial for these teams to be proactive with their contracts, because, you sign a contract. For instance, I mean, this is kind of crazy to think of, but if Brandon Ayuk gets healthy and stays healthy and produces like he did in 2023, there will be a point very soon, again, if he produces at that level, there will be a point very soon where that contract is going to look good in comparison to some of the other contracts that wide receivers are signing. That's a market right there that is just blown up.
No, definitely. So, Matt, earlier Adam asked you about the possibility of the Niners trading down. What about the possibility of them using their second-round pick to move up again in the first round? The only reason I bring that up is because they have 11 draft picks, and they need to hit on so many starters on defense. Do you think it's a possibility, like I think it was the first draft that John Lynch ever did in 2017 with Kyle Shanahan? They traded back in the first round. They got Solomon Thomas. They got Reuben Foster. You think it's a possibility we could see them trade back into the first round?
That, to me, would probably be a more logical thing than them moving up in the first round. Like if you move up in the first round to say whatever 6 or 7, you're probably going to give up your second round pick. They do need picks. They do have a lot there as far as 4 picks in the top 100, 4 more picks in the next 60, so 8 picks total in the top 160. Frankly, I don't know that you want to give up any of those. And there might be a time where they really like a guy, they go get him. But I think if they come out of this draft with those 8 picks in the top 160, I mean, they can check a lot of boxes. They can get some really good players, guys who can be contributors year one, but also guys who can kind of be put on the back burner, maybe an offensive lineman or 2 who could be a starter a year from now. So I would think that because of this draft and where it is, kind of the depth in the middle rounds, I would think that they would want to have as many of those picks in the top 160 as possible.
Wrap it up with Matt Mayoko on the Uma guest line. All right, Matt, so how many rounds of the mock drafts have you done so far? 5, 6?
This is the one I'm doing right now is my 6th. It will go live on Wednesday morning.
We'll go live Wednesday morning. Okay. Well, can you? I don't want you to reveal anything, but this is the last time you'll be on with us before the draft. Could we get a prediction of who you think the Niners will take at 11?
Let's put it this way. I'll go through my picks, and I'll tell you that my final draft will be one of these guys.
Okay.
So this is in order. Starting January 10th, I went Shamar Stewart, defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Then I went tight end Tyler Warren from Penn State. Then I went tackle Armand Mimbu from Missouri. Okay. Then I went edge rusher, linebacker Jalen Walker from Georgia. And then my last one was Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. So, I mean, what do you think of those names? I mean, if you look at the defensive linemen I talked about, I said Shamar Stewart and Walter Nolan. So I have it coming down to those 2 guys.
Yeah.
As far as who's going to be available.
No, I'm with you on both those guys, and I think that it could very well either be one of them. I probably would lean.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I was sorry to cut you off, but everybody will say Shamar Stewart, 1 sack, 1.5 sack a year, every year. Well, to me, with his incredible physique, his size, his speed, his athleticism, his power, all of that, to me, he's a guy that coaches are going to look at and go, oh, I want him. There's a lot of untapped potential there.
Well, I think you just gave it away then. Shamar Stewart's your last mock draft pick.
No.
We will.
I guess we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Guess we'll see. Wink, wink.
Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider at NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him for the final mock draft and, of course, round 2 coming your way on Friday. Matt, always a pleasure, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Can't wait.
Thank you, Matt.
Talk to you later.
Thanks, appreciate it.
The great Matt Mayoko. Missed any of that? All available.
Tip in his hand.
KNBR.com.
A little running, a little throwing.
KNBR, a little running, a little throwing. You can't tell them all what's going on. We got a phone call on the line here that called in. Mike Val.
Okay.
Mike Val called in before the hit with Matt Mayoko.
Oh.
And he's been waiting for a while. It's Mike's birthday.
It's Mike Val's birthday as well?
It is, yeah.
Hey, here we go. Hey,
what's up, Mike?
What's up, Mike?
Happy birthday, Coach.
Oh, appreciate you, Mike. Happy birthday to you too, man. What's going on?
Not much, man. I'm looking at birthday on social.
You're looking on what?
Birthday balloons on social.
Oh, there you go. Birthday balloon on socials. Awesome.
Yeah, good deal, man.
Okay, so
what you got?
Most of Milwaukee's players are playing every day.
We're talking Giants and Brewers?
Yes. Mike, you there?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
I was about to let you guys talk, yes?
No, we're saying, all right, Mike, we got to run. We got to take a break, Mike. Happy birthday, bro. I don't know where he was going. I was like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, happy birthday, Mike. But he was saying how the Brewers players play every day.
Yeah, so do the Giants.
Yeah, it seems pretty consistent this year with the lineup.
I'm all good. He did say they were running wild after they had 9 stolen bases.
He wanted to say something about them stealing a lot of bases. At least that's what originally it was.
All right, well,
kind of flamed out.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday, Mike Val. Great to have you, bro. And by the way, as long as he's not looking at balloons on Truth Social, do a little bit better. All right, Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up in just over a half an hour. 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. We'll get more into that in just a little bit. We're going to catch up with Susan Slesser later in the week. We had to move her out of today. So when we come on back, how about a little sound soiree?
Yeah.
Draymond Green admits that the Warriors, even after the win last night, they can play better. They need to play better.
I agree.
They want to win this series. Steve Kerr gave his thoughts on the game, and then Kevin Harlan discusses depends during the Warriors and Rockets game last night on national TV. We'll get all that coming your way in the Dirty Work Sound Soiree. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The NFL. The NFL Draft Party will be live this coming Thursday at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Dirty Work will kick off the festivities immediately following the Giants game until 5 p.m., so come have a beer, complain about the Titans taking too long with pick number 1, and boo Roger Goodell because he's Roger Goodell.
back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday evening. Giants baseball pregame in about 25 minutes here on the sports leader. Giants and the Brewers, game one of a 4-game series. First pitch at 6:45. And we'll get you your award-winning diamond notes as well. We do it most days.
Most days, we got time.
We have time. We have stuff to get into. Some reaction from the game last night as the Warriors win game 1 over the Houston Rockets. Game 2 on Wednesday. Game 3 on Saturday here at Chase Center in the city. Why don't we get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed? It's a Dirty Work Warriors edition of the Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Warriors win last night 95-85. First time they've won a game in 3 seasons, scoring 95 points or fewer.
Impressive.
Very.
That means the defense was spot on.
Was it?
I think so.
They were pretty good last night.
Defensively, they were awesome.
I thought so. Yeah, I didn't like that they got back into the game, Houston. I think that's the one thing that's irking me because they didn't shoot well. They were 6 of 29 from 3, and they shaved that whole lead down.
It's been a common thing with the Rockets this year, as Dave DeFore was talking about, how they come back in the third quarter, the fourth quarter, and we saw it earlier this year with the Warriors when they were up 31 and we're getting back in that game. That's just, that's the thing. Like, I think I probably need to accept with this Warriors team is that they're not going to bludgeon teams like they did in the past. They're going to establish a lead, and maybe those teams will creep back in, and then Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry just do enough in the fourth quarter to get you the victory.
Yeah, you got to accept it, dude. You got to hit a new level of acceptance with these Debs.
It's
a different team.
I accepted Jimmy. Like, he's definitely fitting. And he's the Robin to Steph Curry's Batman. He's trying to force the one pretty badly.
He keeps talking about
every postgame interview. He's like, he's Batman, man. He's like Batman, and comes out of nowhere and saves the day. Like we see Steph Curry coming a mile away with his threes.
He shoots it from pretty far, dude. Yeah. He's knocking down shots last night.
I was really hoping at one point I was hoping Kevin Harlan would get like crazy with his 3-point shots. Just like Steph Curry shoots it from Galveston.
That'd be good.
That's more of a Bob Fitzgerald thing.
Corpus Christi.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Dude, give me some more Texas cities. From Paris.
From Sugar Land, Texas, where Derek Papa grew up.
That one was from Plano.
Yes. Plano.
From Midland. Here's
You're going Friday Night Lights?
Yeah, we're going booby mode. You from Midland. You're a Midland doctor. Yeah. It's like, dude, your knee is broken, bro. You can't play football.
You got to find a new profession.
That's because you're a Midland doctor. Here's Draymond Green after the game. He says, team can and needs to play better.
It's very satisfying to win any road game, any playoff game in general, but definitely a road playoff win. I think we can play a lot better. That's the encouraging part about it. I don't think we play very well at all, but still got to find a way to win, and we did that with our defense. Held them to 85 points. So playoffs, it don't matter how it looks. You just got to find a way and then get better and come back, with an improved team the next game.
It's the best thing in sports, as I said earlier, when you win a game, but you know you could have played better. And I think that, Draymond, said everything that we've been saying today. Defensively, they were awesome. Offensively, there's a lot more to be desired. I think it's just because when you see 95, you're like, oh, that's it? But that's enough to get you the win, then that's all you need. But they're going to come out. The Rockets are going to be a desperate team on Wednesday because they know they don't want to be down 0-2 at home. So they're going to shoot, and whether they make it or not, the Warriors have to answer. I think they'll be a lot better than 6 of 29 from 3. But I expect the Rockets to play a hell of a lot better, and I expect the Warriors to play a hell of a lot better.
Dave DeFore, who was on with us earlier from The Athletic, said that he does think the Warriors are going to win this thing. He said, I wouldn't be shocked if they won it in 5, he said.
That would be cool.
That would be great. By the way, a lot of people checking in. 707 says, from Waco. 916 says, would it be so hard to turn a 20-point lead into a laugher just one time? That is something that the Warriors have had trouble doing. They had a really tough time closing games before Jimmy Butler got here. But this texter is right, and that's where I'm like, man, they were up 20, and it's not like the Rockets shot lights out. They only scored 85, and they had to extend the lead back to 10 at the end of the game when they put it away. But they cut it to 4 points with a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, but that's a common thing in the playoffs. Despite OKC beating the Memphis Grizzlies by, 50 or 40 yesterday, Every team that had a really big lead in a playoff game came back in some regard. Like even the Lakers, even though they were down by a lot, they cut that lead down to a manageable number in the fourth quarter, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves just pulled away in the end. So I think that's me as a fan. I think I need to get over the fact that they're just not going to beat teams by 30, 40 anymore.
Get over it.
I will. I'm trying.
Get over it.
I'm trying, man. But it's tough.
I think he's got his Robin, which, by the way, maybe outside of Chris O'Donnell, has anybody in Burt Ward, anybody ever been that excited to be a Robin?
Chris O'Donnell.
So I'm going. And Jimmy Butler, apparently. By the way, you said you accept You accept Jimmy now?
I do.
Yeah, 408 Chickson says D-Pop always accepts the Jimmy. Oh!
That was easy. Can I just say, too, that...
Hit me with an O, too. He hit with the O.
On 420, I thought it was appropriate to watch the old Batman and Robin movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger and all the puns.
Oh, wait, you watched it?
I did, just to see how bad it is.
Yesterday, you spent your Sunday afternoon, the beautiful weather yesterday. You got baked?
Oh, no, not during the day. When, like, the game was in hand, and I got done watching the Warriors game.
You twisted one up?
Watched a little Last of Us, watched a little Righteous Gemstone. I was like, it's, you know what, I'm tying a little Batman and Robin. Watched it late at night, and I was like, oh, God, this is, I mean, like, as a kid, you didn't think twice about it. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
No, it's
absolutely awful movie.
It's not a good movie.
And like, you know, Alicia Silverstone's fine down the stretch, but like she joins them and she already knows how to fight and everything. Like, what? She didn't learn how to do that.
Yeah, she's like Alfred's niece or something.
Yeah, exactly.
In that one, right?
Yeah.
Which I think in the comics and the old TV shows, I think Batgirl is actually
Barbara Gordon.
Commissioner Gordon's
Yeah,
daughter.
exactly.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
So many of that. And by George Clooney he sleepwalks during that whole damn movie.
That movie sucks.
It's terrible.
Not
absolutely
a good movie.
terrible.
No. By the way, 408 says Reggie Miller did last night say from Amarillo.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, Amarillo, Texas.
From Pearland.
Yeah, I like.
Is he falling off a cliff?
408 says note to self: D Papa hates farts. Oh no,
I love farts. What are you talking about?
Sniff that one.
No, he's just a fart truther.
He's just a truther, dude. All right, let's go into another piece of sound here. Here's Steve Kerr after the game. Steve, how did this game feel for you? Warriors scored 95 and get a victory in game one. Here it is.
They're not a typical modern NBA team, you know, in terms of spreading you out, you know, playing fast, shooting a million threes. They're kind of old school. In many ways, they're in the image of their coach. You know, Ime was a grinder as a player. He was, you know, tough and physical, and that's what Houston is. And in this series, you can see they know where their advantage lies, and it's you know, playing Adams a lot, sometimes playing him with Şengün, having everybody crash. So it felt like, you know, 1997 out there to me. You know, completely different NBA game than what we're used to, and we've got to be ready for that. This is what this series is going to be.
You think that was a dig that Steve was making? I don't think so, but I think if the Rockets, I think they could kind of like misinterpret that quote and be like, oh, we're not in a modern day basketball team. But I think he's praising them and that their physicality is something you don't see these days.
No, and he's right in that they're not a spread it out, rain threes on your head team. Like they shot 35% or something from three this year. Like they weren't spectacular. They were below the Warriors, and they were, I think, in the 20s, 21st or 22nd in terms of overall three-point percentage this year. He says they're a grinder team, and so they take sort of after the image of their head coach. I don't think that was meant to be a dig, but
no.
I also didn't think that it was a dig last week when we heard the sounder from Puka Nacua. That soundbite on Brock Purdy.
Oh, dude.
Apparently I saw it wrong. Everybody else is like...
I was watching Rich Eisen the other day.
Everybody's like, I can't believe what Puka said.
Yeah, Rich Eisen's like, can you believe Puka Nacua going in on the Niners? Jeez. Look at the hate. And I'm like, there you go, Rich. Back me up.
I would say the most egregious thing is that, like, players generally don't publicly talk about other players needing to get less money.
Well, or
being important for them to make less. Like that's a little bit of the unspoken thing.
It's the implication.
Yeah.
The implication that Puka Nacua is making, where it's like, if they pay this guy, they're done. Their window is over. By the way, 1997. Where were you in 1997? So I won't give away your age.
You said I was 40 at the top of the show. I'm 36.
It is your birthday.
Yes, it is, and I'm 36. Yeah.
Yeah. So you were okay. So I was 6. So you were 8 in 1997.
1997 is like the first.
You have a Tamagotchi?
Yeah, hell yeah, I did, dude. Hell yeah.
I was 39.
Tim's been working here a long time.
Tim was like in high school then, wasn't he?
Let Tim answer that.
Tim, you were in high school in 97, right?
I was in high school in 97, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Benicia High.
There you go.
Shout him out. What was your mascot?
The Panthers.
Go Panthers. You get Panther Bucks?
No Panther Bucks, unfortunately.
Yeah, 97, I was, first grade.
How about 97 is the first, MLB postseason I remember almost entirely. It's the first World Series I can remember
First
watching.
Super Bowl I remember is Packers and Broncos.
That's one of the first ones I remember beginning to end also. That's where my Elway fandom started to come from.
You were an Elway fan?
I was a big Elway guy.
Oh, wow.
As a kid. First jersey I ever owned as a kid was an Elway jersey.
The orange or the blue?
The blue.
Okay.
It was the year they switched them. I think they switched in 96 or 97.
Yeah, they did. The first year they won the Super Bowl, they changed the jerseys.
Yeah, that's right. They went with that. I mean, I was a big Elway fan when I was a kid. I wrote a letter to a Mile High Stadium and got a football card autograph back from Elway. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was great. And then I was like a maniac about him. Oddly enough, second jersey I ever owned of any athlete, Scottie Pippen.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I don't even remember being super into Scottie Pippen, but
interesting.
I guess I was at some point.
Cheaper than the Jordan jersey.
Yeah,
probably.
that's true. That's true.
It wouldn't get me a Rodman. So
first NBA jersey I ever had, Penny Hardaway, the Magic, and it was the teal too. Rocked the number one.
That's pretty sweet.
That's kind of a sick jersey.
Yeah,
though.
still got it. Yeah,
You still wear
Penny?
it?
No, I don't wear it anymore.
You still got it, huh?
No, sorry. No, I had an idea actually for one of my buddy's bachelor party because I've been a best man 6 times.
Yeah,
was to get everybody in the worst jersey that they ever bought, walk around a Vegas casino.
Oh, that's a
and
great
people
idea
ask me
too.
like, well, we're all just bad fans.
That's pretty good.
What's the worst jersey you own?
I don't own a lot of jerseys, and I never have. I used to love, though, with the Giants. I used to be big in, when I was in high school and maybe a little bit younger, the jersey T-shirts, where you just get the one that says the team on the front, and it's got a name and a number on the back, just the T-shirt jerseys. The jerseys. I was big on getting obscure players that I figured wouldn't be around for the Giants that long, because then you can then it's cool to see a guy in an Eliezer Alfonso number 50, which was maybe my favorite one I ever got. I was a number 50. He played he wore braces. He played for a year and a half on the team. Had a big series against the Mets one time. I think in the Benitez Bockoff series. I think he had a big series against Lasting
Who could forget? Like yesterday.
Lasting Millage's Mets is who he was taken down.
Somewhere deep in my mom's closet is a Jamarcus Russell jersey somewhere, and that's by far the worst jersey I own.
Well, that's the winner. Will not get any worse than that.
There you go.
Who was it?
Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, I mean that stinks, but it's also he was the number 2 pick?
Number one overall.
Number 1 overall. So it's taking a guy who then just busts.
Yeah.
That's not really your. It's not the same as getting why do you have that jersey? You know.
I mean, yeah, obviously there's a reason why I got it, but you never wear it today. Or a Carson Palmer Raider jersey. I'm I'm not wearing that.
But imagine
that'd be pretty lame. Yeah.
Imagine you're in a Vegas casino and you see 17 dudes walking around with Jasikevich's jerseys. It's what are we doing?
Yeah.
Sarunas Jasikevich's. That's pretty good. Here's Kevin Harlan. I actually didn't hear this until I was listening to the Gregs earlier this afternoon. 10 to 2, don't you know? Right
yes,
here on the Sports Leader. Kevin Harlan was on the call last night. One of the best in the game, in the broadcast game, and he's talking. I assume he's talking depends diapers, right?
Yes.
Here's
adult diapers.
Here's a little Kevin Harlan riff from last night.
The NBA tonight on TNT is brought to you by Walmart. Get it before the game's over. Well, hold on here. Let me look. Okay, it's 10:20 Central. If I order some Depends right now, I hope it gets here by 11. 2:04 to go.
Did you just say Depends?
I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't know.
Oh, man, that's T.I. That's too much information, man. TMI.
I know. I'm trying to help the people that are staying up late, just in case they don't want to leave the screen. And here we have the Rockets the other end.
What was he? I don't understand even what he was.
Kevin Harlan
What was he talking? I mean, I know what he was talking about.
He had to pee badly.
We had to go to the bathroom badly.
I guess he was just making a pee joke, but no one is as goofy as Kevin Harlan on a broadcast. I have to say, the man knows when the moment needs excitement, and he'll scream, and he just has incredible calls. But also, when he's not feeling a game, he'll just, he'll make fun of the guy streaking on the field with the 49ers and Rams, or he'll make fun of the black cat that was on the field. I love Kevin Harlan's goofiness. One of my favorite things of all time was when he was doing an ad, a read for Little Uzi Vert, performing at halftime for the All-Star break. He goes, coming up this weekend, Little Uzi Vert with his hit single, Money Longer. Little Uzi Vert.
It's like Chris Mullen doing the Taylor Swift read.
Taylor Swift coming out this weekend to Chase.
Go to chasecenter.com/events. You can get your tickets there for the Eras Tour. Taylor Swift. She's going to be in San Francisco.
It's going to be beautiful, magical.
It's my molly. Anyway, that's pretty good. It's pretty good from Kevin Harlan there. I heard the Gregs talking about it earlier, and Papa goes,
excellent.
I don't know what he's talking about with the TMI. Usually he didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about with the TMI, but very funny, Kevin Harlan. It's like TMI. Usually there's an ointment or a cream for that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 4086 and says, I own a Steelers Trubisky jersey.
Yeah.
That's a bad buy. I mean, what'd you do that for?
That's
good for like 3 starts?
Like, I don't blame Raph if he had like a Trubisky Bears one and get drafted there.
That's hope.
It's like you and Jamarcus.
Exactly.
Turn into a rag or something. Jeez.
Tell me you wore a Mason Rudolph jersey.
Yeah,
a rough one too.
Yeah,
I don't own a lot of bad jerseys like that. I've only got a few anyway. I got a Will Clark somewhere.
Nice.
Depending on who you talk to, I guess my Kaepernick one's pretty bad. It depends on who you ask, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, we'll get to Giants baseball coming up. Pregame in about 10 minutes. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll come on back. We will put the show to bed. Giants and the Brewers. It's going to be game 1 of a 4-game series. Robbie Ray, 3-0, undefeated on the season, makes the start tonight against Quinn Priester. Quinn Priester is the starter. A righty for the Brewers, formerly a Boston Red Sox. He on the season 1-0 with a .90 ERA. He's got a 1.2 whip. I don't think he's pitched. It's only his 3rd start of the year. He's done 10 total innings.
I don't know if that's a good omen for the Giants today.
What?
Priester on the mound and the day that the Pope passed away?
Dude, and on my birthday. Priester just met her. We'll put the show to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Earlier tonight, TNT kicked off 2018 NBA All-Star Weekend in L.A. with the NBA and TNT American Express Roadshow featuring a live performance from hip-hop artist Lil Uzi. Based in Philly, baby. I love his single Money Longer. Stay tuned to see more of his performance during Inside the NBA later tonight.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Putting the show to bed on a Monday evening. Giants baseball pregame starting in about 6 minutes or so here. Giants and the Brewers game 1 of a 4-game series. There was an update from Alex Pavlovic on Casey Schmidt. So Giants have finally made a roster move. They called up David Villar the other day. He'd already also been DFA'd earlier in the season, removed from the 40-man roster prior to the start of the year. Apparently, the report was that when Casey Schmidt went on the injured list, they called David Villar in. He'd been hitting in AAA. They put him back on the 40-man. The Giants were impressed with him. They had him play some first base or going to play some infield for the Giants. I guess he got called into the manager's office, and he thought he'd been traded. It's like, I thought there's no way on. Tons of ways. I mean, a lot of times guys get DFA'd off or moved off of 40-man. You generally do not end up back on at least that 40-man roster, but finds himself back in the bigs. The update from Alex Pavlovic, though, today is the Giants done a little bit more testing, and it's an oblique strain for Casey Schmidt. They're saying it's a grade 2, and now he's going to miss up to about a month, they believe. So
not great.
Opportunities here, but I mean, it's not like he was killing it, but he'd been swinging the bat okay before he went down and was obviously playing more first base.
Yeah, to quote Dave from the broadcast yesterday, it's one of those injuries that can kind of linger a little bit, so I'm sure they're going to give him all the time they could possibly, But the problem was that he was kind of taking some time at first base there, given the struggles of Lamont Wade, and now that's not happening. So, David Villar, you're at first.
I saw a post already today, too, that, Lamont Wade's really struggling. He's in a slump, as is Luis Matos.
Yeah.
Both guys were already out there about an hour ago doing some pre-hitting, or like 2 hours before game time on the field with Pat Burrell. They were getting in some special instruction, or they were working together with Pat Burrell in trying to figure out a way to break out of this slump. And Lamont Wade has really been struggling as of late. I want to get to the Giants lineup here before we get to our...
We do have some good news.
What's the good news?
The good news is that the Giants today cleared Gerard Encarnacion to start range of motion and strength exercises. So baby steps.
How about that? How much do you expect we'll see?
I don't know right now. I mean, Wilmer's killing it at DH. So
The good news is...
But they were planning on playing him a little bit in the outfield, too. I mean...
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe it means a few more breaks. 916 Chickton said, what the heck happened to Sluss? We need the inside dirt. Sluss is... We're going to move her to later in the week. She had something come up and couldn't come on with us. 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, my brother has a Jets and a Broncos Tebow jersey.
Oh, my God.
Brutal.
That's a little too much Tebow for me.
You need to grab a Mets, too.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Our guy Hurleybird checks in the 510. We were telling you earlier, ESPN Bet had put out a thing earlier today saying, with the passing of the Pope,
yes,
the most wagered on prop bet for any player today was Castellanos to hit a home run. As you know, Castellanos hits bombs and it's like
weird situations
or whenever there's a tragedy or something like that.
Well, tragedies or guys getting fired on the air, the Nick Castellanos will come up with a home run.
Yeah, so there you go. Giants lineup, by the way, for tonight. Yastrzemski going to lead off in right field. Adames hits second at short. Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, batting third. Matt Chapman hitting cleanup at third base. Elliot Ramos hits fifth in left field. Lamont Wade's hitting sixth tonight. He's over at first base. Wilmer Flores 7, Bailey 8 doing the catching, and Tyler Fitzgerald, who's now up to 302 on his average and an 845 OPS.
Nice.
He's going to be at second base, batting ninth. All right, what you got, Tim?
It's a big game for Pat Bailey because, again, 9 steals yesterday in that game, and it's not like the A's catcher has a noodle arm. They're running.
Okay, real quick. After last night, I said the Warriors in 6. Are we still thinking that they're going to have this series end pretty quickly, or did anything change your mind last night?
Who'd you say this to last night? Like looking in the mirror?
No, we didn't say this last.
You said last night. It said the Warriors in 6.
No, sorry, I said on Friday's show.
Okay. I was like, you staring in the mirror, like in 6.
I stared back at myself.
We're gonna get this in 6.
We're gonna do it. I promise.
We're gonna get it in 6. You swear to God. You start with the man of the mirror. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
I feel good about the 6. I was kind of thinking coming into the series, it's either I thought Warriors in 6 or Houston in 7. And I thought if it goes 7, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It would also mean, who knows what it means in terms of how they play, but I'm still going with Warriors. 5 is on the table for me, but I'm gonna go comfortably with Warriors in 6.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna lean 6, but if they end up winning both games in Houston, yeah, it might go 5, or maybe even a clean sweep. I don't know.
Good take, bro.
I know. I sound like Harry. I sound like Will Ferrell's Harry Carey. Yankees at 6, or it could be the Braves. You never know.
You never know. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
I actually got 2 of them. Note to self. Happy birthday. You look great for 40. Also,
I'm
note
not
to self.
40. Thank you. I'm not 40.
7 voicemails might be too many voicemails. 7 it might be too many.
I would say so.
7 voicemails is too many voicemails.
Note to self.
Note to self. I expect too much from the Warriors. I just want more, and maybe I'm just going to be content with what they're given right now.
All right.
Happy birthday, Coach.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Note to self, Derek's a fart truther. That's going to do it for Derek. It's going to do it for For dirty work.
That's what I want on my my byline. Like we're talking about, like Aaron Rodgers has ayahuasca experts.
When you're doing national TV, you want your
fart truther.
They tackle very well.
It's not real. Giants baseball next.
559 says you guys couldn't even scratch the surface of what Tim Tebow did. He's a class act who devoted his life to what matters. You guys, not so much, haters.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be on record. I hated Tim Tebow. Hated him. Didn't like him at all. So take that, text line.
I didn't hate Tim Tebow, but
I hated him.
It just seems like an odd take for 545.
He has all the leadership qualities of Ray Lewis and the throwing ability of Ray Lewis.
By the way, this person at one point said like 2 weeks ago, KNBR just sucks now. Tolbert too. I was like, damn, this guy's hurt.
Jesus.
For anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball against the Brewers coming up right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.